In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the battlefield of myriad races has been unleashed. The world game has descended upon us. Blue Star welcomes the era of universal class transitions, where the realms of gaming and reality converge. Prior to the formal integration of the world game into reality, Lin An, as the Chosen One, enters the trial grounds. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the unique, innate mythic talent, godly amplification. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the swordsmanship's only hidden class, Supreme Sword Immortal. Ding! Congratulations on activating the soul postnatal mythic talent, Mythical Bloodline. Henceforth, Lin An embarks on an invincible journey, annihilating foes with astonishing speed. He conquers the celestial tower and steps into the primordial universe. As the battlefield of myriad races officially commences, the myriad races, however, cast their votes, rejecting Blue Star's entry into the battlefield. Lin An scoffs disdainfully. Huh, you dare deny me entry? Do you even possess the worthiness? Chapter 1. The Mythic Level Unique Talent, Godly Amplification. Global Alert. In 30 days, the world game will descend into reality. All shall become players of the world game. The world will be besieged by various natural disasters and monstrous creatures. However, before the world game descends, select world game players may become chosen ones, venturing to the trial grounds to awaken their talents and gain strength ahead of time. Now, we commence the selection of chosen ones. All players, prepare for the game. A mechanical female voice resonates in the minds of everyone across Blue Star. Lin An felt a momentary daze, wondering if his late-night reading of novels had clouded his mind. Yet in the next instant, the cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. Congratulations, you have become a chosen one. In 10 seconds, you will be transported to the trial grounds. Now the countdown begins. Immediately, a countdown appeared before Lin An. A countdown visible only to him materialized. 10, 9, 8. It's real. Lin An quickly regained his composure. As a seasoned reader, Lin An was well-versed in such matters. Faced with the impending global event, his demeanor remained remarkably steady, devoid of any panic, and he felt an exhilarating sense of anticipation. He patiently awaited the countdown to reach its conclusion. When the countdown struck 0, a brilliant blue beam descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin An. Before him appeared a swirling vortex of light. Subsequently, as he felt a fleeting sensation of weightlessness and a pulling force, the scenery transformed. He found himself in a vast plaza of azure stones. In the azure stone plaza, alongside him stood numerous others. All of these individuals were chosen ones selected by the will of the world. However, in stark contrast to Lin An's calm demeanor, most exhibited confusion and panic, many crying out in distress. Where's this place? Why am I here? I want to go home. Heavens, didn't I just wake up? How am I dreaming again? Trial grounds. What is this place? Buddha bless me. Will I die here? Wah, my boyfriend just booked a star-rated hotel for us. I want to go back. Bang. Just as the crowd was in a frenzy, a resounding explosion echoed above the azure stone plaza. The unexpected blast startled Lin An, causing many timid individuals to tremble in fear, screaming and losing control. Following the source of the noise, Lin An looked skyward. A gigantic 3D blue screen materialized 100 meters above the azure stone plaza. As the screen unfolded, the mechanical voice resonated once more in everyone's ears. Welcome, fortunate chosen ones, to the trial grounds. You will receive the system panel before the world game descends into reality. In the trial grounds, you can slay monsters, level up, and explore ancient ruins to enhance your power. The trial grounds are fraught with peril, akin to the real world. Therefore, cherish your life. As vanguards of the world game, each of you will receive a guaranteed talent activation opportunity, a beginner's weapon package, and a copy of the basic guide to the trial grounds. Rewards have been distributed. The trial commences. Trial duration, 30 days. Total number of global trial players, 100 million. After 30 days, those who have reached the center city of the trial grounds will be able to leave through the teleportation array and return to reality, aiding your world against the invasion of monstrous calamities. Those who fail to reach the center city within 30 days will be obliterated along with the trial grounds. Finally, I wish you all good luck. The mechanical voice concluded, and the 3D screen in the sky faded into nothingness. Meanwhile, after the initial panic, everyone gradually began to accept their new reality. For some, this was an opportunity to reshape their destinies. These individuals clenched their fists, displaying ambitious resolve. On the other hand, Lin An, with his wealth of theoretical knowledge, focused his thoughts. System panel. Immediately, a blue panel appeared before him, visible only to him. Name, Lin An. Age, 19. Level, 1, 0 out of 100. Vitality, 12. Attack, 7. Defense, 8. Class, none. Skill, reconnaissance. Talent, activatable. Equipment, none. Trial Novice Village, 00008. Note, class, Upon reaching level 10, visit a town to summon a class via the class Divine Stone. Skill: Reconnaissance, basic universal skill. Allows viewing the attributes of monsters not exceeding 10 levels above oneself. Talent: the current talent can be activated with a 100% chance of randomness. Equipment: each person may equip 3 pieces, namely hands, body, and accessories. Tip 1. Talents are categorized into 7 levels: ordinary, excellent, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. Tip 2. Each individual may obtain 2 talents, namely innate and acquired talents. Tip 3. Once activated, innate talents cannot be replaced or reset. After reviewing the attribute hints, Lin An's gaze returned to the talent section. In the next moment, he continued his mental operation. Draw talent. This talent draw is for innate talent, with a 100% success rate and no cost. Commencing talent draw. Talent draw successful. Congratulations, you have drawn a mythic level talent. Godly Amplification. Upon hearing the mechanical voice's announcement, Lin An was jolted. He gazed in disbelief at the innate talent he had just drawn. Mythic level. Am I truly this fortunate? He eagerly examined the talent he had drawn. Godly Amplification. Mythic level unique talent. Unique. No one else can acquire this talent. Effect: level amplification 15. What is this? Staring at his mythic level unique talent, Lin An found himself momentarily bewildered. What on earth? Is the system malfunctioning? Based on my extensive reading experience, amplification should pertain to vitality, damage, or defense, right? Moreover, amplification states typically commence at myriad times and have no upper limit. Yet, ultimately, those protagonists often engage in equal battles with players possessing non-unique talents. But at least they have. What about me? Is this a system bug? In a flurry, Lin An repeatedly exited and re-entered the system panel, confirming multiple times. He glanced at his personal attributes. Aside from the level displaying 16, there were truly no other changes. Damn it, is this godly uniqueness a joke? What use is a high level without any substantial benefits? Though my equipment surpasses that of others by a staggering 15 levels, I currently possess no gear. Lin An's spirits plummeted from the heights of elation to the depths of despair, his countenance marred by disappointment. What exacerbated his frustration was the revelation from the system that innate talents were fixed and immutable. With a sigh, Lin An sought to console himself internally. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that he could still activate a secondary innate talent. He then turned his gaze to his personal backpack, which contained a total of 20 compartments. In the first compartment lay a novice gift package. Novice gift package. Open to randomly obtain a novice weapon. The second compartment held a tome. Basic guidebook to the trial grounds. Studying it will impart fundamental knowledge about the trial grounds. Lin An extracted the basic guidebook to the trial grounds from his backpack and held it in his hands. With a swift motion of his right hand, the guidebook transformed into a radiant beam of white light, surging into Lin An's being. A torrent of fundamental knowledge regarding the trial grounds surged into his mind. As this abundance of information flooded in, Lin An's previously despondent mood shifted abruptly to one of exhilaration. In the realm of gaming, the existence of level suppression was a reality. Just as Lin An reveled in his newfound excitement, a series of notification pings resonated in his ears. Chapter 2. Divine Amplification, Level Suppression, and Explosive Damage. Lin An opened the chat channel of the Novice Village in 00008. At that moment, the chat was alive with a flurry of messages, each reflecting the true appearance and names of the speakers. By manipulating the corresponding avatars, one could engage in private conversations with the respective players. Someone inquired, "Esteemed players, how does one activate their talents? I'm utterly lost in this game. Could anyone offer some guidance?" A response quickly followed. To the lady above, simply navigate your thoughts to the talent page's lower section and draw upon your will. Thank you so much, kind sir. Everyone, what talents have you drawn? Haha, I obtained a rare level talent that increases damage based on level. Right now at level 1. It boosts my damage by 10 points. If I reach level 10, it could enhance it by 105 points. Currently, my attributes are health 15, damage 18, and defense 8. What about you all? Wow, Brother Zhang, your luck is astounding to have drawn a rare level talent. And your attributes are impressive as well. Brother Zhang, from now on, you shall be my big brother. I wish to align with you. Haha, you're too kind, my friend. I merely had a stroke of good fortune. Invite me to your party, and let us level up together. Alright, thank you, Brother Zhang. No need for formalities. We're all friends here. Brother Zhang, may I join your party as well? Although I didn't draw a rare level talent, my luck is decent. I obtained a fine level talent that enhances my defense based on level. Currently, it adds 8 points, and at level 10, it could increase my defense by around 80 points. My attributes are health 18, damage 8, and defense 15. Your attributes are quite commendable too. Count me in, Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang, can I join as well? I'm a beautiful university student. What are your 3 dimensions? My measurements are 85-59-91. A flurry of question marks filled the screen. Soon after, someone chimed in the group chat. Brother Zhang was inquiring about your attributes, not your physical measurements. Yet, the very next moment, the individual affectionately dubbed Brother Zhang, Zhang Yang, chuckled in the chat. Haha, with those measurements, I'll take you along. Ah, thank you, Brother Zhang. Following this, Lin An lingered in the group chat for a few more minutes. Through the conversation of others, he garnered a basic understanding of the talents possessed by the villagers of Novice Village 00008. In total, there were 1,000 players in the area. Among these, over 90% had drawn ordinary level talents, while nearly 10% had obtained excellent level talents. Those who had drawn fine level talents or above were exceedingly rare. As of now, the highest talent drawn was the rare level talent held by Zhang Yang, making him a highly sought-after player, with countless individuals eager to team up with him to slay monsters and gain experience. As time passed, most players had found their matching teams based on personal attributes and talents. Lin An assessed his own attributes, which, in comparison to the majority, were rather modest. Nevertheless, he was aware that the world of this game imposed level suppression. Based on his prior gaming experiences, he knew that level 15 suppression would enable him to handle all the monsters in the Novice Village with ease. To avoid sharing experience and hindering his leveling rewards, he politely declined all invitations to join parties. I apologize, but I do not intend to team up. I prefer to solo. With that, he set forth alone, amidst the mocking and disdainful gazes of others, heading towards the outskirts of the Novice Village's safe zone. Outside the safety of the Novice Village, numerous teams were engaged in fervent battles against freshly spawned jumping rabbits, which were collapsing under their relentless assaults. Possessing the divine amplification talent, Lin An sought to enhance his efficiency in monster hunting and thus turned to explore another direction of the Novice Village. After a few minutes of searching, he finally discovered a sparsely populated area. He promptly opened the Novice weapon pack and equipped the Novice long sword he had received. Novice long sword, melee, attack, 7. Equipping it, his damage output rose to 14 points. Grasping the Novice long sword, he prepared to engage in battle. Just as he took a few steps forward, a voice called from behind. Brother, would you like to team up? Lin An halted, turning to see a young man, roughly his age and wielding a spear, approaching him. The youth stopped before Lin An and continued. Brother, my attributes are health 11, damage 15, defense 7. With a rare level talent. A rare level talent? Lin An felt a slight tremor of surprise. From the group chat, it was clear that the highest talents were merely rare level. This individual possessed a rare level talent. Teaming up should not be difficult. Why was he seeking him out now? As these thoughts raced through Lin An's mind, the youth seemed to sense his confusion and offered a wry smile, saying, my rare talent is at level 2. A talent level of 2, doesn't that sound promising? The youth's smile faded into a more somber expression. Lin An's brows knitted deeper. Suddenly, he recalled snippets of information gleaned from the chat and realized the truth. While everyone had studied the basic guide to the trial grounds, each had absorbed different knowledge from it. This youth must have missed the critical lesson about level suppression in this world. Initially, Lin An had no intention of sharing his insights. Now, he was even less inclined to do so, especially in a perilous world where danger lurked at every turn. I apologize, but I do not plan to team up. However, I suggest you attempt hunting monsters. The youth's expression fell, and with a hint of regret, he replied, then I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, he turned and departed. As the youth left, Lin An lifted his sword, setting his sights on a jumping rabbit that was bouncing and patrolling nearby. Taking a deep breath, he cast a detection spell on the creature. Jumping rabbit. Level 1 type. Ordinary monster health. 35 damage, 16 defense, 12 wow. The disparity in attributes is quite significant. Lin An felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. His right hand, gripping the long sword, began to perspire slightly. Though he knew from the basic guide to the trial grounds that level suppression existed, he was uncertain how effective it would be. Recently, he had heard through the chat that several players had been inadvertently slain by jumping rabbits. He pondered whether the level 15 suppression would genuinely compensate for such a pronounced gap in attributes. Approaching cautiously, Lin An raised the novice long sword. Clang! The novice long sword rang out as it struck the jumping rabbit. 298. A crimson damage value appeared above the jumping rabbit's head. With only 35 health, the creature transformed into a burst of white light, instantly vanquished. Simultaneously, a notification emerged before Lin An. You have successfully slain a jumping rabbit, gaining 12 experience. Chapter 3. Level Suppression. Entering the high-level monster zone, seeing the jumping rabbit fall to his sword in a single stroke, Lin An was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. To have executed such a swift kill, and with damage almost tenfold, was nothing short of terrifying. Even though he had anticipated the formidable effects of level suppression, he had never imagined it could be this overwhelmingly powerful. His heart raced as his gaze fixed upon another nearby jumping rabbit. He stepped forward and delivered another strike. A crimson damage value floated above the jumping rabbit's head. 298. Once again, a decisive strike, inflicting a damage of 298. You have successfully slain the jumping rabbit, earning 12 experience points. A damage of 14 points. against the jumping rabbit, with an attack and defense of 12, achieving 298 damage. Such a divine enhancement at level 15, how delightful. Subsequently, Lin An continued to dispatch 2 more jumping rabbits with a single stroke each dealing a damage of 298, with a level boost of 15. It was indeed a testament to his unparalleled mythical talent. How enticing. Ha! At this rate, leveling up is easier than quenching one's thirst. Thereafter, Lin An entered a reckless monster-slaying mode. Positioning? Non-existent. Only the weak concern themselves with positioning. The jumping rabbits fell, one by one, under his blade. You have successfully slain the jumping rabbit, earning 12 experience points. You have successfully slain the jumping rabbit, earning 12 experience points. You have successfully slain the jumping rabbit, earning 12 experience points. After vanquishing 7 more jumping rabbits, basking in the warm, golden glow of leveling up, Lin An reached level 2. Simultaneously, 2 notifications appeared before him. Notification: you have met the criteria for leveling up. Your level has risen to 2. Notification: level increased. Health 12, attack 6, defense 6. What a delightful sensation. This leveling process is incredibly gratifying, Lin An mused. Ascending from level 1 to level 2 took him less than a minute, including the time spent battling and fleeing. In the chat group, those boasting about reaching level 2 took at least 7 minutes at the shortest. Collecting his thoughts, Lin An resolved to venture towards higher-level monster zones for further advancement. Given the terrifying effectiveness of his divine enhancement and level suppression, it was time to forsake the mundane. Furthermore, according to the basic guide to the trial grounds, defeating monsters of the same level yields normal experience and item rewards. However, slaying monsters 1 level below results in a 1/3 reduction in experience and item drop rates, while those 2 levels lower incur a 2/3 reduction. Killing monsters 3 levels beneath yields no rewards whatsoever. Conversely, defeating monsters 1 level higher increases experience and item drop rates by 1/3, 2 levels higher by 2/3, and 3 levels higher doubles the rates. Lin An glanced back at the recently slain jumping rabbits. As their corpses vanished, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. To his surprise, there was equipment. Thus far, he had not heard of anyone in the group chat acquiring any gear from monsters. It seemed everyone else only gained experience. The odds of obtaining equipment from slaying monsters were evidently quite disheartening. Bending down, he picked up the equipment dropped by the jumping rabbit, a bronze amulet. Great, excellent. Level 2. Health, 36 points. A splendid find. He donned it immediately, causing his health to surge to 60 points. Each individual can equip items in 3 slots: hands, body, and accessories. Hand gear enhances damage, body gear boosts defense, and accessories increase health. Equipment also possesses grades, ranging from ordinary, excellent, fine, rare, epic, legendary, to mythical. The higher the equipment's level and grade, the greater the attributes it confers. Fine and superior gear may also possess special additional attributes. Lin An absorbed the foundational knowledge conveyed by the basic guide to the trial grounds, smiling with growing confidence. With his mythical talent, acquiring such treasures would pose no challenge in the future. Bidding farewell to the jumping rabbits, Lin An advanced deeper into the grassy fields. After approximately 3 minutes, he arrived at the level 2 monster zone. Numerous teams were already present in this area. However, Lin An had grown disdainful of monsters of the same level. He had no intention of competing with others for kills. He pressed on deeper. 5 minutes later, he reached the level 3 monster zone. Though bustling with only a few teams, it still did not align with Lin An's ideal monster farming location. Besides, engaging monsters here could provoke unnecessary complications, such as others incessantly pestering him for assistance in leveling up due to his prowess. Such annoyances were best avoided. Crossing over the grassy expanse of the level 3 monster zone, he continued onward. According to the map, he entered a forest teeming with level 4 monsters. Not far off, a team was besieging a level 3 monster. One member, noticing Lin An entering the level 4 zone, exclaimed in astonishment to his teammates. "Did you see that someone just entered the level 4 area?" "Yeah, if they want to seek death, why should we care?" came the reply. "I thought I was seeing things. Perhaps that person is just exploring the level 4 zone. They might come back out soon. Why are you so concerned about them? Are you a fan, admiring their looks?" "Of course not. I'm just focused on battling." However, before they could finish their banter, an electronic voice echoed throughout the newbie village number 00008. Announcement: Lin An has successfully slain a level 4 elite wild wolf, achieving the first kill of an elite monster, rewarding him with 10 gold coins and a rare treasure chest. Upon hearing this news, the conversing duo was instantly rendered speechless. In that moment, the entirety of newbie village number 00008, whether engaged in monster hunting or simply lingering in the safety of the village, was struck with shock and envy. Who is this Lin An? This is outrageous. He has slain an elite monster, and it's a level 4 one. My goodness. 10 gold coins and a rare treasure chest. Lin An? Who is Lin An? Does anyone know him? Please introduce us. Haha, everyone else is battling ordinary monsters. The announcement states Lin An has defeated an elite monster. I suspect it's a system glitch. A system glitch? That comment cracked me up. You simply can't accept that someone is stronger than you, can you? Nonsense. I'm just stating the facts. Even if Lin An did slay the elite monster, it must have been injured or asleep, and he took advantage of the situation. Oh, really? Brother, go find an injured elite monster and show me how you can ambush it. The speaker fell silent. It seemed Lin An was indeed quite the formidable character. Not just formidable, I believe he is a legend, having slain a level 4 elite monster. Those who were just bragging about killing level 3 ordinary monsters. Are you ready to take on level 4 ones now? Ha ha ha. Indeed, they have all quieted down. They love to boast, but now they're silent. Is it that they don't enjoy it anymore? In the chat channel of Newbie Village number 00008. News of Lin An's victory over the level 4 elite monster spread like wildfire. Most responses were filled with envy, while only a select few expressed jealousy with sarcasm. Chapter 4. The Level Up Tool, Double Experience Stone. Yet Lin An paid no heed to the messages, even as notifications and private messages incessantly chimed. He understood that, following the system announcement, numerous individuals would be eager to curry favor with him, perhaps even coveting the rare treasure chest awarded by the system. Taking a deep breath, he mentally commanded the system to mute the message alerts. Then he opened his inventory to find a purple rare treasure chest resting in the first slot. A rare treasure chest. This mysterious chest could yield various items upon opening. Treasure chests are categorized by grades: ordinary, excellent, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. The higher the grade of the chest, the greater the likelihood of acquiring high-quality items. With a mental command, he opened the chest. A hum resonated as the purple light flickered. The rare treasure chest was unlocked. Congratulations. You have opened a rare treasure chest and obtained the rare item, Double Experience Stone. The chest vanished, and a blue stone fell into the backpack. The Double Experience Stone, upon use, grants double experience for slaying monsters. Hearing the system notification, Lin An's face broke into a smile. The Double Experience Stone, what a marvelous item. With his monster-slaying speed, coupled with the benefits of the Double Experience Stone, he would soar to new heights. Others would not even be able to keep pace. Simultaneously, Lin An opened the rare treasure chest, triggering another system announcement. Announcement: Novice Village's Lin An has opened a rare treasure chest and obtained the rare item, Double Experience Stone. The chat group erupted once more. Double Experience Stone? Does it mean double experience for monster kills? Judging from the item's name, it certainly seems so. Oh my goodness. Lin An's luck is simply astonishing. Indeed. Based on my years of gaming experience, early levels are paramount, and the Double Experience Stone is an incredible tool for leveling up. Brothers, have you forgotten? Lin An can slay level 4 monsters. Given his current progress, I suspect Lin An is engaging in fights above his level. Utilizing the Double Experience Stone along with the experience bonuses from overlevel kills, Lin An might very well become the first in our Novice Village 00008. How enviable. The brother above, be more confident, remove the word might. Lin An is simply divine. One can only wonder what extraordinary talent he possesses to be so formidable. Haha. It surely surpasses that of those who were initially flaunting their skills in the group. This is beyond doubt. Those who often remain humble are the true masters. It reminds me of the saying, a full bucket makes no noise, but a half-empty bucket clinks loudly. What the heck? Brother above, what's going on? I recall during team formation at the square, you were the last one picked, and now you're at level 3, higher than me. Haha. It's because I have discerning taste. Share your secrets, brother. Haha. Seeing your earnestness, I shall divulge. I just hope my revelation doesn't infuriate you. Brother, speak. I can take it. The brother you left behind, Song Hu, is a colossal figure. Now he is leading us in overlevel battles. And we are raking in experience at a rapid pace. Overlevel battles? I can barely fend off monsters of the same level without sparking a firestorm. How are you managing overlevel fights? Yes, haha. We are currently in the western area with level 4 monsters, and I'm about to level up. It feels fantastic. Bro, is your team in need of members? Bring me along. We do need someone, but Song Hu has stated he will not take on anyone else. So you shall regret your decision. At this moment, in the southern part of Novice Village, in the level 2 monster area, a man named Zhao Meng gazed at the group messages, nearly spitting blood. The Song Hu mentioned in the chat had once applied to join his team. However, in his view, being level 2 merely meant he could equip items 2 levels higher, which was utterly insignificant in the early game. Thus, he outright rejected Song Hu's application and ridiculed him for possessing a rare talent that was worthless. Now, upon learning that Song Hu was leading a team in overlevel monster battles, he felt a chill run through him. Such immense fortune had slipped through his fingers. Had he accepted at that moment, he too could have soared in levels. Moreover, he had previously mocked Lin An in the group, declaring he would not survive 10 minutes in this world. Realizing his folly, Zhao Meng wished he could slap himself into oblivion. Brother Zhao, there's no need to be too hard on yourself. It was an unavoidable circumstance. Observing Zhao Meng's shifting demeanor, one member of the team attempted to console him, while secretly thinking, Zhao Meng, you fool. If it weren't for you, I could have clung to the thigh of a great figure. How could you be so foolish? If it weren't for your exceptional talent, I would unleash a tirade against you. Yes, Brother Zhao, you acted in the best interest of our team. Everyone has moments of misjudgment. Another chimed in, though inwardly he thought, you didn't misjudge, you were just blind. However, Lin An, oblivious to the accolades being heaped upon him in the chat, was engrossed in reviewing the rewards from slaying the level 4 elite monster. The level 4 elite monster, 2 levels above him, offered a 66 experience increase. This creature, being elite, provided an additional 50 experience. Normally, defeating a level 4 monster yields 18 experience points. After all bonuses, Lin An received 45 experience points. If he used the double experience stone and killed 2 more regular monsters, he could level up. What a thrilling prospect. Without delay, Lin An retrieved the newly acquired double experience stone from his backpack and crushed it. Notification, congratulations. You have gained 1 hour of double experience bonus. The final experience rewards for slaying monsters will be doubled. Fantastic. The final experience rewards are indeed doubled. This means that the experience acquired from slaying monsters is calculated after all bonuses and then doubled. Before continuing his monster hunts, Lin An touched the corpse of the recently slain elite monster, noting the dishearteningly low drop rate. Complaining momentarily, he raised his novice sword and lunged at a nearby level 4 wild bull monster. 85. The wild bull had a total health of 106 and was not instantly defeated. As the wild bull, wounded, retaliated with a hoof aimed at Lin An's chest, he received 0 damage. Despite the 13-level disparity, even with the wild bull's damage potential of 51 points, it could not inflict harm upon Lin An. Enduring the wild bull's attack, Lin An thrust his sword again. 85. The wild bull collapsed. You have overleveled and slain the wild bull. Your experience bonus is increased by 66, and with the final bonus from the double experience stone, you have gained 60 experience points. What a delight. Lin An glanced at his experience panel, 113,134. One more wild bull kill would grant him a level up. Following the same strategy, he continued to assault the wild bull beside him. After 2 consecutive strikes, the wild bull fell. You have overleveled and slain the wild bull. Your experience bonus is increased by 66, and with the final bonus from the double experience stone, you have gained 60 experience points. Your experience has reached the required threshold for leveling up. Your level has increased to 3. Due to your level increase, your health is now 12, attack 6, and defense 6. Looking again at the changes in his attributes post-level up. Name, Lin An. Age, 19. Level, 3, 39,180. Health, 72. Attack, 26. Defense, 20. Skill, reconnaissance. Talent, God level amplification, mythic grade, innate. Equipped gear, novice weapon, ancient bronze amulet. Trial novice village, 00008. Closing his personal attribute panel, Lin An was determined to make the most of the precious time granted by the double experience stone and continue his monster hunts for further leveling. You have overleveled and slain the wild bull. Your experience bonus is increased by 33, and with the final bonus from the double experience stone, you have gained 48 experience points. You have overleveled and slain the wild bull. Your experience bonus is increased by 33, and with the final bonus from the double experience stone, you have gained 48 experience points. As his level increased, the experience bonuses diminished. However, this was of no concern. Lin An continued to eliminate wild bulls while venturing deeper into the area. Chapter 5. Overlevel Slaying, Rapid Level Advancement. 3 minutes later, Lin An arrived at the level 5 monster area. Throughout his journey, he had slain 9 wild bulls. Upon defeating the 3rd wild bull, he had reached level 4. Now, in the level 5 monster area, Lin An stood at level 4, 216,242. He cast his reconnaissance skill towards a level 5 wild wolf. Wild wolf. Level 5. Attributes, normal monster. Health, 158. Damage, 60. Defense, 60. Skill, none. Level 5 monsters will proactively attack players. Moreover, wild wolves have a penchant for roaming in packs. This greatly alleviates the task for Lin An, who has been consistently drawing aggro. He merely needs to venture into the throng of monsters and take a swift circuit. And soon a dozen wild wolves will be eagerly trailing behind him. Under the immense pressure of level disparity, even level 5 creatures are incapable of breaching his defenses. It is akin to effortlessly reaping experience points. Lin An charged directly into the wild wolf territory. Upon sensing an intruder within their domain, the pack of wolves launched a ferocious assault, attempting to claw and bite at him. 0, 0, 0. Damage numbers indicating unbreakable defenses flickered above Lin An's head. Once he had successfully attracted the ire of nearly 30 wild wolves in the vicinity, Lin An raised his novice longsword and commenced his attack. 126. 126. Following 2 quick strikes, 1 wild wolf collapsed to the ground. The mechanical voice of the system chimed in. You have defeated a wild wolf beyond your level. Experience gain increased by 1/3. With a final bonus from the double experience stone, you have earned 56 experience points. Your experience has reached the threshold for leveling up. You advance to level 5. Level up. Your health is now 15, attack 7, defense 7. Bathed in the golden glow of his level up, Lin An's level ascended to 5. Observing the attribute enhancements resulting from his level increase, Lin An fell into contemplation. When he had reached level 4, the system had indicated health at 14, attack at 7, and defense at 7. It appeared that with each level up, the increase in health was progressively greater compared to the previous tier. Attack and defense, however, had seen a consistent increase of 6 points at levels 2 and 3, while at levels 4 and 5, the increment was 7 points. This led him to conclude that as levels rise, health gains surpass previous increments, while damage and defense witness significant increases at certain thresholds. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin An once again raised his weapon. With a thrust, the novice longsword pierced the body of a wild wolf, blood splattering forth. 173. With Lin An's elevation to level 5, the pressure of level disparity against the wild wolves was further amplified. A wild wolf with 153 health was dispatched in a single strike. You have slain a wild wolf. Receiving a final bonus from the double experience stone, you have gained 42 experience points. Without the bonus for defeating a creature beyond his level, the experience yield returned to normal, decreasing by 14 points. Yet, with the rise in his level, Lin An was now able to dispatch them with a single blow. Though the experience gain had diminished, his efficiency had not waned. Continuing unabated, he struck again. 173. 173. After eliminating another 8 wild wolves, Lin An's level surged once more. Your experience has reached the threshold for leveling up. You advance to level 6. Level up. Your health is now 16, attack 7, defense 7. Level 6, 41,436. Approximately 20 wild wolves remained. He raised his sword and pressed on. 230. The damage effects stemming from his level advantage continued to escalate. Naturally, as his level surpassed that of the wild wolves, the experience yield adjusted accordingly. You have slain a wild wolf, experience gain reduced by 1/3. With a final bonus from the double experience stone, you have gained 28 experience points. Thrust, slash, chop. With every strike, Lin An felled a wild wolf. 2 minutes later, all the wolves surrounding him had been eradicated. Although the experience yield decreased, his efficiency remained high. Upon dispatching the 15th wild wolf, his level ascended to 7. With all the wild wolves vanquished, his current level stood at 7, 95,585. Gazing at the multitude of wolf carcasses strewn about, coupled with the remaining 50 minutes of experience gain, Lin An felt a singular emotion, elation. Subsequently, he scoured the remains of the wild wolves, and fortune smiled upon him as he discovered an item, a standard longbow. Grade, ordinary. Level, 5. Damage, 27 points. Attack range, 10 meters. He promptly replaced his novice longsword. Although the level 5 weapon increased damage by 27 points, Lin An valued not the damage but the enhanced range. With a 10-meter attack distance, drawing aggro and engaging enemies would become significantly simpler. After equipping the new gear, Lin An once again perused his personal attributes. Name, Lin An. Age, 19. Level, 7, 95,585. Health, 131. Attack, 74. Defense, 48. Skill, reconnaissance. Talent, divine amplification, mythical level, innate. Equipped gear, ordinary longbow, ancient copper amulet. Trial beginner village, 00008. With his current attributes, even without the enhancement of his talent, he could be considered a paragon within the 00008 beginner village. He promptly closed his personal attributes and opened the map. As his level increased, the fog of war on the map receded, revealing a broader area. Now at level 7, Lin An could view all monster zones beneath level 11. Scanning the map, he identified a level 9 monster area not far from his location, approximately 900 meters away. Following the path indicated on the map, Lin An pressed on without pause, disregarding the various lower-level aggressive monsters that pursued him. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the level 9 monster zone. This area was a marshy lake. Around the lake, marsh crocodiles floated, their heads peeking above the water's surface, basking in the warm sunlight. Within a safe range, Lin An cast his reconnaissance skill on the nearest marsh crocodile. Marsh crocodile. Level, 9. Attributes, ordinary monster. Health, 328. Damage, 143. Defense, 142. Skills, none. With a swift motion, Lin An entered the 10-meter range of the marsh crocodile. Drawing back his longbow, he released an arrow. The magically infused arrow pierced through the void, striking the marsh crocodile directly. 102. The marsh crocodile, having sustained damage, was instantly enraged. It thrashed in the water, sending waves crashing, and identified Lin An as the perpetrator. Bursting forth from the marsh, it charged toward Lin An, its short, wide legs propelling it forward, jaws agape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Drawing and loosing his bowstring, Lin An unleashed 3 more arrows. 102, 102, 102. Before the marsh crocodile could reach him, it was felled by 4 arrows. You have defeated a marsh crocodile beyond your level. Experience gain increased by 2/3. With a final bonus from the double experience stone, you have gained 126 experience points. Delightful. Slaying monsters beyond his level coupled with the double experience stone meant he could level up with just a few kills. He continued on this path. You have defeated a marsh crocodile beyond your level. Experience gain increased by 2/3. With a final bonus from the double experience stone, you have gained 126 experience points. You have defeated a marsh crocodile beyond your level. Experience gain increased by 2/3. With a final bonus from the double experience stone, you have gained 126 experience points. You have defeated a marsh crocodile beyond your level. Experience gain increased by 2/3. With a final bonus from the double experience stone, you have gained 126 experience points. You have defeated a marsh crocodile beyond your level. Experience gain increased by 2/3. With a final bonus from the double experience stone, you have gained 126 experience points. Your experience has reached the threshold for leveling up. You advance to level 8. Level up. Your health is now 17, attack 7, defense 7. Current level 8, 14,784. Witnessing another level increase, Lin An's heart swelled with joy. He couldn't help but ponder, isn't leveling up through monster slaying quite simple? He truly couldn't comprehend why others in the beginner village struggled so much, even facing death at the hands of monsters. Chapter 6, The Emergence of the Boss. Although Lin An's level had risen once more, he was determined to push on, intent on reaching level 10. With renewed vigor, he continued along the marsh's edge. The swamp crocodile launched an attack. 127. Level increased, enhancing the effects of level suppression. Damage amplified. Next, 3 arrows would suffice to slay a single swamp crocodile. 127. 127. Continuing to release 2 arrows towards the advancing swamp crocodile. With a wretched cry, the swamp crocodile fell. You have achieved an overlevel kill on the swamp crocodile, gaining a 1/3 experience bonus, and with the final effect of a double experience stone, you have acquired 88 experience points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. You have achieved an overlevel kill on the swamp crocodile, gaining a 1/3 experience bonus, and with the final effect of a double experience stone, you have acquired 88 experience points. Following the banks of the swamp, 3 minutes later, as the 9th swamp crocodile succumbed, the golden light of leveling up once again shimmered around Lin An. Your experience has reached the threshold for leveling up. Your level has increased to 9. Level increased. Health 18, attack 8, defense 8. Current level 9, 221,051. Let us go. Let us go. Let us strive to reach level 10 in one go. Off to the town, to become the first to acquire a profession. Perhaps a hidden class awaits. Outside the safety zone, targeting the next swamp crocodile. Drawing the bow. Take aim. Whoosh. 158. Whoosh. 158. Thereafter, Lin An engaged in a relentless cycle of shooting. Approximately 2 minutes later, his experience level reached 9, 10121051. At this moment, all swamp crocodiles in the marsh had been slain by him. Looking at the remaining 39 points needed for the next level, Lin An muttered in dissatisfaction. Damn. These monsters respawn too slowly, not nearly enough to kill. Never mind, let us change locations and slay a random creature. But just as Lin An turned, a thunderous roar echoed from behind. Suddenly, a massive wave erupted from the center of the swamp. Lin An's body jolted as he turned to look. There, in the midst of the tumultuous waters, a colossal brown creature surged forth, pushing aside countless aquatic vines and plants. Boss. Upon witnessing the gigantic creature surfacing, Lin An's first instinct was to cast a reconnaissance spell at the still partially submerged beast. Swamp crocodile. Level 10. Type boss monster. Health 1074. Damage 430. Defense 420. Skill charged bite. Charged bite. The swamp crocodile executes a charged bite, inflicting double damage on the target. With a splash, the wave receded, revealing a swamp crocodile nearly 3 times the size of a regular one. Lin An examined the attributes of the swamp crocodile. To be honest, a flicker of trepidation surged within him. With 1074 health, 430 damage, and 420 defense, even with a 14-level suppression, he could not be certain if it would compensate for such a vast disparity in attributes. However, fortunately, the swamp crocodile was rather sluggish on land, granting Lin An a glimmer of hope to fight back. If things turned dire, retreating would not pose much of a problem. Witnessing the swamp crocodile boss, whose eyes glowed red with vengeance for the demise of its kin, force its way through the waters towards Lin An, he retreated, drawing his bow. Whoosh. An arrow was released, striking the charging swamp crocodile boss with precision. 46. A damage value appeared above the swamp crocodile's head. Lin An glanced at his damage output. 89 points. With the swamp crocodile's defense at 420, the difference was a staggering 331 points. This damage was rather substantial. If he could consistently land hits, a barrage of 20 shots could bring it down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 46, 46, 46. As the swamp crocodile boss closed in on Lin An, he unleashed 3 more arrows in quick succession, inflicting a total of 138 health points. Simultaneously, as Lin An released his 3rd arrow, the swamp crocodile boss was now less than 2 meters away. Crunch. The swamp crocodile boss launched an attack. Lin An deftly sidestepped, evading the strike. Whoosh. While retreating, he loosed another arrow. 46. The swamp crocodile boss was left with 844 health points. It seemed that as long as he maintained his agility, he could tackle the boss without sustaining damage. Move. Attack. 46. Crunch. Crunch. The swamp crocodile boss attempted 2 consecutive attacks against Lin An, both of which he skillfully dodged. Enraged by the evasion, the swamp crocodile let out a furious roar, initiating its charged bite skill aimed at Lin An. The skill attack, charged bite, locked onto Lin An, rendering him incapable of evading due to the nature of the attack. As he beheld the massive maw descending toward him, a cold sweat broke out. Internally, he prayed, "Please don't take me out in one hit. Almighty crocodile, grant me a chance. If you spare me, I shall leave immediately." Crunch. The cavernous mouth descended upon Lin An's head, an overwhelming stench assailing his senses. His heart raced furiously. A damage value appeared above him. 0. As the swamp crocodile's attack subsided, Lin An discovered he was still alive, not obliterated. Hastily checking his health, he found it was still full. No way. A level 10 boss couldn't breach my defenses. If that is the case, no more dodging. I won't waste time on attack intervals. Apologies, dear crocodile. Lin An raised his bow once more and unleashed another shot. 46. As a boss, the swamp crocodile possessed a certain level of intelligence. Realizing that its charged bite could not penetrate the defenses of this diminutive human, it understood that if this continued, it would eventually be worn down. It turned its massive body, heading back towards the swamp waters. Seeing the boss attempting to flee, Lin An was not about to let it escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His hands were drawing the bow with such fervor that they seemed to smoke. In the final moment before the swamp crocodile boss submerged, Lin An released one last arrow. 46. The swamp crocodile boss's health reached 0. With a mournful wail, it collapsed. Its enormous carcass thudded onto the shore, simultaneously dropping several gold coins and a piece of equipment. After vanquishing the swamp crocodile boss, Lin An was inundated with a cacophony of notifications. You have slain the swamp crocodile boss. Corresponding experience for your level is doubled. You have achieved an over-level kill on the swamp crocodile boss, gaining a 1/3 experience bonus, and with the final effect of a double experience stone, you have acquired 234 experience points. Your experience has reached the threshold for leveling up. Your level has increased to 10. Level increased. Health 20, attack 8, defense 8. Current level 10, 01409. As you have reached the experience cap for the novice village, you may only earn a maximum of 39 experience points. Notification. You have completed the first kill of a boss monster, earning an additional 50 gold coins. Notification. You have completed the first kill of a boss monster, earning an additional epic treasure chest. Announcement. Lin An of the novice village successfully defeated the level 10 boss swamp crocodile, completing the first kill of a boss monster and receiving 50 gold coins and an epic treasure chest. Announcement. Lin An of the novice village successfully defeated the level 10 boss swamp crocodile, completing the first kill of a boss monster and receiving 50 gold coins and an epic treasure chest. Announcement. Lin An of the novice village successfully defeated the level 10 boss swamp crocodile, completing the first kill of a boss monster and receiving 50 gold coins and an epic treasure chest. Chapter 7. The Apex of Levels. Reward of the Mythical Treasure Chest. Announcement. In Novice Village number 00008, Lin An has reached level 10. The level leaderboard is now activated. Announcement. Lin An has become the first trialist in Novice Village number 00008 to achieve level 10, receiving one rare treasure chest as a reward. World announcement of the trial grounds. Lin An has become the first trialist in the trial grounds to reach level 10, rewarded with one mythical treasure chest. World announcement of the trial grounds. In Novice Village number 00008, Lin An has attained level 10. The next stage will commence in 6 hours. World announcement of the trial grounds. Upon the opening of the next stage, novice players who meet the criteria will be able to enter the subsequent phase. These world announcements left the entire realm of the trial grounds, comprising over 99 million trialists, in a state of astonishment and bewilderment. Across various novice villages in the Great Xia region, questions arose. What on earth is happening? How could someone reach level 10 in less than an hour? This is utterly preposterous. A mythical treasure chest. What extraordinary items could it yield? Just moments ago, someone in the village had slain an elite monster and received a rare treasure chest, unveiling epic gear. What wonders could possibly emerge from a mythical chest? The envy was palpable. Lin An is simply extraordinary. While most are still grappling at the edges of levels 3 and 4, he has soared to level 10. Ha. Judging by the name, Lin An should be one of us from the Great Xia. Surely, there is hope for our land. As levels rise, battling even monsters of the same tier becomes exceedingly challenging without proper equipment. What innate talent does Lin An possess to achieve such feats? I suspect Lin An has stumbled upon some kind of monster spawn point, merely riding on luck. Our village's goddess, Lu Xian, who possesses a legendary talent, is only at level 7. Surely, Lin An must have a mythical grade talent. I wouldn't be so certain in the early stages. Leveling up relies more on the practicality of one's talent rather than its grade. In the novice villages of the Kimchi Nation, voices echoed, "We too have a Lin in our land. Surely, he must be a deity from our nation. The Kimchi Nation is destined to rise. 30 days hence. As the game invades and merges with reality, the Kimchi Nation will undoubtedly emerge as the ultimate victor." In the novice villages of the Cherry Blossom Nation, an outcry erupted. How dare Lin An from novice village number 00008 seize the title of level 1? This is unforgivable. With such a name, he must be from the Xia Nation. He must be eliminated. How dare he possess a mythical treasure chest? Unbeknownst to Lin An, he remained oblivious to the reactions of those in the trial grounds, for at this moment, he was immersed in the euphoria of his substantial rewards. All system rewards were credited in real time, deposited into Lin An's backpack. He did not check immediately. Instead, he approached the corpse of the swamp boss to collect the spoils it had dropped. 2 gold coins. Acquired equipment. Thorned armor. Grade, epic. Level, 10. Defense, 178 points. Special attribute. When damaged, there is a 10% probability of reflecting 100% of the damage back to the attacker. At last, he had obtained a superb piece of equipment with a special attribute. Time to ascend. He donned it immediately. Opening his attribute panel, he surveyed his personal stats. Name, Lin An. Age, 19. Level, 10, 01409. Class, none. Health, 188. Attack, 97. Defense, 249. Skill, reconnaissance. Talent, divine amplification, mythical, innate. Gold, 62. Equipped items, ordinary longbow, bronze amulet. Thorned armor. Attribute, when damaged, there is a 10% probability of reflecting 100% of the damage back to the attacker. Novice village, 00008. Retracting his gaze from his personal attributes, he glanced at the chat bar. The red dot indicating mentions and private messages had soared to 999. He casually opened a few private messages. Great Lin An, I am a soft and cute girl, with a bouncy physique and a lowly voice. Please take me along to level up. My cheerleading voice is exceptionally delightful. Upon seeing the avatar, she did seem rather adorable. However, Lin An's heart harbored no thoughts of women. He dismissed the message and moved to the next. Great Lin An, do you need a mount? I seek an invitation to form a party. Should you desire, I could serve as your mount. Master Lin An, are you selling the epic treasure chest? I am willing to offer 10 million. Once I leave the trial grounds in 30 days, I will transfer the sum immediately. What a time to think of wealth from the real world. Can you even survive for 30 days? He dismissed the message and moved on. Lin An, do you remember me? I am your elementary school classmate. We once shared the same lollipop. A few days ago, I heard from my aunt that she intends to introduce her daughter to you. If you marry my aunt's daughter, we will be relatives. Lost in thought, he had no recollection of this individual. These people could not even concoct a decent excuse. Qin Shi Huang, if you send me the mythical treasure chest, I shall grant you 10,000 resurrected terracotta warriors after you depart the trial grounds. What absurdity. As if I am a fool. Is that you, Lin An? It truly is you. I am Xiao Xiao from the adjacent class in middle school, who has harbored a secret crush on you. Do you remember? I once wrote you a love letter. Could you take me along to level up? He glanced at the message avatar. She seemed somewhat familiar, perhaps a past acquaintance. Being handsome, receiving love letters during school was not surprising, yet he could not recall who had sent them. He filtered her out. Next, Lin An perused a few more messages, all devoid of substance, merely attempts to curry favor with him. Thus, he opted to clear all unread messages with a single click. Just as he finished clearing, within moments, another 100 messages flooded in. Alas, he had no choice but to ignore them. However, through reading the messages, Lin An gathered some information. The novice village he inhabited consisted of 1,000 individuals, most hailing from his own city. He then reopened his backpack. Inside lay 3 treasure chests, a purple rare treasure chest, a red epic treasure chest, and a golden mythical treasure chest. The descriptions of all 3 chests were identical. Opening will yield various items and props. Selecting the rare treasure chest, he opened it. Notification, you have opened a rare treasure chest and obtained a treasure map. Treasure map. Grade, fine. Coordinates, 2364265. Description, using the treasure map at the target location has a chance to trigger a personal dungeon. The last time he opened a rare treasure chest, it triggered a novice village announcement. This time, however, it did not, likely due to the low grade of the item. Lin An pondered as he stowed the treasure map away, curious about the potential rewards from triggering a personal dungeon. He would try it later. Continuing on, he opened the epic treasure chest. Notification, you have opened an epic treasure chest and obtained a rare talent reforged stone. Talent reforged stone. Grade, rare. Description, can reforge future talents, with a chance to elevate them to rare grade. Lin An's eyes sparkled. This was undoubtedly a coveted item. He was acutely aware of the immense power that talent could bestow. Anything that could alter one's talent was highly sought after by all. In the next moment, the novice village announcement resonated. Announcement, in novice village, Lin An has opened an epic treasure chest and obtained a talent reforged stone. Chapter 8. The mythical treasure chest unveils a hidden class scroll, triggering another announcement, causing the channel messages of Novice Village number 00008 to explode once more. Damn it. Does Lin An ever cease? The entire Novice Village's announcements have been monopolized by him. In a Novice Village of nearly 1,000 people, with only Lin An triggering announcements. What does that signify? It indicates Lin An's prowess. What constitutes monopolization if not this? If you possess the capability to trigger one, I shall call you brother. To speak candidly, just last month, I partnered with Lin An to deliver takeout. During our time delivering, I was struck by his remarkable demeanor, truly astonishing. Gentlemen, does anyone know the purpose of the talent reforging stone? Heh. It's evident from the fellow upstairs that he has indeed diligently studied the basic guide to the trial grounds. My apologies, I seem to have forgotten. Could you enlighten me? The talent reforging stone, akin to talents, possesses 7 tiers. Utilizing the talent reforging stone allows one to reforge their subsequent day's talent, with the potential to acquire a corresponding talent of the same grade. Goodness, how extraordinary. I wonder what grade talent reforging stone Lin An has drawn. To trigger a system announcement, it must be at least of the rare grade. Rare grade. My heavens. I am exceedingly envious. Heh, who wouldn't he be? My first day talent is of the excellent grade, and I am merely waiting for the subsequent day as talent to alter my fate. Yet, I have no inkling of how to acquire it. The subsequent day as talent requires one to attain level 10 before it can be obtained. Do you know how to achieve it? I do not. Brothers, is there anyone who can get in touch with Lin An? I wish to purchase his talent reforging stone. Upon leaving the trial grounds, I will reward you with 100,000 daxia coins. The brother upstairs, have you lost your mind? Let us not even discuss whether you can survive the trial grounds. Do you truly believe that the currency from the original world will hold any value after the game merges with reality? I share your sentiments. I suspect that the unified world currency will inevitably be gold coins. Certainly, there is no doubt about it. By the way, everyone, have you ever obtained gold coins? I was fortunate enough to defeat a level 4 monster just now and received one. How enviable. Do you know what gold coins are good for? I have yet to discover their utility, but I am confident they will prove invaluable as we level up. Lin An is truly remarkable. I just glanced at the level leaderboard, and he has a full 5 levels ahead of the second place. Envy abounds. The top player on the leaderboard receives a 1.5x experience card daily, ensuring Lin An's steady ascent. While it appears he has a 5-level lead, I fear it may be more than that. For as 1's level increases, the experience required to level up escalates. Lin An has already reached the Novice Village's level cap. I wonder what he is currently up to. At this moment, Lin An is placing the talent reforging stone he holds into his backpack. His gaze fixed on the final mythic chest. Open. Notification. You have opened a mythic chest and obtained a hidden profession scroll. A hidden profession scroll. Description, upon use. It triggers a hidden profession dungeon. Completing the dungeon tasks may yield a hidden profession. Usage restriction, level 10, non-novice village. Goodness. It's as if my wishes have been granted. This is exhilarating. Lin An exclaimed in excitement. Simultaneously, the novice village announcement reverberated once more in everyone's ears. Announcement. Lin An from the novice village has opened a mythic chest and obtained a hidden profession scroll. The resounding announcement left all villagers in a state of bewilderment. Heavens! A hidden profession scroll. Lin An is already so formidable, and yet he has also drawn a hidden profession scroll. How can we possibly compete? Haha. I view this as a positive development. Lin An's prowess is commendable, and during the monster invasion, daxia shall surely be saved. I concur with the brother upstairs. Although I may perish in the trial grounds, Lin An undoubtedly possesses the capability to reach the central city and escape the trial grounds. In the future, with Lin An safeguarding daxia, it is a blessing for our land and for me. Indeed, with Lin An's protection, even if I were to meet my end, I would willingly sacrifice myself for my family's survival. Yes, I only hope that Lin An grows ever stronger, while I am filled with envy, even jealousy. I also extend my heartfelt wishes. My sentiments align with those of the brother upstairs. One identical. Brothers, your words are nearly overwhelming me with emotion. However, we must not surrender. We must strive to survive and escape the trial grounds. Even amidst the game merging with reality and monsters invading the world, we, the cannon fodder, must still endeavor to vanquish a few of the invading beasts for the sake of daxia. Oh dear, you have ignited my fervor. Let us slay monsters, level up, and enhance our strength. Yes, let us focus on defeating monsters and leveling up. Only by truly possessing strength can we alter our fates. Gentlemen, I shall remain incognito. Do not tag me. I am now resolved to combat monsters and level up. Brothers, one of our team members has tragically fallen, causing the remaining 3 teammates to flee back to the novice village in fear. Is there a team in need of a member? Count me in. I am level 4. With 51 health, 36 damage, and 27 defense. My excellent grade talent allows for a 50 chance to reduce the target's defense by 20 with each attack. My current coordinates are 30211554, Those nearby can invite me directly for an instant team-up. The brother upstairs possesses impressive talent attributes. Join my team, as we are in need of one more member. In an instant, the chat in the channel became fervently animated, as many ceased their idle chatter and began earnestly leveling up and battling monsters. Meanwhile, Lin An, having acquired the hidden profession skill book, stored it in his backpack and turned his attention to the requirements for advancing to the next stage, to leave the novice village and enter the subsequent scene. Aside from the countdown triggered by his own ascension to level 10, the novice village must also meet the following 2 conditions. 1. 10 challengers in the novice village must reach level 10. 2. The novice village's teleportation guardian boss must be defeated. Gazing at the departure requirements before him, Lin An let out a sigh. Given his abilities, slaying the novice village's teleportation guardian boss should not pose much difficulty. However, the necessity for 10 challengers to reach level 10 in the novice village strikes him as somewhat absurd. Subsequently, he opened the recently triggered level leaderboard. The leaderboard displayed a total of 10 individuals. First place, Lin An, level 10. Second place, Zhou Yuan, level 5. Third place, Song Hu, level 5. Fourth place, Yu Haiquan, level 5. Fifth place, Lu Weiwei, level 5. The remaining 9 individuals were all at level 5. One wonders whether these individuals will be able to reach level 10 within the next 6 hours. Lin An pondered. Never mind. If, in an hour or 2, the remaining 9 fail to reach level 10, I shall take it upon myself to expedite their leveling. Finally, he cast his gaze upon the experience scroll available on the leaderboard. A 1.5x experience boost is quite favorable. Chapter 9. Digging for treasure maps and triggering unexpected dungeons. With nearly 6 hours remaining until his journey to the town, Lin An directed his attention to the treasure map. With a lull in activities, he decided to excavate the treasure map. Opening the map, he noted that his current position was 3,000 meters away from the treasure excavation site. Considering the winding paths, it should take approximately half an hour on foot. Moreover, the monsters in that area are only around level 8, posing no danger to Lin An. Having made his decision, Lin An followed the map's directions along the winding path toward the treasure excavation point. After approximately half an hour, he arrived at the excavation site, cleared the surrounding monsters, retrieved the treasure map, and clicked to dig it up, beginning to excavate the treasure map. The successful excavation of the treasure map has been achieved. Congratulations, you have triggered the treasure map dungeon. In 30 seconds, you will be transported into the dungeon. So please prepare yourself. Meanwhile, the system announcement echoed once more in the ears of all individuals in newbie village number 00008. Announcement. Congratulations to the trialist Lin An from Newbie Village for excavating the treasure map and triggering the treasure map dungeon. Here we go again. Thankfully, this time there was a gap of over half an hour before Lin An triggered the system announcement again. Indeed, otherwise, I would have been on the brink of collapse. I believe the reason Lin An didn't trigger the announcement earlier is that his level has reached the cap for Newbie Village. Bro, please don't say that next time. It makes me feel utterly useless. By the way, what exactly is this treasure map dungeon? Does anyone know? I do. The treasure map dungeon is one of the fortuitous encounters. If you clear it, you might obtain a second innate talent. No way. Please tell me where I can get a treasure map. I'm not sure, but I think Lin An's treasure map must have come from a treasure chest. Sigh. Another day of envy. Indeed, I wonder when I will be able to procure a treasure map. Bro, I advise you to let it go. Why should I? According to my knowledge from the basic guide to the trial grounds, the monsters in the treasure map dungeon are at least of elite level. If you're using a high-quality treasure map, the monsters you encounter may even be several levels above you. If you trigger it without a strong ally to guide you, you're bound to meet your demise. The guy upstairs is quite knowledgeable. He knows so much. Miss, don't be infatuated. It's not that the guy upstairs is brilliant. If he is not brilliant, then what is it? From my understanding, it's due to the fact that we all have differing pieces of information gleaned from the basic guide to the trial grounds. Is that so? I should engage more in discussions in the group from now on. Miss, I think communicating elsewhere would be beneficial too. You lecture. Seriously, everyone. We must strive harder. Lin An may soon gain his second innate talent, and we cannot hold back Newbie Village number 00008. Yes, we absolutely cannot impede Lin An's progress. Let us work hard. Let us aim to reach level 10 by tomorrow and leave Newbie Village alongside Lin An together. Let us encourage each other. On the other side, as the countdown concluded, Lin An was transported into a damp and shadowy cave. Upon entering, he opened his map. According to the map's guidance, this dim cave consists of 3 layers. Each layer is teeming with countless dark monsters and a guardian boss. Defeating all the monsters and the boss on each layer will allow passage. Rustling sounds echoed ominously within the cold, dark cave. Lin An turned toward the noise. In the corner of the cave, a pair of eyes gleamed with a ghostly blue light, locking onto Lin An, the intruder, like lanterns from the underworld. In the next moment, the rustling became more frantic as the blue-eyed creature swiftly approached Lin An. When the creature fully emerged from the shadows, Lin An finally discerned that it was a centipede nearly a meter long. Observing the monstrous centipede scuttling towards him, Lin An cast a reconnaissance spell. Blood Centipede. Level 11. Attributes: Elite Monster. Health 652. Damage 235. Defense 264. Skill: Venomous Bind. Venomous Bind sprays venom at a designated target, causing 235 damage per second for 2 seconds. This is rather terrifying. At this stage, I could probably contend with it alone in the entire trial grounds. In the next moment, seeing the blood centipede within 3 meters, Lin An drew his longbow. With a swift motion, he released an arrow. Whoosh. A precise hit. 79. While attacking, he instinctively retreated to evade the blood centipede's strike. Why bother dodging against such a trivial foe? Thus, Lin An faced the blood centipede head-on. Whoosh. 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 He relentlessly loosed arrows. Soon, the blood centipede spewed forth a grotesque pool of blue blood, collapsing into a crimson puddle. The stench of the blood centipede's demise wafted through the dark cave. The rustling sounds grew increasingly numerous. Lin An surveyed his surroundings. Following the death of this one blood centipede, countless others emerged from the cave, launching an attack against him. 10 seconds later, Lin An found himself surrounded by a dozen blood centipedes. Standing amidst the swarm, he withstood their ineffective assaults, dealing 0 damage. One arrow after another. He harvested the lives of the blood centipedes. Throughout this process, Lin An felt no pressure but was rather disgusted, as the venom they spewed created a pool of sticky slime that weighed heavily on his psyche. Finally, after nearly 5 minutes of battle, he cleared the surrounding blood centipedes. After tidying up the slime clinging to him, he proceeded deeper into the dark cave, searching for the teleportation point to the next layer. However, just as he entered the next shadowy chamber, he encountered another group of the repugnant blood centipedes. Gripping his disgust, he continued to fight. 6 minutes later, he eradicated them all. Continuing onward, he traversed a damp passage, revealing another dark chamber ahead, dense with blood centipedes. This time, however, at the chamber's end, there was one that was at least twice the size of the others. This must be the boss. Clearing out this chamber's blood centipedes should activate the teleportation array to the next layer. Before the battle, Lin An cast a reconnaissance spell on the blood centipede boss. Blood Centipede. Level 11. Attributes: Boss Monster. Health 1235. Damage 469. Defense 447. Skills: Venomous Bind, Venomous Corrosion. Venomous Bind sprays venom at a designated target, causing 469 damage per second for 2 seconds. Venomous Corrosion. Targets affected by the venom suffer a 30 reduction in defense for 10 seconds. Chapter 10. Another elevation. Acquiring a worded weapon. Facing an entire chamber of blood centipedes, Lin An's strategy was to stand at the entrance of the chamber, draw his bow, and exchange fire with the centipedes inside. The centipedes struck by Lin An bore damage numbers floating above them. 79. 79. The blood centipedes launched their attacks. Lin An's display read 0. 0. Notification: the blood centipede used Venomous Bind, dealing 0 damage to you. Notification: the blood centipede boss used Venomous Corrosion, reducing your defense by 30 for 10 seconds. Current defense 174 points. Notification: the blood centipede boss launched a normal attack, dealing 0 damage to you. Amidst the onslaught of the blood centipedes, Lin An could only think, put in some effort. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of relentless combat, all the blood centipedes in the chamber fell beneath Lin An's relentless assault. Simultaneously, as the blood centipede boss collapsed, blue lines appeared on the stone wall at the back of the chamber. A portal leading to the next layer manifested before Lin An. Upon inspecting the corpse of the blood centipede boss, he found it yielded a mere 2 gold coins. What a miser! Lin An scoffed, making his way to the portal. Passing through the wall, entering a new scene, he opened his map to confirm his location, the second layer of the dark cave. This layer, compared to the first, was more expansive, featuring only one chamber. Monsters congregated in greater numbers, forming clusters. As Lin An ventured forth, several nearby creatures sensed his unfamiliar presence. Their shadowy gazes turned towards him. In the next moment, a cacophony of low, guttural growls erupted as a dozen monsters charged at Lin An, observing the oncoming horde. Lin An swiftly cast a reconnaissance spell. Mutated Cockroach. Level 12. Type: Elite Monster. Health 720. Damage 281. Defense 294. Skill: Fortification. Fortification increases its own defense by 50% for 30 seconds. With a swift motion, Lin An released an arrow, striking the nearest monster. 62. As the creature's levels ascended, Lin An's effective damage diminished, a phenomenon he found unfathomable. He could hardly envision how others might conquer the treasure map dungeon. The stage was set for a brutal showdown. Half an hour later, with his fingers nearly numb from shooting, Lin An had finally whittled the monsters down to a single boss. The mutated cockroach boss appeared ravenous, voraciously devouring the corpses of the elite cockroaches he had slain. Lin An cast another reconnaissance spell at the insatiable boss. Mutated cockroach boss. Level 121. Type: Boss Monster. Health 12, 500, 200. Damage 530, 300. Defense 583, 300. Skills: Fortification. Devour. Fortification increases its own defense by 50% for 30 seconds. Devour consumes the corpses of its kind, temporarily boosting its attribute limits. Lin An was taken aback by the boss's augmented attributes. This temporary enhancement seemed utterly outrageous. He was uncertain if he could withstand it. A cold sweat broke out as he contemplated the implications of allowing it to feed further. Yet, before he could dwell, he loosed another arrow at the boss, which was still consuming its kin. 18. A damage value appeared above the boss's head, and Lin An noted the alarming reduction in damage dealt. At this rate, vanquishing the mutated cockroach boss would require a staggering 200 shots. He questioned whether he could endure the boss's onslaught. However, based on his combat experience, he was aware he possessed 188 health points. Despite the 12-level disparity, even with the boss's temporary attack power soaring to 883, he was confident he would not be annihilated. He resolved to give it a try. If he found himself overwhelmed, he would promptly abandon the dungeon challenge. The arrow's impact roused the mutated cockroach boss from its feast. It brandished its antennae and lunged at Lin An. He deftly maneuvered to evade the attack. The boss's formidable damage of 883 sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to decide to maintain his movement while simultaneously firing another arrow. Whoosh! The boss's speed surged unexpectedly, causing Lin An's arrow to miss. What the hell? How can a monster maneuver like that? Lin An shouted, releasing another arrow. It hit. 18. Thus began a relentless 5-minute exchange of blows, with Lin An and the mutated cockroach boss engaging in a tactical dance of evasion and attack. During this period, Lin An managed to reduce the boss's health by nearly 500. However, he also suffered several hits from the creature, yet the damage was within his tolerable limits. A miscalculated movement led to the boss's jaws sinking into Lin An's arm, triggering a damage notification. 1. Glancing at his remaining health of 165, Lin An retaliated with another arrow. 12. With the boss in its fortified state, its defense had surged by 50%, resulting in further diminished damage from Lin An's attacks. The battle raged on. 12. A miss. 12. Another miss. 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 18. The boss's rapid movements had reduced Lin An's accuracy to a mere third. Another 15 minutes passed, and Lin An finally depleted the boss's additional health. However, his own health had dwindled to 143 points in the process. As Lin An pressed on, lowering the boss's health below 1,000, the mutated cockroach made a jaw-dropping decision. It ceased combat and began to scurry around the vast chamber. This unexpected retreat further diminished Lin An's chances of landing hits, now falling to less than 1/5. What the hell? You're a boss, and you're playing this game? Lin An exclaimed, brandishing his bow and giving chase throughout the chamber. Ultimately, after nearly 20 minutes of relentless pursuit, the mutated cockroach boss fell with a mournful wail. Concurrently, a teleportation array materialized at the chamber's end, leading to the next level. Lin An retrieved his hand from the boss's corpse, feeling fortunate this time. In addition to 3 coins, he had also looted a weapon, dark staff quality, fine level, 10 damage, 82 attack range, 8 meters special attribute. There is a 10 chance to inflict dark burn on the target, dealing an additional 30 true damage. Incredible. His luck was nothing short of miraculous. The fine quality equipment had even triggered a blue text special attribute. He swiftly equipped it. Turning to his personal attributes, name, Lin An, age, 19 level, 10-01409, class, none health, 188 attack, 152 defense, 249 skill, reconnaissance talent, divine amplification, mythical, innate, gold, 67 equipped gear, dark staff, bronze amulet, thorn armor attribute 1. When taking damage, there is a 10 chance to reflect 100 of the damage back to the attacker. Attribute 2. There is a 10 chance to inflict dark burn on the target. Trial Beginner Village, 00008. Chapter 11. The catastrophe monster appears. Lin An closed his personal attributes and took a brief respite to restore his lost health through meditation. Rising, he prepared to advance to the final layer. However, just as he was about to step through the portal, an announcement echoed in his ears. Announcement. Shun Gong of the Beginner Village has successfully slain the level 2 catastrophe monster, Rampaging Wild Chicken, completing the first kill of a catastrophe monster and receiving a reward of 100 gold coins and a legendary treasure chest. In the trial grounds, monsters were classified into 4 tiers: normal, elite, boss, and catastrophe, with the exception of normal monsters. Every trialist completing their first kill of a monster in any beginner village received additional gold and treasure chest rewards. Damn it, are catastrophe monsters that easy to encounter? Lin An grumbled, feeling slightly disgruntled that he hadn't achieved the first kill himself. Just as he finished his complaint, the announcement chimed again. Announcement. Shun Gong of the beginner village opened a legendary treasure chest and obtained a corresponding level legendary weapon. A corresponding level legendary weapon. The chat channel for Beginner Village 00008 erupted with messages once more. Wow, corresponding to the legendary tier weapons. This is simply astounding. Haha, what is so amazing about it? We should be lamenting instead. With our current low levels, opening such a high tier weapon would be a tremendous loss. Those upstairs know nothing. With a legendary weapon, leveling up will be swift. Once we gain levels, what is there to fear about acquiring fine items? I concur, and after battling for over 2 hours, I've realized that the trial grounds impose a level suppression. While equipment attributes are significant, it appears that levels hold even greater importance. Qingong, dear master, please showcase your legendary weapon for us to behold. 1. Qingong, we wish to see it. I am so envious. A Calamity level monster was actually defeated by Qingong. Is Qingong here? I'm a beauty. Could you assist me in leveling up? Qingong, I implore you to reveal your legendary weapon. Thank you. Dear brothers and sisters, I shall share it in the group chat right away. A profile picture of a refined individual, with the name displayed as Qingong the Challenger, spoke in the group chat. Shortly thereafter, Qingong sent the details of the legendary weapon in the chat channel. Desert Eagle. Rarity, Legendary. Level, 6. Damage, 177 points. Attack range, 15 meters. Special attribute 150 chance to inflict a penetrating effect, dealing double damage to the target. Special attribute 210 chance to deal critical damage. Wow. This weapon is extraordinary. At level 6, it boasts 177 points of damage, accompanied by 2 additional attributes. Qingong is indeed impressive. Qingong, we beseech you to lead us in leveling up. With this weapon, Qingong has truly risen. Haha, risen? My brother, you must be blind. Qingong is already level 6, among the top 10 of the novice village leaderboard. He has long since ascended. If a legendary weapon is this formidable, one can only imagine the power of a mythical weapon. Wow, it's simply unfathomable. Let us focus on equipping 3 pieces of gear first. After Qingong triggered 2 announcements in succession, Lin An grew somewhat curious. At this moment, he too was lurking in the chat group. Observing the weapon attributes shared by Qingong, he couldn't help but be astounded. This item is truly monstrous. Not only does it have a long attack range, but it also possesses a 50 high probability of triggering double damage. If it also triggers a 10 critical hit, that would mean quadruple damage. Amazing. If he transitions to a gunslinger at level 10, combined with class skills, the output effect of this weapon will increase exponentially. Though this weapon is only level 6, its dual attributes can certainly be utilized until level 20. Lin An took a deep breath, steeling his resolve, and closed the chat interface. He stepped into the portal, entering the final layer of the dark cave. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Inside the dark cave, the sound of dripping water echoed through the passage. Lin An glanced around, not spotting any monsters. He proceeded along the damp corridor, delving deeper into an increasingly dim and eerie environment. Soon, he arrived at the end of the passage, where a natural cave connected to the tunnel appeared before him. The natural cave was enveloped in darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. Lin An hesitated to enter recklessly, picking up a stone and tossing it into the cave. Clink, clink. The stone landed in the cave, producing a series of crisp collision sounds. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings reached Lin An's ears. Numerous dim points of light at the cave's ceiling swiftly approached him. Lin An quickly retreated, and soon, 5 bats, each at least 1 meter long, came into view. He cast a reconnaissance spell. Bloodsucking Bat. Level, 13. Attributes, Elite Monster. Health, 794. Damage, 310. Defense, 323. Skill, Bloodsuck. Bloodsuck inflicts double bloodsucking damage on the target and restores an equivalent amount of health to itself. Facing the 5 bloodsucking bats flying towards him, Lin An raised his dark staff and unleashed a black magic sphere. In the trial grounds, all challengers in the novice village, prior to class transition, find their weapon attacks automatically adapt to the weapon's attack attributes. After an hour of intense practice against the mutated cockroach boss, Lin An's ranged attack accuracy had drastically improved. As the bloodsucking bats approached, his black magic sphere struck true. 77. 23. Damage values appeared above the bats' heads. Lin An was momentarily stunned but quickly realized that the additional damage must have triggered the dark staff's 30 true damage. Subsequently, Lin An endured the bloodsucking bats' attacks, which dealt 0 damage to him. It took him 2 minutes to eliminate all 5 bats. For the remainder of the time, he employed the same strategy, tossing stones into the natural cave to lure out the bloodsucking bats, enduring their attacks to defeat them. After 10 minutes, when Lin An tossed another stone into the cave, no more bloodsucking bats emerged. Assuming he had dispatched all the elite bloodsucking bats, he retrieved a piece of luminous stone dropped by them. Luminous stone. Description: a one-time use item that grants a firefly torch lasting 60 minutes. As he crushed the luminous stone, a torch radiating blue light appeared in Lin An's hand. Holding the torch, he entered the cave. The luminous stone's light was extraordinarily penetrating, instantly illuminating the entire cave. Lin An looked up and scanned his surroundings. To his astonishment, just 7 or 8 meters above him, a massive bloodsucking bat was fixated on him. Its eerie blue eyes seemed filled with intelligence, regarding Lin An with a disdainful gaze. Wow, even monsters have become sentient. Bloodsucking Bat. Level, 13. Attributes, Catastrophe Monster. Health, 3078. Damage, 985. Defense, 1143. Skills, Bloodsuck, Sonic Attack. Bloodsuck inflicts double bloodsucking damage on the target and restores an equivalent amount of health to itself. Sonic Attack deals basic damage to all targets in a wave, stunning them for 5 seconds. Hiss. Lin An gasped in shock. The attributes of this catastrophe monster are truly grotesque. Compared to a boss monster, they are nearly double in strength. However, Lin An was not intimidated, for his mythical level talent provided an even greater suppression. He tossed the torch to the ground and unleashed a black magic sphere at the bloodsucking bat hanging on the cave wall. Chapter 12. Is it customary to start with a powerful move? The damage value appeared above the bloodsucking bat. 21. The damage is rather low. Lin An sighed. However, thanks to the level suppression, defeating the monster should not be a significant issue. Lin An raised his staff, preparing to strike again. Yet, just as he lifted the staff, a series of notifications rang in his ears. Notification: the bloodsucking bat has initiated a sonic attack. You have sustained 1 point of damage. Notification: you have been inflicted with a 5-second stun. Notification: thorn armor damage rebound triggered. You dealt 1 point of damage to the bloodsucking bat. Caught in a stunned state, Lin An found himself momentarily dazed. Is it customary to start with a powerful move like this? As he was stunned for 5 seconds, the bloodsucking bat attacked him 7 times. His health plummeted to 180. As the stun ended, Lin An raised his dark staff, ready to retaliate. Although the bloodsucking bat could only inflict 1 point of damage with each attack, it possessed over 3,000 health. Given his current damage output, he would need to land approximately 150 successful hits to bring it down. Furthermore, as the bloodsucking bat was a flying creature, dodging its attacks through movement proved exceedingly challenging, especially with its stunning ability. This back-and-forth battle, with even a slight injury, there exists a formidable possibility that Lin An might succumb to the relentless assault of the vampire bat. Within his heart, a flicker of pressure began to manifest. He exhaled heavily as he launched 3 consecutive attacks against the vampire bat. 21. 21. 2 attacks missed their mark, yet he managed to strike true twice. Simultaneously, Lin An found himself struck once by the vampire bat, a damage notification appearing above his head. 1. Thus, the exchange of blows continued. Lin An deftly maneuvered while engaging in a fierce exchange with the vampire bat. The cooldown period for the bat's sonic attack was 90 seconds. Each time its ability came off cooldown, it unleashed its skill upon Lin An. With every activation, he would inevitably lose at least 8 points of health. Casting a glance at his health, he noted a remaining 153 points. On average, the vampire bat inflicted 14 points of damage every 90 seconds. This implied that he had to eliminate the vampire bat within the next 16 minutes, without any unforeseen incidents, lest he risk being worn down to death by the creature. Once more, he cast a reconnaissance spell upon the vampire bat. The creature's current health stood at 2,479 points. This indicated that in the span of 3 minutes, Lin An had managed to deplete approximately 600 points of the vampire bat's health, averaging 200 points per minute. At this rate, he could vanquish the vampire bat in under 13 minutes. Theoretically, this meant that he would still remain above the critical health threshold upon defeating it. With a newfound theoretical assurance, Lin An felt a sense of relief wash over him. He continued to dodge attacks, managing to avoid damage. 10 minutes later, the vampire bat's health dwindled below 300, while Lin An retained 73 points of health. Everything was progressing according to his theoretical expectations, and a confident smile graced Lin An's face. As time unfolded, Lin An gradually deciphered the vampire bat's attack patterns, thereby increasing his probability of landing hits. With the bat's health reduced to less than 400, he aimed to conclude the battle within the next 90 seconds. However, as he uttered these thoughts, the vampire bat's body suddenly radiated a crimson glow. A system notification echoed in his ears. Alert! The vampire bat is nearing death, triggering rage mode, increasing damage and defense by 50%. Lin An cursed vehemently. According to the basic guide to the trial grounds, Calamity-level monsters could trigger rage mode when their health fell below 10%, with a mere 1% chance of activation. Monsters in rage mode experienced a 50% increase in both damage and defense. He cast another reconnaissance spell. The vampire bat's details read: Level 13. Type: Calamity monster. Health: 286. Damage: 985492. Defense: 1143571. Skills: Bloodsuck, Sonic Attack. Bloodsuck inflicts double bloodsucking damage on the target while restoring an equivalent amount of health. Sonic Attack inflicts basic sonic damage on all targets and stuns them for 5 seconds. Just as Lin An finished cursing, the vampire bat's sonic attack skill was ready. Alert! The vampire bat initiates a sonic attack. You suffer 2 points of damage. Alert! You are now stunned for 5 seconds. Alert! You are immobilized and unable to move. Alert! You suffer 2 points of damage from the vampire bat's attack. Alert! You suffer 2 points of damage from the vampire bat's attack. In the span of 5 seconds, Lin An endured 7 instances of damage, reducing his health to 59 points. Although the damage inflicted by the vampire bat had merely doubled from 1 to 2 points, it sent a jolt of fear through Lin An. to retreat or to persist. Damn it, let us fight on. In that fleeting moment, Lin An made his decision. If his health dipped below 15 points and he had yet to slay the vampire bat, he would concede. With a swift motion, he retaliated with a dark sphere, landing a hit. 14. A damage value appeared above the vampire bat. Astonishingly, the damage had decreased by 30%. Fortunately, Lin An had become increasingly adept at both striking and evading the vampire bat's attacks. The prospect of defeating this calamity-level vampire bat remained within reach. As the 90 seconds drew near, Lin An's health fell to 42, while the vampire bat was left with 139 points of health. The next moment would herald the vampire bat's forced attack round, during which Lin An would inevitably lose at least 14 points of health. A sheen of perspiration broke upon his palms. Suddenly, the vampire bat unleashed its sonic attack. Alert! The vampire bat initiates a sonic attack. You suffer 2 points of damage. Alert! You are now stunned for 5 seconds. Alert! You are immobilized and unable to move. Alert! You suffer 2 points of damage from the vampire bat's attack. This time, counting the basic sonic attack. The vampire bat struck Lin An a total of 8 times, resulting in a health loss of 16 points. His remaining health stood at 26. Witnessing his health plummet, Lin An's heart raced to his throat. As the stun effect dissipated, he hastily distanced himself from the vampire bat and unleashed another dark sphere. It hit. 14. Triggering the equipment effect, he dealt an additional 4 damage. The vampire bat's health now rested at 121. Lin An had 90 seconds to end the vampire bat's life. Should he succeed within this time frame, he would have a chance at survival. Otherwise, he would be forced to retreat. With 60 seconds remaining, Lin An's health stood at 20 points, while the vampire bat's health was at 93 points. During these 30 seconds, Lin An executed 8 attacks, only managing to strike twice, while the vampire bat hit him 3 times. A cold sweat trickled down Lin An's brow, and his composure faltered, resulting in a slight decline in his accuracy. Another 30 seconds passed. During this interval, Lin An adjusted his strategy, reducing his movement and executing a total of 10 attacks. He hit the vampire bat 3 times, one of which fortuitously triggered an equipment effect, causing the Thorn's armor to retaliate once, inflicting 48 points of damage upon the vampire bat. Its health now stood at 45 points. Concurrently, Lin An was struck 4 times by the vampire bat, leaving him with merely 12 points of health. Chapter 13. Completing the treasure map dungeon, triggering the trial grounds announcement. Observing the health comparison between himself and the vampire bat, Lin An initially intended to retreat once his health fell below 15 points. However, knowing he still had 30 seconds of potential action, he hesitated to abandon the fight. If he could avoid being struck by the vampire bat more than 5 times within this 30-second window, victory was within reach. Meanwhile, the highly intelligent vampire bat was also contemplating its strategy. Although it could only inflict 2 points of damage per hit, it recognized that if it could catch Lin An off guard and execute a bloodsuck, the audacious intruder would be eliminated. Both adversaries, each with their own motives, launched another round of attacks. Lin An struck true. 14. Triggering the equipment effect once more. 4. With a decisive strike, he landed another blow. 2. The battle raged on, and only 3 seconds remained. Lin An's health dwindled to a mere 4 points, while the vampire bat's health rested at 14 points. Both still had one opportunity for error. As the vampire bat lunged towards him, Lin An resolved not to evade this time. He would endure the blow. For this time, if he succeeded in landing a hit, victory would be his. The vampire bat struck first. Alert! You suffer 2 points of damage from the vampire bat's attack. Alert! The vampire bat activates its bloodsuck skill, restoring 2 points of health. The bloodsucking bat has only 16 health points remaining. Lin An was momentarily taken aback. Damn it, the bat is tougher than expected. Isn't this cheating? A chilling sense of impending doom surged into Lin An's mind. Cursed be my greed. Simultaneously, he unleashed his final attack, striking the bloodsucking bat. A damage value of 14 appeared above the bat's head. At this moment, both Lin An and the bat were down to merely 2 health points. However, the next turn would belong to the stunned bat. Although only 2 seconds remained, abandoning the dungeon and forcibly teleporting away would precisely consume those 2 seconds. An endless despair began to spread within Lin An's heart. It's over. He felt as if his soul was being extracted by the Grim Reaper. Just then, fortune tilted in Lin An's favor. An exhilarating voice echoed in his mind. Notification. Your attack has triggered an equipment attribute damage, inflicting an additional 4 points of true damage to the bloodsucking bat. Notification. You have slain the Calamity creature, the bloodsucking bat. As the mechanical female voice faded, Lin An's emotions were instantly lifted from the depths of despair to the heights of euphoria. Gazing at his remaining 2 health points, overwhelming excitement caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. In the next moment, an electrifying announcement resonated throughout the trial grounds. Trial grounds announcement. Lin An, the level 00008 novice village trialist, has successfully completed the intermediate treasure map dungeon, earning a reward of 200 gold coins and 1 legendary chest. Trial grounds announcement. Lin An, the level 00008 novice village trialist, has soloed the intermediate treasure map dungeon, receiving an additional reward of 300 gold coins and 1 mythic chest. The news of Lin An's completion of the intermediate treasure map dungeon sent shockwaves through the nearly 10 million souls still alive in the trial grounds. My heavens! An intermediate treasure map dungeon? This is utterly outrageous. Who exactly is this Lin An? Is he cheating? Soloing the intermediate treasure map dungeon. ISNT that's supposed to be for elite monsters? This is absurd. The trial grounds basic guide clearly states that the last monster of the 3rd level of the intermediate treasure map dungeon is a Calamity creature 3 levels higher than the trialists. Right? Even ordinary monsters a level above are difficult to defeat. How is this possible? Good grief. How did he overcome a Calamity creature 3 levels higher? Just recently. A level 7 Calamity creature spawned in the village, and 8 5-man teams attempted to engage it. With a single powerful attack, everyone below level 6 was eliminated, leaving only 2 level 7 veterans alive. How on earth did Lin An accomplish this? This is unfathomable. Soloing the dungeon? Is there some sort of mistake? Are the Calamity creatures in our novice village weaker? If I recall correctly, this is the 2nd time Lin An has triggered an announcement from the trial grounds, right? Brother, you certainly are not mistaken. Only he has triggered an announcement for all of the trial grounds. What kind of talent is Lin An exhibiting? This is simply monstrous. 500 gold coins, 1 legendary chest, and 1 mythic chest. Huh, I don't even want to speak. I still haven't gathered 3 pieces of ordinary equipment. The disparity between people is greater than that between man and dog. My grievances are not solely for myself, but for our entire novice village. While others at level 10 can solo a level 13 Calamity creature, the highest level in our village is merely 7. The novice village 00008 has risen. In the Sakura country region, in no way Takashi wielded his spear with vigor. A damage value of 2,990 appeared above the head of a level 10 rhinoceros monster. The level 10 rhinoceros, with only 320 health points, was instantly obliterated. This is infuriating. I was the first to reach level 10, and now I've been outpaced again. My mythic level talent, Fatal Weakness, has a 99 chance to reduce the target's defense to 1. This should rightfully be my glory. If it weren't for having to carry you useless bunch, I would have already claimed the announcement from the trial grounds. Inoue Takashi continued to swing his legendary spear, venting his frustrations upon his teammates. If our novice village does not become the first to enter the town, you useless lot better not think you'll survive. Lord Inoue, we will surely strive to be the first village to enter the town. I will not let you down, Lord Inoue. Inside the chat group of Novice Village 00008. Messages flooded in. Lin An is incredible. Lin An is mighty. Lin An has triggered another announcement from the trial grounds, raising the prestige of Novice Village 00008. I must say, I truly admire Lin An. Haha who wouldn't he? I can barely handle normal monsters of the same level. While Lin An is already slaying Calamity creatures and completing intermediate treasure map dungeons. Indeed, Lin An has reached level 10 and is now eligible to trigger a 2nd talent. I wonder if he can obtain a 2nd talent through the intermediate treasure map dungeon. I find it rather difficult. Let us not even discuss whether completing the dungeon will trigger the 2nd talent. Even if it does, the chance of acquiring it is exceedingly low. Haha. I think you're just jealous. Jealous of what? I'm merely speaking the truth. You're definitely jealous, don't deny it. Yes, this guy is definitely jealous. I hope Lin An obtains a legendary talent that is directly mythic level. I think it's quite possible, after all. Lin An is the first to complete the intermediate treasure map dungeon, so the chances are significantly higher. Don't try to persuade me. I will undoubtedly become Lin An's loyal follower from now on. Me too. I will only support Lin An from now on. What happened to Zhang Yang, who was flaunting his rare talent when we first arrived in the trial grounds? It's been a while since we've heard from him. Haha. It would be strange if we heard from him. What do you mean? Half an hour ago, I saw Zhang Yang lead a team to challenge a level 7 elite monster. They couldn't be defeated and are now being chased across the map. I don't even know if he is dead or alive. Good grief, how did that happen? He probably won't die? But he'll definitely be in for a rough time. The pursuit distance of an elite monster can span several kilometers. Meanwhile, in the area of the level 7 monsters, a man abandoned by his team was running frantically, drenched in sweat. Behind him, a level 7 elite monster was hot on his heels. That man was Zhang Yang. Glancing at his dwindling health of just over 20 points, he cursed as he fled for his life. Damn it, I was leveling you up. You couldn't handle an elite monster and abandon the team out of fear of drawing aggro. If I survive this, I swear I'll make you ungrateful wretches pay. Chapter 14, Mythic Equipment, Ring of Fiery Departure, 3rd level of the Dark Cave. Lin An sat down to rest, restoring his health to full. His tumultuous heart gradually calmed. He took a deep breath and silently vowed that from this day forth, prudence would be his priority. He would adhere to the path of survival. Never again would he engage in such reckless and perilous actions. After all, he could not rely on luck every time. Though luck is a form of strength, such strength lacks stability. Rising, he approached the corpse of the blood-sucking bat and began to loot it. 5 gold coins, 1 rare attribute scroll, One treasure chest key. A rare attribute scroll. What is this? Lin An felt a stir of excitement within. He had a faint inkling that it must be something extraordinary. At that moment, just as the attribute scroll flew into his backpack, the novice village announcement rang out once more. Announcement. Lin An has encountered great fortune in the intermediate treasure map dungeon, slaying the Calamity creature, the blood-sucking bat, and has fortuitously obtained one rare attribute scroll. On the announcement board again, Lin An gazed at the banner before him, helplessly smiling. He had intended to keep a low profile, yet fate seemed to conspire against him. The chat group erupted once more. A rare attribute scroll? What is that? This must be a valuable item. I just wonder what kind of attribute Lin An has acquired. How enviable. Equipment of excellent quality and above can be enchanted with attribute scrolls, granting a chance to acquire corresponding attributes. Lin An is truly fortunate. What luck. This is sheer skill. I wonder if Lin An has a girlfriend. I would love to be his girlfriend. Don't say you're a girl. I would even want to engage with Lin An myself. Although I was once averse to such ideas, I now find them rather appealing. Meanwhile, Lin An's gaze fell upon the attribute scrolls within his backpack. Rare attribute scroll. Quality, rare. Restriction, can only be enchanted on equipment of excellent quality or above. Restricted to hand slots. Description, inflicts damage on the target, with an accompanying 30 lifesteal effect. What a splendid item. In the trial grounds, many items also possess quality. The categories include ordinary, excellent, exquisite, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. The higher the grade of the attribute scroll type item, the greater the probability of it being successfully attached to the equipment. A rare attribute scroll has a 10 success rate. After inspecting the corpse of the lifesteal bat, Lin An directed his attention to the center of the cave. There, a treasure chest lay, the reward for completing the intermediate treasure map dungeon. He approached the chest, retrieving the key dropped by the lifesteal bat, and proceeded to unlock it. At the moment the chest opened, a brilliant blue light emanated from within. A fist-sized orb of blue light floated at the center of the chest. He cast a reconnaissance spell towards the orb. Talent orb. Required level, 10. Talent name, Healing Touch. Talent level, rare. Talent description. When using healing skills, the recovery effect is increased by an additional 50. Talent type, postnatal talent. Probability of acquisition, 4. Additional description, can choose to collect shards, with a 100 success rate. What the devil? Lin An exclaimed. He was pursuing an offensive path and would not choose to transition into a healing class. Yet here he was, presented with this. He reached out towards the talent orb and opted to collect the shards. Notification, acquired rare level talent shard Healing Touch. Announcement, trialist Lin An opened a treasure chest in the intermediate treasure map dungeon, acquiring a rare level talent shard Healing Touch. Lin An is simply outrageous. Another rare level postnatal talent shard acquired. I am utterly envious. Brothers, what is a talent shard? Returning to the sister upstairs. Multiple identical talent shards can be combined to form a corresponding talent orb, and comprehending the talent orb grants the corresponding postnatal talent. Wow, how magical. I really want that talent. My innate talent is a healing wave of excellent quality. If paired with this postnatal talent, once I change classes, I will undoubtedly become the top healer in Newbie Village 00008. The top healer? Does the sister upstairs have a 36D? Sorry, I really do. Impressive, sister. Forming a team for healing, please. Stowing the talent shards in his backpack. Lin An's gaze shifted once more to the treasure he had acquired from completing the intermediate treasure map dungeon, an additional legendary chest and a mythical chest. Should he hoard them or open them now? If he were to obtain equipment of the corresponding level, being at a lower level now might be somewhat disadvantageous. Never mind. Strengthening his power is paramount. Lin An hesitated slightly. He did not wish to encounter such thrilling events again due to insufficient strength. His heart was already racing. With a mental command, he opened the legendary chest. The legendary chest opened without triggering an announcement. Lin An's heart sank. Perhaps it was deemed worthless. Immediately after, a prompt appeared before him. Notification. You have opened the legendary chest, acquiring an additional 100 slots in your backpack. Lin An was stunned. Indeed, it was worthless. A legendary chest yields this? I can't even fill 20 slots in my backpack, and they grant me an expansion of 100 slots. What use is that? Notification. Expansion effect activated. Current backpack capacity, 120 slots. His gaze turned to the mythical chest, with the legendary chest setting the stage. The mythical chest should not yield something worthless, right? Opening the mythical chest, a mechanical female voice announced. Announcement. Newbie Village Lin An opened the mythical chest, acquiring a corresponding level mythical accessory. Announcement. Newbie Village Lin An has obtained mythical level equipment. The equipment ranking list for Village 00008 is now open. What is happening? Is this game even fair? I haven't even filled my ordinary equipment slots, and Lin An has already opened a mythical accessory. Mythical level equipment. Goodness gracious. And it's level 10. Lin An, could I take a look at your mythical equipment? Brother Lin An, I want to play cards with you. Brother Lin An, my English is excellent. I can teach you for free. Haha, just when Chun Gong opened a legendary level weapon, Lin An has now opened a mythical level accessory. Is this how we're playing? How amusing. Is mythical level equipment this easy to obtain? It's not that mythical level equipment is easy to come by. It's Lin An's incredible prowess. Indeed, Lin An is remarkable. It's disheartening. I've just managed to gather 3 pieces of ordinary equipment, thinking I was ready to soar, and yet this is the blow I receive. Lin An, do you have any unused equipment? I have gold coins. I'm looking to buy. It's so tough. After toiling for hours, I'm still no match for Lin An's casual generosity. Haha. Lin An's casual generosity has already set the limit for Newbie Village 00008. At this moment, Lin An heard the announcement from Newbie Village, and his heart raced with excitement. Mythical level equipment is simply dreamlike. He hurriedly glanced at the mythical accessory just obtained from his backpack. Fire ring. Quality, mythical. Level, 10. Health, 1204. Special attribute 1. Restores a fixed 50 health points per second, only affected by healing restrictions. Special attribute 2. When taking damage, there is a 1 chance to be completely immune to that damage. Special attribute 3. When using skills to attack, skill attack damage is level 1. With a substantial health boost and 3 special attributes, equipment of excellent quality and above can possess up to 5 special attributes. The higher the equipment quality, the greater the probability of having multiple attributes. Moreover, each attribute is exceedingly formidable. Lin An exclaimed in excitement. Incredible. If I equip this item and face the lifesteal bats, it would be utter annihilation. He eagerly donned the equipment and opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Lin An. Age, 19. Level, 1015, 01409. Class, none. Health, 1360. Attack, 152. Defense, 249. Skill, reconnaissance. Talent, divine amplification, mythical, innate. Gold coins, 572. Equipped items, dark staff, fire ring, thorn armor. Attribute 1. When taking damage, there is a 10 chance to reflect 100 of the damage back to the attacker. Attribute 2. Attacks have a 10 chance to inflict dark burn on the target. Special attribute 3. Restores a fixed 50 health points per second, only affected by healing restrictions. Special attribute 4. When taking damage, there is a 1 chance to be completely immune to that damage. Special attribute 5. When using skills to attack, skill attack damage is level 1. Trial Newbie Village, 00008. Chapter 15. The equipment ranking list is now open, with the top rank exceeding 1,000 health points at 1360. For Lin An, this marks a significant enhancement in strength. Comparing health, while his damage may appear somewhat lacking, under the constraints of level suppression, this damage and defense are more than sufficient. Even more terrifying is the special attribute that restores a fixed 50 health points per second, leading Lin An to believe he can now traverse the Newbie Village with impunity. He could face any monster without sustaining injuries. Upon entering the trial land, it took me less than 4 hours to achieve invincibility. Lin An stepped into the teleportation array embedded in the wall. After a subtle sensation of being tugged, he departed from the treasure map instance, breathing in the fresh air. Lin An casually opened the newly activated equipment leaderboard. Rank 1. Fire ring, quality, mythical, level, 10. Rank 2. Desert eagle, quality, legendary, level, 6. Rank 3. Thorn armor, quality, epic, level, 10. Rank 4. Sorcerer's robe, quality, epic, level, 5. Rank 5. Bloodthirsty scimitar, quality, epic, level, 5. Rank 6. Agile amulet, quality, epic, level, 3. Rank 7. Cloud walking staff, quality, rare, level, 7. Lin An gazed at the 10 pieces of equipment on the leaderboard. Although he had 2 items listed, both in the top 3, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. The lowest quality among the 10 items was rare. What does this signify? It indicates that Newbie Village number 00008 is, in fact, teeming with hidden talents, albeit those individuals tend to be rather low-key. With a sigh, Lin An lamented that while he desired to remain inconspicuous, his prowess did not permit it. He frequently triggered announcements in the Newbie Village, even in the trial land. After closing the equipment leaderboard, he opened the level leaderboard. More than 3 hours had elapsed, and changes had occurred. Besides himself, who retained his position at the top, the 2nd to 5th ranks had all reached level 7, while those from 5th to 10th were at level 6. Judging by this pace, it seemed somewhat challenging for 10 individuals to reach level 10 within 3 hours. It appeared that he would need to take matters into his own hands and assist others in leveling up. However, Lin An had no intention of offering his services for free. He believed it necessary to charge a modest fee in gold coins. After all, offering free assistance would only lead to incessant troubles and might even lead others to perceive him as a pushover. Having made his decision, Lin An resolved to act swiftly, intending to elevate the levels of the villagers. In the next moment, he opened the chat channel for Newbie Village number 00008 and announced, 10 gold coins per person. I will assist in leveling you up to level 10. Private messages welcome. First come, first served. After sending the message, Lin An exited the chat channel, opened the map, and located the nearest safe point for level 4 monsters. He set off towards it, all the while keeping an eye on his private messages. Within just a few seconds, He received over 20 messages. Opening the first one, he saw a youthful woman, not unattractive, currently at level 5. Lin An, I only have 8 gold coins. Can you take me? No, Lin An replied curtly. Just as he prepared to check the next message, another one popped up. How about I pay with my body? Lin An felt a headache coming on. Goodbye. The next message was from a young man, around 24 or 25, also at level 5. Big shot. I just obtained an ordinary treasure chest from killing monsters and got 11 gold coins. Meet at coordinates 320-1562. I'll be there soon. Alright, big shot, Lin An acknowledged. After receiving Lin An's consent to form a party, Zhao Qing informed his 4 teammates, everyone, I'm sorry, but I've snagged a spot with Lin An to level up. I'll return to help you once I reach level 10. One of the girls in the group gazed at Zhao Qing with admiration. I'm so envious of you, Zhao Qing. Hee, I just got lucky. The team looted an ordinary chest, and I rolled for it, getting 11 gold coins. Zhao Qing, when you hit level 10, you must come back to help us. Of course, just wait for me. No need to recruit anyone else. Alright, we trust you. Lin An is definitely taking us to a high-level monster area, so be careful. Thanks, everyone. I'm leaving the party now. Lin An will level up quickly. I'll be back right away. With that, Zhao Qing departed the group, running towards the coordinates Lin An provided under the envious gazes of his companions. Meanwhile, Lin An was selecting viable trial participants. So far, he had reviewed at least 50 messages, but only 3 individuals could afford the 10 gold coins. The rest attempted to barter with various peculiar items, such as ordinary equipment in exchange for gold, or even offering their physical services. All these propositions were promptly rejected by Lin An. He insisted on 10 gold coins, and that was that. Still needing one more participant. Lin An glanced at the next message. Lin An, I sing beautifully and am easy to persuade. I want a freeload. The subsequent content was unnecessary to read. So he closed the message. Lin An, I have gold coins. Please take me. Meet at coordinates 320-1562. Alright, Lin An, I'm on my way. With the group nearly complete, Lin An grew weary of continuing to sift through messages. He swiftly cleared and rejected all private messages and quickened his pace towards the gathering point. At that moment, in the chat group for newbie village number 00008, one individual was frantically tagging Lin An. Big shot Lin An, I have gold coins. Please take me to level up. Why has Big Shot Lin An blocked private messages? Lin An, please check the group messages. I have gold coins. I beg you to take me to level up. Is there anyone who can contact Lin An? I'm willing to pay. Oh dear. There are only 4 spots. It must be full. That's why Lin An blocked messages. I'm willing to pay more. Can someone help me contact Lin An? I managed to secure a spot with Lin An, but I'll ask him when he arrives at the meeting point. Thanks. If successful, I will offer a reward of 2 gold coins. Coordinates 320-1562. By this time, 2 individuals had already arrived at the meeting point, 1 man and 1 woman. While they waited, a figure emerged from the depths of the level 5 monster area. It was none other than Lin An. Hello, Lin An. I'm Yu Qingqing. Greetings, Great One. I'm Zhao Qing. Lin An nodded in acknowledgement and sent out party invitations, which they readily accepted. As they entered the team, they each promptly handed Lin An 10 gold coins. Lin An accepted the coins with satisfaction, pleased by their understanding. Lin An, just now there was a girl in the group who was also seeking help to level up, claiming she could increase her payment. What do you think? The party is full. Let her wait for the next round. Alright. Yu Qingqing received Lin An's response and opened her friend list to send a message. Sister, I just asked. Lin An said the party is full and to wait for the next round. Sister, did you mention I was willing to pay more? I did. And Lin An said to wait for the next round. Oh, okay. Thanks, sister. Let's continue waiting. 1 minute later, another teammate arrived. Hello, Lin An. I'm Qi Yan. Lin An nodded, confirming the individual's identity, and sent an invitation to join the team. Qi Yan agreed, and, upon entering the party, also eagerly handed Lin An 10 gold coins. Still needing one more member, they continued to wait. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Still, no one appeared. Lin An began to grow impatient, even starting to wonder if he had been stood up. Perhaps this individual was simply notoriously tardy. After all, by this time, they should have arrived. Taking a deep breath, Lin An resolved to wait another 5 minutes. If no one showed up by then, he would replace them. At long last, after waiting for another 3 minutes, a figure emerged from the hillside not far away. It was a bespectacled young man, appearing rather refined, who sprinted towards Lin An's location. Upon his arrival, he spoke with a hint of apology. Lin An, I'm sorry for the delay. Our team was engaged in a battle with an elite monster. Lin An initially contemplated expressing his irritation, but upon hearing the young man's explanation, he felt a wave of understanding wash over him, his anger dissipating. He sent out a party invitation. Join the team. The man accepted the invitation and joined the party, completing their 5-member squad. However, after Chao Su joined the team, he did not proactively engage Lin An in a transaction for gold. His tardiness caused Lin An to frown once more. When Lin An directed his gaze towards Chao Su, he found him seemingly unfazed, acting as if nothing were amiss. Lin An felt compelled to remind him impatiently, pay first, then we proceed. As soon as Lin An's words fell, Chao Su's previously cultured demeanor morphed into one of bewilderment. With an innocent tone, he queried, "Gold? What gold? Do we still need gold? The boss said to level up. Is gold still necessary?" Chao Su's remarks turned Lin An's expression a deep shade of anger. His efforts to eliminate freeloaders had seemingly led him to yet another one. Despite being clearly stated, how could such shameless individuals still exist? The other 3 members of the party were equally astonished at Chao Su's words. This audacious fellow was clearly testing Lin An, who had explicitly stated in the group chat that it would cost 10 gold coins for leveling up, and even confirmed it in private messages. Not only had Chao Su arrived late, but he was now feigning ignorance regarding the 10 gold coins. He was truly the epitome of a cultured scoundrel. "Are you trying to fool me?" Lin An reprimanded. "I genuinely had no idea. I only saw you mention leveling up in the group," Chao Su retorted defensively. Quickly distancing himself from Lin and clenching his teeth, Lin An felt a surge of anger. He was almost certain that this freeloader was playing him for a fool. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin An's ears. "Notice, teammate Chao Su has left the party." The moment Chao Su exited the team, Lin An raised his dark staff. If he dared to toy with him, he would pay the price. With a swift motion, a dark magic orb shot forth from the tip of the staff, hurtling towards Chao Su. Chao Su's expression changed dramatically, though he did not seem particularly fearful. As the orb struck him, he shouted, "Lin An, is it too much to kill me just because you want to take me along for the level up?" In the next heartbeat, the magic orb made contact, inflicting 1075 damage. Crimson damage numbers appeared above Chao Su's head, and with that, his form rapidly faded, becoming translucent before vanishing entirely, leaving no corpse behind and no system notification of a kill. Lin An gazed at the spot where Chao Su had disappeared. His mind clouded with confusion. "Lin An, it seems that Chao Su possesses a talent that allows him to block fatal damage once every 24 hours. When he suffers fatal damage, he randomly teleports to a nearby location within 1,000 meters, Qi Yin remarked from the side. Lin An's expression darkened further. No wonder this fellow was so brazen. He had that talent. However, since the talent had a 24-hour cooldown, this audacious individual wouldn't escape unscathed. Once he had the time, he would have to deal with him. He then turned to Qing Qing and said, "Call for reinforcements." "All right," Qing Qing replied, opening her friend list. "Sister, we have a spot open at coordinates 320-1562. Hurry over." "What is happening?" "There is a spot available." A guy named Chao Su came over without gold and was killed by Lin An in a fit of rage. Wow, this Chao Su is really reckless. He dares to mess with Lin An? It seems this Chao Su has a special talent, so he didn't actually die, which is why he is so fearless. Trying to see if he can freeload. He deserves to be punished. Let Lin An know, I'm not far from there and can arrive in 5 minutes at most. Thanks, love you sister. Closing the private message, Qing Qing turned to Lin An and said, "Lin An, my sister says she'll be here in 5 minutes at most." Lin An nodded. For minutes later, a stunning young woman, approximately 165 centimeters tall, appeared in Lin An's line of sight, breathless as she reached the meeting point. "Lin An, sorry to keep you waiting." At the same time, she handed over 10 gold coins. Lin An accepted the coins and invited her into the team. After she joined, Lin An glanced at her profile. Her name was Si Yuqing, and she was level 5. He then checked the levels of the other team members. The highest was Qi Yin at level 6. To maximize experience, Lin An opened the map and located an area populated by level 9 monsters, leading the group towards the target area. As they journeyed, the 4 members remained cautious, closely following Lin An while fending off the monsters that attacked along the way. After approximately 13 minutes, they finally arrived at the target area, where they encountered level 9 monsters known as Highle tigers. Lin An cast a reconnaissance spell, Highle tiger. Level 9. Attribute, normal monster. Health, 312. Damage, 130. Defense, 127. Skills, none. In the trial area, even among monsters of the same level, there existed slight disparities in their 3-dimensional attributes. With a breath, Lin An unleashed a magic ball at the Highle tiger. 339. The Highle tiger let out a mournful cry before collapsing instantly. The 4 members gasped in astonishment at Lin An's ability to deal such devastating damage to a level 9 monster. At their current stage, they could only inflict 4 to 5 points of damage on monsters of the same level. Against a level 9 monster, they would be fortunate to even break through its defenses. Lin An can actually achieve a one-hit kill. That is absurd. Notice, your party has slain a Highle tiger, earning 61 experience points. The 4 members were simultaneously greeted with the notification of experience gained. In the trial area, when defeating monsters alone, the experience gained was normal. In pairs, it was 95 of the normal amount. 3 members received 90, and so forth, while a 5-member team received only 80. This is fantastic. Although experience was reduced in a larger group, defeating monsters 3 levels higher still granted double experience. At this pace, reaching level 10 would take barely a few minutes. No wonder Lin An was the first among all trial participants to achieve level 10. They were all curious about the extraordinary talent Lin An possessed. Chapter 17, My Character. Everyone knows with each of Lin An's attacks, a Highle tiger fell. In less than 2 minutes, all 4 members leveled up, bathed in the golden light of their upgrades. Smiles spread across their faces, overwhelmed with joy. Lin An was leading them to level up, a delightful experience, before Lin An took them under his wing. Their fully equipped team struggled against monsters of the same level, often dealing only 3 points of damage, while those with better weapons could manage 4 or 5 points. Killing a single monster took anywhere from 30 seconds to a minute, and after distributing the experience, each member would end up with barely 20 points. In stark contrast to this experience gain, the 4 members felt that while gold was hard-earned, it was undoubtedly worth it. Even more astonishing was the speed at which they were defeating monsters. As Lin An seamlessly transitioned to hunting monsters, he deftly consumed at least half of the allotted time. With a swift exhalation, he struck down a common creature with a formidable blow, achieving an impressive 339 damage. Under Lin An's adept control, not a single strike went awry. Meanwhile, as the first wave of monsters was vanquished, the subsequent spawn struggled to keep pace with Lin An's relentless pace, leading his team of 4 deeper into the grasslands. He continued to dispatch monsters with remarkable speed. 5 minutes later, Qi Yan reached level 8, while the other 3 members attained level 7, mere steps away from the coveted 8th level. At this moment, in the northern region of the novice village number 00008, where level 7 monsters roamed, Shen Gong observed the rapid ascent of the 4 players on the leaderboard. He felt his legendary weapon, the Desert Eagle, lose its allure, despite the advantages it provided. He had only just managed to reach level 8, and he had once believed he would be the second to reach level 10. However, that hope now seemed elusive. With a resounding bang, he fired a shot that struck a level 7 prairie wolf 10 meters away, triggering double damage in a critical hit. The damage displayed above the wolf's head read 84. The already weakened creature let out a pained howl before collapsing. Damn Lin An, I will remember this. Shen Gong seethed, a fierce resentment flickering in his eyes. However, Shen Gong was not the only one who noticed the swift changes on the leaderboard. The majority of players in novice village number 00008 were keenly aware of the situation. Wow, Lin An is leveling up way too fast. Indeed, they reached levels 7 and 8 in such a short time. I remember when they passed by, none of them were on the leaderboard. The highest was only level 6. So envious. If only I had gold coins, I would have asked Lin An to help me level up. Sister, you may lack gold coins, but I have coins and still couldn't secure a spot. I'm the real unfortunate one. Otherwise, I would also have my name on the leaderboard. Yes, I couldn't grab a spot either. I wonder if Lin An is still helping others level up. At this rate, I would be willing to offer an extra gold coin. An extra gold coin? Come on, you're being too stingy. It's not about being stingy. That extra gold coin is all I have. Amidst the envy and resentment, a discordant voice emerged in the group chat. Chao Su, what is going on upstairs, brothers? Never mind. It's not worth discussing. I just want to remind everyone to be wary of Lin An. With that, he concluded his statement, feeling too weak to elaborate. However, his manner of speaking piqued the curiosity of all. They began to tag him profusely. Chao Su, what is the situation? Please elaborate. Chao Su, you can't just leave us hanging. Why should we be cautious of Lin An? While some were intrigued by what Chao Su had to say, others cast doubt on his intentions. Chao Su, are you slandering Lin An? Clearly, this Chao Su is envious and resentful, which is why he is saying such things. Yes. Don't let Chao Su lead you astray. He clearly doesn't have good intentions. I fully support Lin An. As more people joined the chat, the conversation began to divide into 2 factions. Observing the situation, Chao Su sensed the moment was ripe and spoke again. Everyone, those who have teamed up with me know who I am. My character is something they can vouch for. Although my words may have been a bit heated, they are fundamentally the truth. It's understandable that you doubt me. However, witnessing the discord my presence has caused among you is disheartening. Even if Lin An were to slay me, I feel compelled to clarify the facts and explain the situation. Chao Su, if you have something to say, just say it. No matter how strong Lin An is, he can't take on all of us. Yes, I support you too. I can attest to Chao Su's integrity. He is truly reliable. Following this, those close to Chao Su began to speak up in the group. Thank you for your support. Given this situation, I will clarify everything in the group. Keep your eyes open. Huh, Chao Su, do you really think of yourself as important? This whole act is quite impressive. Although Lin An remained silent in the group, there were still those who unconditionally believed in his innocence. Chao Su, just tell us what is going on. Stop being cryptic. Yes, come on, just say it already. It's driving me crazy. If you think Lin An has a problem, just say it plainly. If you keep dragging this out, I suspect your motives. Alright, I'll speak up. Go ahead, let us see what you have to say. When Lin An announced he would help people level up, I managed to secure a spot. However, I was a few minutes late due to hunting elite monsters with my team. For those few minutes of delay, Lin An erupted in fury, accusing me of being tardy and other grievances. I admit my fault. There is nothing to argue about there. I apologized and explained. And while Lin An was understandably displeased, he ultimately accepted me into the party. However, upon joining, he immediately asked me for gold coins. I was caught off guard and jokingly asked if I could give it to him after leveling up. To my surprise, Lin An seized the opportunity to accuse me of not trusting him. How could the top player of Novice Village number 00008 possibly deceive me for 10 gold coins? While he had a point, I couldn't help but think of how hard I had worked to earn those coins. I jokingly said I was afraid of being scammed, hoping Lin An wouldn't take offense. Little did I know, this infuriated him, and he promptly kicked me from the party. Even worse, he attacked me. With a single blow, my health plummeted. Had it not been for my unique talent, I might have already perished. I acknowledged that I was at fault and spoke inappropriately. But Lin An sighed. I've said what I needed to. Be careful, everyone. Chapter 18. Just a level 9 boss, and he's warning me? In the Highland leveling zone. Under Lin An's terrifying monster hunting speed, all 14 members had reached level 9. As the next wave of monsters spawned, they would soon be able to level up to 10. Lin An, someone is slandering you in the group chat. Yu Qingqing suddenly remarked to Lin An during the monster respawn interval. Slandering me? Who dares to slander me? Lin An furrowed his brows, opening the Novice Village group chat. I refuse to believe that Lin An would act in such a manner. I too refuse to believe it. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. It's entirely possible. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, how could Lin An resort to killing? Although we are currently in a trial zone, we will inevitably return to the original world. We cannot disregard the law. Chao Su's experience may very well be a reflection of our future. Upon seeing this message, Lin An felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He instantly understood that the individual slandering him was none other than Chao Su. Exiting the group chat, Lin An was indifferent to how Chao Su had maligned him. He was too weary to engage in petty explanations with a crowd. The strong do not fear rumors. Strength is the ultimate truth. If anyone dared to seek trouble over this matter, they would only meet their demise. Over time, Lin An's desire for vengeance against Chao Su had begun to wane, but at this moment, it surged to a peak. Chao Su's name was solemnly etched onto Lin An's list of targets. Lin An's expression darkened as he swiftly eliminated a newly spawned Highland tiger. The four companions felt the shift in Lin An's emotions and the palpable aura of menace emanating from his gaze, instinctively retracting their necks in apprehension. Deep down, they understood that Chao Su would undoubtedly perish before emerging from the Novice Village. Among the four, 3 had witnessed the events unfold firsthand and had defended Lin An in their group chat. Yet, for the few skeptics or instigators, their attempts to justify Lin An only became fodder for these detractors, who claimed that these individuals were merely succumbing to Lin An's oppressive influence. With a fierce roar, the Highland tiger bore the brunt of Lin An's wrath, only to be dispatched in less than a second. The dark staff was wielded once more. Lin An's eyes narrowed as he assessed the Highland tiger boss. Highland tiger level, 9 type, boss monster health, 953 damage, 312 defense, 310 skills, tiger roar, charged bite. Tiger roar unleashes a tremendous roar, inflicting double damage to targets within a 20-meter radius, with a 30% chance to immobilize for 2 seconds. Charged bite inflicts 5 times the damage, with a 50% chance to trigger a real bleed effect of 30 points per second for 3 seconds. A boss. Upon witnessing the emergence of the boss, the faces of the four turned ashen. They all understood that, with their current equipment and health, they could withstand at most 3 to 4 attacks. They quickly retreated to the safety of a secure zone. For Lin An, vanquishing this boss was a trivial task. Yet to avert any unforeseen circumstances, he cautioned the four to be vigilant. However, the Highland tiger boss, already enraged from Lin An's initial strike that reduced its health by 1/7, unleashed its tiger roar. Despite their timely reaction, Zhao Qing, being closest to the boss, failed to escape the 20-meter radius of the tiger's attack. A chilling damage value of 74 appeared above his head, causing half of his health to vanish in an instant. To make matters worse, Zhao Qing was immobilized by the tiger's roar, rendering him unable to move for 2 seconds. He watched in despair as the Highland tiger lunged toward him, draining the color from his face. Lin An's expression shifted as he dashed toward Zhao Qing. In a moment of panic, he cast a dark spell, hoping to draw the ire of the Highland tiger away from Zhao Qing. Yet, the tiger's speed was astonishing, covering over 10 meters in a second. Lin An's attack fell short by half a meter, missing its target. As a second ticked by, the Highland tiger closed the distance to Zhao Qing, delivering a crushing blow with its massive paw. A damage value of 37 appeared above Zhao Qing's head, leaving him with a mere 26 health points. One more hit, and he would meet his demise. Simultaneously, the ferocious strike sent Zhao Qing flying nearly 10 meters away, inadvertently providing Lin An with a brief opportunity to intervene. "Lin An, save me!" Zhao Qing cried out, his voice trembling with terror. As the Highland tiger re-entered Lin An's attack range, he unleashed another dark spell. Drawing from the experience of his previous miss, Lin An's aim was precise this time, dealing a stable damage of 138. The injured Highland tiger turned its gaze toward Lin An, recognizing him as the true threat. With a fierce roar, the Highland tiger leapt toward Lin An, determined to eliminate the danger he posed. As it charged, Lin An finally exhaled in relief. He did not flinch, but raised his staff once more, directing another dark orb at the advancing beast. Observing this scene, Zhao Qing and the other three felt their expressions shift again in confusion. Why was Lin An not evading? Lin An, be careful, they urged, as the Highland Tiger's massive paw descended toward him. Hearing their cries, Lin An dismissed their concerns. What was a mere level 9 boss to fear? He could simply stand and fight. In an astonishing turn of events, the Highland Tiger's paw struck Lin An, and a damage value of 0 appeared above his head. The four companions were left in shock, unable to fathom the outcome before them. A boss with 310 points of damage could not breach Lin An's defenses? This was utterly absurd. Yet, shortly thereafter, they rationalized that if Lin An were to fear a mere level 9 boss, how could he possibly conquer monsters of a higher tier? Another dark orb struck the Highland Tiger, reducing its health to 539 points. The boss, baffled by its inability to inflict damage upon Lin An, prepared to unleash its charged bite, aiming for Lin An's throat, with 5 times the damage. This attack was calculated to deal 1550 points of damage. The Highland Tiger could not believe that a mere level 9 human could withstand such force. Even those clad in legendary defensive gear would falter. Yet again, a damage value of 0 appeared above Lin An's head. Simultaneously, he received a prompt. Notification, the Highland Tiger has initiated a charged bite against you, inflicting 0 damage. Notification, charged bite triggers real damage, causing you to lose 15 health points per second. 15. The real damage caused Lin An to display a health loss value. However, the following second saw another green number pop up above his head. 15. Under the influence of the special attributes of his legendary equipment, Lin An's lost health was instantly restored. The outcome left the four companions in a state of awe. After suffering the real damage of 15 points, they observed Lin An's health bar, which had barely budged. How much health did Lin An possess? They gasped in disbelief at his extraordinary attributes. With another strike, Lin An dealt 138 damage, reducing the Highland Tiger's health below half. The intelligent Highland Tiger boss recognized it was no match for Lin An and abruptly turned to flee. The four companions were again left dumbfounded. Was it truly fleeing? What followed was a surreal scene. A tiger sprinting across the grasslands, pursued by a young man wielding a staff, relentlessly casting dark orbs. This chase continued for approximately 30 seconds, until Lin An delivered the final blow, causing the Highland Tiger boss to let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, the four were greeted with a notification. Notification, your party has defeated the Highland Tiger boss, earning 60 experience points. Meanwhile, a radiant golden light enveloped Qi Yan, signifying his ascension to level 10. Announcement, Qi Yan has become the second trialist in newbie village number 00008 to reach level 10, earning a fine treasure chest as a reward. Everyone, I've reached level 10 and received a treasure chest. Qi Yan exclaimed with excitement. Congratulations, Qi Go. Congratulations, brother Qi. The remaining three displayed envy in their eyes and offered their felicitations. Thank you. How much experience do you all need? I need just over 100 points. Yu Qingqing replied. I'm about the same, Zhao Qing added. I still require nearly 200 points, Si Yuqing said. On the other side, as the plateau tiger boss fell, Lin An was busy looting its corpse. Currently, the distribution of loot was managed by the team leader. Thus only Lin An could collect from the plateau tiger boss. The gazes of the four fell upon Lin An as he rummaged through the body, filled with envy. Although the drop rate from the minor monsters in the trial ground was quite low, based on the information shared in chat, bosses typically yielded valuable items. Lin An withdrew his hand from the boss's corpse, revealing a prompt before him. 2 gold coins. Acquired equipment. Thundersword. Thundersword. Rarity, rare. Level, 10. Damage, 131. Attack range, 10 meters. Special affix. Each attack has a 20 chance to unleash chain lightning, dealing an additional 10 damage to all targets within a 10-meter radius. A ranged magic sword, and it possesses a special affix. Such a weapon would undoubtedly facilitate future monster engagements. Lin An promptly equipped the weapon. Personal attributes. Name, Lin An. Age, 19. Level, 10, 1015-01-409. Class, none. Health, 1360. Attack, 201. Defense, 249. Skill, reconnaissance. Talent, godly augmentation, mythical, innate. Gold coins, 614. Equipped items, Thundersword, rare. Fire ring, mythical, thorned armor, epic. Special affix 1. When damaged, there is a 10 chance to reflect 100 of the damage back to the attacker. Special affix 2. Each attack has a 20 chance to cause chain lightning, dealing an additional 10 damage to all targets within a 10-meter radius. Special affix 3. Regenerates a fixed 50 health points per second, only affected by healing restrictions. Special affix 4. When receiving damage, there is a 1 chance to become completely immune to that damage. Special affix 5. When using skill attacks, the damage level of the skill attack is 1. Trial Newbie Village, 00008. Observing the new weapon in Lin An's hands, the others could easily deduce that it was indeed the item dropped by the Plateau Tiger boss. Furthermore, Lin An's replacement of his staff with this new weapon indicated its superiority. The four were filled with profound envy. With a swift motion, Lin An swung the Thunder Sword. A bolt of lightning erupted from the sword's tip, striking the plateau tiger approximately 8 meters away. 448. Instant kill. The chain lightning was triggered, affecting the 7 surrounding plateau tigers. 89. 89. 89. The lightning chain spread throughout the cluster of monsters, inflicting damage upon all of them. The aggro of the 7 plateau tigers converged upon Lin An, ferociously charging towards him. With each swing, bolts of lightning erupted from Lin An's hand. Without wasting time repositioning, he vanquished all 7 plateau tigers in less than 20 seconds. This monster farming speed had at least doubled. Lin An toyed with the thunder sword, thoroughly satisfied. Simultaneously, as the 7 plateau tigers fell, the other 3 bathed in the golden light of level up, all achieving level 10. Announcement. Yu Qingqing has become the 3rd trialist in newbie village number 00008 to reach level 10, earning a fine treasure chest as a reward. Announcement. Zhao Qing has become the 4th trialist in newbie village number 00008 to reach level 10, earning a fine treasure chest as a reward. Announcement. Si Yuqing has become the 5th trialist in newbie village number 00008 to reach level 10, earning a fine treasure chest as a reward. As the announcements rang out, the faces of the 3 were illuminated with uncontrollable joy. Concurrently, the leaderboard underwent a significant transformation. First place, Lin An, level 10. Second place, Qi Yan, level 10. Third place, Yu Qingqing, level 10. Fourth place, Yu Haiquan, level 10. Fifth place, Si Yuqing, level 10. Sixth place, Shen Gong, level 9. For consecutive announcements echoed, shifting the discourse within the newbie channel of newbie village number 00008. My goodness, they have all reached level 10 so quickly. Indeed, I am incredibly envious. Not only have they leveled up to 10, but they also received fine treasure chests as rewards. Woe is me. I must strive to reach level 10 and claim a treasure chest. Miss upstairs, don't get your hopes up. The rewards for 6th to 10th place are merely excellent treasure chests. An excellent treasure chest is still not bad. Are there any seasoned players joining me? I aim to break into the 6th to 10th ranks. I am currently at level 7 and will soon reach level 8. It has barely been an hour. Yet Lin An's astonishing leveling speed is simply terrifying, though the overall time is about an hour. Let us not forget that this is calculated from the moment Lin An started messaging in the group. If we exclude the time spent in a party and traveling, it might be less than half an hour. Theoretically, that's correct. It's truly frightening. I wonder if Lin An will continue to lead. I am so eager to join. In the plateau leveling area, with all 4 achieving level 10, it signified the successful conclusion of Lin An's paid leveling session. He guided the 4 back to the level 4 safety zone. Everyone, the collaboration has concluded. Lin An disbanded the team and addressed the 4. Thank you, Lin An, for guiding me to level up. Qi Yan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lin An, for helping me level up. Yu Qingqing thanked him. Thank you, Lin An, for upgrading me. Si Yuqing echoed. Thank you, Lin An, for assisting me in leveling up. Zhao Qing added, before saying, Lin An, I'm off to help a few of my friends, so I will take my leave. Lin An nodded. In a flash, Zhao Qing disappeared from their sight. Lin An, I'm leaving as well. Thank you for your help. I'm departing too, to assist a friend. Subsequently, Qi Yan and Yu Qingqing bid farewell and left. Lin An turned his attention to Si Yuqing, who was gazing at him with a somewhat timid expression. Do you need something? Lin An inquired curiously. Lin An, could you sell me any equipment you no longer need? It turned out the girl wished to purchase his equipment. Unused equipment? Lin An glanced at his inventory. A bronze amulet, a dark staff, and an ordinary longbow. Since keeping them was of no use to him, he decided it was acceptable to sell them to Si Yuqing. I have 2 items you can use. Lin An then sent the equipment attributes via private message. Chapter 20. Activating the Dungeon Divine Stone. Si Yuqing looked at the 2 pieces of equipment Lin An had sent her, her mouth agape in shock. Especially that level 10 weapon. Compared to the ordinary level 4 bow in her possession, it would provide a tremendous boost if equipped. However, the next moment, her expression faltered, and she hesitated as she spoke. Lin An, I only have 9 gold coins left. Is that all right? Of course, you can have both. Since these items were of no use to Lin An, selling them was inconsequential to him. He retrieved the 2 pieces of equipment and handed them directly to Si Yuqing. With palpable excitement, Si Yuqing eagerly accepted the items while simultaneously handing over 9 gold coins to Lin An. Upon receiving the equipment, Si Yuqing swiftly equipped the dark staff. Her exhilaration evident as she unleashed a spell ball towards a nearby level 4 monster. A staggering 176 damage. The level 4 creature was instantaneously vanquished. Feeling an immense surge in her power, Si Yuqing's cheeks flushed with enthusiasm as she expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you, Lin An. Lin An nodded in acknowledgement. With her coveted weapon now in hand, Si Yuqing did not linger any longer. After offering her thanks again, she bid farewell to Lin An. As everyone departed, Lin An glanced at the countdown for the next phase, still over 3 hours remaining. He opened the novice village chat, preparing to lead a few groups for leveling up. Just as he was about to send a message, the village announcement chimed in his ears. Announcement. Highle has activated the novice village dungeon stone, receiving a reward of 20 gold coins, 100 experience points, and an excellent treasure chest. Announcement. All trialists may proceed to the dungeon stone to challenge the dungeon. Incredibly, someone had activated the dungeon. Finally, a dungeon had appeared, and surely the rewards would surpass those of the wilderness. Dungeon group, seeking members. I am level 7. With 117 health, 77 damage, and 73 defense, possessing excellent talents. Brothers with talents of excellent grade or above are welcome to join the group. We will use the roll point system for loot distribution, all left to fate. Just as Lin An was about to speak in the chat, he closed the chat window. Since the dungeon had opened, he decided to postpone gathering a team for leveling and first explore this newly activated novice village dungeon. Soon, he made his way towards the novice village. 5 minutes later, as he approached within 300 meters of the village, a series of notifications pinged. Ding, ding, ding. Opening the message, it was from Yu Qingqing. Lin An, shall we tackle the dungeon together? I can solo it. Lin An decisively declined, shutting the friend chat. Before long, he returned to the novice village. With the activation of the novice village dungeon, many players had returned. As the first person to trigger announcements in the novice village, Lin An was recognized by all the villagers through the chat group avatars. Upon seeing Lin An approach, numerous players greeted him warmly. Hello, Lin An. Greetings, Lin An. Hi, brother Lin An. Initially, Lin An nodded in response, but as time went on, fatigue set in, and he chose to ignore them completely. Simultaneously, many players extended invitations to form teams, all of which Lin An declined. Ultimately, he resorted to blocking team invites altogether. Inwardly, he lamented, being fawned over is exhausting. Before long, he arrived at the dungeon stone. The dungeon stone was situated at the heart of the novice village's stone square, a crystalline structure approximately 5 meters tall, semi-transparent and blue. The method to enter the dungeon was for the party leader to place their hand on the stone to interact. Lin An observed a nearby team. The leader approached and placed their palm on the dungeon stone. A blue glow emanated, and a line of text appeared on the stone. Normal level dungeon, successfully opened. In an instant, a blue light enveloped the leader and their 4 companions, and they vanished from sight, transported into the dungeon. Understanding the entry process, Lin An stepped forward and placed his palm upon the dungeon stone. A screen appeared before him, visible only to him. Please select your dungeon difficulty. Normal, intermediate, advanced. Without hesitation, Lin An made his choice. Advanced. Immediately, a blue glow surrounded him as the dungeon stone displayed the following message. Advanced dungeon, successfully opened. The text on the dungeon stone was visible to everyone around. Upon witnessing the words advanced dungeon, successfully opened flash on the stone, someone nearby exclaimed in astonishment, goodness. Who has dared to open an advanced dungeon? Are they courting death? An advanced dungeon? That's a guaranteed death wish. I just saw the one who opened it. Wasn't it a solo player? Solo? Surely you jest. Only Lin An dares to attempt such a feat. Oh. Then it's nothing to worry about. Haha. Even if it's an advanced dungeon, it's just Lin An bullying the monsters. As the teleportation energy dissipated, Lin An found himself within the novice dungeon. Dark Forest. This was the name of the novice village's introductory dungeon. Since it was a novice dungeon, it consisted of only one stage. The completion condition was straightforward. Traverse through the dark forest, defeating monsters until reaching the end. For a normal dungeon, simply reaching the end would suffice to complete it. For an intermediate dungeon, upon arrival, one must also defeat the elite monster at the end. The same applied to the advanced dungeon, where one would need to slay the boss monster. Lin An surveyed the dark forest, and a prompt appeared. You have successfully entered the dungeon. Loading dungeon world data based on team level. Loading. Loading successful. As the success message echoed, a center pathway through the dark forest was illuminated by beams of teleportation light, from which humanoid skeleton monsters wielding bone blades emerged. Lin An directed his reconnaissance spell at the 2 nearest monsters. Dark Skeleton Warrior. Level, 11. Type, normal monster. Health, 383. Damage, 145. Defense, 157. Skills, Weakness, Valor. Weakness, dark beings take 50 more damage from light and thunder attacks. Valor, dark beings are immune to 50 of dark damage. Dark Skeleton Mage. Level, 11. Type, normal monster. Health, 378. Damage, 151. Defense, 152. Skills, Weakness, Valor. Weakness, dark beings take 50 more damage from light and thunder attacks. Valor, dark beings are immune to 50 of dark damage. Indeed, the novice dungeon was aptly named. Observing the attributes of the monsters through his reconnaissance spell, Lin An felt no sense of challenge. Although they possessed 2 additional passive skill attributes compared to wilderness monsters, these passives were laughable to Lin An, who wielded the thunder sword. Zing, zing. Sparks crackled as Lin An unleashed a volley of lightning, striking the dark skeleton mage. 574. With a crack, the dark skeleton mage was obliterated, its form collapsing into a pile of shattered bones, beneath which an item dropped. Chapter 21. Completing the dungeon. Dark Skill Curse Book. Lin An stepped forward to pick up the item dropped by the dark skeleton mage. Poor quality robe. Grade, normal. Level, 11. Defense, 90 points. Faced with such a lackluster piece of equipment, Lin An displayed no emotional reaction and promptly stowed it in his backpack. Just as he raised his thunder sword to eliminate the nearby dark skeleton warrior, a thought crossed his mind. My talent grants a level increase of 15. Now that I have acquired an 11-level piece of equipment, it is the perfect opportunity to test whether the level increase from my talent will affect the equipment. With this in mind, Lin An opened his backpack again to retrieve the 11-level robe. Through mental command, he donned it. Instantly, a clear and pleasant mechanical voice chimed in his mind. Notice, you have replaced Thorn's armor with poor quality robe. The prompt before him made Lin An's eyes shine with renewed excitement. It seems my initial thoughts were not mistaken. The divine amplification, at level 15, proves effective even on equipment. A smile of uncontainable joy spread across Lin An's face. Not only could he overpower others at level 15, but he could also dominate them through his equipment. A knowing smile graced his lips, for it appeared that achieving invincibility was now merely a matter of course. After concluding his trials, Lin An promptly replaced his gear. With a sharp crackle, a bolt of lightning shot forth from the tip of his thunder sword, striking the shadowy skeletal warrior. 556. A swift, decisive kill. The weapon's special attribute triggered a chain lightning effect. 111. 111. 111. Within a 10-meter radius, 5 creatures became agitated, charging fiercely towards Lin An. With another crack of thunder, he swung his sword again. In less than 10 seconds, all the monsters lay vanquished at his feet, and one of them dropped a piece of equipment. Lin An picked it up, glanced at it, and remarked with disdain, another ordinary, bland piece of gear. Undeterred, he continued to clear the approaching monsters. 556. 574. With each strike, he pressed deeper into the shadowy forest path, where countless dark creatures surged forth in wave after wave. Under Lin An's relentless assault, they fell in droves. Simultaneously, he noted that the drop rate of equipment in this novice dungeon was exceedingly high. On average, about every 10 monsters yielded one piece of gear. Unfortunately, all of it was mundane and uninspiring, leaving Lin An rather disinterested. It seemed the novice village dungeon was indeed a boon for newcomers. Alas, he was no longer a novice. With a sigh, he ventured deeper, slaughtering relentlessly. The numbness of his killings persisted for nearly half an hour, and he was on the cusp of reaching the end of the shadowy forest. Throughout this ordeal, countless pieces of ordinary gear had dropped into his inventory, leaving him profoundly disappointed. His motivation to persevere stemmed from 2 reasons. The time until the next stage commenced was still ample, and he harbored a glimmer of hope for the final boss. After approximately 5 more minutes of clearing monsters, Lin An raised his gaze and spotted the boss at the end of the shadowy forest. However, it remained in a petrified state, yet to be activated. Shadow Leader type, boss level, 11 health, 1173 damage, 511 defense, 484 skills, dark curse. Dark magic erosion, dark curse, marks the target with a curse, reducing their defense by 50% for 15 seconds. Dark magic erosion, targets afflicted by dark magic erosion suffer a 50% reduction in damage. Status, the boss remains inactive until all monsters in the dungeon are vanquished. A novice dungeon boss, pathetically weak. After perusing the boss's attributes, Lin An dismissed it as no threat to him and continued to clear the minor foes. 3 minutes later, with the last of the minor creatures defeated, the petrified shadow leader emitted a series of cracking sounds. The ceiling stones covering its body began to fracture and peel away. Who dares to disturb my slumber? A deep, resonant voice echoed from the shadow leader. In the next instant, a dark magic spell coalesced in the palm of the shadow leader and was hurled towards Lin An. He did not flinch. Instead, he retaliated with a bolt of lightning aimed at the shadow leader. Notification, you have been attacked by the shadow leader, receiving 0 damage. Notification, you dealt 180 damage to the shadow leader. There was no suspense to the outcome. Lin An endured the shadow leader's assault, and after half a minute, the shadow leader fell with a roar of defiance beneath Lin An's relentless strikes. As the shadow leader collapsed, a system announcement resounded throughout novice village number 00008. Announcement, Tester Lin An has successfully cleared the novice dungeon at an advanced level. An additional reward of a rare treasure chest has been granted. With the announcement's conclusion, a rare treasure chest dropped into Lin An's inventory. The announcements continued. Announcement, Tester Lin An has conquered the advanced novice dungeon, activating the universal synthesis stone in the novice village. In the novice village chat group, excitement buzzed as Lin An had completed the advanced difficulty novice dungeon in under half an hour. How can a man be so fast? Someone exclaimed. Oh no, Lin An. You are making it hard for the rest of us. Our team has barely completed 1/10 of the standard novice dungeon. Haha, to be fair, the equipment drop rate in the novice dungeon is impressively high. I've gathered everything I need. Me too, but it's all just ordinary gear. Bro, let us not be too picky. Ordinary gear is still decent. Just now, our team found an excellent quality weapon, but alas, I didn't roll for it, sigh. By the way, what is the universal synthesis stone? Does anyone know? According to what I gleaned from the basic guide to the trial grounds, the universal synthesis stone allows for the synthesis of items of the same type with a chance to enhance their quality. Wow, that sounds fantastic. So if I combine two ordinary pieces of equipment, I could end up with an excellent quality item? Indeed, but keep in mind, as I mentioned, it is a matter of chance. Haha, having a chance is still better than having none. I agree, any chance is better than none. This is exhilarating. I've already picked up 3 pieces of ordinary quality gear in the novice dungeon. I can't wait to try it out. Just a heads up. Using the universal synthesis stone requires gold. Do you have any? It costs gold too. That's quite a ripoff. Haha, that's just because you're broke. Meanwhile, with the Shadow Leader's defeat, Lin An began looting the body. Gold, 3. Dark Curse Skill Book, 1. Dark Curse Skill Book, Rarity, Rare. Learning Restriction, Dark Mage. Shadow Creature Soul Fragment, 1. Shadow Creature Soul Fragment. Description: collect 100 Shadow Creature Soul Fragments to synthesize and obtain a Shadow Creature's Soul. Chapter 22, 1 gold per set. A benefit for my family according to the basic guide to the trial grounds. All testers who reach level 10 can leave the novice village and, upon arriving at a town, make their oaths at the corresponding class stone to summon their profession and undergo a job change, thus acquiring their respective profession. Professions are categorized into 2 types, conventional and hidden. To transition to a conventional profession, one must complete the tasks assigned by the class stone and gain recognition to obtain the corresponding profession. Hidden professions, however, require a certain degree of special opportunity and luck. Regardless of the type, for testers, gaining recognition is merely a transformation of identity. To truly acquire the abilities of their respective profession, they must learn the relevant skills. Each profession possesses a vast skill system, and these skills can only be obtained through exploration or by defeating monsters that drop them. Lin An gazed at the Dark Curse skill book in his inventory. Should he define his future profession as a dark mage? Possessing this relevant skill book would undoubtedly grant him a head start. Regrettably, he held a hidden profession scroll and had no interest in becoming a dark mage. Upon reaching the town, he could likely fetch a good price for this skill book through the town's trading system. He then turned his attention to the Shadow Creature Soul Fragment. According to the introduction of the basic guide to the trial grounds, information regarding the soul fragments of dark creatures automatically surfaced in Lin An's mind. As a dark sorcerer, he possesses the ability to fuse the souls of these shadowy beings. This fusion enhances the dark sorcerer's mastery over dark magic. Simultaneously, upon completing the novice dungeon, a radiant light shimmered around Lin An. In the next moment, the very fabric of space tore as the power of teleportation whisked him back to the sacred stone of the novice dungeon at the Greenstone Square. As the first to conquer the novice dungeon, Lin An reappeared before the sacred stone, drawing the envy and admiration of countless onlookers. Lin An, could you help me run the dungeon? Great Lin An, as the first challenger to clear the advanced novice dungeon, what treasures have you acquired? Lin An, I heard in the novice group that the equipment drop rate in the novice dungeon is exceptionally high. Is that true? Please enlighten us. Lin An gazed at the youth who had posed the question and replied, indeed, approximately every 10 monsters will yield a piece of equipment. A collective gasp echoed in response to Lin An's revelation. For ordinary creatures in the wild, one might slay hundreds without encountering a single piece of gear. The prospect of obtaining equipment from merely 10 monsters in the novice dungeon was nothing short of monumental news for those who hadn't even assembled a complete set of basic gear. Lin An, having cleared the advanced novice dungeon, you must have amassed quite a collection of equipment. Would you sell me a set? To Lin An, these ordinary items held little value, and selling them was inconsequential. However, after conquering the advanced novice dungeon and activating the universal synthesis stone, he found himself contemplating the potential for synthesizing these low-tier items. Thus, he responded, I apologize, though I have gathered a considerable amount of equipment. I have other plans for them. The expression of disappointment was palpable on the face of the aspiring buyer, who then inquired, are you planning to synthesize equipment, Lin An? Yes, that is indeed my intention. Subsequently, amidst the envious gazes of countless admirers, Lin An departed from the sacred stone. Shortly thereafter, he arrived before the recently activated universal synthesis stone in the novice village, placing his hand upon it. A blue panel materialized before him, presenting multiple options: equipment synthesis, item synthesis, material synthesis. Lin An selected the equipment synthesis interface and retrieved 2 pieces of ordinary whiteboard gear from his inventory, casting them into the synthesis interface. A prompt appeared on the synthesis interface. Please select the desired quality for synthesis. Lin An chose excellent. The panel indicated that each piece of equipment would provide a 1% chance of success. Currently, Lin An had placed 2 ordinary items into the interface, and the success rate for synthesizing an excellent piece of equipment was displayed, probability, 1/99. Staring at this probability, Lin An fell into a brief contemplation. It seemed the universal synthesis stone employed a cumulative probability formula. To validate his hypothesis, he placed 10 ordinary items into the synthesis interface. The success rate shifted once more. The probability of synthesizing an excellent piece of equipment with 12 ordinary items was now 11/36. Indeed, my assumption was correct. The universal synthesis stone utilizes cumulative probability. Naturally, Only by employing this method can the success rate remain below 100%, regardless of the quantity of identical materials inputted. However, given this information, it would be more advantageous to input only one item at a time. Statistically, each attempt yields a 1% chance. So if one were to invest 100 attempts, success would average out to 1 success. Yet, inputting 100 items at once would not guarantee a 100% success rate. Just then, Lin An realized that each synthesis was not free, dispelling his earlier doubts. Currently, whether he inputted one item or many, each synthesis required a cost of 100 gold coins. If he were to divide the input of 10 items into multiple attempts, while the overall success rate would reach 10%, it would still consume 1,000 game coins. Continuing his experimentation, Lin An altered the synthesis target to rare-grade equipment. The success rate changed accordingly. Probability 0.000001152, requiring a cost of 10,000 coins. He then directly raised the synthesis target quality to Mythic, resulting in a success rate of probability 0.00000000012, necessitating an expenditure of 10 million coins. Seeing the minuscule probability of synthesizing Mythic equipment with 12 ordinary items left Lin An gasping in disbelief. A 1 in 100 billion chance of success alongside a requirement of 10 million game coins. Only a fool would attempt such a gamble. Consequently, Lin An abandoned the notion of using the Universal Synthesis Stone for equipment synthesis, deeming it far too impractical for his current needs, which warranted at least rare-grade gear. Gazing at his inventory filled with useless ordinary whiteboard equipment, he felt a twinge of regret in discarding them, having worked diligently to acquire them. Instead, he decided to offer them as a boon to novice challengers. Of course, Lin An was not inclined to give them away for free. He opened the chat interface for Novice Village number 00008, selling ordinary quality equipment for 1 gold coin per set. Equipment levels range from 8 to 11, first come, first served, limited to 1 set per person. 1 gold coin per set? Great, Lin An, is this true? Lin An, I want a set. I'm coming right away. Wow. 1 gold coin for a set. This is incredible. Lin An, I'm on my way. Lin An, do you have any ranged weaponry? I want that too. The chat channel for Novice Village 00008 erupted in excitement. Although Lin An was selling whiteboard equipment, for those who struggled to gather even 3 pieces. Even at 1 gold coin per set, it was a tremendous bargain. In an instant, the Novice Village was flooded with players, rushing toward the coordinates of the Universal Synthesis Stone, fearing they might arrive too late and miss out on the equipment. Chapter 23, Stand Firm Against the Boss. Lin An was astonished to discover that even trash-quality equipment sold at 1 gold coin per set was met with such fervent demand. Within 10 minutes, everything was sold out. After tallying his earnings, he had accrued a total of 38 gold coins, bringing his total to 664. Observing the continuous influx of players, Lin An stood before the Universal Synthesis Stone and addressed the crowd. Everyone, the equipment has sold out. Please disperse and attend to your own matters. What? Sold out? Who managed to snag a set? I'll buy 1 for 2 gold coins. Great, Lin An, can you run the dungeon again? I still haven't bought any. Faced with such unreasonable demands, Lin An flatly refused. It was as if they regarded him as their benefactor. He then adopted a firm stance and dismissed the crowd. With less than an hour remaining until the next phase commenced, he prepared to check the level leaderboard to assess the situation. Yet, a system prompt echoed in his ears. Announcement. Yue has become the 10th trial challenger in Novice Village 00008 to reach level 10, earning an excellent treasure chest. Announcement. 10 challengers in Novice Village 00008 have reached level 10, activating the boss guarding the next phase. Upon hearing the system notification, a smile spread across Lin An's face. The level requirements had been met, and the boss guarding the next phase had been activated. It appears prudent to first vanquish the Gatekeeper boss to acquire the teleportation array map. Once the countdown for the next phase concludes, we can directly teleport to the town. Immediately thereafter, he opened the map. On the map, a flickering red had appeared at the eastern outskirts of the Novice Village. This red dot was marked as the Gatekeeper boss of Novice Village number 00008, confirming the location of the boss. Lin An closed the map and hastened towards the eastern outskirts of the Novice Village. Simultaneously, just as the Gatekeeper boss materialized at the eastern outskirts of the Novice Village, chaos erupted. Countless challengers in the Novice Village channel began to shout in terror. Brothers, do not come to the eastern outskirts. Stay away. The Gatekeeper boss has spawned here and just took out 3 people with a single blow. It's terrifying. Indeed, it's horrifying. If I hadn't run away quickly, I would surely be dead by now. It's truly frightening. Had I not purchased a set of equipment from Lin An earlier, I would have been obliterated as well. The Gatekeeper boss is level 15. I have no idea how to defeat it to progress to the next phase. At only level 15, Lin An must surely be able to dispatch it with ease. Yes, with Lin An in our village, we need not worry at all. I just saw Lin An heading towards the eastern outskirts. He must be going to take down the Gatekeeper boss. I think you shouldn't have overly high expectations of Lin An. After all, the Gatekeeper boss is level 15. And what of level 15? Lin An can even defeat Calamity monsters. What is a level 15 Gatekeeper boss to him? I concur. A level 15 Gatekeeper boss is nothing but trivial for Lin An. Heh, you may believe that, but I must point out that there is a level disparity. The level 15 Gatekeeper boss is certainly stronger than a level 13 Calamity beast. As the Novice Village channel buzzed with debate, Lin An had already reached the eastern outskirts of the village. Outside the village, within a radius of several hundred meters, no one dared approach in the face of the Gatekeeper boss's intimidation. The towering, nearly 2-meter-tall, humanoid Gatekeeper boss wielded a glowing greatsword. Patrolling back and forth at the eastern village entrance, Lin An approached the Gatekeeper boss, and when he was less than 20 meters behind it, he cast a reconnaissance spell. Gatekeeper Giant. Level, 15. Attributes, Boss. Health, 1873. Damage, 718. Defense, 740. Skills, Brutal Charge, Greatsword Counterattack. Brutal Charge. The Gatekeeper Giant launches a 20-meter instantaneous charge, dealing 200 damage to all targets in its path. Greatsword Counterattack. The Gatekeeper Giant retaliates with its Greatsword, inflicting 100 damage to all targets within a 5-meter cone in front of it, with a 10 chance to paralyze the struck target for 10 seconds. Goodness. It possesses nothing but area attack skills, along with a prolonged probability control effect. After perusing the information on the Gatekeeper Giant, Lin An let out a sigh. With the enhancement of his level 15 status, he felt no trepidation. He drew his thunder sword and swung it, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the Gatekeeper Giant with precision. A damage value appeared above the giant's head, 33. Enraged by the damage, the Gatekeeper Giant turned to glare at Lin An. Insect, dare you harm me? The Gatekeeper Giant roared, raising its greatsword to execute the skill Brutal Charge. Good grief. What is wrong with these bosses? They all start with their ultimate abilities. Lin An complained, as he was locked onto by the Brutal Charge. Shortly thereafter, a system notification echoed in his ears. Notification, the Gatekeeper Giant has executed Brutal Charge, dealing 6 points of damage to you. 6. Almost instantly, a damage value appeared above Lin An's head. However, in the very next second, the effect of his gear's attributes activated. The 6 points of health he had just lost were entirely restored. The Gatekeeper boss is nothing but rubbish. Realizing he could engage the Gatekeeper boss without taking damage, Lin An ceased to dodge and began to trade blows directly with the boss. You strike me with one sword, I shall return the favor with another. Before long, the health of the Gatekeeper boss was reduced to below 1,000. Simultaneously, Lin An's actions in defeating the Gatekeeper boss began to draw the attention of numerous challengers. Observing the battlefield where Lin An was exchanging blows with the Gatekeeper boss, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Wow, Lin An is immensely powerful, standing his ground against the Gatekeeper boss. This is extraordinary. After all, it is a level 15 Gatekeeper boss. Ha ha ha, with Lin An here, it seems our village will undoubtedly be the first to initiate the next phase and teleport into the town. The Gatekeeper boss's health is already below 1,000. It seems it will fall in just a few minutes. Lin An is so handsome and mighty. Among the crowd, upon learning that Lin An was battling the Gatekeeper boss, Xiao Su, armed with his silver tongue, gathered a few individuals to form a team, intending to ambush Lin An during his challenge to take revenge for a previous defeat and seize the items he possessed. However, upon witnessing Lin An's combat style against the Gatekeeper boss, those persuaded by Xiao Su immediately felt a sense of retreat. One member, trembling with fear, spoke in the team chat channel. Lin An is too monstrous. Let us abandon this venture. Indeed, let us give up, given the current situation. Even if we attempted a surprise attack, we couldn't possibly defeat him. Xiao Su, observing Lin An in combat, felt his breath quicken. He was aware Lin An was formidable, but he had not anticipated Lin An's strength to such an extent. Even a level 15 Gatekeeper boss could be engaged in a standstill. At that moment, if he allowed the individuals he had painstakingly convinced to back down, what would become of him? Initially, he had only intended to leverage his talents for personal gain, retreating unscathed if he could not succeed. However, having learned through various means that his disparaging remarks in the Novice Village channel had thoroughly provoked Lin An, he now found himself without options or an escape route. As he noticed his team contemplating withdrawal, Xiao Su immediately spoke in the team channel. You are all the elite of Novice Village number 00008. Are you truly willing to remain in Lin An's shadow? If we can devise a way to take him down and seize his equipment, we too can become formidable like him. He merely had a stroke of good fortune and seized the opportunity. Now is the time for us to reclaim that opportunity. Furthermore, do you truly wish to see Lin An defeat the Gatekeeper boss, thereby obtaining the qualification to activate the gateway to the next phase and become the first to receive the rewards? Xiao Su's words resonated with the members of the team. However, despite the logic in Xiao Su's reasoning, they were reluctant to gamble with their lives. Consequently, one individual in the team chat remarked, Xiao Su, while your points may hold merit, do not presume we are oblivious to your intentions and objectives. Though Xiao Su's inner thoughts had been exposed, he remained unflustered. With a composed demeanor, he replied, Indeed, I may have other motives, but our goals are undeniably aligned. If we miss this opportunity, it is unlikely we will find a better one in the future. Since ancient times, it has been a common belief that fortune favors the bold. And I trust that several of you harbored this sentiment when you initially acquiesced to my request. A silence enveloped the group. What Chaosu articulated was indeed their original intention. Although the current situation far exceeded their expectations, the words of Chaosu began to sway their resolve. In light of this, they decided to observe further. Should the circumstances prove unfavorable, they would refrain from intervening. So be it. At that moment, on the battlefield, the health of the Guardian boss was teetering below 500. Suddenly, the Guardian boss reared back and let out a thunderous roar. Insects, you have successfully provoked my wrath. As the echo of the Guardian boss's roar faded, its veins bulged, and its muscles rippled ominously. Lin An lifted his gaze towards the transforming Guardian boss, pondering what trickery was afoot. Simultaneously, he cast a reconnaissance spell. Guardian Giant. Level, 15. Type, Boss. Health, 4, 951, 873. Damage, 718. Defense, 740. Skills, Enhanced Rampaging Charge. Enhanced Greatsword Counter. Enhanced Rampaging Charge. The Guardian Giant lunges forward in a 20-meter instant strike, inflicting 2,000 damage to all targets in its path, accompanied by a 1-minute healing restriction. Enhanced Greatsword Counter. The Guardian Giant retaliates with its Greatsword, dealing 1,000 damage to all targets within a 5-meter cone in front of it, with a 100 chance to paralyze the struck target for 20 seconds. Witnessing the transformation of the Guardian boss's abilities, Lin An's heart sank. Chapter 24, A Collaborative Ambush. Damage, 0. The Guardian boss had been enraged, and its skill attributes had undergone a significant alteration. The change in the Guardian boss's attributes elicited gasps from the onlooking challengers. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous. All skill damage has increased tenfold, with additional effects at 100%. The Guardian boss's initial damage was 718. With the Rampaging Charge inflicting a base damage of 20 times, it would amount to over 14,000 damage. What hope do we have? Oh no. I fear even Lin An may not withstand this. Stop talking nonsense. If Lin An falls, we will be trapped in the novice village. Lin An is to blame for this entire debacle. Had he not single-handedly provoked the Guardian boss, it would not have entered this enraged state. Nor would its skills have changed. Indeed, it's all Lin An's fault. If we had waited until everyone in the novice village was prepared to collectively confront the boss, we could have easily defeated it. Damn Lin An, he has put us all in jeopardy. I refuse to perish in this novice village. I wish to return to my original world. On the battlefield, the enraged Guardian boss raised its colossal sword, locking its gaze on Lin An. Die, you insignificant insect. With a resounding crash, the massive sword descended. Lin An heard the system's notification chime. Notice, the Guardian Giant has used the skill Greatsword Counter. You have lost 30 health points. Notice, the Greatsword Counter has triggered a paralysis effect. You are stunned for 20 seconds. This is absurd. Lin An cursed inwardly. The Guardian Giant, realizing it had failed to eliminate Lin An with its enhanced Greatsword Counter, felt a tumult of emotions as it noticed Lin An's health had fully replenished. Its anger surged. What manner of being are you, the Guardian boss, or I? In a fit of rage, the Guardian Giant swung its Greatsword once more, initiating the enhanced Rampaging Charge. 60. A damage value appeared above Lin An's head. With the healing restriction in effect, Lin An did not regain any health. The injured Guardian boss found a sliver of solace in the thought that the insect before it still had 19 seconds of control remaining. As a level 10 insect, Lin An would not possess much health. The previous strike had taken away 60 health points over the next 19 seconds. Even if each attack only dealt 3 points of damage, it could still land at least 100 hits without interruption. This insect would surely perish. Swish, 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 swish. The Guardian boss swiftly swung its greatsword, delivering 6 strikes per second. Damage values continuously popped up above Lin An's head. 3, 3, 3, 3. Lin An gazed at his remaining health of over 200, a bitter smile creeping across his face. You wish to slay me? You shall need to exert yourself further. The onlooking challengers, witnessing Lin An withstand 2 of the Guardian boss's skills without falling, felt an electric chill run down their spines. Heavens! The Guardian boss's 20 times base skill damage cannot bring Lin An down. Goodness, this is utterly beyond comprehension. Even if Lin An hasn't been slain, what difference does it make? He is presently immobilized, unable to move or speak, while the Guardian boss unleashes 6 to 7 strikes per second. Although each strike only deducts 3 health points, this control period will strip Lin An of at least 400 points of health. Surely, he cannot have over 500 health. Lin An is doomed. Upon hearing this, the challengers who once held hope for Lin An felt their expectations plummet. Among the crowd, Chaosu observed Lin An, who was unable to move or trigger any health recovery attributes, and addressed his teammates in the channel. Everyone, given the current circumstances, Lin An is undoubtedly doomed. Our opportunity has arrived. If we strike now, utilizing my innate hate mechanism, all of Lin An's possessions will belong to us upon his demise. Upon hearing Chaosu's words, the members of the team felt a surge of temptation. I want the hidden job scroll he possesses. No way, that item is mine. Everyone, We should strike first. If we delay, we will miss our chance. All of Lin An's items will be consumed by the system. Let us seize everything first. Then decide how to divide it later. Chaosu glanced at his bickering teammates, then looked at Lin An, who was losing health from the ongoing attacks. They surmised that Lin An's health must be nearing its end. Thus, they ceased their quarrels. With exchanged glances, they leaped from the crowd, drawing their weapons and setting their sights on Lin An. On the battlefield, Lin An, immobilized and paralyzed by the guardian boss, heard a series of system alerts as the 4 assailants locked onto him. Warning, Challenger Qin Gong is attacking you. Warning, Challenger Chaosu is attacking you. Warning, Challenger Zhang Yang is attacking you. Warning, Challenger Yi Shui is attacking you. The spectators, witnessing the 4 intruders, initially believed they were rushing in to assist Lin An. However, in the next moment, they realized their true intention was to exploit the situation and attack him. Many gasped in shock, hurling insults. What kind of scoundrels are these? How can they be so heartless? Indeed, at such a critical moment, they dare to attack the great Lin An. Look, the one attacking Lin An is Qin Gong. Qin Gong? Is he the one who obtained the teleportation weapon? The Desert Eagle? Why would he ambush Lin An now? Isn't it obvious? If Lin An doesn't bring others to level up, Qin Gong can become the second player to reach level 10 in the novice village. In other words, Lin An's presence is robbing Qin Gong of the experience and rewards. Of course, alas, that individual is Chaosu, the audacious jester daring to confront the esteemed Lin An, rather than retreating into obscurity. Good heavens, these people are utterly wicked. Realizing they cannot best the formidable Lin An, they seize this moment of vulnerability. Lin An, you must endure, I stand with you. Ha ha ha, it is all in vain. For he is ensnared by the guardian boss. With the legendary weapon wielded by the illustrious Qin Gong, Lin An's demise appears inevitable. Yet, at the moment many believed Lin An was doomed, a thunderous gunshot echoed across the battlefield. A bullet struck Lin An with unerring precision, and an additional damage value emerged above his head. 0. Subsequently, as the other 3 assailants unleashed their assaults, 3 more damage values appeared. 0, 0, 0. Witnessing the futile attempts to harm Lin An, Qin Gong stood in stunned disbelief. How can this be? Is my epic talent, armed to the teeth, a mere illusion? Armed to the teeth. Epic talent. Effect. Using firearms increases base attack damage by 4-fold and reduces target defense by 50%. In stark contrast to Qin Gong's astonishment, the onlooking challengers were equally taken aback. At that moment, Lin An's supporters trembled with excitement. Chapter 25. Now, it is my turn to strike. Ha ha ha. If you wish to ambush Lin An, you must first breach his defenses. Truly, how foolish to attempt a surprise attack at this juncture, only to witness your own impotent damage. Lin An is formidable indeed. Even Qin Gong, armed with a legendary weapon, cannot penetrate his defenses. Within the battlefield, Lin An, caught off guard, felt a surge of murderous intent. He glanced at the remaining 11 seconds of control time, having resolved in his heart that once the control expired, he must eliminate these 4 jesters. Although Chaosu realized his attacks failed to breach Lin An's defenses, he remained unfazed. In the team channel, he alerted his companions, listen, although we cannot penetrate Lin An's defenses as long as we attack him, my talent will grant us the rights to his belongings upon his demise. Thus, even if we cannot breach his defenses, what does it matter? Indeed, Lin An has already lost nearly 300 health. He must be nearing death. Huh. He can hardly endure another 5 seconds before meeting his end. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded. In those 5 seconds, Lin An lost nearly 100 health points, yet he still stood unyielding. Zhang Yang gazed at the restrained Lin An, suddenly feeling a pang of unease. Logically, Lin An should have succumbed after losing close to 400 health. Why has he not fallen? Yi Shui too felt a rising anxiety. Yes, he ought to be dead. Could an unforeseen circumstance arise? Chaosu looked upon Lin An, his previously foolproof plan now instilling a sense of dread. Indeed, by all accounts, Lin An should have perished. How much health does he possess? Could it be over 500? Impossible. Though Chaosu felt a twinge of panic, he forced himself to remain calm, stating in the team channel, Lin An's health cannot possibly exceed 500. There are still a few seconds left. Trust me, he will certainly die. However, at that very moment, an ominous voice rang out from the crowd. Chaosu, have you forgotten? Lin An has opened a mythical chest. This revelation drained the color from Chaosu's face. Lin An's unlocking of the mythical chest awarded him a piece of corresponding mythical gear, specifically an accessory that enhances health. Chaosu's breath became labored once more. Having neglected this critical detail amidst Lin An's numerous system announcements, he regarded the controlled Lin An, still standing despite relentless assaults. Heaven knows how much health a level 10 mythical accessory would grant. At this juncture, only 3 seconds remained until Lin An could break free from control. Retreat. Chaosu urgently commanded in the team chat. The other 3 instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, their hearts heavy with regret. Yet, as they prepared to withdraw, 3 figures surged forth from the crowd. You think you can ambush Lin An and then escape? Indeed, those daring to attack Lin An must face the consequences. The figures that emerged were Zhao Qing, Yu Qingqing, and Si Yuqing. Seeing the assailants attempting to flee, they swiftly charged forward, brandishing their weapons and unleashing a flurry of attacks to obstruct their escape. 3 seconds. Time was slipping away as Lin An's release from control drew near, and the pressure of impending doom gripped Chen Gong and Chao Su's hearts. As Si Yuqing positioned herself to block their path, Chen Gong roared, "Get out of the way." Simultaneously, he aimed his desert eagle at her. Bang! Sparks flew as the bullet struck Si Yuqing. 135. A damage value appeared above Si Yuqing's head. Startled by Chen Gong's blow, she realized it had taken more than a third of her health. Although her intention was merely to delay the attackers for a few seconds, the overwhelming disparity in power rendered her efforts futile. As Chen Gong raised his weapon to strike again, a surge of terror compelled Si Yuqing to retreat, granting him a path to escape. The other would-be ambushers, while noteworthy in their own right within the novice village, found themselves outmatched by Chen Gong. Even if they possessed greater strength than Zhao Qing, Yu Qingqing, and Si Yuqing, they could not breach their defensive line in such a brief span. Yet, those fleeting seconds were of paramount importance to Chao Su and his companions. On the other side, witnessing Chen Gong break through the blockade, Chao Su felt a cold sweat break out. At this moment, they understood that they were utterly incapable of escaping in mere seconds. In fear, Chao Su prepared to call for help in the team channel, but the next instant, a despairing system notification echoed in his ears. Alert! Team member Chen Gong has left the party. Seeing Chen Gong abandon the team, the three struggling against the blockade fell into despair. Meanwhile, the time remaining for the Guardian boss to control Lin An had dwindled to less than 2 seconds. Clear the way! Clear the way! Chao Su screamed in desperation as he charged forward, but Zhao Qing stubbornly blocked his path. The onlookers, witnessing Lin An on the verge of breaking free from the Guardian boss's grasp, began to murmur anxiously. Lin An is about to escape the Guardian boss's control. Chao Su and the others are finished. They deserve it for daring to ambush the great Lin An. What a pity Chen Gong has fled. These three are clearly cornered. Time ticked by second. As the control over Lin An ended, he still boasted over 800 health points, disregarding the attacks from the Guardian boss. His gaze shifted to the three still valiantly trying to break free. With a crackle, Lin An raised his thunder sword, unleashing a bolt of lightning. In a chilling, composed voice, he declared, "Dare to ambush me? Prepare to perish." The lightning cleaved through the air, aimed at Zhang Yang, who was still striving to escape. However, Lin An's attack had already descended, striking with precision. 256. A damage value appeared above Zhang Yang's head. His health plummeted to 0. "Lin An, I was wrong. Please spare me just this once." Zhang Yang instantly collapsed, kneeling in supplication. Lin An let out a derisive snicker. Once more, his hand lifted the sword and fell. 256. With terror filling his eyes, Zhang Yang's health reached its nadir, and he crumpled, lifeless. Chao Su and Yi Shui, witnessing Zhang Yang's demise, felt their hearts race with sheer horror. "Lin An, you cannot kill me. Even in the trial grounds, this is not a lawless realm." Lin An resembled a grim reaper, unfazed by the attacks of the gatekeeping boss behind him as he marched forward, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. With 2 swift strokes, he dispatched Yi Shui. "Lin An, I was wrong. I truly was." Chao Su trembled, filled with dread as he begged for mercy. When one errs, one must pay the price. Lin An raised his lightning sword once more, executing a clean, decisive strike. A blood-red damage value appeared above Chao Su's head. 401. Chapter 26. The invitation from the gatekeeping giant, arriving in Sakura country. With just over 300 health points, Chao Su was instantly slain. Lin An, with an air of nonchalance, had vanquished all three. His gaze fell upon Zhao Qing, Yu Qingqing, and Si Yuqing, offering a slight nod of gratitude. He then glanced toward the direction where Chen Gong had vanished, without uttering a word. He turned back to launch another assault on the gatekeeping boss. 33. The boss's health began to plummet. Lin An was astonishingly powerful, beyond all reason. Withstanding the gatekeeping boss's onslaught, and having slain 3 adversaries, Lin An's prowess was awe-inspiring. Those who initially doubted Lin An were now utterly silenced. The gatekeeping boss's health had dwindled to below 300. Our novice village is certain to succeed. Following Lin An's unyielding assault, in less than a minute, the gatekeeping boss let out a mournful wail and collapsed beneath Lin An's sword. As the gatekeeping boss fell, an announcement echoed throughout the novice village. Announcement: the gatekeeping giant, number 00008, has been defeated. This novice village now progresses to the next stage. In 36 minutes, players may teleport to the town. Please prepare accordingly. Trial grounds announcement. Thanks to the united efforts of the challengers in novice village number 00008, the gatekeeping giant has been successfully defeated. This novice village is the first to advance to the next stage. Trial grounds announcement. Novice village number 00008 has completed the first kill of the gatekeeping giant, awarding all participants with a rare level treasure chest. Trial grounds announcement. Challenger Lin An dealt 100 of the damage to the gatekeeping giant in novice village number 00008, thereby receiving an additional epic level treasure chest. With the trio of announcements echoing throughout the trial grounds, chaos erupted. What? The gatekeeping boss of Novice Village number 00008 has been slain, while the highest level in our village has yet to reach level 10. This is unjust. The inhabitants of village 00008 must be cheating. Oh heavens. I am envious to tears. Everyone in Novice Village number 00008 will receive a rare level treasure chest. Why am I not in Novice Village number 00008? What? I must have misheard. Lin An dealt 100 of the damage to the gatekeeping boss of Novice Village number 00008, meaning he single-handedly defeated it? Absurd. The gatekeeping boss is level 15, and while our Novice Village has activated it, no one dares challenge it. Huh. I am weary. Let it be destroyed. Once again, it is Novice Village number 00008 and Lin An. In the Sakura Country region, Inoue Takashi, who was engaged in a fierce battle against the gatekeeping boss, unleashed a torrent of curses. Damn it. Why have they pulled ahead once more? You useless lot. Hold your ground. After all participants in Novice Village number 00008 received their rare treasure chests, the challengers throughout the Novice Villages were overwhelmingly ecstatic. Oh my, Lin An is so cool. This is as if Lin An has gifted each of us a rare treasure chest. Indeed, I feel so fortunate to have been assigned to Novice Village number 00008. From now on, Lin An shall be my deity. A rare level treasure chest. I do not ask for much. I merely hope to unveil a piece of rare level equipment. 1 million huaxia coins. I will buy rare level treasure chests, and I guarantee, upon returning to reality, I will transfer immediately. Yet even at this moment, some still harbored the delusion of using real currency to purchase treasure chests. Oh, great master, when is the best time to open the chests? I personally suggest waiting until at least level 10, as any equipment obtained from the chests will correspond to your current level. Thank you, big brother. I will go level up right away. Gather at the east gate of the Novice Village for leveling up. After reaching level 10, we will teleport to the town together. As for the discussions spurred by the world announcement and group chat, Lin An paid them little mind. He focused on the fallen body of the gatekeeping boss, stepping forward to loot the corpse. In the next moment, the system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the teleportation array map for Novice Village number 00008. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the invitation from the gatekeeping giant. 2 items materialized in Lin An's hands. The teleportation array map. Description. Upon use, it activates the teleportation array of Novice Village number 00008. After 36 minutes, you may transport one way to the town via the array. The invitation from the gatekeeping giant. Description. Your combat style has garnered the favor and recognition of the gatekeeping giant. Upon use, you may establish a connection with the gatekeeping giant of the Novice Village. When other Novice Villages activate their gatekeeping, the gatekeeping boss may invite you to join the battle. Reward. Assisting the gatekeeping giant in successfully defending other Novice Villages will grant you 1,000 gold coins and a mythic level treasure chest. Assisting the gatekeeping giant in defense? That seems rather extravagant. However, the rewards are enticing and worth a try. Thus, Lin An used the teleportation array map to activate the teleportation array of Novice Village number 00008. He then utilized the invitation from the gatekeeping giant. As the activation light dissipated, a blue panel refreshed before Lin An's eyes. Information scrolled continuously within the panel. The gatekeeping giant of Novice Village number 00230 in the Huaxiao region invites you to defend the teleportation array of Novice Village number 0230. Do you accept? The gatekeeping giant of Novice Village number 00536 in the Huaxiao region invites you to defend the teleportation array of Novice Village number 00536. Do you accept? The Huaxiao region? He immediately declined. As a fellow Huaxia compatriot, Lin An could never entertain such an idea. He mentally navigated downward, continuing to scroll. Soon after, a message caught his eye, illuminating his interest. The gatekeeping giant of Novice Village number 01250 in the Sakura region invites you to defend the teleportation array of Novice Village number 01250. Do you accept? Lin An glanced at the time. There were still over 30 minutes until the teleportation array would activate. 30 minutes was ample time. Without a hint of hesitation, he chose to accept. The moment he made his decision, a mechanical voice chimed in his ear. You have accepted the invitation from the gatekeeping giant of Sakura region Novice Village number 01250. You will soon be transported to Novice Village number 01250 in the Sakura region. Assistance time, 10 minutes. As the system notification concluded, a blue beam of light descended from above. The pulling force of the teleportation distorted Lin An's view. Seconds later, his surroundings regained clarity. The mechanical voice rang out once more. You have arrived at Novice Village number 01250 in the Sakura region. Simultaneously, as Lin An materialized in Sakura region Novice Village number 01250. The system notification echoed in the trial grounds, resonating in everyone's ears. Trial grounds announcement. Newbie Village number 00008. Lin An has been invited by the guardian giant of Sakura district number 01250 to assist in the defense. Let us anticipate the outcome. Assist? What is going on? Assist, it must be Lin An from newbie village number 00008. Aiding the defense against the guardian boss of newbie village number 01250, safeguarding the teleportation array. Hiss. No way. The previous announcement stated that Lin An single-handedly defeated their guardian boss, which could only mean the demise of newbie village number 01250. Ha ha ha, they truly deserve it. This time, they will undoubtedly fail the challenge. Lin An, the Great One, is magnificent. Let the might of the Huaxia nation be known, and vanquish all who oppose. At this moment, I truly wish to see the expression on their faces. I believe this is not a misfortune for the Sakura nation, as Lin An is merely level 10, while the guardian boss is level 15. Assisting in the defense against the boss is hardly easier than defeating the boss itself. What does the person above mean? I seriously suspect you are an irritating foreigner. 1. I share your suspicion. Brothers, what should we do about this foreigner? Eliminate him. Eliminate him. At the East Village entrance of Newbie Village, I will form a party. Is anyone willing to join and hunt down this foreigner? I volunteer. I'm on my way. Chapter 27. How dare the system issue a 10-minute judgment? Newbie Village number 00008. As everyone was bewildered by Lin An's sudden disappearance, the system announcement rang out once more. I can't believe it. The great Lin An has teleported to the Sakura region to assist in the defense against the guardian boss. How enviable. In this manner, the great Lin An can slay the little ones with ease. I too long to slay the little ones. Ha ha ha. Lin An, the great one. Let the might of Huaxia be known, powerful and imposing. Meanwhile, in Newbie Village number 01250, the little ones received even more announcement prompts. Announcement prompt. The assist duration for the guardian boss is 10 minutes. If the assisting player is defeated within 10 minutes, the challenge is successful. Otherwise, the challenge will fail. Announcement prompt. Upon failure, the guardian boss's health will be fully restored, and its level will increase by 2. Announcement prompt. Due to the assistance from Lin An of Newbie Village number 00008, the guardian boss has entered a resting state and cannot attack. With the announcement prompts ringing out, all the little ones engaged in battle with the guardian giant in Newbie Village number 01250 were left utterly stunned. Assist? What the hell is going on? The guardian giant is already so difficult to defeat. How can they invite a trial participant for assistance? Lin An. Isn't he the one who triggered the announcement in the trial grounds? Why is he here assisting the guardian boss in our Newbie Village? Even if he came to assist. So what? Can he possibly be harder to kill than the guardian boss? Ha ha ha. Heaven favors our Newbie Village number 01250. This Huaxiao pig comes to assist, completely reducing our challenge difficulty. How dare this Huaxiao pig come to our Newbie Village to assist? He is utterly unaware of his own insignificance. Eliminate him. Let him come and go without a trace. What a disgrace, a Huaxiao pig. Upon recognizing Lin and striking Huaxiao visage, one of the little ones roared in fury. Huaxiao pig, Lin An, right? Stealing my first ascent reward. No matter how you arrived in our Newbie Village, since you are here, I shall ensure you find no place to rest in death. In the crowd, Inoue Takashi bellowed loudly. At this moment, he was completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After the initial astonishment, he too believed that Lin An's assistance to the guardian boss of Newbie Village No. 01250 was merely a means to lower their challenge difficulty. In his mind, he had already resolved to eliminate Lin An. Now was the perfect opportunity to achieve 2 goals with 1 action. No matter how strong Lin An might be, he would be instantly killed under the assault of the hundreds he had organized. How dare the system issue a 10-minute judgment for defeating the assisting player? Hundreds of people attacking, each spitting a mouthful of saliva could drown this ignorant fool. Inoue Takashi drew his longbow. Whoosh. The sound of an arrow slicing through the air reached Lin An's ears. In the next moment, as Lin An was still acclimating to his surroundings, the arrow struck him. A system notification chimed in his ears. Notification: trial participant Inoue Takashi has initiated an attack against you, inflicting a fatal weakness status, reducing your defense to 1 point, and causing 6 points of damage. 6. A damage value appeared above Lin An's head. This damage value caused both Lin An and Inoue Takashi to momentarily pause in surprise. Just as Lin An landed, his gaze fell upon Inoue Takashi. This little foreigner possesses somewhat exceptional talent. He managed to reduce the enemy's defense to 1 point, inflicting 6 points of damage. He must be the strongest opponent I have encountered since entering the trial grounds. Inoue Takashi, seeing that he had inflicted 6 points of damage on Lin An, was equally astonished. This Huaxiao pig, is he truly this fortunate? My talent has a 99 probability of reducing the target's defense to 1 point. The first attack on this Huaxiao pig did not yield results. Inoue Takashi lifted his bow again. Whoosh. Another arrow shot towards Lin An. Though Inoue Takashi was the strongest Lin An had faced since entering the trial grounds, he was still insignificant in Lin An's eyes. Lin An didn't even bother to dodge the second arrow that came flying at him. With the added bonuses from health restoration, even if he wiped out all the little ones in Newbie Village number 01250, he could still clear the challenge without injury. 6. The arrow shot by Inoue Takashi struck Lin An once more, inflicting another 6 points of damage. Another 6? Inoue Takashi's eyes widened in disbelief. It is impossible for the 99 probability to trigger twice, hitting the one chance again. Could this damned Huaxiao pig's talent be linked to luck? The 6 points of damage I inflicted on Lin An, could it have triggered the effect of the fatal weakness talent? If that is the case, a wave of intense unease spread within Inoue Takashi. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, the little ones present were also utterly astonished. Lord Inoue can inflict nearly 300 points of damage to the guardian boss, while triggering a mythical level talent. Why is it that he can only inflict 6 points of damage on this Huaxiao pig? Is it possible that this Huaxiao pig's talent surpasses that of Lord Inoue's mythical level talent? While the little ones were engulfed in shock and fear, Lin An cast a disdainful glance over them. Drawing forth his lightning sword, he bellowed, "Little ones, prepare to meet your end." Lightning crackled and flickered. Lin An raised the lightning sword and slashed into the throng of little ones. The lightning tore through the void, descending into the crowd of little ones. 537. The struck little one was instantaneously obliterated by Lin An. Following that, a burst of electric light erupted amidst the crowd. The first strike triggered the attached effect, chain lightning. Centered around the obliterated little one, arcs of electricity spread out. Damage values appeared above the heads of all the little ones within a 10-meter radius. 107, 107, 107. A series of damage values erupted among the little ones. Lin An then launched several more attacks. With each strike, another little one's life was claimed. While Inoue Takashi could also eliminate trial participants of the same level, the damage he dealt would be greater than Lin An's. He glared at Lin An, who was relentlessly attacking the crowd, his expression darkening to the extreme. What he could never have anticipated was that his mythical level talent would be countered by this Huaxiao pig. Yet simultaneously, he believed he had come to understand the situation. Why does this Huaxiao pig incessantly trigger announcements in the trial grounds? It must be related to its fortunate talent. But even so, what of it? Inoue Takashi does not believe that employing a strategy of sheer numbers could ever defeat Lin An. Thus, he promptly issues a command in the group chat, instructing everyone to attack the Huaxiao pig and drown it in their overwhelming numbers. The players, upon receiving the order, swiftly align their focus on Lin An as their target. In the next moment, a deluge of attack projectiles cuts through the void, raining down upon Lin An's head. Lin An observes the torrent of assaults descending upon him, his heart devoid of any trepidation, showing no inclination to evade. The little devils watch Lin An standing motionless, convinced he has been rendered senseless by fear. Hundreds of them launch their attacks. Even if each can inflict but a meager amount of damage, within mere seconds, they believe they could overwhelm him with their sheer numbers. However, as the onslaught unfolds, the damage inflicted upon Lin An leaves them utterly astounded. 0, 0, 0, 0. For every damage value that appears above Lin An's head is a resounding 0. This outcome plunges the little devils into a state of icy disbelief, struggling to comprehend. They had previously experienced that even against foes with tenfold defenses, they could still inflict at least a single point of damage. Could it be that Lin An's defense surpasses their damage output by 10 times? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, they dismissed this notion. For even Inoue Takashi, who could reduce an opponent's defense to 1, had managed to inflict only 6 points of damage on Lin An, just as confusion reigns among the little devils. One astute player in their Novice Village channel tentatively suggests, could it be that we are unable to inflict damage on this Huaxiao pig due to level suppression? Level suppression? Might this Huaxiao pig possess a talent that amplifies its level? Given the current scenario, it seems quite plausible. Moreover, judging by the damage inflicted by Inoue Takashi, his level amplification talent must be at least 10 levels. 10 levels? The little devils who read this message collectively gasped in astonishment. Even Inoue Takashi trembled at the revelation. Could it be that he was mistaken? However, Inoue Takashi is reluctant to admit his error. He cannot bear the weight of such a blow. He shouts furiously in the Novice Village chat, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's impossible for someone to exhibit a level amplification of 10. Yet, a voice interjects. But Inoue-sama, if that isn't the reason, why can't we take even a single drop of blood from him? Veins bulge on Inoue Takashi's forehead as he grits his teeth, unable to provide an explanation. He cannot accept such a defeat. The news of Huaxiao's Lin An single-handedly arriving in Sakura District 01250 Novice Village and successfully aiding in the defense against the boss is a profound humiliation for the proud Inoue Takashi. The system announcement states that the assistance time is 10 minutes. Even if each of my attacks can only inflict 6 points of damage upon this Huaxiao pig, if I employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers without regard for cost, I can wear him down. Fueled by anger and resentment, Inoue Takashi believes he has found a solution. He bellows once more in the 01250 Novice Village channel, "Everyone, hold your ground. If anyone dares retreat, all overseers are to execute them. Upon leaving the trial grounds, their family members shall bear the same fate. Even if I can only inflict 6 points of damage on the Huaxiao pig, I will grind him down to dust. Killing him will be a contribution to our great Sakura nation. All who perish today shall be martyrs of the great Sakura nation, originally in chaos and preparing to flee. Countless little devils, now under Inoue Takashi's threat, are compelled to turn back and launch futile attacks on Lin An. Their purpose is merely to use their lives to obstruct Lin An's advance, giving Inoue Takashi an opportunity to strike. Lin An wields his lightning sword, resembling a war deity. With a single swing, he cleaves down a devastating 787. One little devil is obliterated. The lightning sword triggers a chain reaction, 157, 157, 157. Instantly, a chain of lightning erupts within a 10-meter radius centered on the slain little devil, reducing the health of over 20 little devils by half. Scatter, scatter. One perceptive little devil commands in terror, realizing the Huaxiao pig wields a weapon with area of effect skills. Meanwhile, Inoue Takashi prowls among the crowd, constantly seeking an opportunity to attack Lin and whoosh. The bow in Inoue's hand boasts an attack range of at least 20 meters, ensuring his own safety. He repeatedly looses arrows at Lin An, only to see 0, 0, 0, 6. A myriad of ineffective attacks, mingled with Inoue's paltry 6 points of damage, appear above Lin An's head. Noticing Inoue Takashi from a distance, Lin An, after nearly 30 seconds of battle, has identified him as the little devil's backbone. Yet, the slippery little devil swiftly retreats whenever Lin An approaches, almost within striking distance. Simultaneously, Lin An realizes that countless little devils are sacrificing their lives to buy time for Inoue Takashi, hoping to wear him down with a mere 6 points of damage per attack. However, to Lin An, this is not but a farce, for thus far, bolstered by his recovery attributes, he has not lost a single drop of health. Another minute passes, and the little devils seem to grasp the predicament. Someone in the 01250 Novice Village channel remarks, Inoue-sama, we've lost 50 or 60 men. You've attacked the Huaxiao pig at least 20 times. Why does it still appear to have full health? Inoue Takashi, too, had recognized this issue not long ago. Initially, he presumed Lin An merely had an exceptionally robust health pool, but with time, through observation of his attacks, he discovered that each strike only resulted in a minuscule reduction in Lin An's health, which immediately returned to normal. Now, hearing someone voice this concern, Inoue Takashi is compelled to suspect that Lin An possesses recovery attributes. Just as he prepares to issue another command in the channel, another little devil exclaims, Inoue-sama. This Huaxiao pig cannot be killed. If this continues, I fear half of us will be slain within 10 minutes. A sense of helpless despair rises within Inoue Takashi. At this moment, having regained a semblance of calm, he fully realizes that their attempt to conquer this challenge is destined for failure. What lies ahead will undoubtedly be an even more formidable boss. A difficult decision confronts Inoue Takashi. He must choose to conserve his strength for the next boss encounter. With a heavy sigh, he ultimately resolves to announce in the group, everyone, prepare to retreat. Upon hearing Inoue Takashi's command, the little devils, fully aware they are marching towards death, finally find redemption and begin to scatter in flight. Witnessing the little devils who had just moments ago been launching meaningless attacks upon him, now fleeing in disarray, Lin An is momentarily taken aback. He soon comprehends that these little devils have realized they cannot kill him and wish to avoid further futile conflict. Yet, in his bloodlust, Lin An would not easily allow them to escape. He unleashes 2 swift strikes at the fleeing little devils. 884, 946. 2 small adversaries were swiftly vanquished. More fortunate was the fact that, during 2 separate assaults, the lightning sword effect was triggered on both occasions. 176, 189, 176, 176, 189. With each chain lightning explosion, dozens of foes fell like harvested wheat. Those witnessing this scene gasped in disbelief. How terrifyingly monstrous. What kind of gifted challenger from the land of Huaxiao must one be to contend with such power? Oh heavens. Initially, it was thought that the assistance from this Huaxiao warrior for the boss encounter was a design by the system to ease our trials. However, it surpassed all expectations, proving to be exponentially more fearsome than the boss itself. A multitude of adversaries scattered in panic. Next came Lin An's moment of pursuit. In the novice village number 01250, Lin An had transformed into a harbinger of death. With each sword stroke, he claimed the life of a foe. As the 10-minute assistance timer concluded, a system notification echoed in his ears. Notification: you have successfully completed the assistance task for the boss encounter in novice village number 01250, earning 1,000 game coins and a mythical treasure chest. Notification: in this assistance, you have eliminated 196 challengers in novice village number 01250. Notification: you are about to be teleported back to novice village number 00008. Only 196. Not even 200? Lin An sighed as the force of teleportation enveloped him. The scene distorted. In the next moment, he reappeared in novice village number 00008. Simultaneously, following Lin An's successful assistance, announcements echoed throughout the trial realm, reaching the ears of every participant. Chapter 29. The next phase of the trial realm commences. Trial realm announcement. Lin An from novice village No. 00008 has completed the assistance invitation for the boss encounter in Novice Village number 01250, which has failed. Trial Realm Announcement. Lin An from Novice Village No. 00008 has completed the assistance task for the boss encounter in Novice Village number 01250, earning 1,000 coins and a mythical treasure chest. Trial Realm Announcement. The challenge in Novice Village number 01250 has failed. The boss's health has been fully restored, and its level has increased by 2. All challengers in Novice Village number 01250, please persevere. Good heavens. Lin An from Novice Village No. 00008 succeeded in providing assistance for the boss encounter. How did he manage that? Indeed, this is astonishing. If Novice Village number 01250 was able to trigger the boss challenge, it indicates that at least 10 individuals there had reached level 10. How could they not have bested Lin An from Novice Village number 00008? I can hardly fathom the scene in Novice Village number 01250, where Lin An must have been besieged by hundreds. If he could survive such an onslaught, how could we possibly compete? This is utterly inconceivable. Lin An from Novice Village number 00008 must have discovered some kind of bug and exploited it. Exploiting bugs? Haha. My friend upstairs, you truly believe this is still the low-quality game you used to play? While we are uncertain of the reasons behind Lin An's ability to assist in the boss encounter, I suspect that his attributes were significantly enhanced by the will of the world. Yes, that must be it. At this stage, regardless of how superior one's equipment is, no one could withstand the overwhelming assault of hundreds. Indeed, even if each individual dealt a mere point of damage, it could still result in instant annihilation. Hehe. I see that you are all envious of Lin An's success in the boss encounter, rewarded with 1,000 coins and a mythical treasure chest. Nonsense. Why would I be envious? I possess a legendary level talent. So what? Are you brave enough to challenge the boss solo? When the teleportation opens, would you dare choose to venture to town number 0000? I believe Lin An will undoubtedly opt for town number 0000. The Novice Village channel fell silent. In contrast to the astonishment and jealousy of the other trial participants, the small adversaries from Novice Village number 01250 finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, it's finally over. Indeed, this Huaxiao warrior is terrifying. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have been eliminated. Damn it. Why is this Huaxiao warrior so powerful, even surpassing the boss? This is simply impossible. Could it be that this Huaxiao warrior truly possesses a mythical talent, and furthermore, one that enhances levels? That is a possibility. Are there other possibilities? Certainly. Just now, Lord Inoue analyzed that it's possible this Huaxiao warrior, upon assisting our Novice Village, experienced a significant boost in attributes due to the influence of the world's will. No wonder the supposedly mythical Lord Inoue could only inflict 6 points of damage on him. In Novice Village number 00008, as Lin An reappeared, the gazes of the trial participants were filled with fervent admiration. The mighty Lin An. The small adversaries must have fled in terror. From this day forth, my only idol is Lin An. Let those performers perish. Lin An, I admire you so much. I can keep your bed warm. Surrounded by countless trial participants, Lin An cleared his throat and spoke. Everyone, in 20 minutes, the next phase of teleportation will commence. Those needing to level up should do so promptly. Lin An, you make me want to cry. Your concern moves me deeply. Lin An, for the next phase, the towns available for selection in the Huaxiao region range from No. 0000 to number 0999. Which town do you plan to enter? Yes, Lin An, I wish to be in the same town as you. Faced with the inquiries of the crowd, Lin An fell into a moment of contemplation. According to the information provided in the basic guide to the trial realm, there are a total of 999 towns in the next phase. Each town can accommodate up to 10,000 individuals. Different regional segments allow for the free selection of any numbered town after defeating the boss. Where should I go? After a brief reflection, Lin An reached a decision. With his capabilities, there was no doubt that he would choose town number 0000. In the next phase, I will select town number 0000. Lin An declared to those around him. Town number 0000. As the designated town, many will surely wish to go there, and it will be filled with formidable players. Oh no, I will likely be outmatched. Lin An, could you select a different numbered town with me? Lin An's expression darkened. He had not anticipated encountering a T0 version girl in the trial realm. Yet, he would not indulge such a woman, regardless of the setting. He chuckled lightly and replied, "Do you think you are worthy?" With that, he turned away, leaving the incredulous T0 version girl behind. As he made his way to the teleportation portal about to activate in the Novice Village. As time passed, with only 3 minutes remaining until the portal's activation, another announcement echoed through the trial realm. Trial realm announcement. Thanks to the united efforts of the participants in Novice Village number 11264, the boss giant has been successfully defeated, making Novice Village number 1126 for the second village to advance to the next phase. Trial realm announcement. Novice Village number 11264. As the second village to defeat the boss giant, will receive a fine quality treasure chest as a reward. As this announcement concluded, A mechanical voice chimed in once again after a minute. Announcement from the trial ground. Thanks to the united efforts of the challengers in newbie village number 00019. The guardian giant has been successfully defeated, marking newbie village number 00019 as the second village to advance to the next stage. Announcement from the trial ground. As the third village to vanquish the guardian giant, newbie village no. 00019 will receive a reward of 1 superior level treasure chest for all participants. Following this, a series of announcements echoed throughout the trial ground, continuing until the 10th notification concluded. However, in contrast to the first 3 ranks, those placed 4th to 6th would receive only excellent treasure chests, while the 7th to 10th ranks would be awarded ordinary treasure chests. Lin An gazed intently at the countdown before him. At the very moment the timer expired, he accessed the teleportation panel and selected town number 0000. As the teleportation light enveloped him, Lin An's figure gradually faded. Upon rematerializing, he found himself standing in the teleportation plaza of town number 0000. A mechanical female voice resonated in his ears. Notification, you have arrived at town number 0000. Lin An glanced around. The vast teleportation plaza was devoid of other individuals. It appeared he was the first to arrive in town number 0000. Shortly thereafter, a series of notifications filled his mind. Notification 1. The second stage of the trial ground will commence in 72 hours. Notification 2. Upon reaching level 20 and defeating the town's guardian boss, you may activate the teleportation array to proceed to the next stage city. Chapter 30. Triggering the hidden class, Supreme Sword Master. Having absorbed the information provided by the system, Lin An understood that his paramount task was to complete his job change and transcend the level limit. He turned his attention to the hidden class scroll within his backpack. Summoning it forth with a thought, he silently wished, "May fortune favor me, and may I successfully acquire a formidable hidden class." With that, Lin An activated the hidden class scroll. A radiant light enveloped him, and with a flutter of trepidation, the system's notification echoed once more in his ears. Notification. The activation of the hidden class scroll was successful, triggering the hidden class quest. Notification. In 10 seconds, you will be transported to the hidden class quest scenario. Complete the main quest to earn points, which grants a chance to obtain the hidden class. Simultaneously, news of Lin An reverberated through the trial ground once more. Announcement from the trial ground. Lin An from town number 0000 has successfully triggered the main quest for the hidden class by using the hidden class scroll. This announcement resonated throughout the entire trial ground. Some who were preparing to teleport to town number 0000 hesitated. Should I still go, knowing Lin An is there? Surely, I would not be able to claim any ranking rewards in town number 0000 with him present. Perhaps it would be wiser to choose town number 0001 instead. Lin An is truly remarkable. How fortunate I was to have reconsidered before committing to teleport to town number 0000. Although I do not know what talents he possesses, it is evident from the announcement that he can take on the guardian boss single-handedly. It is simply not worth the risk to venture to town number 0000. Yet, while some rejoiced in their decision not to teleport to town number 0000, many others, upon learning of Lin An's presence there, deliberately chose to teleport to town number 0000. Lin An in town number 0000 is intriguing. Initially, I was uncertain about which town to select, but now that I know you are in town number 0000, I am eager to see if you can withstand my mythical level talent. I was right. Lin An has indeed gone to town number 0000. Lin An, I can hardly contain my excitement to challenge you. Only I am worthy of being the first in the trial ground. Teleporting to town number 0000. As Lin An's figure vanished from the teleportation plaza of town number 0000, the plaza was inundated with teleportation lights. For whatever reason, within mere seconds, the entire plaza was engulfed in this radiant glow. Numerous challengers from various villages, eager to teleport to town number 0000, were met with a system notification as they attempted to proceed. Notification, town number 0000 is at full capacity. Teleportation is no longer possible. Damn it. I intended to go to town number 0000 to align myself with the esteemed Lin An. Even if I couldn't cling to his coattails, I could surely benefit from his presence and safely advance to the next stage. Now it seems all hope is lost. The guardian boss of the second stage is even stronger than that of the first. I wonder if I can break through to the third stage in another town. Indeed, I too had planned to go to town number 0000, but alas, I was merely seconds too late, and it filled to capacity. Town number 0000 is too popular. I suspect many sought to ride the coattails of success. After all, with Lin An single-handedly overcoming challenges in newbie village number 0008, who wouldn't want to capitalize on that? Not long ago, our village lost nearly 100 members to the guardian boss's blade in our quest to break through. Ha ha ha, the naivety of the weak. If only town number 0000 weren't already full, I would have relished the opportunity to witness what Lin An is capable of. What right does he have to continuously trigger announcements in the trial ground? Some discontented individuals began to voice their grievances in the newbie village channel. As the strongest in this village, they quickly fell silent, opting instead to teleport to other towns to avoid attracting trouble. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of disorientation from the teleportation, Lin An found himself before an ancient, desolate temple. As he landed, the familiar system notification rang in his ears once more. Hidden class quest successfully created. Hidden class triggered. Supreme Sword Master. Main quest for the class is being edited. Main quest for the class successfully edited. Complete the class quest with a score of 95 or above to unlock the hidden class, Supreme Sword Master. Loading the first stage of the main quest successfully. As the system notifications concluded, a blue panel materialized before Lin An. The first stage of the hidden class quest was revealed. Quest content. Comprehend the sword intent of the Sword Master. Quest description. Enter the sword pool and comprehend the supreme sword intent for 10 seconds. Current score, 0-100. A hidden class related to the sword path. How exhilarating. Lin An thought, excitement blooming on his face. He had long envisioned himself as a free-spirited swordsman, traversing the world with a sense of justice. To become the hidden class Supreme Sword Master was indeed his dream. Lin An raised his gaze towards the sword pool. Located not far to the left of the ancient temple, streams of azure sword intent danced within the pool, swirling gracefully. Surely, I can endure this. Lin An approached the sword pool. Hesitating at the threshold, he decided to cast a reconnaissance spell as a precaution. Initially, he harbored no expectations. Yet, in the next instant, feedback came through. Sword pool. Level, 15. Quantity of sword intent, 10. Damage of sword intent, 680890. Each of the 10 sword intents deals damage ranging from 680 to 890. The potential damage from the sword pool is substantial. Without a moment of hesitation, Lin An stepped into the sword pool. At that very instant, as he crossed the threshold, the sword intents within the pool surged wildly. A barrage of piercing sword intents shot towards him. Faced with the onslaught of 10 sword intents, Lin An made no attempt to dodge. Based on the damage feedback from the reconnaissance spell, it posed no threat to him whatsoever. Whoosh. One sword intent pierced through Lin An's body. 3. A damage value appeared above his head. In the blink of an eye, several more sword intents passed through him, each inflicting damage ranging between 2 and 3 points. 10 formidable sword intents pierced through him, inflicting a mere 26 points of damage upon Lin An. In the next breath, the effect of the Li Huo ring activated, restoring his lost vitality to its zenith in an instant. 10 seconds? Huh. Too simple. A confident and triumphant smile graced Lin An's visage. If this was merely the difficulty of the task, the hidden profession of the infinite sword master would surely be within his grasp. As 10 seconds swiftly elapsed, Lin An emerged from the sword pool, fully rejuvenated. The evaluation results began to materialize before his eyes, accompanied by a mechanical female voice announcing, "Congratulations. You have completed the first phase of the hidden profession quest. You have passed the first phase of the hidden profession quest without sustaining any damage, earning the highest rating, Mythical. Mythical rating grants you 10 points. Loading the second phase of the main quest. Second phase loading successful. Quest details. Challenge the Sword Master S avatar. Quest description. Enter the Divine Temple and challenge the Sword Master S avatar. After entering combat, withstand the avatar's attacks for 20 seconds to succeed. Current score, 10-100. Chapter 31. The Lost Supreme Divine Sword. The Peering Sword Manor. With a resounding boom, as Lin An approached the weathered and ancient temple, its grand doors creaked open. Before him lay an expansive space beneath a magnificent glass dome, revealing a towering statue that appeared almost lifelike, a stone sword held firmly in its grasp. As Lin An's gaze fell upon the statue, an invisible and piercing sword intent sent an involuntary chill through his heart. Was this the summoning statue of the hidden profession? The infinite sword master? The mere aura emanating from the statue was overwhelmingly formidable. Feeling the intangible sword intent radiating from the summoning statue only heightened Lin An's anticipation for the hidden profession of the infinite sword master. He then stepped into the summoning temple. The moment he crossed the threshold, a spectral figure surged forth from the statue, landing gracefully in the center of the temple. Suddenly, a shadow, wielding a long sword and devoid of facial features, rose from the ground. Was this the Sword Master S avatar? Lin An cast a detection spell. Sword Master S avatar. Level, 16. Health, 3939. Damage, 1470. Defense, 1680. Skill, Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens releases 9 sword intents, each capable of inflicting 5-fold base damage on a target. Despite possessing only a single skill, upon reviewing its attributes, Lin An couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 9 sword intents, each capable of delivering quintuple base damage. This was utterly outrageous. With a 9-level advantage, he should be able to endure for 20 seconds, right? After examining the attributes and skills of the Sword Master S avatar, Lin An felt an inkling of anxiety. He cautiously stepped into the avatar's attack range. The Sword Master S avatar was activated, and a swift, sharp sword intent struck towards Lin An's head. The speed was such that even with a calculated maneuver, he could not evade it. Sizzle. In the next instant, the sword intent collided with Lin An's 6. A damage value appeared above his head. Observing his lost health, Lin An felt a sense of relief wash over him. He couldn't help but marvel again at the formidable nature of the mythical level unique talent, which augmented his level by 15. Almost immediately after, the Swordmaster's avatar unleashed another strike. The entire glass hall erupted with brilliant sword light. Clearly, having realized that its normal attacks could not inflict lethal damage upon Lin An, the avatar resorted to its skill, Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. In an instant, 9 streams of sword energy, akin to startled swans, tore through the void at an astonishing speed, rushing towards Lin An. The prompt echoed incessantly in his ears. Alert! You have sustained damage from the Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens, losing 31 health. Alert! You have sustained damage from the Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens, losing 31 health. Alert! You have sustained damage from the Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens, losing 31 health. The repeated notifications caused Lin An to lose 279 health in a heartbeat. Gazing at his remaining 1081 health, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at the sheer terror of this skill. If he were to become the infinite sword master and wield such a skill, he could undoubtedly obliterate monsters of equal level with ease. In the following seconds, while enduring the onslaught from the Sword Master's avatar, he attempted several counterattacks. Despite the avatar's terrifying 1680 defense, he managed to inflict 12 points of damage upon it. 20 seconds passed swiftly. As the challenge timer elapsed, Lin An's health, under the influence of the restoration effect, returned to full vitality. The triumphant voice announcing his success echoed once more in his ears. Congratulations! You have completed the second phase of the Hidden Profession quest. You have passed the second phase of the Hidden Profession quest while at full health, achieving the highest rating, Mythical. Mythical rating grants you 20 points. Loading the third phase of the main quest. Third phase loading successful. Quest details: the lost Supreme Divine Sword. Quest description: locate the Peering Sword Master and reclaim the Supreme Divine Sword stolen from the Sword Master's temple. Current score: 30, 100. The details of the third phase quest materialized before Lin An. After closing the quest panel, he opened the map. A massive red dot marked the location of the Peering Sword Manor, situated a few miles from the Sword Master's temple. This was undoubtedly the target of his quest. After shutting the map once more, Lin An departed from the Sword Master's temple and made his way towards the Peering Sword Manor indicated on the map. Approximately 20 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of a heavily fortified estate. Before the ancient Chinese-style gate stood 4 Peering Sword Masters, patrolling vigilantly. Concealed behind a large rock, Lin An cast a detection spell on the Peering Sword Masters. Peering Sword Master. Level: 15. Attributes: Elite. Health: 978. Damage: 363. Defense: 384. Skills: Sword Breath, Sword Fall. Sword Breath. The Peering Sword Master can enter a state of Sword Breath, doubling their damage output. Sword Fall. The Peering Sword Master can mark a target, inducing the Sword Fall state, which reduces the marked target's damage by 50%. Even as elite-level creatures, the level 15 Peering Sword Masters posed no threat to Lin An. With this realization, he chose not to hide any longer. A plan had already formed in his mind. He boldly charged into the Peering Sword Manor. Stepping out from behind his rocky concealment, Lin An swung his thunder sword at one of the Peering Sword Masters. Lightning flashed through the void, striking the Peering Sword Master. 64. A crimson damage value soared above the Peering Sword Master's head. The attacked Peering Sword Master turned to Lin An, shouting, "We have an intruder." Immediately, the 4 Peering Sword Masters charged towards Lin An. 1. The ordinary attacks from the Peering Sword Masters could only inflict a single point of damage upon Lin An. Thus, he disregarded their feeble assaults and engaged them in swordplay. Meanwhile, from within the courtyard of the Peering Sword Manor, over a dozen more Peering Sword Masters emerged, responding to the commotion, including a level 16 Peering Sword Master boss. Lin An chuckled lightly, unyielding in the face of danger, and fought fiercely against all the Peering Sword Masters. Half an hour later, in a state of full health, he had vanquished all the Peering Sword Masters. Surveying the ground littered with corpses, he lamented the absence of a class advancement to break through the level cap, which deprived him of experience points. With a sigh, Lin An stepped further into the Peering Sword Manor. Standing in the courtyard of the Swordwatch Manor, the boss gazed at Lin An with an air of haughty disdain. Clad in crimson garments and wielding a cerulean sword, tendrils of azure sword intent swirled around the weapon. "You audacious wretch, daring to intrude upon my manor, you court death." The boss of Swordwatch Manor snorted coldly, raising his sword and charging towards Lin An cast a reconnaissance spell, revealing the attributes of the boss before him. Master of Swordwatch Manor. Level: 17 attributes. Catastrophic level health. 4085 damage. 2480 defense. 1729 skills. Sword Breath, Sword Fall, Sword Intent. Sword Breath. Enters a state of Sword Breath, doubling the damage output while in this state. Sword Fall. Marks a target, placing it in the Sword Fall state, which reduces the target's damage by 50%. Sword Intent. As the Master of Swordwatch Manor wielding the Supreme Divine Sword, can condense Sword Intent, increasing critical hit rate by 1% every 5 seconds during combat. Once the critical hit rate reaches 100%, the sword intent converts into damage. Chapter 32. Level up to the unique hidden class, Supreme Sword Immortal. Goodness. This is rather outrageous. Lin An exclaimed incredulously as he beheld the sword intent skill of the boss. The prospect of a 1% increase in critical hit rate every second suggested that, in a mere 100 seconds, this foe could potentially land critical hits with every strike. Even more terrifying was the fact that once the critical hit rate hit 100%, those critical hits would convert directly into damage. With a swift motion, the sword wielded by the master of Swordwatch Manor descended. A damage value materialized above Lin An's head. 25. Simultaneously, Lin An launched his own attack, and a damage value appeared above the boss's head. 14. Observing the damage he had inflicted upon the boss, Lin An took a deep breath, reflecting on the inadequacy of his own damage output. Given his current proficiency in attack, and considering the possibility of missed strikes, it would require at least 400 successful hits to vanquish this foe. Including movement time, he estimated that it would take about 10 minutes to defeat the boss. In his mind, Lin An calculated that he could likely eliminate the boss while remaining within a safe health threshold, continuously attacking and maneuvering. Everything proceeded according to Lin An's predetermined plan. 5 minutes passed, and the boss's health plummeted below 2,000. At this juncture, bolstered by sword intent, the boss's critical hit rate had soared to around 60%. Yet, even with critical hits, the boss could only inflict 50 points of damage upon Lin An. Thanks to a special attribute that facilitated recovery, Lin An remained at full health. Gazing at the boss, whose health had dropped below half, Lin An mused internally about the absurd difficulty of this hidden class quest. He surmised that perhaps only he could overcome this challenge and attain the hidden class. Continuing his onslaught, Lin An was fortunate that no unforeseen events transpired in the subsequent moments. When the boss finally succumbed beneath Lin An's blade, his health still remained above 1,000. A mechanical voice echoed in Lin An's ears. Congratulations, you have completed the third phase of the hidden class quest. Your third phase quest has been rated as legendary. Upon achieving this rating, you receive 38 points. Loading the fourth phase of the main quest. The fourth phase of the main quest has been successfully loaded. Quest content: return the Supreme Divine Sword. Quest description: escort the Supreme Divine Sword back to the temple. Current score: 68100. With the fallen boss's body, Lin An retrieved a cerulean long sword. Supreme Divine Sword quest item. Grade: Mythical. Level: Adaptive Match Level. Damage: 828 points. Attack range: 3 meters. Special Attribute 1. Upon entering combat, the wielder gains 1 instance of sword intent every 5 seconds, upgradable. Special Attribute 2. Until the wielder's critical hit rate reaches 100%. Each instance of sword intent increases the critical hit rate by 1%. Special Attribute 3. Once the wielder's critical hit rate hits 100%, each instance of sword intent converts into damage equivalent to the level value. Goodness. Indeed, this is outrageous. Upon witnessing the attributes of the Supreme Divine Sword, Lin An couldn't help but exclaim. This weapon possessed not only extraordinary special attributes, but also lacked any restrictions, automatically adapting to the wielder's level and altering its damage output. Regrettably, it was merely a quest item. Before placing the Supreme Divine Sword into his inventory, Lin An attempted to equip it. If this weapon could be donned, it would be an undeniably lucrative acquisition, even without transitioning to a hidden class. However, much to Lin An's dismay, a notification promptly sounded in his ears. Notice: quest item cannot be equipped. Reluctantly, Lin An stored the Supreme Divine Sword in his inventory and departed from Swordwatch Manor, making his way back to the temple. However, the journey back did not unfold as smoothly as Lin An had envisioned. Shortly after leaving Swordwatch Manor, he was beset by numerous treasure seekers who launched attacks against him. Fortunately, these assailants were not particularly formidable, merely elite monsters ranging from levels 16 to 17. After nearly 2 hours of battling his way through foes, Lin An finally returned to the temple safely. Upon his return with the Supreme Divine Sword, the mechanical voice once again resonated. Congratulations. You have completed the fourth phase of the hidden class quest. You have completed the fourth phase of the hidden class quest without taking damage, achieving the highest rating. Mythical. Mythical rating grants you 20 points. Loading the final phase of the main quest. The final phase of the main quest has been successfully loaded. Quest content: Evil Sword Spirit. Quest description: use the quest item, Supreme Divine Sword, to eliminate the malevolent sword spirit within. Current score: 88100. So, this is the final phase? It seems the transition to the hidden class is assured, Lin An thought, a smile gracing his face as he dismissed the quest panel. From his inventory, he summoned the Supreme Divine Sword. Use. As the success notification chimed, an evil sword spirit floated forth from the Supreme Divine Sword. Lin An quickly cast a reconnaissance spell upon the malevolent spirit. Evil Sword Spirit. Level: 16 attributes. Catastrophic level health: 3670 damage. 1364 defense, 1572 skills, Soul Devour, physical immunity. Soul Devour consumes the target's soul, reducing the target's defense by 90% for 3 seconds. Physical immunity reduces physical damage taken by 50%. Having perused the attributes of the evil sword spirit, Lin An, while confident that the transition to the hidden class was secure, could not help but marvel at the sheer extremity of the spirit's skills. With a swift motion, Lin An raised his thunder sword, his arm crackling with lightning as he struck towards the evil sword spirit. 7. Given the spirit's physical immunity, Lin An could only inflict 7 points of damage. Simultaneously, the evil sword spirit transformed into a wraith-like apparition and initiated Soul Devour, rushing towards Lin An 91. Seeing this damage value, Lin An's heart raced. The next moment, an attack notification blared in his ears. Notice, the evil sword spirit has activated Soul Devour. Your defense is reduced by 90% for 3 seconds. Notice, the evil sword spirit has attacked you, inflicting 91 points of damage. Confronted with the intangible assault of the evil sword spirit, Lin An found himself unable to evade. In the ensuing 3 seconds, a flurry of damage notifications appeared above his head. 91, 91, 91, 91. Within that brief span, the evil sword spirit struck Lin An 4 times. Even under the influence of the restored attributes, his health had still dwindled to 1100. Fortunately, the Soul Devour only lasted for 3 seconds. Otherwise, he would have encountered a disastrous defeat. Lin An took a deep breath and wielded his lightning sword, launching a relentless series of swift attacks. 7, 7, 7. After 8 minutes of unwavering effort, the malevolent sword spirit's health had plummeted to below 50. Simultaneously, Lin An braved the 9 points of damage inflicted by the malevolent sword spirit, ceasing his assaults. For he calculated that the malevolent sword spirit would soon unleash another Soul Devour. In order to guarantee a full health kill and achieve the highest score, Lin An resolved to strike down the malevolent sword spirit only after it executed its Soul Devour. Approximately 10 seconds later, the malevolent sword spirit indeed initiated the Soul Devour against Lin An 91. 91, 91, 91, 91. Within 3 seconds, 5 instances of 91 damage materialized above Lin An's head. Lin An glanced at his remaining health, which was just over 1,000. Now, he simply needed to vanquish the malevolent sword spirit within 20 seconds to secure a full health kill. 20 seconds. Even if he could only inflict 7 points of damage with each strike, it would be more than sufficient. He commenced his counterattack. 16 seconds later, having carefully managed his health, Lin An delivered a decisive blow. The malevolent sword spirit dissipated into a swirl of black mist. A melodious notification chimed in his ears. Congratulations. You have completed the final stage of the hidden class quest. You have successfully completed the final stage of the hidden class quest without taking damage. Attaining the highest rating, Mythical. Mythical rating grants you 20 points. Your current score is 108,100. You have successfully changed classes. Acquiring the hidden profession of Supreme Sword Master. Your rating score has exceeded 100, upgrading your hidden profession to the unique hidden class, Supreme Sword Immortal. Upon hearing this notification, Lin An was astounded beyond measure. His exceptional performance had not only earned him a hidden profession, but had also elevated him to the unique hidden class of Supreme Sword Immortal. This was utterly exhilarating. Yet, the notifications did not cease. The unique hidden profession, Supreme Sword Immortal, grants you the exclusive weapon, Supreme Divine Sword. Oh my. This notification sent Lin An into a near ecstatic frenzy. Along with the system prompt, the previously labeled task item, the Supreme Divine Sword, had shed its task item designation. Gazing upon the Supreme Divine Sword nestled in his inventory, Lin An's breath quickened. Supreme Divine Sword. Grade, Mythical. Level, Adaptive to Matching Level. Damage, 828. Attack range, 3 meters. Class restriction, Supreme Sword Immortal. Special Attribute 1. Upon entering combat, the wielder gains a sword intent every 5 seconds, can be upgraded. Special Attribute 2. If the wielder's critical hit rate is below 100%, each sword intent gained increases critical hit rate by 1%. Special Attribute 3. Once the wielder's critical hit rate reaches 100%, each sword intent gained converts into damage equivalent to level value. As Lin An absorbed the description of the Supreme Divine Sword's adaptive matching level, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. My talent boosts level by 15. If I equip the Supreme Divine Sword, will it match my current level of 10 or 25? With this in mind, Lin An could hardly contain his eagerness to try it out. However, just then, the system notification chimed once more. Notification. You have successfully transitioned to the hidden profession of Supreme Sword Immortal. You will be teleported away from the quest scene in 3 seconds. As the teleportation light enveloped him, Lin An felt the countdown conclude, and he stabilized his form, discovering he had returned to the teleportation square of Town 0000. Simultaneously, upon his arrival back at the square of Town 0000, an announcement echoed throughout the realm of trials. Trial ground announcement. Lin An of Town 0000 has completed the hidden quest transition. acquiring a hidden profession. The announcement resonated in the ears of all trialists, causing an uproar in the trial ground once again. Who was it that claimed Lin and had not triggered the trial ground announcement, and surely had failed his class transition? Now they were being proven wrong, weren't they? Haha, I'm so envious of Lin An. He has transitioned into a hidden profession. I wonder what kind of hidden profession it is, and how formidable it might be. Haha, it must be powerful. I've heard that the monsters in hidden professions often exceed level 15 and are of Calamity grade. At this stage, only Lin An seems capable of transitioning into a hidden profession. After all, I've only heard that he can single-handedly take on Calamity bosses above level 15. Isn't that a hidden profession? If it were merely a supportive hidden profession, it wouldn't be as impressive as an attacking class, so what is there to envy? Oh really? I think you're just bitter because you can't attain what he has. Bitter? What do I have to be bitter about? My older brother also transitioned into a hidden profession, and he succeeded just an hour ago. You are just boasting. If your brother transitioned into a hidden profession, why wasn't he there an announcement? My brother transitioned into a mysterious hidden profession that requires no quest challenges, hence no announcement was triggered. Haha. Do you really think we'll believe that? Believe it or not, soon my brother will trample Lin An, whom you all idolize, underfoot. Just wait and see. In contrast to Town 0000, other towns and beginner villages reacted to the announcement of Lin An's hidden profession with envy, jealousy, and scorn. Meanwhile, having finally conquered the boss guarding the gate and teleported to Town 1005, Inoue Takeo was fuming, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn those Chinese pigs. How could they have succeeded in transitioning to a hidden profession yet again? It infuriates me. Damn those Chinese pigs. I will not rest until I make you suffer, and you best reach the central city alive. I want you to endure a fate worse than death at my hands. Lin An, however, paid little heed to the reactions of others regarding his successful transition to a hidden profession. What truly occupied his mind was his new professional panel and which level the Supreme Divine Sword would adapt to upon equipping it. Taking a deep breath, Lin An's gaze fell upon the Supreme Divine Sword in his inventory as he chose to equip it. Notification: Supreme Divine Sword equipped successfully. Yet, at the moment Lin An successfully equipped the Supreme Divine Sword, a brilliant burst of light erupted from it, startling him. My goodness, it nearly blinded me. Is the light effect of a mythical weapon this intense? Lin An mused, hastily shutting off the weapon's light effect. Weapons of epic grade and above produce powerful light effects that can be controlled to turn off. Although Lin An swiftly extinguished the radiant azure light emanating from the Supreme Divine Sword, it still drew the attention of the trialists milling about the teleportation square. Wasn't that sword in his hand just glowing? Yes, I saw it too. It emitted a blue light. This means that sword must be at least of epic grade. An epic weapon? Could he be a big shot? Anyone wielding such a weapon must undoubtedly be a formidable figure. I wonder who they are. Regardless of who it is, they are certainly not someone we can provoke. Let us move along to avoid trouble. Indeed, I really shouldn't have come to Town 0000. There are just too many powerful players here. Now that I think about it, half an hour ago, I heard about a trialist with a rare level talent who thought he could challenge a legendary talent big shot and ended up getting one shot. That truly happened. I was not far from the scene. Reflecting on it now still sends a chill down my spine. We ought to remain steadfast in our pursuit of leveling up and defeating monsters, steering clear of any other distractions. Indeed, as a few conversed, they averted their gaze from Lin and sighing in resignation, they proceeded toward the far end of the teleportation square. Meanwhile, at the very moment Lin and deactivated the radiant effect of the Supreme Divine Sword, a man approached him. With the weapon's glow now suppressed, Lin and intended to check the matching level of the Supreme Divine Sword. However, a haughty voice interrupted him. Are you the trialist from that novice village? Lin An furrowed his brows, finding the man's tone quite irksome. What business is it of yours? Zhou Sheng, our esteemed leader, is kindly inquiring about you, young man. What an attitude you possess. Before the man could speak further, another individual beside him reprimanded Lin An. A derisive snort escaped Lin An's nostrils. What attitude? I shall use whatever tone I deem fit. Just as Zhou Sheng's subordinate was about to retort, Zhou Sheng restrained him. He then scrutinized Lin An from head to toe and asked, young man, is that weapon in your possession of epic quality? And why should that concern you? In Town 0000, there are hidden dangers lurking. If that weapon truly is epic, I advise you to entrust it to me for safekeeping. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril. Upon hearing Zhou Sheng's words, Lin An erupted in laughter. These fellows were so brazen in their attempts to seize his weapon. What if I refuse to hand it over? If you do not, the fact that you possess an epic weapon will surely become known, and you might not see the light of tomorrow. Is that so? I would very much like to see who will fail to witness tomorrow's sunrise. A flicker of disdain appeared in Lin An's eyes as he activated the weapon's glow once more. A cerulean aura enveloped him, causing Zhou Sheng and his companions to tremble slightly. It seemed that the weapon in this young man's possession was indeed of epic quality or higher. Then Lin An spoke again. I eagerly await how you intend to prevent me from seeing tomorrow's sun. With that, he disregarded the group and strode away. Zhou Sheng gritted his teeth, muttering to his subordinates, "Keep an eye on this fellow. The moment he steps out of the safe zone, inform me immediately." "Understood, Brother Sheng." In the square, those acquainted with Zhou Sheng began to whisper among themselves upon noticing Lin An's predicament. "Isn't that the person who recently boasted in the town channel about possessing an epic talent?" "Indeed, that's him. I heard that Zhou Sheng's reputation in their novice village wasn't favorable. He is known for bullying others and stealing their equipment." "Hush, do not speak carelessly. If Zhou Sheng hears you, you might find yourself in trouble. I only mentioned it privately. But it seems that the young man with the epic weapon has become Zhou Sheng's target. Let's hope he possesses sufficient strength to defend himself. I fear it may be difficult." That young man dared to provoke them by activating his weapon's glow. Such arrogance may lead to his downfall. He might even lose his life. I agree. Even if Zhou Sheng does not seize it, his behavior will likely attract the attention of others. Indeed, many have become increasingly reckless, especially the powerful ones. By the way, does anyone know where Lin An, the first to reach town 0000, is now? No idea. I heard many are inquiring about him. I wonder what Lin An looks like. He hasn't entered the town chat, so we can't see his appearance. Amidst the astonished and envious gazes of many, Lin An exited the teleportation square and finally deactivated the glow of his weapon. It was only when he arrived at a less crowded area that he came to a halt. With his mind, he accessed the equipment panel to examine the Supreme Divine Sword. Supreme Divine Sword. Quality, Mythical. Level, 25. Damage, 1,173 points. Attack range, 3 meters. Class restriction, Supreme Sword Immortal. Special attribute 1. Upon entering combat, the wielder can obtain 1 sword intent every 4 seconds. This interval decreases by 1 second for every 10 levels, with a minimum of 1 second. Special attribute 2. Before the wielder's critical hit rate reaches 100, every sword intent gained increases the critical hit rate by 1. Special attribute 3. After the wielder's critical hit rate reaches 100, every sword intent gained can be converted into damage equivalent to the level value. To think it matched with level 25, this revelation made Lin An's breath quicken. The exclusive weapon of the only hidden class was truly formidable. It appeared that with his singular mythical talent combined with the Supreme Sword Immortal's weapon, it would be impossible not to excel. Moving forward, it seemed he could remain invincible even with a lackadaisical approach. Moreover, Lin An was not one to adopt a lazy demeanor. After reviewing the weapon's attributes, Lin An shifted his gaze to his class attribute panel. Chapter 34. Lin An, the Great One, Treasure Dungeon. Care to join? Name, Lin An. Age, 19. Level, 1015, 01409. Class, Supreme Sword Immortal, only hidden class. Health, 1360. Attack, 1243. Defense, 249. Skill, Reconnaissance. Talent, Divine Amplification, Mythical, Innate. Gold, 1664. Equipped items, Supreme Divine Sword, Mythical. Lihor Ring, Mythical. Thorn Armor, Epic. Class passives, Sword Sovereign, Sword Control, Sword Path, Sword Sovereign, as the sovereign of all swords. Damage from sword type classes is reduced by 30. Sword Control, can ride upon swords and fly through the air. Sword Path, exceptional understanding of sword skills, with extraordinary comprehension. Special attribute 1. When receiving damage, there is a 10 chance to rebound 100 of the damage back to the attacker. Special attribute 2. Upon entering combat, the wielder can obtain 1 sword intent every 4 seconds. Special attribute 3. Before the wielder's critical hit rate reaches 100, every sword intent gained increases the critical hit rate by 1. Special attribute 4. After the wielder's critical hit rate reaches 100, every sword intent gained can be converted into damage equivalent to the level value. Special attribute 5. Recovers a fixed 50 health points per second, only affected by the healing prohibition state. Special attribute 6. When receiving damage, there is a 1 chance of complete immunity to that damage. Special attribute 7. When using skills to attack, skill attack damage level is 1. Trial Town, 0000. With damage exceeding 1,000, this feels exhilarating. As Lin An gazed at his class panel attributes, he could not suppress the smile on his face. Typically, upon the first class advancement, one could only acquire a single class passive. However, he had gained 3 on his first attempt, which compelled Lin An to marvel at the might of the only hidden class. What delighted him even more was the passive of his singular hidden sword path class, allowing him to surpass all other sword type classes. With this passive, he was indeed the emperor among sword classes. Now, the next step was to find a way to acquire class skills, level up, and activate his second talent. Just as Lin An contemplated this, the announcement echoing throughout the trial ground resonated in his ears. Trial ground announcement. Su Xian of Town 0000 has used a talent reforging stone, obtaining a mythical level daily talent. Trial ground announcement. Su Xian of Town 0000 has used a talent reforging stone, obtaining a mythical level daily talent. Trial ground announcement. Su Xian of Town 0000 has used a talent reforging stone, obtaining a mythical level daily talent. The triple announcements momentarily stunned Lin An. Someone had actually reforged a mythical level daily talent. It seemed he needed to hasten his pace. due to his transition into a hidden profession in another realm. Lin An found himself cut off from external news. In the next moment, he opened the ranking list for Town 0000. First place, Zhou Mo Yun. Level 15 second place. Oh Highle, level 14 third place. He Tian, level 14 fourth place. 1 Yuan Liang, level 14 fifth place. Su Xian, level 14 10th place. Song Hong, level 13. Gazing at the ranking list, Lin An exclaimed in astonishment. Having delayed a few hours due to his class change, he now found himself lagging behind even the lowest ranks. However, he felt no anxiety within. With his current prowess, leveling up was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. A mere exertion would surely propel him to level 21st. Closing the level ranking, he opened the equipment ranking. Rank 1, Supreme Divine Sword, Quality, Mythical. Level, None. Rank 2, Golden Scale Armor, Quality, Mythical. Level, 14. Rank 3, Bloodthirsty Dagger, Quality, Mythical. Level, 13. Rank 4, Whirlwinder Staff, Quality, Mythical. Level, 13. Rank 5, Goddess Mask, Quality, Mythical. Level, 13. As he surveyed the equipment ranking, he was struck by the uniformity of mythical grade gear. Lin An could not help but marvel at the hidden talents within Town 0000. Yet, it was unfortunate that his Supreme Divine Sword firmly held the top position on the equipment list. Internally rejoicing, he closed the equipment ranking. At that moment, discussions erupted throughout Town 0000 regarding Su Xian's reset and the changes in the equipment rankings. I heard that Su Xian's innate talent has transformed from legendary to mythical. Someone remarked. He must be the foremost figure in our Town 0000 now. Absolutely the best. Su Xian's might is awe-inspiring. I wish I could cling to his coattails. By the way, I also heard that the Golden Scale Armor, currently ranked 2nd, is in Su Xian's possession. Is that true? Indeed. Su Xian is incredibly powerful. I just checked the ranking. The Golden Scale Armor has indeed secured the 2nd position. What? How can that be? Who acquired a more formidable mythical grade piece of equipment? The top-ranked item is the Supreme Divine Sword. The Supreme Divine Sword? Let me see. What the heck? Why doesn't this equipment display a level? What's going on? I have no idea. I'm equally curious why the level isn't displayed. I know. You must tell us. I learned from the basic guide to the trial grounds that it seems exclusive equipment for hidden professions does not have a level. The level and attributes of exclusive equipment adapt according to the hidden profession's level. Is that possible? That sounds incredibly overpowered. Does it mean this equipment can be used for a lifetime? Theoretically, yes. Su Xian ranks 5th on the level list, which implies that this equipment is likely in the hands of the top 4 players. Moreover, this player is a hidden profession. Yes. This equipment is very likely with Zhou Mo Yun, the goddess Zhou. I heard she belongs to a swordsmanship hidden profession. At that moment, Zhou Mo Yun, engaged in a dungeon run, glanced at the group chat messages, utterly bewildered. I obtained a weapon exclusive to my hidden profession? How was I not aware of this? Curiosity piqued. She wondered who had acquired this exclusive weapon. She looked towards her 4 teammates, all of whom were also on the level rankings. They had united their efforts to enhance efficiency in leveling up. As Zhou Mo Yun's gaze fell upon them, they too appeared puzzled, shaking their heads to indicate it was not them. Endless confusion arose within the group, and someone remarked, the equipment ranking primarily ranks items based on their quality and level. The Supreme Divine Sword ranks higher than the 14-level mythical gear, which seems illogical and rather strange. Indeed, what on earth is happening? The individuals ranked above level 14 are all in our party. If this weapon isn't among us, then whose could it be? Could it possibly be Su Xian? Impossible. That doesn't match his profession. Exactly. Su Xian's profession is sharpshooter. His weapon should be a bow. Oh, wasn't there a system announcement earlier that Lin An successfully transitioned into a hidden profession? Could it be in his possession? Unlikely. The exclusive weapons level is matched to the profession, and he hasn't even made it onto the level list. It's impossible for him to have it. True. But what on earth is Lin An doing? He was the first to arrive at Town 0000, yet it took him 4 to 5 hours to change professions. Who knows? Perhaps Lin An's strength isn't as formidable as the system announcement suggested. I concur. Everyone, let us not lose focus. We must strive to reach level 20 within the next 20 hours. As the party deliberated, Zhou Mo Yun interjected. Their goal was to claim the rewards for being the first to reach level 20 in the entire trial grounds. The first to reach level 10 would receive a mythical treasure chest, and the rewards for level 20 would certainly be equally impressive. Consequently, they ceased their discussions and began collaborating to eliminate monsters. Meanwhile, Lin An, having absorbed the basic information, surveyed the rare, epic, and mythical treasure chests in his inventory. He secretly planned to open them after reaching level 20. Although Town 0000 had already initiated an experience dungeon, Lin An opted not to level up through it. Despite the experience bonuses offered, the dungeon monsters were inferior to wild monsters, which could trigger boss encounters and calamity creatures, providing various fortuitous opportunities. He opened the map, pinpointing his direction, and prepared to venture into the wilderness to level up. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, a notification chimed in Lin An's ear. He activated the message window. discovering that the sender was Si Yuqing. She had also arrived at town 0000. Lin An murmured, opening the message. Big shot. I obtained a treasure dungeon activation stone. Would you like to join? A treasure dungeon. Lin An murmured. The second phase of the trial grounds allowed for the triggering of dungeons by defeating monsters of boss level and above, albeit with a minuscule probability. There were 3 types of dungeons: treasure dungeons, secret dungeons, and ruin dungeons. The treasure dungeon could provide items related to talents, such as talent orbs, talent reforged stones, and more. Naturally, regardless of the type, all 3 dungeons carried significant difficulty, with monsters within being at least elite level. Lin An glanced at his yet-to-be-activated second talent, and swiftly replied with 2 words, coordinates. Si Yuqing responded almost instantly, Northern Wilderness 235819568. Lin An opened the map. The coordinates were approximately 10 miles from his current location, not too far. If he flew, he should arrive swiftly. Thus, he replied, I'll be there in 20 minutes. He then closed the message panel, summoned his Supreme Divine Sword, and soared into the air, determinedly setting his course. As he glided through the air, onlookers beheld Lin An riding his sword into the boundless sky, leaving them collectively dumbfounded. I must be seeing things. Did I just witness someone flying on a sword? Bro, you're not mistaken. I saw it too. Heavens, what is happening? How can someone fly on a sword? This must be a big shot who has learned a sword flying skill. Absolutely. I'm so envious. I just checked the trading post for divine stones. Someone is selling flying skills for 5,000 gold coins. 5,000 gold coins. Are they insane? Where did such a skill come from? It is said that the exquisite level treasure chest can yield remarkable rewards, though my knowledge is merely hearsay. The notion that such a treasure chest can produce anything so extraordinary seems utterly absurd. In truth, treasure chests can indeed unveil a plethora of items. Yet the higher the chest's rating, the greater the likelihood of acquiring valuable treasures. Oh, is that so? Then the individual who has obtained a flight-related skill must surely be expending their lifespan to unlock the chest. As some individuals engaged in astonished discussions, not far away, a figure covertly observing Lin An was momentarily taken aback. He quickly sent a message to Zhou Sheng. Brother Sheng, that kid has headed outside the town. But he possesses a flight skill, and I cannot keep up. Just as Zhou Sheng was preparing to enter a dungeon for leveling up, he was jolted by the message. A flight skill? Impossible. Zhou Sheng became increasingly convinced that Lin An's ability to fly was a property granted by an epic-level weapon. This thought only solidified his determination to seize Lin An's weapon. He abandoned his plan to enter the dungeon and dispatched a message to his underling. No matter what, find out where he is going. If you succeed, I will reward you with a rare-level piece of equipment. Upon receiving the message, his underling was filled with excitement and hurriedly replied, Understood, Brother Sheng. Breaking off communication, Zhou Sheng's underling set off in pursuit of the direction Lin An had taken. Whenever he lost sight of Lin An, he would ask passers-by for information. Lin An, soaring through the skies, attracted significant attention, making it easy for others to discern his flight path. Chapter 35. Who are you to ask me to withdraw from the team? Lin An continued to glide through the air, drawing attention effortlessly. As he flew, 18 minutes passed, leading him into the northern wasteland. In the high altitudes of the wasteland, fierce winds raged, and yellow sand swirled, disrupting his flight. Upon entering the area, he had no choice but to descend and proceed on foot. After landing, he reopened the map and noted that his current position was less than 300 meters from his target. Without delay, he began to run toward his destination. At last, he arrived at the designated coordinates within the allotted time. Not far away, a 4-person team was clearing nearby monsters, with Si Yuqing among them. Upon seeing Lin An arrive, Si Yuqing smiled and said, Lin An, it's been a while. Although the other 3 were unfamiliar with Lin An, they recognized him as the strongest player from the 00008 novice village, as mentioned by Si Yuqing, and regarded him with a measure of awe. Lin An nodded and approached them. A system notification sounded. Notification. Si Yuqing has invited you to join the team. Do you accept? Accept. Upon successfully joining the team, Lin An glanced at the avatars of the 4 members. All 4 had already completed their class transitions. The team's composition consisted of a mage, a hero, a healer, and a paladin, a traditional setup capable of both tanking and dealing damage. Their levels were all 13. As Lin An joined the team, the 3 members, aside from Si Yuqing, gazed at Lin An's avatar. Noticing he was only at level 10, they furrowed their brows. One of them even remarked in the team chat, seemingly with intent. Why is he only level 10? The elite monsters in the treasure dungeon start at level 16. Can he handle it? As soon as this was said, another voiced their skepticism. Si Yuqing, are you trying to set us up for failure? Indeed, the elite monsters in the treasure dungeon start at level 16. The level suppression grows exponentially. Just one level could be fatal. Don't you understand? Yes, I agree. We should call for someone else. Lin An, you should withdraw from the team. Yes, you should take the initiative to leave. Your equipment may be decent, but often, a significant level gap cannot be compensated for by gear. Their concerns were understandable from their perspective. But the sudden shift in tone to sarcasm from the 3 left Lin An feeling quite displeased. If they had approached the matter respectfully, he would have withdrawn without hesitation. After all, it was merely a treasure dungeon. He was not in need. Yet, the trio insisted on adopting a condescending tone, attempting to intimidate Lin An into retreating. However, Lin An was not one to back down easily. Then, he spoke calmly. If I am not mistaken, the activation stone for the treasure dungeon is not in your possession. What right do you have to ask me to withdraw? He then turned to Si Yuqing and inquired, is the activation stone for the treasure dungeon in your possession? Si Yuqing nodded and replied, I rolled for it after defeating the boss. So, what right do you three have to ask me to withdraw? The ownership of the activation stone belonged to Si Yuqing, and it was her prerogative to determine who could enter the dungeon. When the treasure dungeon activation stone was dropped and the quest was triggered, we were a team. What right do we have to be excluded? You claim to have the right. Then why don't you try to activate the treasure dungeon? Since the item was rolled by Si Yuqing, it rightfully belongs to her. If she agrees to take you into the dungeon, it's a favor. If she disagrees, it's her right. What gives you the authority to dictate my departure from the team or to criticize Si Yuqing? This reasoning left the three momentarily speechless. Lin An continued, Si Yuqing, if you wish for me to leave the team, I will turn and walk away without a word. Hearing this, Si Yuqing quickly responded, Lin An, I believe in you. I called you here precisely to guide us through the treasure dungeon. Upon hearing Si Yuqing's reply, the three immediately turned ashen-faced. One person gritted their teeth and asked, Si Yuqing, are you certain you want to take Lin An with us? I have said it. I believe in Lin An, Si Yuqing affirmed. And it is not us leading him, it is Lin An guiding us. Si Yuqing, you're courting disaster. In that case, you can go ahead. I won't participate. Neither will I. Two of them threatened, yet they did not leave the team. They believed that by threatening to exit, they could pressure Si Yuqing into compliance. And indeed, the situation unfolded as they expected. The expression on Si Yuqing's beautiful face reflected her internal struggle. These three were not weak, their talents were rare. The paladin even possessed an epic-level piece of equipment. It was precisely due to these factors that they had managed to defeat the boss, complete the storyline, and acquire the treasure dungeon activation stone. Yet, on the other hand, she had unwavering faith in Lin An. The atmosphere hung in a tense silence for a moment before Si Yuqing gritted her teeth and stated, since you two refuse to participate, I, Si Yuqing, will not be sending you off. In response to Si Yuqing's ultimate decision to side with Lin An, one person erupted in furious laughter. Fine, Si Yuqing. You seek your own demise. Go ahead. With that, the sound of departure echoed in Lin An's ears. Si Yuqing, you will pay for your choice with your life. Soon after, another member also exited the team. Seeing two of them withdraw, the last one hesitated briefly before opting to leave as well. In their eyes, if Lin An, at level 10, were to enter the treasure dungeon, his demise would be inevitable. Although the treasure holds significant value, it pales in comparison to the sanctity of life. The damage a level 10 character can inflict might not even breach the defenses of a level 16 elite monster. The three departing members posed a threat, but Lin An remained unfazed. He turned to Si Yuqing and declared, if they choose not to engage, let us activate the treasure dungeon. Upon hearing Lin An's words, the three exchanged disdainful glances, their expressions betraying a stubborn bravado, akin to a duck refusing to flinch from scalding water, as they regarded Si Yuqing. They were convinced that within 10 seconds, she would be begging to allow them to join her party. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the outcome was disappointing. In the next moment, to their utter disbelief, Si Yuqing produced the treasure dungeon activation stone and said to Lin An, all right, esteemed Lin An. Her demeanor left no room for jest. Instantly, the three felt a surge of anxiety. One exclaimed, Si Yuqing, are you truly seeking your own demise? Si Yuqing, placing her faith in Lin An, paid no heed to the trio. She believed that Lin An, now a hidden class, was undoubtedly more formidable and capable of leading her through the treasure dungeon without issue. With a decisive motion, Si Yuqing crushed the activation stone in her hand. The power of teleportation began to radiate through the party. The figures of Si Yuqing and Lin An slowly began to dissipate. Just before Lin An's form vanished entirely, a level 14 ordinary monster lunged at him. Lin An raised his supreme divine sword and struck. A striking number of 835 appeared above the monster's head. The level 14 creature was instantly vanquished. The trio, witnessing this spectacle, trembled in shock. How could this be possible? The highest damage output among them was barely 20, even with their talents enhancing their abilities. Chapter 36. Entering the treasure dungeon. Ambushed by the guardian monster. Loading treasure dungeon data. Treasure dungeon data loaded. As the notification faded, Lin An and Si Yuqing found themselves before an ancient and grand passageway. At the far end, a pair of bronze double doors loomed, adorned with intricate carvings of two monsters, each clutching a door ring in their jaws. Flanking the doors stood a pair of treasure guardians. Si Yuqing, feeling a touch of anxiety, leaned closer to Lin An and whispered, esteemed Lin An, according to the narrative hints I received, we must eliminate these two guardians to gain entry to the treasure hall. Lin An nodded and, before engaging, cast a reconnaissance spell on the treasure guardians. Treasure guardian level, 16 type, elite monster class, sword type health, 1045 damage, 392 defense, 358 skill, cross slash. This ability locks onto a target and can instantly obliterate any target with health below 5. The monsters in the second phase of the trial zone displayed a stark contrast to those in the first phase novice village, now possessing class attributes likely due to the existence of class advantages. Lin An pondered this silently. What surprised him even more was that the first monsters he encountered after his class change were sword-type creatures. It seemed as if the game was favoring him. Turning to Si Yuqing, Lin An advised, for your safety, it would be best if you remain outside the Guardian's attack range at all times. Si Yuqing nodded earnestly. Without delay, Lin An charged at the Treasure Guardians, wielding his Azure Supreme Divine Sword. While Si Yuqing had complete trust in Lin An, her heart raced with trepidation. The moment Lin An entered the Guardian's aggro zone, both Guardians swung their slender swords toward him. 1. Seeing the damage numbers of 2 1s appear above Lin An's head, Si Yuqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Indeed, Lin An was as powerful as ever. Meanwhile, she marveled at how Lin An's attack range was shorter than that of the Guardians. After sustaining damage, he then entered a position from which he could retaliate. As he struck at the Treasure Guardian, he mused, although this was the sole hidden class, the melee attack range was quite limited, making combat somewhat inconvenient. He wondered if there were any sword-type skills available for purchase on the trading stone. After the dungeon, he planned to investigate. Perhaps he could acquire a ranged area attack skill. As Lin An's sword fell, a damage value of 367 appeared above the Guardian's head. The next moment, as Lin An entered combat mode, a notification chimed in his ears. Notice, you have entered combat mode. You will gain 1 layer of sword intent every 4 seconds. Notice, upon exiting combat, you will lose 1 layer of sword intent each second. Notice, after 30 seconds of exiting combat, all sword intent will be lost. It appears I do not lose sword intent immediately upon exiting combat. This means, upon disengagement, I have a buffer period of up to 30 seconds. The stacking of sword intent does not seem to have a limit either. If I continue to fight, the damage could escalate to an alarming degree. As the notifications resonated in his ears, Lin An whispered softly, his hands never ceasing their movements. Within 6 consecutive strikes, the 2 Treasure Guardians fell, unwilling to yield to their fate. With the Guardians defeated, the experience notification chimed in Lin An's ears. You have defeated an elite Treasure Guardian 3 levels above you. Your experience gain is increased by 3/4. You have earned 192 experience. You have defeated an elite Treasure Guardian 3 levels above you. Your experience gain is increased by 3/4. You have earned 192 experience. 192 experience from a single elite monster? How delightful. Lin An glanced at his experience bar, counting the monsters he had slain upon entering the dungeon. He now stood at level 10 with 5, 111, 409 experience. This was even with the experience reduction from being in a 2-person party. Without that reduction, Lin An was certain he could reach level 20 within 2 hours. While Si Yuqing knew of Lin An's strength, witnessing him again left her astounded by his unimaginable prowess. A level 16 elite monster, 6 levels higher than him, felled in mere 3 strikes. If others attempted to vanquish such a creature, even a well-equipped 5-person team would take around 2 minutes. Yet, the level 10 Lin An dispatched it in less than 5 seconds while absorbing the Guardian's attacks. If this were to be shared, who would believe it? Elated at the prospect of once again aligning herself with Lin An, Si Yuqing felt a mix of astonishment and joy. As the team leader, she glanced at the distribution method for loot and silently adjusted it. Just as she completed the changes, a notification sounded in Lin An's ears. Notice, please be advised, team leader Si Yuqing has modified the distribution method to designated distribution, with Lin An as the specified target. The sudden notification caught Lin An off guard. Shortly thereafter, he heard Si Yuqing's voice, esteemed Lin An. I cannot withstand many hits from the level 16 elite monsters. I must trouble you with looting the monster corpses. It was evident that Si Yuqing's words were merely a pretext, her intent clear, to transfer the reward distribution rights of the treasure dungeon, whether intentionally or not, to herself. Lin An was pleased with her perceptiveness and nodded in agreement as he moved towards the fallen treasure guardians. Apart from the 2 gold coins, there were no other items. He rose and pushed towards the treasure door. However, just as his palm brushed against the door's ring, the carved beast on the treasure door suddenly opened its eyes, coming to life. This unexpected turn startled Lin An. In the next moment, a whistling sound pierced the air. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 carved beasts, clutching the door ring in their mouths, unleashed 2 venomous needles aimed directly at Lin An. With the distance between them so minimal, he had no time to evade and braced himself for impact. The 2 needles struck him with precision. In the next second, a notification echoed in his ears. Notification: you have received lethal damage from the venomous needles, losing 50 health points per second for 5 seconds. 50. Due to the cumulative effect of the 2 needles, Lin An's head displayed 2 damage values. Although he was losing 100 health points per second, under the influence of a special attribute, the actual loss amounted to merely 50 health points. This was inconsequential for Lin An. In the rear, Upon seeing the 250 health point reductions appear above Lin An's head, Si Yuqing gasped and cast a reconnaissance spell at the awakened creature. Treasure Guardian Beast. Level, 16. Attribute, Elite Monster. Profession, Dark Type. Health, 1040. Damage, 395. Defense, 370. Skill, Venomous Needle. Venomous Needle inflicts 50 points of true damage to the target, lasting 5 seconds. Hiss. After perusing the creature's attributes, Si Yuqing swallowed hard. True damage, 50 points per second. At this stage, it seemed only Lin An could withstand such an assault. Observing Lin An's minimal health loss, Si Yuqing felt even more grateful for having summoned him to tackle the treasure dungeon. If any member of her previous team had been ambushed simultaneously by 2 venomous needles, even with potions and healer support, they would undoubtedly have perished. At this moment, Lin An, having endured little health loss, had already dispatched both treasure guardian beasts. Just as Si Yuqing pondered this, with a thundering rumble, the treasure door swung open. Chapter 37. A Fair Trade. All dungeon loot acquired. Beyond the treasure door lay an expansive, cavernous space. The thunderous sound of the door opening echoed throughout the vast chamber. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the treasure door swung open, clusters of torches affixed to the circular dome walls suddenly ignited, illuminating the entire treasure hall. Lin An's gaze fell upon the interior of the hall. The ancient and mysterious floor bore intricate carvings of primordial beasts. At the center of the hall, upon a circular pedestal, rested a mysterious azure stone coffin. Having previously experienced the resurrection of an entity at the door, Lin An did not rush in recklessly. If all these carved beasts possessed true damage, he would be unable to withstand it. Cautiously, he approached. Upon advancing approximately 5 meters into the hall, the beast nearest to him, carved into the floor, came to life. Whoosh. The sound of a sword cleaving through the air rang out as Lin An struck at the head of the beast before him. 340. A damage value appeared above the beast's head. After several dozen seconds of battle, Lin An finally vanquished it. Clink. With the creature's demise, an item dropped from its form. A drop? Lin An hastened forward to retrieve the item. Talent Reforging Stone. Quality, Superior. Description, can be used to reforge future talents. With a chance to elevate a talent to superior quality. Just superior quality? Lin An glanced at it disdainfully, preparing to toss it into his bag when he caught sight of Si Yuqing from the corner of his eye and inquired, "Would you like it?" Si Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed this treasure dungeon expedition was merely an opportunity for Lin An to help her gain experience levels. Having no expectations for any loot, Lin An's sudden question caught her off guard. "And me?" She stammered, disbelief evident in her voice. "If you want it, I can give it to you. My goals are higher, and this item holds little value for me. The cost of synthesis is too steep." As Lin An spoke, he shared the talent reforging stone with Si Yuqing. Upon realizing it was a talent reforging stone, Si Yuqing's eyes lit up. "I am just afraid I don't have enough gold." Not enough gold. Lin An was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. This girl, to be honest, was not only quite attractive, but also remarkably astute. "You brought me to the treasure dungeon, and you shouldn't return empty-handed. Consider this your loot from the dungeon." No. Lin An, you brought me here to farm the dungeon. Experience is already the best reward for me. If you hadn't guided me, I probably wouldn't have even passed the first challenge at the entrance, let alone secured more loot. As a perceptive individual, Si Yuqing clearly recognized the stakes and gains. Seeing Si Yuqing's response, Lin An ceased further discussion and placed the talent reforging stone into his bag. However, he soon recalled something and continued. "Since this is your triggered treasure dungeon, I'm not one to take advantage of others. Therefore, I propose a fair trade. I have 2 items that are beneficial for your profession, and I will trade them to you. In return, all future loot from the treasure dungeon will belong to me." As he spoke, Lin An produced the Dark Skill Curse Tome and the soul fragment of the shadow creature, initiating a trade with Si Yuqing. Upon seeing the 2 items in the trade window, Si Yuqing's breath quickened. "Lin An, are you really giving these to me?" Her words became hesitant, filled with incredulity. Although she had successfully changed classes, she could only randomly acquire one ordinary skill, be it an attack or passive skill, to gain more skills relevant to her profession. She would need to change classes again or learn the corresponding skill books. At this moment, Lin An placed a Dark Mage Profession skill book before her. If she learned this, she would leap ahead of others by countless strides. Moreover, this skill was one of the strongest support skills for the Dark Mage Profession, capable of reducing the target's defense. With this skill, her monster slaying speed would undoubtedly double. "This shall be our transaction. If you agree, do not covet any items that drop from the treasure dungeon afterward. If you agree, confirm the trade." Si Yuqing's face flushed with excitement. This was a transaction that far exceeded her expectations. Even without Lin An's offer, she already felt it was a great deal. Now, she felt somewhat guilty. The Dark Curse skill book, the soul fragment of the shadow creature. Each was extremely rare for her. Not long ago, she had checked the trading stone market, where someone was selling the soul fragment of the shadow creature for 50 gold coins each. Thus, she placed all 13 coins she had left into the trading window. Lin An was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, Si Yuqing confirmed the trade, and it was successful. Thank you, Lin An. The two items felt like treasures to Si Yuqing, and she expressed her gratitude with enthusiasm. Lin An nodded in satisfaction. With this arrangement, he could collect any future loot without any psychological burden. Navigating through the maze of carvings within the dome hall, Lin An proceeded slowly, activating one beast after another, defeating them. After more than 20 minutes, he found himself less than 5 meters from the central azure stone coffin. During this time, through the drops, Lin An acquired 3 talent reforging stones and 1 talent activation stone. Among the 3 talent reforging stones obtained later, 2 were superior quality, and 1 was rare. The talent activation stone was of superior quality. Its function has an 8 probability of activating the innate talent daily, in addition to acquiring 4 materials related to talents. Lin An's level has also risen to 13, 10433393. Originally at level 13, Si Yuqing has now reached level 14, placing her 6th on the leaderboard. At the entrance of the treasure dungeon, over 20 minutes have passed with no sign of them. It appears these 2 inept individuals have perished within the instance. Damn it. Such a valuable treasure dungeon wasted. They deserve to die. One person exclaimed in frustration. Thinking they could challenge elite monsters of at least level 16 at just level 10, this so-called Lin An has overestimated himself. It's a pity we missed the opportunity to activate the innate talent. Well, it's useless to lament now. Yes, since they sought death, we can only respect their fate. Let us find 2 more people in the group chat and continue grinding monsters. It must be done. But it's unfortunate that a perfectly good treasure dungeon was ruined by that wretched woman. Why did that wretched woman roll for the treasure dungeon activation stone? Such bad luck. I'll see if I can contact a big shot on the leaderboard. Perhaps these 2 failures can still spawn the treasure dungeon activation stone here. Good. Immediately, the speaker opened the leaderboard. Upon seeing Si Yuqing ranked 6th, he was suddenly struck dumb, exclaiming, "How is this possible? What is possible?" The other 2 asked hastily. You all quickly look at the leaderboard." The 2, bewildered, opened the leaderboard. In the next moment, as if struck by lightning, they were left numb. What is going on? How did that wretched Si Yuqing reach 6th on the leaderboard? Could it be that they are not dead, but are actually grinding in the dungeon? With 2 of them against a level 16 elite monster, each creature yields nearly 200 experience points, which explains how that wretched woman leveled up so quickly. No, it's impossible. How could they possibly defeat the elite monsters in the treasure dungeon? They should have already perished in there. If they are dead, how can that wretched woman still appear on the leaderboard? Is it unreasonable? Could it be that Lin An, at level 10, is indeed as formidable as Si Yuqing claims? Did we truly misjudge? Even if we misjudged, I refuse to believe they can withstand the treasure dungeon boss, which is at least level 17 and likely of catastrophic caliber. Yes, these 2 failures will undoubtedly die in the treasure dungeon. Without healing or recovery, no one can endure. Even if we misjudged, the 3 did not wish to admit it, continually cursing Lin An and Si Yuqing. Meanwhile, as they lifted their gazes, they spotted a dozen challengers approaching them from a distance. Chapter 38. Spare me, Great One. Take whatever you desire. 20 minutes later. Bolstered by over 300 layers of sword intent, Lin An's damage has soared to a terrifying 3827. With a 100 critical hit rate, he can dispatch an activated aberrant beast with a single stroke. After swiftly eliminating the creature before him, Lin An pressed onward. The aberrant beast etched into the ground was reactivated once more. This time, the activated beast was a black dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length. The dark scales of the dragon clattered ominously. As the black dragon soared into the air, a colossal roar reverberated through the grand hall, echoing deafeningly. Lin An cast a reconnaissance spell at the dragon before him. Dark Dragon. Level, 17. Type, Catastrophic Beast. Class, Dark Element. Health, 4438. Damage, 1572. Defense, 1681. Skills, Dragon Roar. Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail Sweep. Dragon Roar, a tremendous roar that silences the target for 10 seconds, inflicting double the base damage. Dragon Breath. The dragon's breath can freeze all targets within range for 3 seconds, dealing triple the base damage per second. Dragon Tail Sweep. A tremendous force that inflicts 10-fold base damage on the target, retreating to a safe zone in the passage. Lin An alerted Si Yuqing after reviewing the Dark Dragon's attributes. The oppressive aura of the Dark Dragon left Si Yuqing's face pale. Hearing Lin An's warning, she hurriedly turned and fled down the passage. As Si Yuqing retreated, Lin An raised his supreme divine sword and struck at the Dark Dragon. The dragon's lantern-like eyes regarded Lin An with disdain, as though viewing an insignificant insect. A 100 critical hit. 646. A damage value appeared above the dragon's head. In one strike, the dragon lost nearly 15% of its health. The Dark Dragon's previously contemptuous gaze shifted to one of sheer astonishment. How could this minuscule human inflict such damage upon it? "Ant, dare you wound me?" The Dark Dragon suddenly spoke, unleashing a breath of icy vapor toward Lin An. The chilling breath enveloped a 10-meter radius around Lin An, plunging the area into a frigid abyss. The sudden drop in temperature caused Lin An to shiver. Moments later, A damage notification echoed in his ears. You have been attacked by the Dark Dragon and entered a frozen state for 3 seconds. Dragon Breath inflicted 20 points of damage. 20. Upon seeing the damage value above Lin An's head, the Dark Dragon's eyes filled with incredulity. How could such an insignificant creature withstand its Dragon Breath? This outcome compelled the proud dragon to question its own judgment. Ant, what illusion have you cast? The Dark Dragon spoke again, its massive tail thrashing through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of violent winds sliced through the atmosphere. Following this, the Dark Dragon executed another tail sweep aimed at the frozen Lin An. Bang. Massive shards of ice shattered into the air. 68. A damage value appeared above Lin An's head. Even with a tenfold attack reaching 15,000 under the suppression of his level 11. The Dark Dragon's assault only managed to inflict a slight injury. The overwhelming force sent Lin An flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin An grimaced in pain, losing over 30 points of health from the impact. When the 3 seconds elapsed, the Dark Dragon's damage to Lin An was less than 200. Thanks to special attributes, his health was almost fully restored. At this point, the Dark Dragon seemed to realize that the ant before it was not as easily defeated as it had imagined. A thought crossed the Dark Dragon's mind. Could this ant be a high-tier human in disguise? With this notion, the Dark Dragon swiftly retreated, soaring toward the vaulted ceiling. Lin An looked up at the Dark Dragon ascending toward the ceiling. He could not allow the experience and loot to slip away from him. Summoning his sword, he soared toward the Dark Dragon. Seeing Lin An approaching on his sword, the Dark Dragon felt a surge of anxiety. It needed only a little more time to enter a higher state. It could not afford to die now. Thus, it begged desperately, Great One, spare me. As long as you don't kill me, feel free to take whatever treasures lie within the stone sarcophagus. Standing in the safe passage, Si Yuqing watched this scene in disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping. The monster was actually begging Lin An for mercy. This was utterly absurd. In the face of the Dark Dragon's pleas, Lin An's response was unwavering. Too late. I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. With a surge of speed, he thrust his sword forward. 647. A critical damage value appeared above the dragon's head. The wounded dragon let out a mournful cry. The black dragon's blood splattered across the vast expanse of sky. Humans, do not overstep your bounds, roared the Dark Wyrm as it evaded Lin An's relentless assault. Overstep? What will you do about it? Lin An retorted, raising his sword in pursuit. Moments later, after a fierce chase, the unwilling Dark Wyrm finally succumbed to Lin An's onslaught. A melodious notification chimed in Lin An's ears. You have dealt 732 critical damage to the Dark Wyrm. You have slain the Calamity creature, Dark Wyrm. Experience gained is doubled due to your level. You have defeated the Dark Wyrm at a higher level. Experience bonus increased by 3/9, and due to team decay, you have earned 285 experience points. Current level experience, level 13, 283, 993. As the notification faded, the Dark Wyrm's carcass plummeted from the sky, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Once the mist fully vanished, a pile of gold coins and a golden treasure chest materialized on the ground. Lin An stepped forward to collect the coins, 231 pieces in total. Indeed, dragons are a wealthy species. The coins were stowed away in his backpack, and he took a moment to check his balance, which had now reached 942 coins. Lin An let out a contented sigh before picking up the golden chest. Talent chest. Rarity, epic. Description. Upon opening, one may acquire talent materials, with a minuscule chance of directly obtaining a talent. What a splendid find. Lin An marveled at the treasure in his hands. The epic quality suggested a high probability of yielding materials of epic or superior grade. Ideally, he hoped to directly acquire a talent. Even if that did not happen, high-level talent activation stones would suffice. However, Lin An chose not to open it immediately. Instead, he placed the chest into his backpack, intending to deal with it once the treasure dungeon was fully cleared. Yet, at the very moment he stowed the talent chest, an announcement echoed throughout town 0000. Announcement. Lin An has slain the Calamity-level Dark Giant Dragon within the treasure dungeon, earning 1 epic talent chest. Upon the announcement's revelation, every trialist in town 0000 paused. Lin An obtained an epic talent chest? What exactly is a talent chest? Did the people upstairs not know? Through the talent chest, there is a chance to directly acquire a talent, potentially even higher than the odds from a treasure map dungeon. Yes, an epic talent chest is likely to yield an epic level talent. Is this not to say that the talent chest is worth its weight in gold? Not just worth gold, but practically priceless. Does anyone have Lin An's contact? I'll pay 20,000 coins for the talent chest, with a 500 coins referral fee if the deal goes through. Whoa, how does that brother have so many coins? I got lucky in the novice village and opened some coins from an epic chest. Brother, do you have Lin An's contact? No. Huh. It's just an epic talent chest. It doesn't necessarily mean he'll get a talent. He might end up with worthless talent shards. I concur, it's just a chest. Until opened, it could yield anything subpar. When I was in the novice village, I opened a legendary chest and only got a fine quality accessory. Haha, I see you're just jealous upstairs. Your luck is poor. So you assume everyone else is the same. Thus, the group chat in Town 0000 erupted into a cacophony of opinions. In the 16-level monster area, Su Xian lifted his head, a mysterious smile gracing his features. Indeed, I did not come to Town 0000 in vain. This is quite entertaining. Lin An, I am looking forward to our encounter and to trample you beneath my feet. Whoosh. Su Xian loosed an arrow, and a damage value appeared above the head of a distant level 16 monster. 781. The ordinary level 16 monster was instantly slain. Su Xian then glanced at his experience. Level 15, 5, 891, 609. He was currently ranked first on the leaderboard. I shall be the first to reach level 20 in the trial ground. At the entrance to the treasure dungeon's teleport point, Lin An had just defeated the Calamity boss of the treasure dungeon, signaling its impending conclusion. Everyone readied themselves, poised to turn their adversaries into mere sieves as they emerged from the dungeon. Whoever kills Lin An will be generously rewarded. Zhou Shen commanded a dozen followers, prepared to strike at the exit of the treasure dungeon. All stood at the ready, yet some expressed their concerns. Zhenggu, during the novice village incident, Lin An arrived at 01250 and couldn't he be overwhelmed by the enemies. Can we really ambush him? What are those little demons? They can't compare to us. Enough chatter, focus, and be ready to attack. Zhou Shen scolded. As three individuals passed through the dungeon exit and confirmed their target was Lin An, their resolve solidified. They were certain that Lin An's weapon must be of epic quality or higher. Upon hearing the system notification that Lin An had acquired an epic talent chest within the treasure dungeon, their determination to slay Lin An and seize his resources intensified. If they could eliminate Lin An and claim his equipment and resources, they would undoubtedly become the foremost individual in Town 0000. Chapter 39. Slaying the Golden Undead to obtain a mythical talent activation stone. Within the treasure dungeon, a resounding crash echoed as Lin An pushed open the azure sarcophagus. Inside lay a golden skeleton. The moment the sarcophagus fully opened, the golden skeleton within suddenly stirred. The sarcophagus radiated a golden light that stung Lin An's eyes, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Then came the jarring sound of bones shifting in his ears. In the next instant, the golden skeleton rose to its feet, brandishing a golden staff that glimmered with magical energy, the top of the staff pulsating with a brilliant glow as the energy was absorbed. Who dares to disturb my slumber? The golden skeleton intoned with authority. Simultaneously, from the safety passage, Si Yuqing called out to Lin An, Lin An, this golden skeleton is the final boss of the treasure dungeon. Lin An nodded, retreating a few steps before casting a reconnaissance spell on the golden undead. Golden undead. Level, 18. Type, Calamity creature. Class, Mage. Health, 4, 368. Damage, 1, 845. Defense, 1, 716. Skills, Holy Light Radiance, Meteor Strike, Undead Summon. Holy Light Radiance. Under the light of holiness, undead factions gain a 50 attribute increase and level up by 1. Meteor Strike summons meteors from beyond, delivering 20 consecutive strikes within 5 seconds to targets in range, each inflicting 150 damage and reducing the target's movement speed by 90. Undead Summon summons 3 Calamity-level undead warriors to assist in attacks. Lin An had to concede that the attributes of the golden undead were formidable. However, before him, it was still merely a subordinate. As the golden undead fully awakened, it swung its golden staff, hurling a golden energy sphere at Lin An 12. A negligible damage value appeared above Lin An's head. In the next moment, with the golden sphere bearing down on him, he swung his supreme divine sword, cleaving through it. 724. As time passed, Lin An's sword intent had ascended to over 400 layers. With a single strike, a critical damage value appeared above the golden undead's head. What a thrill, Lin An murmured. Without the enhancement of sword intent, while he could withstand the attacks of an 18-level Calamity boss, defeating it in a one-on-one fight would undoubtedly take half an hour. Now, with the benefit of sword intent damage enhancement, even an 18-level Calamity creature was merely a matter of a few strikes. Confronted with the terrifying damage inflicted by Lin An, the golden undead was suddenly taken aback. In the next moment, it unleashed its skill, Radiant Light, enhancing its attributes. Level 19, Health 5828, Damage 2767, Defense 2574. Under the radiance of the light, the golden undead activated its skill, Meteor Strike. In an instant, a colossal yellow array began to spiral above Lin An's head. The oppressive force of the space descended from the heavens. As the array enveloped him, Lin An felt as if he were sinking into a quagmire. His movement speed drastically reduced. Immediately thereafter, gigantic meteors plummeted towards him from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. 40, 40, 40, 40. 20 waves of meteors fell in quick succession, with Lin An's health continuously diminishing by 40 points. Witnessing this, Si Yuqing's heart leapt into her throat. Goodness! Can the esteemed Lin An withstand this? 20 waves of attacks would inflict 800 points of health damage on him. Does he even possess that much health? Si Yuqing was engulfed in trepidation, not wishing to perish here. If Lin An could not endure this onslaught, she resolved to terminate the treasure dungeon immediately. 5 seconds passed. Lin An's health had dwindled to less than half. When the array dissipated, his movement speed returned. Although the golden undead was not the most formidable threat he had faced since entering the trial realm, it was undeniably the strongest monster. Yet, under the immense pressure of level disparity, it still fell short. The golden undead, realizing that its absolute attack had failed to vanquish the intruder, grew increasingly anxious. Observing Lin and regaining his speed, it raised its sword once more, summoning 3 level 18 Calamity class golden warriors. Despite their strength, these level 18 monsters were swiftly reduced to mere piles of golden bones under Lin An's might, transforming into experience points that granted him 974 additional experience. Meanwhile, as Lin An dispatched the 3 undead warriors, Si Yuqing's level surged to 15, placing her 4th on the leaderboard. In just half an hour, she had ascended 2 levels, igniting a mixture of nervous excitement within her as she pondered how to persuade Lin An to assist her in reaching level 20. Within the vaulted plaza, as Lin An eliminated the 3 undead warriors summoned by the golden undead, he found himself vulnerable during the cooldown period, subjected to Lin An's relentless assault. Nearing death, a mournful thought flickered in the golden undead's mind. Who, truly, is the boss of this treasure dungeon? Oh mother, take me home. The golden undead collapsed, transforming into a heap of bones, yielding 324 experience points. Lin An beamed as he surveyed his level. 13, 2626, 3393. The path to level 14 was tantalizingly close. With the demise of the golden undead, its loot scattered across the ground. A golden staff, a pile of gold coins, a golden stone, a sphere of light. Remarkably, this creature had even dropped its weapon. Lin An's face broke into a grin as he picked up the golden staff. Holy staff. Rarity, epic. Level, 18. Damage, 325, magic. Class restriction, none. Attack range, 12 meters. Special attribute, grants the wielder protection, enhancing recovery by 10. A commendable staff indeed, though it possessed only a single attribute. It was undoubtedly a divine artifact for those of the Holy Shield class. He stored it in his backpack and then collected the gold coins. Bemused that the final boss was a miser, yielding merely 50 coins. Lin An scoffed. He then picked up the fallen golden stone. Talent activation stone. Rarity, mythical. Description, grants a 100 activation of a daily talent upon acquisition. Preparation, talent level random. Lin An's smile broadened. At last, he could activate his second talent. Though the talent level was uncertain, it mattered little. Once activated, he could use a talent reforging stone to enhance its level. He stored it in his backpack and turned his gaze towards the last sphere of light. This type of sphere he had encountered in the treasure map dungeon of Newbie Village number 00008, was indeed a talent sphere. Just as he prepared to cast an identification spell to examine the sphere, the system announcement echoed in his ears once more. Announcement: Lin An has slain the Calamity class golden undead within the treasure dungeon, earning 1 mythical talent activation stone. Hearing the system notification, Si Yuqing, standing at the entrance, was filled with envy as she observed Lin An claim the holy staff and the mythical talent activation stone. Yet, at the same time, she understood that these items did not belong to her. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her desires, constantly reminding herself to be content. Had it not been for Lin An leading the dungeon, she wouldn't even have been able to enter, let alone ascend the leaderboard. Outside the dungeon, when Lin An triggered the system announcement again, nearly 10,000 people in town number 000 became agitated once more. Goodness, how is it that just a few moments have passed, and Lin An has acquired yet another treasure, triggering an announcement? Indeed, it feels as though this announcement was tailored specifically for him. It is strange. If Lin An is so formidable, why isn't his name on the leaderboard? Perhaps he is just being low-key. Low-key? Brother, are you joking? If he were low-key, why would he keep triggering announcements? I agree. I see Lin An as simply fortunate. Upon hearing this, many in town number 000 fell into contemplation. If Lin An's talents were indeed tied to luck, could I leverage my own strength to seize the treasures he acquired through his fortunate talents? It seems feasible. I wonder what Lin An looks like and where he is now. At the treasure dungeon teleportation point, upon hearing Lin An trigger the system announcement again, Zhou Sheng was ecstatic. To him, regardless of how many treasures Lin An amassed in the dungeon, it was all for him to inherit. A mythical talent activation stone? Zhou Sheng was thrilled. If he killed Lin An, his future talents would also be secured. Surely, the mythical talent activation stone could activate a rare or superior talent, right? At present, in the entire town number 0000, only a handful of individuals possessed dual talents. Soon, he too would join their ranks. Everyone prepared to strike without mercy the moment Lin An appeared. Understood, Shingu. The crowd responded. Among them, the 3 who had initially teamed up with Si Yuqing but were now recruited by Zhou Sheng wore expressions of concern. They were aware of the fundamental strength of the treasure dungeon. As time passed, and Lin An triggered wave after wave of announcements, their confidence wavered. Could they truly defeat Lin An? In contrast to the excitement of Zhou Sheng and others, the three exchanged glances filled with worry. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, they resolved to retreat immediately. Chapter 40. A flurry of actions with 0 damage. Inside the treasure dungeon, Lin An cast a reconnaissance spell on the talent sphere. Relevant information immediately materialized before him. Talent sphere. Required level, 10. Talent name, Magical Wave. Talent level, Epic. Talent description. When using magic, there is a 5 chance to trigger a magical wave, which can deal 50 of the base magical damage as true damage to the target. Talent type, Post-talent. Pickup probability, 5%. Additional description. Selectively pick up fragments. Guaranteed 100% acquisition. After browsing through the information of the talent-like cluster, Lin An could not help but curse aloud. Damn, such a talent exists. His exclamation stemmed from 2 primary reasons. Firstly, this talent-like cluster pertained to magical fluctuations, and according to the description, it only activated in response to magical damage. As a swordsman focused on physical attacks, this talent would be of no use to him, even if he were to acquire it. Secondly, this talent posed a significant threat to him. If its true damage triggered, it would directly inflict damage on his health points. Bypassing level restrictions, for instance, with a base damage of 1000, it could deduct 500 from his health. Realizing this, Lin An mentally admonished himself to remain more discreet in the future. Should he encounter an opponent with such a talent, he could potentially suffer grievous losses. Fortunately, this talent likely had a triggering probability. With this thought in mind, Lin An resolved that if provoked by an adversary, he must strike without mercy and eliminate them at the first opportunity. Better to err on the side of caution than to take unnecessary risks. Of course, in light of the talent before him, although it was of epic quality, its low activation probability meant it would likely only be effective during PvP encounters. After all, in the wilderness, a 5% chance of activation was far from efficient. Lin An extended his hand toward the talent-like cluster and chose to pick up the fragment. Such a talent that countered him must remain in his possession, even if Si Yuqing, who stood nearby, yearned for it and would willingly offer herself. Lin An would not relent. Meanwhile, using her reconnaissance skills, Si Yuqing had gleaned information about this talent-like cluster. She desperately wished for Lin An to let her pick it up. Regardless of the outcome, she was prepared to pay any price. In that fleeting moment, as the leader and initiator of the treasure dungeon, she felt an impulsive urge to modify the team distribution so that the captain could acquire it. After a brief internal struggle, she ultimately abandoned this notion. From what she understood of Lin An, such an action would surely lead to her demise within the treasure dungeon. With a sigh, she was jolted back to reality by the system notification that rang in her ears. Announcement: Trialist Lin An has slain a Cataclysm-level golden undead and acquired an epic talent fragment, Magical Fluctuation. A look of disappointment crossed Si Yuqing's face. Coming back to her senses, she found it difficult to fault Lin An's decision. Their prior agreement had already established that all spoils from the dungeon would belong to Lin An. Taking a deep breath, she shuddered at the terrifying thought that had briefly crossed her mind. As the system announcement echoed once more in Town 0000, the group chat erupted once again. What outrageous circumstances were unfolding? Lin An had picked up an epic talent fragment, Magical Fluctuation? Damn, why didn't he attempt to directly acquire the complete talent? Was the brother upstairs a fool? Directly picking up the talent had a high probability of yielding nothing, while a fragment guaranteed at least one. Damn it. If I express my opinion, why the hostility? What of it? I'm just appalled by you ignorant fools. An epic talent. If it were me, I would gamble for it. Hoarding identical fragments. That could take forever. Speaking of Magical Fluctuation, what exactly does it do? Does anyone know the function of this talent? My talent is a refined level physical fluctuation. I imagine Magical Fluctuation is similar, triggering true damage based on a certain probability. True damage bypassing defense levels? This talent is utterly ridiculous. Brother upstairs, are you blind to the key point? True damage based on a certain probability? You might be taken out before you even trigger it. This means that in the context of leveling and hunting, this talent may not be particularly useful. Of course, the brother upstairs claims his is only refined level, while Lin An's is epic. Can you even compare the two? I advise you to stop spewing nonsense. So what if I do? Come at me, and see if I don't take you down. Thus, the chat in Town 0000 devolved into another round of insults. At the treasure dungeon's exit, Zhou Sheng realized that the dungeon had concluded. Lin An would soon be teleported out. His gaze was fixed intently on the teleportation exit, awaiting Lin An's appearance to issue a command for his subordinates to eliminate him and claim his drops. The next moment, the teleportation power at the exit began to fluctuate. Zhou Sheng's expression turned anxious and excited as he shouted in the public channel, "Everyone, prepare yourselves." As the fluctuations intensified, a transparent silhouette began to materialize. Just as the figure coalesced into solidity, Zhou Sheng yelled, "Attack." In the next instant, a torrent of attacks rained down on Lin An, who was caught unprepared. Dazed, he was bombarded by a series of notifications in his ear. Warning, Trialist Zhao Yi has locked you as an attack target. Warning, Trialist Su Qingqing has locked you as an attack target. Warning, Trialist Zhou Sheng has locked you as an attack target. Warning, Trialist Wang Dana has locked you as an attack target. As the multitude of attacks descended, damage numbers appeared above Lin An's head. 0, 0, 2, 1, 0. In total, he lost less than 10 health points. Meanwhile, Si Yuqing, who had emerged alongside Lin An, was targeted by 5 trialists. Under their onslaught, she lost nearly a quarter of her health, retreating in a panic and feeling a lingering dread. Simultaneously, she felt grateful for having leveled up twice in the treasure dungeon. Otherwise, she might have easily been eliminated by these individuals. The onlookers, witnessing their futile attempts to inflict damage upon Lin An, were momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on their faces. Lin An did not appear on the level leaderboard, at most ranking 13th. Most of them were also 13th level. How could it be that they inflicted 0 damage on him? In contrast, Si Yuqing, who was now 15th level, sustained nearly 20 points of damage from an unexpected attack. How could they not cause any harm to Lin An? If that were indeed the case, the implications were dire. After a brief moment of confusion, everyone snapped back to reality. The ferocity of the attack had made Zhou Sheng's hands tremble. His previously infallible strategy of overwhelming numbers had seemingly failed. This outcome was difficult for him to accept, yet the multitude of 0 damage numbers above Lin An's head was an undeniable reality. Realizing the severity of the situation, he turned to flee, filled with regret. The system had long announced Lin An's capability to single-handedly defeat a Cataclysm-level boss. Why had he entertained such a foolish sense of luck? Why, oh why? Seeing Zhou Sheng retreat, the others quickly scattered like birds. Witnessing the futility of their assault on Lin An, the group hastily withdrew. Lin An, sensing the rising tide of animosity within him, felt a surge of murderous intent. Those who dared to lay in wait at the dungeon's exit, seeking to eliminate him, must pay the price. The Supreme Divine Sword transformed into a streak of azure light, as Lin An swiftly lunged at a nearby woman. Critical hit, 12,346. With over 4,000 points of attack remaining, Lin An's sword descended, and a terrifyingly high damage number appeared above the woman's head. She was instantly obliterated. Chapter 41. What absurd damage data is this from the natives of the trial grounds? Upon witnessing this scene, an icy chill enveloped the crowd. In this moment, their fighting spirit had been utterly extinguished. The murderous intent radiating from Lin An instilled a profound terror within them. When they learned that the one hunting them was Lin An, they had anticipated he would be a formidable opponent. However, they had not fathomed the immensity of his strength. With their resolve to fight completely shattered, a singular thought consumed their minds: to flee for their lives. Some individuals, in a desperate bid for survival, entertained devious ideas, such as pushing their comrades, who had fought alongside them mere moments ago, toward the pursuing Lin An, hoping to buy themselves a fleeting moment of escape. Lin An, fueled by a surging desire to kill, showed no mercy to those who betrayed their allies. Each strike of his sword delivered devastating blows, each one exceeding 10,000 in damage, resulting in immediate fatalities. Within mere seconds, 7 or 8 adversaries had already perished at his hands. As Lin An's relentless pursuit drew ever closer, the remaining survivors scattered in a frantic bid to enhance their chances of survival. Yet, for Lin An, who soared through the air on his flying sword, this posed no challenge. He accelerated the speed beneath his feet, and with each downward stroke of his blade, another life was claimed. In but a brief moment, aside from a scant few who escaped, all those who had fled lay lifeless at his feet. He pressed his supreme divine sword against the chest of a middle-aged man, coldly inquiring, "Who orchestrated your attack?" Terror and despair flickered in the man's eyes, his body trembling. "Please spare me, it was Zhou Sheng." He ran in that direction. With a swift motion, Lin An's sword struck true. 13,606. The middle-aged man was instantly slain in his despair. Lin An cast his gaze toward the direction indicated by the dying man and ascended on his sword, reaching unprecedented speed. Along his path, every assailant from earlier was dispatched with a single blow. Those grinding away in the northern wilderness, witnessing Lin An's rapid descent, fell silent. A sword delivering over 10,000 damage, taking lives in an instant. What was happening? Some, in a state of anxiety and fear, cautiously whispered to their teammates. "What do we do?" "I don't know, just run for your lives." A young girl, paralyzed by fear, cried out, "Hwaiga, I can't move my legs, save me." As Lin An approached, she was seized by terror, her face drained of color. Just as she braced for her demise at his hands, Lin An merely brushed past her, directing his blade towards a fleeing young woman several meters away. With a critical hit exceeding tens of thousands in damage, the young woman had no chance to resist. Exploding into a pile of items before becoming a lifeless corpse, Lin An had no time to gather the fallen loot. He continued his relentless pursuit, increasing his speed. The young girl, realizing Lin An meant her no harm, felt a mixture of relief and lingering dread. Simultaneously, the two comrades who had escaped earlier returned. Astounded by the unfolding chaos, they gazed in awe at Lin An's pursuit, gasping in disbelief. Over 10,000 damage per strike? This is utterly outrageous. Indeed, It's terrifying. Do you know who this powerhouse is? And no, I don't. But he doesn't resemble anyone from the leaderboard. Over 10,000 damage. How is that even possible? I wish I could cling to this powerhouse's coattails. Who wouldn't? It seems someone has angered him, and he's exacting his vengeance. Initially, I thought he was attacking indiscriminately. It terrified me. To provoke someone like him? Truly blind to the consequences. Not long ago, I saw someone run past. Wasn't it Zhou Sheng from the newbie village 00073? Zhou Sheng. Yes, an hour ago, I caught a glimpse of him leading over 30 individuals, attempting to rob a poor fellow of his rare-grade equipment. Is that so? Seems Zhou Sheng has met his match. Serves him right. Such a person deserves to be punished. I won't let you call that powerhouse a villain. You claim to love me, yet you fled faster than anyone. The man faltered, offering an awkward smile. Yun, please don't be angry. You saw the situation. Meanwhile, various other teams, realizing Lin An's wrath was not directed at them, took on a spectator's perspective, recording videos to share on the chat channel of Town 0000. As the footage spread throughout Town 0000, the chat exploded with excitement. Is it true? Over 10,000 damage per strike? Absolutely. I recorded it just moments ago. Impossible. No one could inflict over 10,000 damage. Your video must be doctored for attention. Indeed, there are all kinds of people nowadays, willing to resort to anything for fame. However, amidst the skepticism, others began uploading videos from different angles. A young boy soared through the sky, wielding a blue sword, delivering blows that each caused over 10,000 damage, instantly slaying his targets. With a succession of corroborating videos, initial doubts began to wane, and some started to believe the phenomenon could indeed be genuine. Who is that boy with the blue sword? How does he achieve such damage? I don't know. At first, I thought he was attacking indiscriminately, which terrified me. But later, it seemed he had specific targets. I think I've seen one of those he killed. They were the ones who robbed me of my rare-grade weapon. Finally, they're getting what they deserve. What's the situation? Can someone explain? Those people are from newbie village 00073, all under Zhou Sheng's command. They like to band together to rob other trial participants. They stole my level 7 rare-grade weapon. Ah, so they've provoked someone beyond their capabilities. Most likely. But who is this pursuer? How is he so powerful, dealing over 10,000 damage? It's quite absurd. If it's true, could he be exploiting some bug? A bug? Huh. I'd like to see you try that. I suspect this boy might not even be a trial participant. Not a participant? What do you mean? I think he might be a native of the trial grounds. Seriously? Are there natives in the trial grounds? Yes, I learned from the basic guide to the trial grounds that there are indeed natives, but we haven't encountered them yet. Really? No wonder he can deal over 10,000 damage. It all makes sense now. We must be cautious in the future and ensure we don't provoke the natives of the trial grounds. Indeed, who would have thought the natives could be so formidable? He must be among the elite. Chapter 42. Unprecedented insight, ordinary skills elevated to mythical, as Lin An was on the verge of catching up to him. Zhou Sheng made a swift decision. He bent his knees and knelt on the ground, trembling in fear as he pleaded for mercy. Great Lin An, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the mountain before me. I beg you to spare me this once. Lin An's expression darkened as he stepped forward, coldly retorting. What reason do you have for me to grant you clemency? Master, I deserve to die, I truly do. Just spare me. And I am willing to offer any form of compensation. Zhou Sheng exclaimed, repeatedly slapping his own face in desperation. A hint of disdain emerged on Lin An's grim visage as he raised his sword. You think I should let you go after your malicious assault? Even though we besieged you, you emerged unscathed. Can't you plead for mercy just this once? It's too late. Lin An scoffed, the sword poised to descend. Zhou Sheng was engulfed in despair and terror, regretting his decision to target Lin An for robbery. If given another chance, he would never have chosen Town 0000. Had he avoided this place, with his epic level abilities, he could have thrived anywhere else. Unyielding resentment surged within him. He refused to accept death so easily. Just as Lin An's supreme sword descended within half a meter of his head, a flicker of determination flashed across Zhou Sheng's face. A black dagger appeared in his hand, a prize he had seized from the epic treasure chest of a fellow trialist in the novice village. Poison dagger. Grade, epic. Level, 9. Damage, 166 points. Attack range, 1 meter. Special trait, attacks have a 0.01 chance to inflict a poison curse, causing the target to lose 10 points of health per second, lasting for 50 seconds. If Lin An sought his death, he would not escape unscathed. His epic talent guaranteed the explosion of equipment traits. Although such traits would vanish upon activation, this dagger remained Zhou Sheng's most formidable weapon. Should he strike Lin An, the latter would lose 500 health plus an additional 50 of his maximum health. Lin An would be unable to withstand it. If you kill me, we shall perish together. Zhou Sheng activated his innate talent, lunging towards Lin An's face twisted with contempt as he swung his sword down. 8,502. A damage value far exceeding Zhou Sheng's health line erupted above his head, and he was instantly slain. Simultaneously, Zhou Sheng's dagger grazed Lin An's shoulder. 0. Immediately, a system prompt resonated. Alert! You have been attacked by Zhou Sheng. triggering a curse effect. You will lose 10 points of health per second for 50 seconds. 10. 14. Two damage values appeared above Lin An's head. Is this what you call dying together? Regrettably for you, I regenerate 50 health per second, even without recovery effects. This curse cannot kill me. I hope you learn this in the afterlife. As Zhou Sheng was annihilated, a plethora of items erupted from his corpse. Lin An cast a cursory glance and noted at least 20 pieces, more than half of which were equipment. He collected each piece, depositing them into his backpack. All items were between levels 8 and 12, with quality surpassing excellent, including 2 epic pieces. However, as Lin An examined these items, he furrowed his brow in confusion. He wondered why none of the 16 pieces bore special traits. Was Zhou Sheng truly this unfortunate? After securing all the equipment, Lin An's gaze fell upon the coin pouch Zhou Sheng had dropped. He picked it up and identified its contents. An astonishing 127 coins. How many people did this guy rob? Lin An murmured, astonished. With this, his coin balance surged to 119. After handling the coins, he began collecting the 3 stones Zhou Sheng had dropped. Each was a talent reforged stone, 1 epic and 2 rare. This guy is truly affluent, Lin An thought, wondering if he had exhausted all of Zhou Sheng's possessions. He couldn't help but reflect, had Zhou Sheng not encountered him. He could have leveraged these resources to become a formidable figure. Alas, fate had other plans, and all his efforts had become Lin An's bounty. Upon gathering the stones, Lin An noticed one last item on the ground, a book. Could this be a skill book? He murmured, his eyes fixating on the brown tome. If it were a skill book, its value would be immense, as any skill book on the trading stone was priced above 3,000 coins. The rare skill book he traded with Si Yuqing could fetch as much as 10,000 coins if placed on the trading stone. He reached for the fallen book, and its attributes materialized before him. A sudden jolt coursed through Lin An as he realized it was a swordsmanship skill book. Swordnet. Grade, Ordinary. Learning restriction, Ordinary sword class profession. Skill description, inflicts basic damage of 80 to all targets within a 55 range. Release distance, 5 meters. Just an ordinary grade swordsmanship skill book? After reviewing the skill book's attributes, Lin An felt a twinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, it was a group attack skill for sword users, which would greatly aid him in leveling up and battling at this stage. Moreover, as he possessed the supreme hidden sword class profession, he faced no restrictions on the number of sword skills he could learn. After a moment's hesitation, Lin An chose to learn the skill. The radiant effect of the skill book enveloped him as the system notifications chimed. Alert 1. You have successfully learned the swordsmanship skill, Swordnet. Alert 2. Current skill level is 1. Alert 3. Influenced by your swordsmanship, your insight is unparalleled. The Swordnet skill has been upgraded to mythical level. 10,000 Sword Surge. Alert 4. 10,000 Sword Surge skill is at level 1. Upon hearing the system notifications, Lin An was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that his exceptional swordsmanship insight could elevate an ordinary sword skill directly to the mythical level. The unexpected joy overwhelmed him, prompting him to check his character attributes. Name, Lin An. Age, 19. Level, 1315, 26, 263, 393. Profession, Supreme Sword Immortal, unique hidden profession. Health, 1426. Attack, 1365. Defense, 273. Skills, Reconnaissance, 10,000 Sword Surge. Innate talent, Divine Amplification, mythical level. Coins, 119. Equipped items, Supreme Divine Sword, mythical, Lihor Ring, mythical, Thorned Armor, epic. Professional passives, Sword Sovereign, Sword Control, Sword Path. Sword Sovereign, as the Sovereign of Swords, damage from sword professions is reduced by 30. Sword Control, ability to tread upon swords and soar through the air. Sword Path, understanding of sword skills, insight is unparalleled. Special Trait 1. There is a 10 chance to reflect 100 of damage back to the attacker when injured. Special Trait 2. After entering combat, the equipment holder can gain a sword intent every 4 seconds. Special Attribute 3. Before the critical hit rate of the equipment holder reaches 100%. Each instance of sword intent gained can increase the critical hit rate by 1%. Special Attribute 4. Once the critical hit rate of the equipment holder reaches 100%, each instance of sword intent gained can be converted into damage equal to the level value. Special Attribute 5. A fixed recovery of 50 health points per second, only affected by the healing prohibition status. Special Attribute 6. When receiving damage, there is a 1% chance to be completely immune to that damage. Special Attribute 7. When using a skill to attack, the skill damage level is 1. Skill, 10,000 Swords in Unison. Rarity, Mythical. Level, 101. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Attack range, 20 meters. Skill description, inflicts a base damage of 150 to all targets within a range of 5,050. Trial Town, 0000. Incredible. Not only has the area of effect reached 50-50, but the damage has also increased to 150. With this skill, leveling up will be as effortless as drinking water. Lin An felt a surge of excitement. However, He soon furrowed his brow in contemplation. Devouring similar skills may enhance the attack range and damage of this skill. My skill originated from an upgrade mutation of a sword net skill. I wonder if devouring a sword net skill would allow for an upgrade. It seems necessary to check the trading stone to see if any sword net skills are available for sale. If so, it would be worth a try. Using the mythical skill 10,000 swords in unison for an upgrade would be too costly. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Lin An refocused his mind. Currently, he was situated in the northern wilderness, where monsters were all above level 16. With a base damage of 150, he could eliminate foes instantly, even without the accumulation of sword intent. It seems prudent to seek out a location abundant with monsters to test this skill. Chapter 43. 10,000 swords in unison. It appears necessary to find a monster-rich area to experiment with the skill. Lin An gazed into the distance, holding the supreme divine sword and standing upon the thunder sword. He soared into the sky. Sparks ignited and lightning crackled as he flew deeper into the northern wilderness. Presently, the majority of individuals in the entire 0000 town were at level 13. To maximize their leveling speed, they typically form teams to tackle monsters 3 levels above them. Consequently, the deeper regions of the northern wilderness, home to level 17 monsters, had only a handful of teams present. As Lin An flew through the clouds, he glanced down. Below, a pack of frenzied wilderness wolves was clustered together, resting. Upon rough estimation, there were at least 34. Fantastic. This is precisely the leveling spot I have longed for. Lin An dove from the clouds, landing on the barren slope of the mountain. With a 20-meter attack range and a damage return of 5,050, he should be able to reap the entire pack of wilderness wolves. He plotted his battle strategy while ascending the slope. Just as he reached the ridge and prepared to launch his attack on the wolves below, a series of notification sounds chimed. Without a doubt, Lin An knew the sender was definitely Yuching. He opened the message panel to read her words. Lin An, are you alright? I'm fine. Most of them have already been eliminated by me. A few stragglers managed to escape, but I'll take care of them when I have the chance. So no need to worry. The ones you just defeated dropped quite a bit of equipment and gold, which I've picked up. Where are you now? I can bring it to you. No need. Keep it for yourself and sell it. Then after I sell it, I'll give you all the gold. Lin An frowned slightly. It was evident that Yuching was trying to ingratiate herself with him, her intentions not entirely pure, likely hoping he would help her level up. However, she was somewhat reasonable, so rather than outright rejecting her, Lin An replied, Alright, I need to level up now. We can talk later. Upon receiving his message, Yuching sighed. She understood that Lin An was clearly rejecting her, indicating that she should not bother him. She wished for another opportunity to trigger a dungeon, hoping to have Lin An assist her in farming experience points. Yuching murmured to herself. Yet, triggering a special dungeon was not as simple as it seemed. Forget it. Since I said I would sell the equipment and convert it into gold for Lin An, I should head back to town and list the items on the trading stone. Lin An had no intention of bringing her along for leveling. Now, with the newly learned Dark Curse skill, his combat power had surged significantly. It would be best to return and seek out a stronger team to level up without falling behind. Having made her decision, Yuching swiftly returned to the town. Meanwhile, Lin An had already reached the summit of the ridge. He raised the Supreme Divine Sword in his hand and activated the skill 10,000 swords in unison, descending upon the resting frenzied wilderness wolves below. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of sword sounds, echoing for hundreds of meters. Above Lin An's head, a colossal sword array spiraled into existence. The array pulsated with energy, radiating a brilliance that illuminated the heavens. Tens of thousands of sword energies coalesced within the array, transforming into shadowy blades that shot down the mountain slope as silver streaks of light. Hundreds of meters away, a group of players engaged in leveling up heard the resounding sword sounds that reverberated through the air. Whoa, look over there. What is that? One person exclaimed, pointing at the massive swirling sword array in the sky, astonished. Following the direction of his finger, the others gazed upward at the sword array. Hiss. They collectively inhaled sharply. Goodness, such powerful sword intent. Indeed, I feel that if I were to be grazed by that sword intent, I would be obliterated. I feel the same way. Is someone using a skill to attack? How is that possible? This can't be a skill attack. I believe it must be a natural disaster. A natural disaster? Yes, absolutely. Just think, the highest level player, Su Xian, is only level 16 at the moment. If he can't unleash such a terrifying skill, who else could? Now that you mention it. That does make sense. I remember encountering Su Xian not long ago. He was truly formidable, single-handedly annihilating level 16 common monsters. I wish I could reach that level one day. Haha, you might as well stop dreaming. Su Xian possesses legendary and mythical level talents. Am I not allowed to dream? Su Xian has already entered the level 18 monster zone. I believe he will level up again soon. That goes without saying. The first player from our village to reach level 20 will definitely be Su Xian. The only question is whether he can become the first level 20 in the trial ground. I think it's quite possible. I agree. By the way, what do you think about Lin An, who recently triggered the trial ground announcement in the newbie village? Why hasn't he made it onto the leaderboard? Haha. Most likely he has hit a wall later on. That seems likely, But he cleared the treasure dungeon not long ago, so he should still have some strength. Even if he does, what does it matter? The 0000 town is filled with hidden talents. He has been overshadowed. Indeed, many talented trialists from the newbie village have been eclipsed by even more powerful players upon arriving in 0000 town. Haha, are you referring to yourself? Well, I certainly count as one. Speaking of that sword array in the sky, if it is indeed a natural disaster, I wonder how it could appear out of nowhere. Who can say? Do you know why earthquakes happen? Well, I actually do know. Damn, I was just making a comparison. Understood. I recall there being a pack of frenzied wilderness wolves nearby. Do you think they might drop equipment if they perish from this natural disaster? Who can say for sure? We should go check it out. I was thinking the same. It won't take much time anyway. Thus, the group reached a consensus and began making their way toward what they believed to be the site of the natural disaster. Lin An stood on the ridge, witnessing tens of thousands of sword shadows descend, a range of 5,050. A myriad of sword shadows enveloped the ferocious wolves of the wasteland in a saturating display. In an instant, the howls of the wolves echoed throughout the valley. 1,272. 1,272. 1,272. Piles of damage values surged from the valley's depths. The level 17 feral wolves, each with less than 800 health points, were swiftly obliterated under the influence of a 150 damage bonus and the enhancement from a special attribute activating skill level 1. Notice, you have defeated a feral wolf of a higher level. Experience bonus doubled, gaining 174 experience points. Notice, you have defeated a feral wolf of a higher level. Experience bonus doubled, gaining 174 experience points. Notice, you have defeated a feral wolf of a higher level. Experience bonus doubled, gaining 174 experience points. Lin An watched as his experience points skyrocketed. 13th level, 28003393. 13th level, 297433393. 13th level, 31483393. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed a level. Notice, you have met the requirements for leveling up. Your level has risen to 14. Notice, level increased, health 24, attack 8, defense 8. 14th level, 1034547. The notifications continued to resonate. As all the ordinary feral wolves fell, Lin An's level soared directly to 15, 578, 6093. What a thrill. Rising 2 levels in the blink of an eye, Lin An felt utterly exhilarated. As his gaze fell upon the ridge, amidst the numerous wolf carcasses, one wolf remained alive. It was the elite wolf leader. Witnessing the annihilation of its entire pack, the enraged wolf leader snarled and lunged at Lin An, seeking death. Lin An raised the supreme divine sword and lunged toward the wolf leader. 481. Chapter 44. A joke. I am the Calamity. With several swift strikes, the wolf leader flailed and let out a mournful cry before collapsing. Notice, you have defeated an elite feral wolf leader of a higher level. Experience bonus of 30. Gaining 233 experience points. Level 15, 811, 6093. Oh, it even dropped an item. Lin An sheathed the supreme divine sword and discovered an item that had dropped beneath the wolf leader's body. Bending down, he picked up the item. Equipment attribute extraction scroll. Quality, fine. Description, 2 chance to extract a special attribute from an equipped item. This is quite a treasure. With this, one could transfer powerful attributes from lower level equipment to higher level, superior gear. Alas, the extraction probability is rather low. After stowing the item in his backpack, his gaze shifted to the ridge below. Although the drop rate for monsters in the trial grounds was low, among the scattered bodies, a few wolves had dropped some items as well. Lin An proceeded down into the valley. Now came the delightful time for looting corpses. 1 gold coin. An ordinary level 18 white longbow. Lin An collected the various dropped items into his backpack, feeling somewhat disappointed. Oh, a treasure chest has dropped. Just as he was feeling a tad disheartened, a treasure chest caught his eye. Just as he prepared to reach for it, a loud shout erupted from the entrance of the valley, a dozen meters away. This leveling spot has long been claimed by us. The items dropped by these monsters should rightfully belong to us. Be wise and hand over everything you've picked up, or get lost. Don't force us to take action and end your life. Lin An frowned and glanced toward the valley entrance. There stood a full 5-member team. 3 men and 2 women, all glaring intently at him. Calamity? Lin An queried, perplexed, having just obliterated the valley's monsters. To these individuals, it had somehow become a case of the monsters perishing under a calamity. Such a grand display of swordplay. What else could it be but calamity? Quickly hand over the items you've collected and leave. You have 10 seconds, or else, humph. The speaker snorted coldly, the intent in his eyes unmistakable. Lin An felt a mixture of anger and amusement rising within him and replied calmly, or else, what will you do? Since these individuals were courting death, he had no qualms about eliminating them all. I do not provoke others, yet if others provoke me, I shall send you to meet the king of hell. Young man, I advise you not to refuse a toast and instead drink a punishment. A slightly older middle-aged man said ominously, these monsters were all slain by me. If you wish to forcibly take the drops, at least find a better excuse. Today, I shall see how well you can enforce your punishment. Lin An once more drew the Supreme Divine Sword. Then, under the watchful eyes of the five, he placed the fine-quality treasure chest into his inventory. The moment the five saw Lin An heedlessly collect the treasure chest despite their warnings, their expressions darkened to an extreme. The treasure chest was undoubtedly one of the rarest drops in the trial grounds. Though it possessed multiple qualities, any quality could yield good items, albeit with varying probabilities. However, in the presence of a lucky individual, such probabilities were mere formalities. Many often fancied themselves to be that lucky one. You, young man, speak with such bravado, claiming these monsters were slain by you. You boast without a shred of evidence that terrifying sword formation could only trigger Calamity. If you believe it was Calamity that triggered this, then I regret to inform you that I am the Calamity. Brother Yuan, we have already given him the necessary warnings. Let us not waste more time. Since this fool seeks death, let us send him on his way. Very well. In an instant, the five surrounded Lin and Kid. I do not wish to kill, but I give you one last chance. Hand over the treasure chest and all the dropped items, and I shall spare your life. You may not wish to kill, but if you aim to kill me, do not expect remorse. Despite being encircled by the five, with battle imminent and tensions high, Lin An remained utterly composed. Is this boy truly harboring some strength? In such a dire situation, he shows not a hint of fear. Seeing Lin An's expression still calm, one among the five suddenly wavered and spoke in the team chat. Even if he possesses some strength, what of it? The five of us have all reached level 14. Can we not take him down? Indeed, we must seize that treasure chest. It can yield anything. And if luck is on our side, we might even acquire a skill book or something, greatly enhancing our power. I agree. Not long ago, I heard rumors of someone acquiring a rare talent from a treasure chest. Though it was an ordinary talent, obtaining it allows one to use talent reforged stones to upgrade to a higher level, which is far safer and quicker than through adventure dungeons. Since they were discussing it in the team channel, no sooner had the words left their mouths than an announcement rang out from the 0000 town. Announcement: Trialist Yuan Ran has opened a fine-quality treasure chest, activating and obtaining a rare level talent. This announcement left the five momentarily stunned. Then, their expressions turned fervent. A fine-quality treasure chest yielding a rare level talent. This is too tempting. Kill him. The leader of the five shouted with an icy tone. In the next moment, the five launched their attacks towards Lin An. A murderous intent flashed in Lin An's eyes. These greedy five dared to strike against him, which signified their imminent demise. The Supreme Divine Sword in his hand shimmered with a blue glow as it swung towards the woman directly opposite him. Upon realizing she was targeted by Lin An, her expression tightened, and she shouted, "Brother Yen, keep an eye on my health." As her words fell, the five's attacks landed upon Lin An. At level 15, Lin An, under the divine augmentation, held a level advantage of 16 over them. The damage from their attacks against him erupted above Lin An's head. 0, 0, 0. All dealt 0 damage. As the five individuals witnessed the damage they inflicted upon Lin An amounting to nothing, disbelief and incredulity washed over their expressions. Although they may not have been the absolute elite, they certainly ranked among the best in town 0000. Through meticulous coordination, they had already advanced by 3 levels while slaying monsters. Their own damage, augmented by innate abilities, could inflict nearly 20 points of harm on a level 17 ordinary creature. How could it possibly result in a total of 0 against this young man? While the four remained in shock and confusion, unable to comprehend the situation, Lin An's sword descended with a resounding strike. 1,383. A crimson damage value erupted above the woman's head. In the next instant, her body crumpled like a deflated balloon. Collapsing to the ground, she was eliminated in an instant. What kind of monstrous damage output was this? How could this seemingly unremarkable youth possess such overwhelming strength? Terror, despair, and regret intertwined within the hearts of the four. At this moment, they began to suspect whether the boy before them was indeed a terrifying trial taker with mythical level talent. Could it be that the sword formation triggered by the Calamity was genuinely unleashed by him? Chapter 45. Too many kills. Entering the red name state faced with the remaining four, who were frozen in shock and fear, Lin An showed no mercy. He was not one to hesitate. After the recent events, the fates of these individuals, who had attacked him, were already sealed. With the Supreme Divine Sword in his grasp, he executed a swift sideways slash. The tip of the blade aimed directly at a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Lin An's sword approaching, the man's eyes filled with desperate terror as he shouted, "Great Master, spare me." Yet, before he could finish his plea, Lin An's sword struck true. 1,615. The man was instantly eliminated. The 3 remaining survivors gasped in horror. Realizing they were no match for Lin An, in a frantic bid for survival, they began to retreat, attempting to flee. However, Lin An had no intention of granting them an escape. Drawing forth the Thunder Sword, he soared forward, propelled by a dazzling display of lightning, reaching unparalleled speeds. The fleeing youth, amidst his terrified screams, was swiftly dispatched by Lin An. He then pivoted, pursuing the fleeing woman clad in white. "I was wrong. Great Master, spare my life," she shrieked. enveloped in the shadow of death, but her pleas could not alter her fate. With a single stroke, Lin An struck down. 3092. Engaging in battle, channeling dual layers of sword intent, he delivered a critical blow with a 2% probability against the white-clad woman, the last remaining middle-aged man. Witnessing the swift demise of his erstwhile companions, understood that his turn was next. Overcome with fear, his legs buckled, and he collapsed into a patch of withered grass. Attempting to rise, he found himself utterly powerless, forced to watch as Lin An approached with an aura of lethal intent, akin to that of the Grim Reaper. Great Master, spare me. I will serve you like a beast, the man cried in desperation. Lin An, regarding his plea with disdain, coldly retorted, I, Lin An, have no need for beasts. Without hesitation, he swung his sword toward the man's head. The desperate man let out a hollow laugh, realizing the youth before him was indeed Lin An. As Lin An's supreme divine sword descended, an astonishing damage value far exceeding the man's health appeared above him, and he was swiftly eliminated. With the man's death, an item and a luminous orb erupted from his corpse. Lin An casually collected them. Thunderous longbow quality, rare level, 12 damage, 157, physical, attack range, 22 meters class restriction, archer class special attribute, 7 chance to inflict armor-piercing damage, dealing true damage equivalent to the item S level 12. A commendable weapon indeed. Lin An stowed the equipment in his bag, and then turned his gaze toward the white orb that had emerged from the man's demise. Complete talent orb quality, rare description, triples all damage dealt to targets. Other, dropped upon the death of a trial taker, with a drop probability of 1 in 10,000. Lin An found himself momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that killing could yield their talents, and to encounter a 1 in 10,000 chance was beyond reckoning. He placed the talent orb into his bag, not intending to learn it as his secondary talent, for his current damage output sufficed. This talent could be deemed a contingency. He would consider learning it only if he failed to acquire a better one through other means. Moreover, until he obtained a superior talent, he had no intention of selling this complete talent orb for gold. However, just as Lin An secured the complete talent orb, a system announcement resonated throughout the realm. Announcement: Trial Taker Lin An has slain Trial Taker Song Yuan and fortuitously acquired the complete rare talent orb dropped by Song Yuan. Announcement: Trial Taker Lin An's red name index has surpassed 100, reaching 104. Upon hearing these two system announcements from Town 0000, Lin An was momentarily taken aback. Was there truly such a ludicrous announcement? Those in Town 0000 who heard the announcement first felt bewildered, followed by shock. The chat group erupted in chaos. What is going on? The announcement states that killing can yield their talents. That is utterly absurd. I can confirm this. But the probability is only 1 in 10,000. I thought it was negligible, yet Lin An actually managed to achieve it. A complete rare talent orb. Directly learnable, this defies all logic. Come on, if it conformed to logic, you wouldn't be in the trial grounds. Song Yuan was killed? If I recall correctly, he was among the top 10 in the level rankings in our novice village. He claimed his talent tripled damage results. Threefold damage results? Goodness. That talent is among the top tier of rare talents. Brothers, still the same question. Who has Lin An's contact? I'm willing to pay handsomely for that complete talent orb. By the way, the system also announced Lin An's red name index. What is the story there? From what I know, after leaving the novice village, each kill grants 4 points to the red name index. That is the red name index. Wait. Are you saying Lin An has already killed 26 people? My goodness. According to the system announcement, that is correct. Goodness. Lin An must be the Lin An from Novice Village 00008. Why is he killing? Who knows? I suspect Lin An isn't a good person. He seems to revel in chaos. By the way, the person you shared in the group earlier, the killer looks like Lin An. What? Him? You can't mean the one who dealt over 10,000 damage with a single strike? I thought that might have been a native of the trial grounds. I just checked the level rankings. Lin An is now 7th. Looking at his avatar, he resembles that young man in the video. My goodness. It truly is him. How unfortunate that I ended up in Town 0000. Heaven help me, let me not cross paths with him. Everyone, given Lin An's red name index status. We need not fear. He is currently under the trial ground as Calamity penalties, doubling all damage he receives. Moreover, if he is killed, the probability of a talent orb drop is 50%. I believe we should devise a way to eliminate this killing machine. Suddenly, an avatar pulsated, inciting chatter in the group chat. Qinggong? The lurking Si Yuqing questioned in confusion. Si Yuqing. Upon noticing her avatar, the other party responded. Chapter 46. I am in the northern wilderness. If you dare, come and face me. Lin An had finished tidying up the battlefield. From the other 4, he had garnered a little over 100 gold coins. He felt no concern about entering a notorious red name status. Simultaneously, at the moment the system announced his red name, he also received pertinent information regarding it. After becoming a red name, if one refrains from killing for 24 hours, it will dissipate. Any damage inflicted thereafter would be doubled. Upon death, the drop rate would also be doubled. Through this last point, he comprehended why the items dropped by Zhou Sheng and his companions were more abundant. That group bore red name values, albeit not yet reaching the threshold for system notification. Taking a deep breath, he refocused his mind, intending to continue leveling up. Once he reached level 20, he could unlock various treasure chests. Only at level 20 could he open chests, synchronizing his level to maximize rewards. Lin An glanced at his current level, which was 15, to optimize his experience gains. He needed to slay monsters of level 18. Immediately, he drew his thunder sword and ascended upon it. Opening the map, he sought a densely populated area of level 18 monsters and soared deeper into the northern wilderness. Along the way, he checked the leaderboard. His level ranked 7th. The first was Su Xian at level 16, followed by Zhou Mo Yun, also at level 16. 20 minutes later, Lin An arrived at his destination. Observing the throngs of level 18 aberrations below, he inhaled sharply. They were all experienced treasures. With a single skill, he would likely level up. Without hesitation, he plummeted from the sky, poised to strike when the notification sound beeped incessantly. Si Yuqing was seeking him again. What could it be? Lin An felt a twinge of impatience, but opened the message panel nonetheless. Big shot Lin An, Chun Gong is also in town 0000. Gathering a group to deal with you. This rascal is here too? Lin An was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Chun Gong would dare to venture into town 0000. Chun Gong was on his list of targets for elimination. Initially, he had not had the opportunity to address him due to time constraints, as only in the subsequent stage would he have the chance to take him down. It was unexpected that this fellow had not learned his lesson and sought to confront him again. So be it. In the second phase, he would deal with him decisively. Let him come. Lin An replied briefly and then closed the chat interface. Subsequently, he joined the public channel of town 0000, announcing, I am Lin An. I am currently at the border of the northern wilderness 121-541-5445. All who wish to trouble me, come forth. I am too lazy to deal with you one by one. With that, he exited the group chat. His brazen declaration sent the entire town 0000 channel into a frenzy. Lin An had finally made an appearance. Joining the group chat with such audacity. This was outrageous. Having killed so many, he still dared to boast in the chat, truly believing himself invincible? Su Xian and Zhou Mo Yun, it is your turn to act. This murderer is utterly detestable. One person tagged all the prominent figures on the leaderboard. Indeed, esteemed players. We beseech you to eliminate this maniac Lin An. Everyone, I believe that Zhou Sheng and his group deserve their fate. Do you not concur? I think Big Shot Lin An is ridding the world of harm. What do you mean, brother upstairs? Are you in league with Lin An? This person openly supports the murderous Lin An. There must be something amiss. Yes, even though we are in the trial grounds. It does not mean it is a lawless zone. Nonsense. You speak foolishly. I do not support Lin An. I merely state that Zhou Sheng was never a good person. Not long ago, he and his gang robbed me of a fine quality piece of equipment. Haha. Although Zhou Sheng is wicked, he only robs, not kills. Indeed. Even if Zhou Sheng deserves punishment, it is not Lin An, the maniac, who should deliver it. Lin An must die. Must die? Everyone, gather together to take him down. Count me in. To uphold justice, count me in as well. By the way, after we kill him, how shall we distribute the items he drops? Lin An must possess godlike talent. Once slain, the items he drops should be fairly rolled for distribution. I agree. Agreed. Thus, a group of self-righteous individuals formed a chat to devise a plan against Lin An unbeknownst to Lin An, and of no concern to him. He boldly declared his current location. If these individuals dared to approach, he would eliminate them all in one fell swoop. To dispose of his adversaries in one swift action suited him perfectly, while simultaneously signaling to all, I, Lin An, am not a mere specter to be targeted. Recollecting his focus, he turned his gaze to the nearby level 18 aberrations, raising his supreme divine sword. Activating the skill 10,000 Swords Unite. A colossal formation of swords appeared, swirling above him. The sword intent surged like a comet, plummeting from the heavens. The level 18 ordinary monsters possessed merely over 800 health points. Struck by the sword intent, their health displayed a damage value of 1271. Countless monsters fell like harvested wheat. 1,271. 1,271. 1,271. Notification. You have gained 228 experience. Notification. You have gained 228 experience. Notification. You have gained 228 experience. Lin An's gaze fixated on the rising experience points. The experience surged wildly. Level 15, 806, 6093. Level 15, 10346, Level 15, 1262, 6093. Level 15, 60506, Notification. You have gained 228 experience. Notification. You have met the requirements for leveling up. Your level has risen to 16. Notification. Level increased. Health 26, Attack 9. Defense 9. Level 16, 185, 8165. As Lin An ascended to level 16, the experience gained from slaying level 18 monsters diminished. Notification. You have gained 190 experience. Notification. You have gained 190 experience. How delightful. Observing the rapidly increasing experience, Lin An let out a contented sigh. Single-handedly annihilating hordes of monsters was exhilarating. When the experience notification ceased, his experience level reached level 16, 53158 This time, through his area of effect skill, he had slain at least 50 monsters. One more wave, and he would reach level 17. Gazing upon the sea of monster corpses scattered across the open ground, Lin An contemplated his next move. It was time to reap the rewards. Although he knew ordinary monsters might not yield much, he still relished the wait for the monster respawn, as he had anticipated. After thoroughly searching the corpses of all the monsters, he only collected a handful of gold coins and a piece of basic equipment. Next came the tedious wait for the monster respawn timer. Although numerous other monsters roamed the vicinity, they were all scattered. Having experienced the thrill of leveling up through a skill, Lin An was now disinterested in pursuing individual monsters one by one. He pondered finding another such monster den. However, considering his earlier boast in the chat, he feared that if he left and others came searching for him, they might mistakenly believe he had fled. Bored. He opened the leaderboard once more. At this moment, the leaderboard had undergone a tremendous transformation. First place, Su Xian, level 16. Second place, Lin An, level 16. Third place, Zhou Moran, level 16. Fourth place, Wang Guoliang, level 16. Fifth place, He Tian, level 16. Sixth place, Zhao Ziyong, level 15. Seventh place, Song Hong, level 15. Eighth place, Yu Qingqing, level 15. Ninth place, Tu Yuyu, level 15. 10th place, Si Yuqing, level 15. In merely 7 or 8 hours of the second phase, all the individuals on the leaderboard were above level 15, indicating that they were quite adept at leveling up. However, I still had a considerable distance to cover. In just a few minutes, when the next wave of monsters spawned, I should ascend to the top of the leaderboard. Lin An closed the leaderboard, waiting patiently for the monsters to refresh. At this time, in the northern wasteland, not far from Lin An's position, within a small oasis, Su Xian unleashed 2 consecutive arrows. Swiftly dispatching a monster, he quickly retreated to avoid drawing the monster's aggro. Although he was capable of soloing, he could only do so in cornered areas, luring and killing monsters. If he were to attract the chain aggro of multiple creatures, he would have to flee. Despite his impressive damage output, he couldn't withstand the relentless assaults from several level 18 monsters. Observing the rising experience bar, Su Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. After hours of soloing, he had climbed from outside the leaderboard to first place. He was the first to acquire a second talent, proving that sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood. Opening the leaderboard, he glanced at his ranking, still firmly in first place. He believed that in half an hour, he would widen the level gap to 1 with the second place. Even if he was not the first challenger to ascend to level 1 in the trial ground, he would undoubtedly become the first challenger in Town 0000 to reach level 20. Wait, why was the second place now Lin An? Chapter 47. First on the leaderboard. Su Xian prepares to unleash his secret 10 minutes later. In front of Lin An, all the monsters refreshed once more, facing a swarm of newly spawned creatures. Lin An showed no mercy, raising his supreme divine sword. The sword intent intertwined and descended like a torrential storm. 1436. 1436. The melodious chime of experience gain resonated in Lin An's ears once more. Notice, you have gained 190 experience points. Notice, you have gained 190 experience points. Level 16, 8165. Notice, you have gained 152 experience points. Notice, you have met the leveling requirements, advancing to level 17. Notice, level increased, health 27. Attack 9, defense 9. Level 17, 152100942. The experience continued to surge wildly, and moments later, the system notification ceased. Lin An's experience settled at level 17, 608010942. Due to his rapid monster killing, his leveling up was akin to riding a rocket, resulting in a diminishing experience gain, which caused him some discontent. He shook his head, and then entered the battlefield to collect his spoils. The outcome, however, left him disappointed. 2 pieces of ordinary whiteboard equipment and 17 gold coins. At this point, with Lin An's meteoric rise in levels, he had already claimed the top spot on the leaderboard in Town 0000. Meanwhile, Su Xian drew his bow, targeting a mutated tiger in the oasis. Whoosh! The sharp arrow feathers carved a brilliant azure light through the air, striking the mutated tiger. 681. A damage value emerged above the mutated tiger's head. Roar! The mutated tiger's wild nature was activated, and it let out a roar as it lunged at Su Xian. Su Xian drew his bow again. 681. The mutated tiger's health reached 0, and with a resounding crash, it fell lifeless to the ground. Notice, you have slain the mutated tiger. Experience gain increased by 3/5, gaining 190 experience points. Finally, he leveled up. Surely, first place on the leaderboard was secure now. As the notification of his level up sounded in his ears, Su Xian brimmed with confidence. Just as he was about to open the leaderboard, His peripheral vision caught sight of a treasure chest beneath the mutated tiger's body. Wow, a treasure chest! How incredibly fortunate! Su Xian felt a rush of excitement, his heartbeat quickening. At that moment, he felt that Lady Luck was showering him with blessings. He reached down to pick up the chest. Excellent, it was of fine quality. Su Xian wasn't in a hurry to open it. He tossed the chest into his backpack. Currently, everyone knew that the higher the level, the greater the profit ratio from opening treasure chests. Su Xian felt quite pleased and focused on opening the leaderboard. However, as he did so and his gaze fell upon the rankings, he felt as though struck by lightning. What? How could this be? No, it cannot be. How could I be in second place? Staring at his position on the leaderboard, Su Xian, who had just leveled up to 17, could not accept it. His earlier joy quickly morphed into a cloud of despair. He fixed his gaze intently on the name at the top of the leaderboard, Lin An, gritting his teeth. He muttered, Lin An, how could he level up so quickly? With my dual talent bonuses, I can practically one-shot monsters. How could he be faster than me? No, the first place on the leaderboard must be mine. A fierce determination ignited in Su Xian's eyes. His purpose in coming to Town 0000 was to trample Lin An, who had continuously triggered the trial ground announcements during the beginner phase, underfoot. When he first arrived in Town 0000, he found Lin An to be rather unimpressive, as his name was absent from the leaderboard. Thus, he believed Lin An was unworthy of being his rival. Yet now, Lin An had suddenly surged to the top of the leaderboard, delivering a devastating blow to Su Xian's ambition. Nevertheless, to prevent such scenarios from occurring from the outset, he had kept a trump card hidden. He promptly retrieved a double experience stone from his backpack, a smirk curling on his lips. Originally, he had no intention of using it, but now it seemed increasingly amusing. Lin An, I hope you can keep pace with me and not let me down. Just as Su Xian was about to crush the double experience stone in his hand, a series of notification chimes rang out. Su Xian opened the chat window. Big brother, I received a Bao skill book for you. A radiant smile blossomed on Su Xian's face. Another Bao skill book had come into his possession. Lin An, what will you use to compete with my leveling sprint? He couldn't wait to see the expression on Lin An's face when he reclaimed first place on the leaderboard. Su Xian, feeling quite pleased, replied in the chat window, what skill book? In the next moment, details about the Bao skill book appeared in the chat interface. Multi-strike, damage grade, fine quality, restricted profession, Bao class skill description, inflicts 3 consecutive strikes of damage on a single target, with each strike dealing 70 base damage. Cooldown, 12 seconds attack range, 25 meters. Gazing at the skill book's description, Su Xian nearly laughed aloud. Multi-strike damage, with a short cooldown. If he learned this skill book, he would be able to venture into higher-level monster areas. With 3 strikes of damage, he was confident he could one-shot even level 19 monsters. I'll be waiting for you in the oasis of the northern wasteland. Bring it to me. Okay, big brother, I'm on my way. Su Xian tucked the double experience stone away, deciding it was prudent to use it after learning the skill book for maximum efficiency. Just as he was about to close the chat window, the other party sent another message. By the way, big brother, there's one more thing. I don't know if you know about it. What is it? In the town at present, a squad of nearly 100 individuals has been organized, intent on eliminating Lin An. 100 people aiming to take down Lin An? Indeed, as far as I have gathered, 3 individuals from the leaderboard have expressed their willingness to partake. Why would these individuals, who have not leveled up, seek to slay Lin An? Su Xian found himself perplexed. Not long ago, Lin An had entered a red name status due to excessive killings. It is said that in this state, the damage he receives is doubled. Moreover, Lin An is almost universally acknowledged to possess mythical level talent. These individuals seem to wish to take advantage of Lin An's red name status, enduring the doubled damage in hopes of triggering the 50% chance to unveil his mythical talent. As Su Xian reflected upon the message from the opposing side, he recalled the system announcement he had heard not long ago. At that time, he had paid little heed, his focus solely on leveling up. Now, hearing his subordinate's words, he fell into a brief, contemplative state. He had come to Town 0000 with the intention of viewing Lin An as his rival. Should he also join in and stoke the flames of this endeavor? After a moment of contemplation, Su Xian ultimately resolved to abstain from participation. After all, for him, leveling up was the foremost priority. To kill Lin An, one could look to his own example. If one did not wish to perish, it was exceedingly difficult to be slain. The second stage map is vast. One could easily find a secluded spot to level up, rendering it impossible for anyone to locate them. Even if discovered, 100 individuals could not swiftly assemble. Moreover, should he truly be pursued, he could retreat to the town's safety zone. Worst case, he could enter a dungeon to grind for levels. Thus, for Su Xian, the endeavor to eliminate Lin An seemed a futile and time-consuming venture. Being the first to reach level 20 and acquire the mythical treasure chest awarded for that milestone was of utmost significance. If he were to target Lin An, it would have to wait until he reached level 20. Furthermore, his second talent was already mythical level. Even if he were to slay Lin An and unveil his mythical talent, he did not believe Lin An's abilities would surpass his own. After all, his second mythical talent was absolute execution, allowing him to instantly eliminate targets with health below 30%. This mythical talent would only grow stronger with his level. On the other hand, while Su Xian chose not to engage, he found himself torn. He both hoped for Lin An's demise and wished to see him survive. The desire for Lin An's downfall stemmed from a sense of impending threat he felt from him. Conversely, he did not wish for Lin An to be slain, as he had come to regard him as a motivating adversary. This was also one of the key reasons for his decision to abstain from involvement. After some reflection, Su Xian refocused and sent a message, stating that if they wished to deal with Lin An, they should proceed without him. Leveling up was paramount. Deliver the skill books as swiftly as possible. Understood, big brother. Closing the chat interface, Su Xian glanced once more at the leaderboard, then settled down to continue battling monsters. Meanwhile, many individuals had begun to notice the changes on the leaderboard. In the Kill Lin An squad chat, one person spoke up. Everyone, did you see? Lin An has ascended to the top of the leaderboard. What? He has claimed the first position? Not long ago, he was only level 15. Indeed, he was at level 15, but now he has reached the top of the leaderboard at level 17. 17? How is that even possible? Yes. How could he possibly have reached level 17? Everyone, I just checked. That killer has truly reached level 17 and is now ranked first. My goodness. Level 17? How can we proceed? Should we cancel the assassination? Level 17 is 4 levels above me. Cancel? Why would we cancel? This killer has achieved level 17 through his mythical talent, showcasing its power. If we miss this opportunity, we may never get another. I concur. When I was in Newbie Village 00008, I witnessed this killer acquire numerous items through announcements. If those items remain in his possession, they pose a threat to everyone in the Great Xia. Indeed, those items must not remain in the hands of such an individual. Absolutely. If the killer Lin An successfully escapes the trial grounds, it would spell disaster for the Great Xia. Do any of you wish to see our Great Xia, our loved ones, descend into hell? I certainly do not, but the level disparity is simply too great. Indeed, it would be ideal if Su Xian could join us. Brother, best not to dwell on that. I just had someone discreetly inquire, and Su Xian is currently focused solely on leveling up. Brothers and sisters, I just asked Goddess Zhou Maiyun, and she expressed her willingness to join. Goddess Zhou Maiyun truly wishes to join? If she does, our chances of victory will significantly increase. Yes, if I recall correctly, Goddess Zhou Maiyun's primary talent should be legendary level. Yet her second talent is rather lackluster, only rare level. You're not mistaken, but Goddess Zhou Maiyun mentioned that if she were to join, there would be one condition. What condition? After we slay the killer Lin An, she gets to choose first from the spoils. This? Isn't that a bit excessive? We agreed to a fair roll. Everyone. The killer Lin An is now level 17. I believe, for the sake of caution, we should agree to Goddess Zhou Maiyun's terms. After a minute of discussion, all participants reached a consensus to accept Zhou Maiyun's condition. Then I shall add Goddess Zhou Maiyun to the group. Alright. Immediately, a notification appeared in the chat. Notification: Zhou Maiyun has joined the Kill Squad chat. Upon joining the chat, Zhou Maiyun inquired, when do we plan to strike? Goddess Zhou. Most of us are gathered at the eastern exit of the town. We will depart in no more than 5 minutes. Great, I will be there shortly. Within the experience dungeon, Zhou Maiyun, having chosen to grind monsters for experience, concluded her dungeon session. Returning to the dungeon plaza, she swiftly made her way towards the eastern exit of the town with her 4 teammates. Meanwhile, Lin An, unaware of the feedback regarding his ascent to the top of the leaderboard, was once again in the waiting period for monster spawns. During this time, he made a decision. If those foolish individuals who had threatened him did not show up after he cleared the next wave of monsters, he would venture into a higher level monster area. While waiting for the monsters to respawn, Lin An opened his personal backpack and began to meticulously review the rewards he had amassed over the past few hours. Presently, his backpack, which could hold 120 items, was already half full. Surveying the items occupying half of his backpack, Lin An sighed softly. It seems that expanding the backpack by 100 slots has proven beneficial. He then shifted his focus to the most precious treasure chests. In his backpack, he possessed 4 chests, 1 mythical level, 1 epic level, 1 rare level, and 1 fine level. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the mythical chest. At present, my 3-dimensional attributes show that only my defense attribute has yet to exceed 1000. I hope that upon reaching level 20, I can unveil a piece of mythical level armor from this mythical chest. Having organized the chests, he began to sort through various talent stones. There were a total of 8 talent reforged stones, 4 rare level, 3 fine level, and 1 epic level. He also had 2 talent activation stones, 1 mythical level and 1 fine level. Gazing at the talent activation stones, Lin An hesitated for a moment. He retrieved the mythical level talent activation stone. Sooner or later, I must activate my future talents. I might as well use it now. If the outcome is unsatisfactory, I can always seek out mythical level talent reforged stones for a reforge. Having made his decision, Lin An prepared to crush the mythical talent activation stone to absorb the talents it would yield. Just as he was about to proceed, a notification panel appeared before him. Notification: using the mythical talent activation stone to acquire a talent requires the expenditure of 10,000 gold coins. Your current gold is insufficient. What the? Lin An felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Helpless, he tucked the mythical talent activation stone away. It seemed that in order to obtain the talent through the stone, he would need to earn some gold. Never mind. He hoped to uncover a treasure map before reaching level 20. By using a treasure map to gain a talent for free, he could save a hefty sum. Sighing, Lin An's gaze fell upon the inscription scroll he had obtained in the novice village. Inscription scroll. Quality, rare. Restrictions, weapon. Description, inflicts damage on the target. Accompanied by a 30 lifesteal effect. Should he embed this inscription scroll into the Supreme Divine Sword? But he quickly dismissed the notion. The Supreme Divine Sword, being the exclusive weapon of the Supreme Sword Immortal, was tailored to his level and attributes, which had been significantly enhanced by Lin An's godly augmentations. This weapon was undoubtedly meant to be wielded for a lifetime. Although the Supreme Divine Sword could accommodate 5 inscriptions, this particular inscription was simply not worthy. Moreover, the restorative effects from his mythical accessories were more than adequate. He stored the inscription scroll away, categorizing it for sale. His gaze shifted to the equipment inscription removal scroll. With some idle time, he could utilize this scroll to experiment with removing the inscription from the Holy Staff. The special inscription of the Holy Staff provided protection to its bearer, enhancing recovery capabilities by 10. This was undeniably a formidable attribute. A 10 increase in recovery ability would apply to both automatic recovery and lifesteal, significantly enhancing the holder's survivability. Without further ado, Lin An grasped the equipment inscription removal scroll and directed his thoughts towards the Holy Staff. Immediately, a notification panel sprang up before him. Chapter 49. While I shall ascend like an airplane, how did Lin An end up rocketing? The notification panel emerged once more. Notification 1. 2 chance to remove the special inscription from the equipment. Notification 2. The cost to remove a special inscription from an epic quality equipment is 1,000 gold coins. Notification 3. If the removal fails, the equipment inscription removal scroll will be consumed, and the special inscription will be lost. Do you wish to proceed? Staring at the system notification, Lin An was momentarily taken aback. How is this any different from theft? Not only did it require the expenditure of 1,000 gold coins, but the penalties for failure were equally severe. Glancing at his gold balance of 4,252, Lin An managed a bitter smile. He had thought himself wealthy, but now realized that it was hardly enough to fill the gaps. Good grief, I need to make money. However, he resolved to take the plunge. This special inscription was incredibly powerful. If he could successfully remove it, it would undoubtedly be worth a fortune. If he failed, he would simply treat it as if he had never attempted. Lin An reassured himself internally. The next moment, he firmly decided to proceed. His heart raced, though his expression remained calm. Yet, he was still apprehensive about the possibility of a wasted effort. Then came the notification sound. Notification: you have successfully used the fine quality equipment inscription removal scroll. Notification: your gold has decreased by 1,000. Notification: you have consumed 1 fine quality equipment inscription removal scroll. Ding. Special inscription removal successful. You have acquired the special inscription. Goodness. I actually succeeded with a 2 chance. I must truly be favored by destiny. Lin An erupted into ecstatic laughter. To him, this inscription, even if he chose not to use it, could certainly be sold for several tens of thousands. His gaze fell into his backpack. Inscription scroll. Quality, epic. Restrictions, none. Description: provides protection to the bearer, enhancing recovery capabilities by 10. How delightful. This was a substantial profit. Lin An felt a surge of satisfaction, suddenly realizing that making money was not so difficult after all. Having extracted this inscription from an epic quality piece of equipment, its value could easily multiply tenfold. Calming his excitement, Lin An stood up. The monsters not far away had begun to respawn. In just a few seconds, they would all emerge. Time to get to work. Lin An felt immensely invigorated. He drew forth the Supreme Divine Sword, ready for battle. Seconds swiftly passed, and when all the monsters had respawned, he unleashed his myriad sword technique once more. The barrage of swords intertwined, raining down upon the mass of monsters. 1,614. 1,614. 1,614. Waves of monsters fell, and the notifications of experience gained echoed in his ears. Notification: you have gained 152 experience points. Notification: you have gained 152 experience points. Notification: you have gained 152 experience points. Notification: you have met the level up conditions. Your level has increased to 18. Notification: level up, health 29, attack 9. Defense 9. Current level, 18, 214, 663. Although his level had risen, the notifications of experience gained did not cease. Notification: you have gained 114 experience points. Moments later, Lin An's experience at level 18 settled at 18, 228, 214, 663. From slaying level 18 monsters and acquiring over 200 experience points, he now only received 114. It seemed he must venture into areas populated by higher level monsters. Otherwise, he risked failing to reach level 20 in the trial grounds. Lin An opened the map, searching for a more suitable leveling point. Just as Lin An pinpointed the next leveling spot, Su Xian finally acquired his skill book. Eagerly, he began to learn the skill. The glow of the skill radiated from him. Su Xian raised his chin slightly, exuding an air of triumph. What followed was the true test of his abilities. The top of the leaderboard. I am certain to claim it. Su Xian knocked an arrow in his bow, aiming at a distant mutated tiger in the oasis. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3-arrow volley struck true. 675. 675. Before the third hit could register, the mutated tiger collapsed. Slain instantly. What a delight. A smile of satisfaction spread across Su Xian's face. With this skill, he could delve into the realm of level 19 monsters. The 3-shot skill coupled with double experience would make leveling as effortless as drinking water. A nearby subordinate, witnessing Su Xian's effortless defeat of the level 18 monster, fawned over him. Impressive, Brother Xian. Su Xian reveled in the admiration of his subordinate, replying nonchalantly, as long as you handle your tasks well, once I reach level 20, I'll take you along to level up. I assure you, a place in the top 10 of the 0000 town leaderboard is within reach. Thank you, Brother Xian. Thank you, Big Brother. All right, off you go. Continue gathering skill equipment and special inscriptions for me. Understood, Brother Xian. His subordinate replied, turning to leave. Su Xian's gaze drifted toward the level 19 monster area, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin An, what can you possibly compare against me? From here on out, my leveling will be quicker than flying on an airplane. Su Xian, brimming with confidence, deftly dodged the monsters along the way and sprinted toward the level 19 monster area. Upon arriving, he retrieved a double experience stone. Boom. He activated it. The system notification chimed in his ears. Notification, you have successfully used the double experience stone. Your experience gain is now doubled. Let the leveling begin. Su Xian drew his bowstring, targeting a nearby creature, the decaying crawler, unleashing a 3-hit skill. 561. 561. The level 19 monster, with less than 1,000 health, was swiftly dispatched. Notification, you have slain the decaying crawler. Experience gain is multiplied by 3/5, and with the double experience effect, you have gained 436 experience points. What a thrill. Watching the experience bonus from the double experience, Su Xian beamed with joy. Leveling up to level 18 requires over 10,000 experience points. One merely needs to vanquish a couple dozen monsters to achieve this. Excluding the time spent maneuvering and the monsters' respawn intervals, it can be accomplished in a maximum of 15 minutes. Such efficiency surpasses threefold, a delightful prospect indeed. After meticulous theoretical calculations, Su Xian felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. However, just as he was reveling in his anticipated triumph, a series of alert tones echoed in his mind, disrupting his enjoyment. Who could tolerate such an interruption during a moment of exhilaration? With a countenance filled with frustration, Su Xian opened the chat window. A message from his subordinate appeared. He was about to express his ire when the content of the message left him momentarily speechless. Big brother, you need to check the level leaderboard. Lin An has reached level 18. Impossible? A fleeting thought crossed Su Xian's mind. Just moments ago, he had checked the leaderboard, and Lin An had only just advanced to level 17. It was inconceivable for him to have leveled up to 18 in mere minutes. Although he doubted the validity of this information, his breath grew increasingly rapid with anxiety. He yearned to check the leaderboard but was paralyzed by fear. After a brief hesitation, he finally summoned the courage to open the leaderboard. To his dismay, the top rank was indeed Lin An, displaying the ominous number, level 18. Level 18. Level 18. This figure swirled in Su Xian's mind like a malevolent specter. This cannot be happening. This is absolutely impossible. Su Xian found it unbearable to accept this reality, especially when he believed he was on the verge of closing the gap with Lin An and putting him beneath his heel. How could this be? How could his leveling speed surpass that of a rocket? Unable to reconcile this shocking revelation, Su Xian glanced once more at the leaderboard. This time, the sight struck him like a thunderbolt, rendering him motionless. Level 19. How could this be? No, this cannot be. Wasn't he said he was at level 18? How did he suddenly ascend to level 19? As Lin An surpassed him once more, creating a 2-level disparity between them, Su Xian trembled uncontrollably. In that moment, he felt as if he had aged a decade. I have awakened dual talents, legendary and mythical. How could I possibly lose? I will not lose. I absolutely cannot lose. Struggling to accept the situation, Su Xian murmured to himself like a wronged child. Yet, after enduring a few seconds of despondency, he took a deep breath. Gradually regaining his composure, he made a daring and audacious decision to abandon evasive maneuvers and reduce the intervals between monster defeats. Lin An, I will not concede defeat. Whoosh. 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 Su Xian drew back his bowstring, swiftly dispatching a level 19 monster before plunging into the throng of creatures. In the northern wastelands, Lin An unleashed a barrage of swords, annihilating over 60 level 20 wasteland scavengers. His level surged to 19, 46719649. As he surveyed the fallen scavengers scattered across the ground, Lin An joyfully began to loot their corpses. Yet again, he discovered a blank level 19 piece of equipment, and yet another gold coin. After a thorough search, his haul remained disappointingly meager. How frustrating. Lin An grumbled, intending to take flight and venture towards the next monster congregation. However, just as he ascended into the sky, a series of alert tones sounded in his ears once more. Opening the chat window, he found a message from his associate. Lin An, I exchanged all the gear I found for gold, totaling 2,725 coins. Are you free now? I can bring it to you. Lin An paused, then responded, I'll reach out to you shortly. With gold being offered, he was certainly not one to decline. Just as he prepared to close the chat interface, Si Yuqing sent another message. By the way, Lin An, I recently made a friend who found a high-level treasure map during her time in the novice village. Would you like to join? A high-level treasure map? This message sent a jolt of excitement through Lin, and Si Yuqing continued, I discussed it with my friend, and we'd like to gift you the high-level treasure map. If we trigger a special dungeon, all loot will belong to you. All you need to do is lead us into the triggered high-level treasure map dungeon. Lin An stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was evident that Si Yuqing aimed to secure his assistance by enticing him with the treasure map, hoping to have him lead them into the dungeon for experience. The intentions of Sima Zhao are known to all. However, after a moment of contemplation, Lin An found no reason to decline. Treasure map dungeons begin with elite-level monsters, not only yielding substantial experience, but also generous rewards. The final boss, most likely, would drop a treasure chest key. If he could unlock a chest and obtain a talent, it would be quite advantageous. Even if the talent was not one he desired, acquiring a talent shard would still be a windfall. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin An concluded he had no grounds for refusal and replied, Where are you now? Lin An, we are currently in the town. Upon receiving the confirmation of Lin An's agreement, Si Yuqing shared her excitement with a nearby girl. Sister, Lin An agreed. He said he would return immediately. Really? The girl exclaimed in disbelief, though she hailed from a different novice village. After Si Yuqing's persuasive explanations and Lin An's recent ascent to the top of the leaderboard at level 18, she had no doubts about his prowess. Her only concern was the whispers circulating in the group chat, where many labeled Lin An a ruthless killer, instilling a sense of fear within her. However, after Si Yuqing's repeated reassurances, she felt somewhat at ease. This was undoubtedly a gamble for her. Internally, she fervently hoped that Lin An was indeed the honorable person Si Yuqing described. Recalling her focus, Si Yuqing spoke with a mix of excitement and conviction. Absolutely. Simultaneously, Si Yuqing was brimming with anticipation. If they triggered the high-level treasure map dungeon and defeated the experience-boosting elite monsters, leveling up to 19 would likely be a breeze. Yes. The girl, named Yen, replied nervously. Lin An should be coming from the east entrance. Let's wait for him there. All right. With that, the two made their way towards the east entrance. A mere 2 minutes later, as they awaited Lin An's return, Yen suddenly trembled and said to Si Yuqing, Ching. The group chat says Lin An has killed someone again. Si Yuqing's heart skipped a beat as she immediately opened the group chat. Within, someone had posted a video. Si Yuqing clicked to view it. There stood Lin An, soaring in the sky like a sword deity. With a single strike, the heavens trembled, and a massive array of swords materialized in the air, slowly rotating. Countless sword energies cascaded from the formation like a meteor shower, plummeting toward a crowd of over 100 individuals below. The horrifying damage numbers surged from the throng as they fell into despair. 3,032, 3,821, 1,658. The crowd below, engulfed in terror, collapsed in droves. In an instant, over 100 people were reduced to less than 20. Gasp. Witnessing this scene, Si Yuqing inhaled sharply. In the group chat, countless individuals felt a chill run down their spines. Lin An has killed again. Heavens. A single strike claimed the lives of over 100 individuals. Why has Lin An become so monstrous? Mother, I regret coming to town 0000. I wish I could make a different choice. I warned you all that provoking the formidable Lin An would lead to dire consequences, yet you refused to believe me. Now you see the truth. I hail from Novice Village 00008, where I serve as Lin An's herald. He does not take lives indiscriminately. He merely distinguishes between friend and foe. You speak nonsense. He has killed so many. Is that not indiscriminate slaughter? Indeed, regardless of their faults, Lin An had no right to take their lives. Should he spare them? Would they not continue to chatter behind his back? If I possessed Lin An's strength, I would not spare any of you. I do not consume beef. At this moment, above the northern wasteland, in the fractured valley, Lin An looked down, surveying the few survivors who, through their unique abilities, managed to withstand his devastating blow. His expression remained impassive. Initially, he had intended to eliminate them all, but upon encountering this group, he felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of slaying so many. He only intended to take down their leader, yet their incessant insults, even involving his ancestors, provoked him. Though Lin An, an orphan, knew not who his ancestors were, he could not allow such indignities to go unpunished. Ultimately, he unleashed a single sword strike, a strike that shattered the stars. The remaining survivors were paralyzed with terror. At that moment, they fully comprehended that Lin An was not a foe to be vanquished through sheer numbers. Lin An, I was wrong. I beg for mercy. The chilling winds of the valley swept through as one terrified survivor, pale and trembling, collapsed to his knees. The other survivors, their eyes dull with despair, suddenly flickered with a glimmer of hope and hastily followed suit, pleading, Great Lin An, we were misled by wicked minds. Please spare us. Chapter 51. After watching a few videos, Su Xian was frightened. Huh. Lin An's cold laughter echoed. Misled by deceit? He descended gracefully, continuing, had I lacked such power, I fear the words escaping your lips would not merely be about listening to slander. If I had no strength, would you have spared me had I begged? His words rendered the terrified crowd momentarily speechless. This was an undeniable truth. They had marched forth with such a force, fully intending to eliminate Lin An. What do you intend to do? Someone, emboldened by desperation, dared to inquire. What do I intend to do? Lin An replied. As the azure light of his supreme sword shimmered, the speaker was instantaneously obliterated. The others trembled, their eyelids twitching, fully aware that Lin An would show them no mercy. With no other option left, they resolved to fight for their lives. Initially, he stood aloft, but now that he had descended, it was their chance. Given the circumstances, we must fight with all we have. The survivors exchanged glances and communicated in their internal chat. Zhou Mo Yun deeply regretted her greed for involving herself in such perilous affairs. She lamented not having settled for a lower rank rather than risking her life. However, the opportunity for regret had vanished. A flicker of resolve ignited in her eyes. Attack. The once kneeling individuals suddenly surged forward, launching themselves at Lin An. Faced with their desperate counterattack, Lin An regarded them with a look of disdain, as if to say, a troop of clowns. He countered with his supreme sword, striking down one with ease. Meanwhile, the collective assault from the group landed upon him. The damage inflicted was negligible, merely 20 points. How could this be? Was it not said that a red named Lin An would sustain double damage? The expressions on their faces morphed from disbelief to profound despair as they realized they could not breach his defenses. The last flicker of hope within them extinguished like a flame in a tempest. The azure sword light flashed once more. Another life was claimed. At this juncture, the only remaining chance for survival was to flee. The oppressive atmosphere of death loomed over them, consuming their spirits. The survivors began to scatter in frantic retreat. Lin An soared into the air on his sword, a harbinger of death, leaving no escape for any fleeing soul. Nearby, onlookers and those originally leveling in the area were left in utter shock. They recorded the unfolding events, sharing them with their friends. Is that Zhou Mo Yun, the third on the leaderboard? Indeed. My goodness, the third-ranked Zhou Mo Yun was slain by Lin An in a single stroke. How terrifying. The entire town 0000 trembled in response to these videos. In that moment, no one dared to question Lin An's might. Without discussing any other matters, it was clear that Lin An was the unrivaled champion of town 0000. At this moment, Su Xian, on the brink of leveling up to 18, was meditating to restore his health when he received a video from his subordinate. Upon viewing it, he was overwhelmed with shock. Lin An is truly terrifying. What an incredible sword technique. I, too, am a hidden class. Why is there such a vast disparity? No wonder he levels up so swiftly. It must be due to that area of effect sword skill. Thank heavens I did not get involved. What I once deemed Lin An to be a big shot. Now he clearly stands as a colossal figure. A deep sense of dread washed over Su Xian as he acknowledged that he could not withstand Lin An's wrath. Moments later, he composed himself. Lin An's terror was etched into his mind. At least for now, he absolutely could not provoke Lin An. The fearsome aura surrounding Lin An extinguished any ambition he had for competing for the top rank. I shall settle for second place. It is far better than incurring the wrath of this individual, which may lead to dire consequences. After watching the videos, Su Xian felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation at the shock Lin An had instilled in him. He muttered softly to himself. Meanwhile, Lin An soared swiftly on his sword. Within 3 minutes, all his foes lay slain beneath his blade. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that his sole principle was this. Those who offend me shall inevitably meet their demise. Root out the weeds. After eliminating all threats, he reveled in the spoils of his victory. He meticulously searched each corpse, acquiring over 10 pieces of equipment, an exceptional grade talent reforged stone, and 1,531 gold coins. Watching his gold exceed 5,000 once more, Lin An inhaled joyfully. Subsequently, he opened the chat channel for Town 0000 and declared, I, Lin An, shall not slaughter the innocent. However, those who provoke me shall undoubtedly perish. Having spoken, he closed the chat channel. This was his warning to all. The once bustling chat in the Town 0000 channel fell into an eerie silence following Lin An's words. After gathering his belongings, Lin An prepared to depart, but in the next moment, his brow furrowed in concern. According to Si Yuqing, this matter arose due to Chen Gong. Yet, among those slain by him, it seemed Chen Gong was absent. His countenance darkened. The onlookers nearby, their attention drawn, held their breath. Could Lin An be contemplating our demise as well? The faces of the crowd turned ashen in an instant. However, just as fear gripped them, Lin An called out loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, Have any of you seen Qinggong? Upon hearing Lin An's inquiry, the crowd exhaled in relief, realizing that Lin An's ire was directed solely at that dark-faced individual. Lin An, I saw him not long ago, but it appeared he slipped away from the group as we arrived here. One person stepped forward to inform Lin An. He fled? Lin An inquired. Indeed. I was merely hoping to watch the spectacle. I had been trailing behind from a distance when I saw him make his escape. After speaking, the individual felt a pang of regret for their choice of words and quickly clarified. Lin An, please do not misunderstand. I simply wish to pay homage to your formidable presence. Lin An's eyes narrowed as he gazed into the distance. This fellow runs quite swiftly. In which direction did he flee? I believe it was south. South. Yes, I'm certain it was south. Lin An nodded and then retrieved a staff from his backpack, tossing it toward the individual while proclaiming, this is your reward. Ah, a reward for me. The person who replied to Lin An was utterly incredulous, amazed that a few words could earn him such a remarkable honor from Lin An. Is this for real? When I, Lin An, make a statement, it is not in jest. With Lin An's affirmation, the individual rushed forward to pick up the staff. Heavens! This is an epic-grade weapon, he exclaimed excitedly. Although the weapon was blank, it surpassed the quality of the exquisite weapon he had been wielding by countless degrees. He swiftly equipped the new weapon, its golden glow radiating like divine light. The onlookers were filled with envy, their perception of Lin An shifting. Lin An was a person of clear distinctions in matters of enmity and friendship. Though immensely powerful, he would never unjustly bully the weak. Yet, should one provoke him, regardless of their strength, they would pay an unbearable price for their actions. Who could dislike such a person? The fearful glances directed at Lin An diminished, replaced by respect and admiration. Sensing the change in the crowd's demeanor, Lin An felt a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. An epic-grade blank staff was trivial to him. Subsequently, Lin An soared into the skies and addressed the crowd. Anyone who can slay Qinggong may come to me to claim a rare-level talent reforged stone. Upon hearing this, countless individuals erupted with excitement. Goodness! A rare-level talent reforged stone is currently fetching 8,000 gold in the marketplace. I must slay Qinggong and claim the reforged stone from Lin An. Haha, my friend. I shan't yield to you. Qinggong will surely meet his end at my hands. Everyone, you are being short-sighted. Although the rare-level talent reforged stone is precious, aiding Lin An in completing this task is the true treasure. At this proclamation, the crowd experienced a collective epiphany. Indeed, no matter how valuable an item might be, the favor of Lin An was worth far more. Chapter 52. This woman is quite something. At the eastern gate of town 0000, and Yan's face was pale. After watching those videos and reading the discussions in the group, she was trembling with fear. In a quivering voice, she whispered to Si Yuqing, Sister Qing. Perhaps we should just forget it. I don't want to continue. And Yan's words sent a shiver down Si Yuqing's spine. Having interacted with Lin An on several occasions, she had come to understand him well. If Yan were to back out now, Lin An might think they were toying with him, a consequence she could not afford. Hastily, she warned, I have already informed Lin An about this matter. Once he has dealt with his affairs, he will undoubtedly return. If you withdraw now, do you seek your own demise? And Yan, shaken, trembled uncontrollably. But I'm scared. Scared? Now you know fear? Si Yuqing pressed. If you wish to withdraw now, you must surrender the high-level treasure map to me. And Yan's expression fell into a realm of endless struggle. This was the sole valuable item she had obtained since arriving in the trial grounds. After acquiring it, she had been hiding and avoiding forming teams, causing her to lag behind in leveling up to level 10. It was sheer serendipity that she had arrived at town 0000, taking advantage of a vacant spot due to a death replacement. Since her arrival, she had remained cautious, and her level stood at merely 11. Were it not for her lack of gold to purchase the equipment Si Yuqing was selling, she would never have mentioned this matter. To part with it now would render all her efforts in vain. The significant sunk cost weighed heavily upon her. Moreover, she had come to town 0000 knowing it was the most formidable place, hoping to find a reliable powerhouse to assist her in tackling the high-level treasure map dungeon. While she had indeed found such a person, it was none other than Lin An, which made her immensely fearful. Si Yuqing, noticing Yan's turmoil, recognized that persuading her to give up was impossible and offered reassurance. Though Lin An appears stern, he would never unjustly bully the weak. You need not worry. And Yan could only nod in resignation. The two fell into silence. Just then, the system announcement echoed in the ears of everyone in town 0000 once more. Announcement. The trialist Highle has completed a quest for the local natives and acquired the living skill alchemy. As the first trialist to obtain a living skill, she is awarded 200 gold and a rare treasure chest. Upon hearing this announcement, Si Yuqing's expression flickered slightly. That name sounded familiar. Where had she heard it before? Ah, she was from Newbie Village 00008, where she had activated the Newbie Village dungeon. Si Yuqing finally remembered. At that moment, Lin An, soaring through the air, could see the eastern gate of the town in the distance. Hearing the system prompt, he paused, recalling that she too hailed from Newbie Village 008, and remarked casually, This woman is quite something. Just as Lin An approached the town, descending from the skies. The town was imbued with a special energy, forming a safe zone where flying was prohibited. From afar, he spotted Si Yuqing and strode over. Lin An. Si Yuqing greeted him. Lin An nodded in acknowledgement. Lin An and Yen, trembling with trepidation, also greeted him. Lin An responded with a nod once more. Then, Si Yuqing initiated a trade with Lin An. The transaction window displayed 725 gold coins. Lin An confirmed the trade, bringing his gold total to 228. Delight spread across Lin An's face as he inquired. Is she the one in possession of the high-level treasure map? Yes, Lin An. Her name is Yen. Si Yuqing hurriedly replied. She then turned to Yen, urging, trade the high-level treasure map to Lin An. Yen shuddered, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately initiated the trade with Lin An. A high-level treasure map materialized in the transaction window. Lin An confirmed the trade and glanced at the high-level treasure map in his backpack. High-level treasure map. Quality, epic. Coordinates, 12544-359. Description, using the treasure map at the target location may trigger a personal dungeon. Withdraw your gaze from the depths of the backpack. Subsequently, extend an invitation for the two individuals to join the party. Si Yuqing accepts the invitation, and under the subtle encouragement reflected in her gaze, Yen also decides to join. Let us proceed. Lin An proclaimed upon their inclusion. He promptly opened the map to assess the destination, noting that it was not far, merely a 20-minute walk at most. Thus, Lin An took the lead as the trio ventured toward the outskirts of the town. Surrounding them, numerous eyes flitted back and forth, scrutinizing Lin An. His expression remained composed, indifferent to the attention. Just as the three had scarcely departed the town, a figure suddenly dashed toward them. Lin An furrowed his brow, anticipating yet another reckless encounter. However, the individual, mustering courage, inquired, Great Lin An, is it true that if one eliminates Chun Gong, a rare level talent reforged stone can be claimed from you? Indeed, it is true, Lin An replied. The confirmation ignited a spark of excitement on the man's face. Thank you, Great Lin An. I will not disappoint you, he declared before racing off to exchange whispers with a nearby group. Lin An continued onward with his two companions, and approximately 20 minutes later, they reached their destination. Along the way, whenever monsters approached, Lin An dispatched them with a single strike, as all were below level 15. Although he could not reap the experience himself, Yen had already leveled up to 12. The sight of Lin An effortlessly vanquishing foes left her profoundly astonished, gradually dispelling her initial apprehensions. She began to believe that Lin An was indeed the extraordinary figure Si Yuqing had described. Upon arriving at the destination, Lin An retrieved the advanced treasure map, preparing to excavate, but paused to address Yen. I must inform you beforehand. Should I unearth something other than the dungeon, I shall not neglect you. You are an archer, are you not? Yes, indeed, Great Lin An, she replied eagerly. If by chance I do not uncover the treasure map's dungeon, I will provide you with a commendable rare level bow. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yen responded, Thank you, Great Lin An, very well. I shall commence the excavation now, he declared. Initiating excavation of the advanced treasure map. Excavation of the advanced treasure map successful. Congratulations, you have unearthed an epic level talent activation stone. Upon hearing this notification, Lin An's heart sank. This is disappointing. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, another message echoed in his ears. Congratulations, you have triggered the treasure map dungeon. You will be transported into the dungeon in 30 seconds. Please prepare yourself. The previous sense of despondence momentarily faded as Lin An's expression froze. Is it truly possible to receive 2 rewards from an advanced treasure map? Simultaneously, 2 system announcements resonated throughout Town 0000. Announcement. Congratulations to the trial taker Lin An for excavating the advanced treasure map and receiving an epic level talent activation stone. Announcement. Congratulations to the trial taker Lin An for triggering the advanced treasure map dungeon. Countdown. 30, 29, 28. As the system's countdown echoed in everyone's ears, the chat channel of Town 0000 erupted into a lively buzz. Wow. Great Lin An has acquired another epic level talent activation stone. How enviable. Brother Lin An is truly remarkable. I admire him greatly. Great Lin An has also triggered the advanced treasure map dungeon. How impressive. I wonder what wonderful treasures Great Lin An will find in the advanced treasure map dungeon. I am so eager to see. Surely, Great Lin An has achieved dual talents by now. Great Lin An is unbeatable. He must possess dual talents. With Great Lin An around, I can relax and advance to the next level effortlessly. Indeed, progressing without effort seems certain. In less than 10 hours, Great Lin An has already reached level 19. He is truly extraordinary. I just saw Great Lin An accompanied by 2 beautiful ladies. He must be leading them through the dungeon. How enviable for them. Yes, I envy them. Brother Lin An is so caring. With Great Lin An leading, the advanced treasure map dungeon will be filled with elite monsters. Those 2 ladies' levels will surely soar. Absolutely, there's no doubt about it. By the way, I recognize one of the ladies. Her name is Si Yuqing. She is already on the level leaderboard. This time, she will likely break into the top 3. Ha ha ha. Dear friends, who wishes to place a bet? A bet? What do you mean? Let us wager on how long it will take Great Lin An to complete the advanced treasure map dungeon. Alright, I want to participate. Haha. Those interested, come to the western square of the town for a live betting event. In stark contrast to the harmonious public chat, private channels created by some individuals dripped with sarcasm. Once again, it's the notorious killer Lin An. I curse him to perish in the advanced treasure map dungeon. I join in cursing him to death in the advanced treasure map dungeon. The advanced treasure map dungeon adapts to the level of the opener. Lin An is only 4 levels higher. What on earth is he thinking? Humph, does he dare to enter the advanced treasure map dungeon? God must be blind. How can this maniac hoard all the good fortune? Indeed, oh heavens, when will you open your eyes? Meanwhile, Su Xian, who had finally attained level 18, was taken aback by the system notification. Lin An actually possesses an advanced treasure map? Damn it, I'm going to fall behind again. Never mind. I won't compete with this freak. I have no idea what talent he possesses. It utterly defies reason. I shall focus on leveling up instead. While there's still half an hour of double experience left, I am nearing 18 and a half. I should be able to reach level 19. If I reach level 19 and Lin An is still below level 20, I will seek out Qin Gong and deal with him as a favor to Lin An. Muttering to himself, Su Xian resumed his relentless quest for experience. As the countdown concluded, the trio vanished, drawn into the dungeon by the force of teleportation. Upon arrival, they found themselves in a nascent chaotic space. The system notifications continued to resonate in their ears. Loading scene. Scene loaded successfully. The mist of the chaotic space gradually dissipated, revealing a dimly lit, ominous cave ahead. Lin An opened the map. Wailing Cavern, he announced. Prepare to enter, stay close. But maintain a safe distance. Since I activated the dungeon, the monsters within will be 4 levels higher than me. You could be eliminated in an instant. The 2 women nodded vigorously, their expressions turning anxious. Acknowledging their response, Lin An stepped into the cave, with both following closely behind. Inside the cave, under the dim light, faint scuttling sounds echoed in their ears. The next moment, at a bend leading deeper into the subterranean cavern, a dark, crawling creature came into view. Lin An cast a reconnaissance spell. Shadow Crawler. Level, 23. Type, Elite Monster. Class, Dark. Health, 1689. Damage, 668. Defense, 604. Skill, Corrosive Slime. Corrosive Slime. Sprays corrosive slime at the target, inflicting 23 points of corrosion damage per second for 3 seconds. Damn, corrosive damage. Lin An inwardly lamented. For him, corrosive damage was the most lethal. Initially, he had intended to lure a horde of monsters and clear them all with a single skill. However, it appeared that this plan would not come to fruition. Regaining his focus, Lin An advanced swiftly, entering combat mode. Brandishing his Supreme Sword, he aimed to strike at the Shadow Crawler's head. 349. The Shadow Crawler loomed, a damage value manifesting above its head. Damn, its strength surged dramatically, Lin An inwardly lamented. At that moment, the Shadow Crawler launched an assault on Lin An 12. A damage value appeared above Lin An's head. This figure was indicative of Lin An's red name status, which subjected him to double damage. Behind him, Si Yuqing's heart leapt into her throat upon seeing the 12 points of damage above Lin An. This monster could inflict 6 points of damage on Lin An. If it were her, she could easily be felled in 2 hits. However, this creature did not seem overly formidable. Observing the damage above Lin An, Yin naively remarked, "What did you say?" Si Yuqing responded with surprise, quickly adding a note of warning. Even Zhou Moran, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, could only inflict 2 points of damage on Lin An. Do not underestimate this creature. If you are hit, you will surely be defeated. Hearing Si Yuqing's words, Yan's complexion paled further, and she instinctively took a step back, anxiety gripping her. As the two conversed, Lin An had already dispatched the Shadow Crawler. A notification chimed in their ears, signaling their experience gain. Notice, your party has slain the Shadow Crawler, earning 470 experience points. Wow, so much experience. And Yin cheered upon hearing the notification. However, she was quickly reprimanded by Lin An's silence. Do you wish to attract a horde of monsters? And Yan's face instantly stiffened. As the campus belle, she was accustomed to being treated with the utmost deference. At that moment, she felt utterly wronged, tears welling in her eyes. Si Yuqing glanced at Yan, her expression equally grim, and warned, endure it. Yan bit her pearly white teeth, swallowing her grievances, daring not to utter another sound. Chapter 54, The Leaderboard's First Place, Opening the Celestial Tower. Lin An then led the two of them cautiously down the passageway. The corridor extended long, and the trio descended at least 400 to 500 meters. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the end of the passage. Before them lay a vast open platform, at the center of which coiled another Shadow Crawler. Its metallic scales shimmered with glimmers of light under the dim illumination. Throughout their journey of monster slaying, Lin An's level had now reached 191503719649. Si Yuqing had reached level 17, and Yin had attained level 15. Meanwhile, Lin An had amassed 100 sword intents and an additional 2,550 points of damage. Before launching an attack on the Shadow Crawler boss, Lin An cast a reconnaissance spell. Shadow Crawler. Level, 23. Type, boss monster. Profession, dark element. Health, 3361. Damage, 1188. Defense, 1021. Skills, corrosive slime, rattling tail attack. Corrosive slime, sprays corrosive slime at the target, inflicting 46 points of corrosion damage per second for 5 seconds. Rattling tail attack, strikes the target with a poison tail spike, causing 5 times the base damage and injecting venom that paralyzes the target for 5 seconds. Stay at the entrance of the passage. Lin An reminded the two again, brandishing his supreme divine sword as he charged at the shadow crawler boss. Just as Lin An was about to close the distance, the coiled boss noticed him as well. Clang, clang, clang. The boss moved swiftly, the sound of its colliding scales echoing in the silent cavern. Whoosh. As Lin An's sword was about to descend, the boss struck first, spewing forth a torrent of rancid phlegm. Notice, you have been hit by the shadow crawler's corrosive slime attack, losing 46 health points per second for 5 seconds. 92. The intense stench nearly made Lin An retch. Gritting his teeth to suppress his nausea, he brought his sword crashing down upon the boss's head. Critical hit. 1106. A damage value appeared above the boss's head, and soon, both Lin An and the creature were locked in a fierce exchange of blows. After approximately 30 seconds, under Lin An's final critical strike, the boss collapsed. Finally free from the nauseating slime attack, Lin An exhaled a sigh of relief. His gaze fell upon the fallen boss, which had dropped items. Approaching the corpse, Lin An examined the loot. You have obtained 11 gold coins. You have acquired soft leather armor. Soft leather armor. Rarity, rare. Level, 23. Defense, 292 points. Special modifier, additional defense increase of 135 points. After inspecting the Thorn's armor he currently wore, Lin An noted that while it was of epic grade, its attributes were considerably inferior to this new piece of equipment. Furthermore, the special modifier on the Thorn's armor offered him little benefit. Thus, Lin An promptly replaced his Thorn's armor with the soft leather armor. He then turned his attention to his personal attributes after the equipment swap. Name, Lin An. Age, 19. Level, 191557419649. Profession, Supreme Sword Immortal, unique hidden profession. Health, 1587. Attack, 1543, 2805. Defense, 574. Skills, Reconnaissance, 10,000 swords unite. Innate talent, God level amplification, mythical. Gold coins, 9279. Equipped gear, Supreme Divine Sword, mythical, reforging, mythical. Soft leather armor, rare. Professional passive skills, Sword Sovereign, Sword Control, Sword Path. Sword Sovereign, as the sovereign of 10,000 swords. Damage from sword-type professions is reduced by 30%. Sword Control, allows one to tread upon swords and fly through the air. Sword Path, profound understanding of sword-type skills. With extraordinary comprehension. Special modifier 1, additional defense increase of 135 points. Special modifier 2, after entering combat, the equipment holder can gain 1 sword intent every 4 seconds. Special modifier 3, until the equipment holder's critical hit rate reaches 100%, each sword intent gained increases critical hit rate by 1%. Special modifier 4, after the equipment holder's critical hit rate reaches 100%, each sword intent gained can be converted into damage equal to level value. Special modifier 5, restores a fixed 50 health points per second, only affected by healing restrictions. Special modifier 6, when receiving damage, there is a 1% chance to become completely immune to that damage. Special modifier 7, when utilizing skill attacks, skill attack damage is leveled at 1. 10,000 swords unite. Rarity, mythical. Level, 101. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Skill description, deals base damage of 150 to all targets within a range of 5,050. Trial Town, 0000. Red Name Index, 524, double damage taken. Clear countdown, 22 hours and 39 minutes. Lin An sighed, pondering when he might acquire a piece of mythical grade armor to elevate his defense beyond 1,000. Casting a glance back at the two standing at the entrance of the cave, he stepped into the glowing portal leading to the next level. As the teleportation energy dissipated, Lin An found himself before a mysterious dark red hall. Within the hall, skeletal sword-wielding monsters roamed restlessly. At the end of the hall, a skeletal king sat, with faint blue flames flickering within its form. Lin An cast another reconnaissance spell. Skeleton Swordsman. Level, 23. Type, Elite Monster. Profession, Undead Sword Type. Health, 1791. Damage, 608. Defense, 566. Skill, Sword Thrust. Sword Thrust, locks onto a target, teleporting to attack, inflicting double the base damage. Sword-type monsters, huh? Lin An stroked his chin, observing the nearly 50 skeleton swordsmen wandering about the hall. Currently, my damage bonus has surged to over 4,300. The elite monster with 1,791 health points. I wonder if I can eliminate it in one swift strike. Lin An furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before deciding to first lure a minor creature over for a trial run before making a final decision. He approached cautiously, stepping into the aggro range of a bone swordsman. Successfully attracting the attention of one bone swordsman, Lin An swiftly retreated to avoid drawing in more foes. Seeing Lin An's retreat, the bone swordsman activated its skill, Sword Thrust, locking onto Lin An. The bone swordsman transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly teleporting in front of Lin An, its sword descending towards him. 4. Notification. The bone swordsman used Sword Thrust, influenced by the Swordmaster's passive. You received 4 points of damage. At the same time, Lin An executed a spinning thrust, striking the bone swordsman's head. Critical hit. 1180. Observing the damage he inflicted upon the bone swordsman, Lin An took a deep breath. Fortunately, he had not activated any skills, for given his current damage output. Even with the 15-fold skill enhancement from his skill, 10,000 swords, he would not be able to vanquish the bone swordsman in one blow. If he were truly besieged, he would likely succumb to the onslaught. Thus, to ensure absolute safety, Lin An began to draw monsters one by one. If by chance he inadvertently attracted an extra couple of foes, he dispatched them with ease. 1 minute later, bolstered by his sword intent, his damage finally reached 500. A single strike was now capable of dealing 1,500 damage to the bone swordsman. Phew. Lin An exhaled, gazing at the bone swordsman within the grand hall. It was time to commence. He raised his supreme divine sword and activated the skill, 10,000 swords. In an instant, the expansive hall of less than 5,050 in size was enveloped by a tempest of sword intent. The frenzied sword energy rang out, transforming into gusts of blade wind that descended from the heavens. Behind him, Si Yuqing, witnessing the terrifying sword technique unleashed by Lin An, was filled with an indescribable astonishment. Lin An, the Great One, is simply too powerful. No wonder he levels up so swiftly. The overwhelming sword intent left and ran pale with fear. As the blade winds fell, critical damage numbers erupted above the bone swordsman's head. 2,346. 2,346. With less than 1,800 health points, the bone swordsman was instantly annihilated, collapsing in droves. Simultaneously, Lin An heard the notification of his level up. Notification. You have met the level up requirements. Advancing to level 20. Notification. Level increased. Health 31. Damage 9. Defense 9. Current level 20. 026330. Apart from Lin An, the golden light of level ups also surged around Si Yuqing and ran. After this wave of monsters was cleared, Si Yuqing reached level 19. 26361969, and in Ran achieved level 17103, 2410942. What a relief. My level has finally reached 20. A look of satisfaction spread across Lin An's face. Shortly thereafter, the announcement of Lin An being the first to reach level 20 resonated throughout the trial grounds. Trial grounds announcement. Lin An from town 0000 becomes the first challenger to reach level 20, rewarded with 2 mythical treasure chests. Trial grounds announcement. Lin An from town 0000 has reached level 20, unlocking the Celestial Tower Trial. Chapter 55. Gaining a new skill, Extraordinary Comprehension. Ascending to Mythical Grade. With the resounding of this announcement, the entire trial grounds erupted with excitement. Once again, it is Lin An. He was the first to level up to 10, and now he is the first to reach 20. This is outrageous, my friend. This time he has also received 2 mythical treasure chests. The gap between our rewards is widening. How can we continue to play? Sometimes, I truly wish to report this. Mythical treasure chests. If only I could obtain mythical equipment again, my heart feels so weary. In the town district of the Stick Nation, Lin An has reached level 20. How wonderful. I just wonder which area Lin An, the Great One, is in. I wish I could cling to Lin An's coattails, but alas, he is not in my town district. In the next phase, we will be organized by country, and we will finally have the chance to encounter Lin An, brother. Thankfully, I completed my cosmetic surgery a few days ago. Lin An will surely like me now? Have you all considered that Lin An might not be from our country? This is absolutely impossible. Even if Lin An is not from our country now, his ancestors must surely be from ours. In the Sakura Nation Town District. Ah, how infuriating. It's that Huaxiao pig again. Why is it always him? Inoue Takashi furiously eliminated the monster before him, cursing loudly. His novice village was hours behind others in progressing to the next phase. After finally transitioning to a hidden class, despite his relentless efforts to level up, he was still only at level 18. Damn that Huaxiao pig. Once I complete the hidden quest and gain my second talent, I will make you pay in blood. In the White Elephant Nation District, what? Who is Lin An, and how has he already reached level 20? Why have we not even defeated the novice village's boss? Yet he is already at level 20? There must be something amiss. Everyone, meditate and focus. Let the gods descend and eliminate the boss. In town 0000, wow. Lin An brother has become the first to reach level 20. How enviable. Lin An brother is so formidable. He must excel in every aspect. I am eagerly anticipating. Miss upstairs, do you really need to be so dramatic? Lin An the Great has reached level 20. It seems our town is surely the first to enter the next phase. Absolutely assured, as it stands, Lin An is likely the strongest contender in the trial grounds. I wonder what rewards we will receive for being the first to follow Lin and into the next phase. I believe it will certainly not be worse than the rewards from the Novice Village 00008. Now, I am eagerly anticipating the rewards for entering the next phase first. Everyone, what is the Celestial Tower? I know, if we clear the Celestial Tower, we can receive gold rewards. Each time we clear a level of the Celestial Tower. There is also a chance to obtain related rewards. Wow, how wonderful. However, the initial elite monsters of the Celestial Tower make it quite challenging to clear. Su Xian eliminated the monster before him and looked up. Has Lin and the Great really reached level 20? It appears that I can unleash my full potential for leveling up. Su Xian glanced at his experience bar. Level 19, 362119649. The first place in the trial grounds rewards 2 mythical treasure chests. Surely the second place will receive 1. I must secure the second place. Su Xian felt invigorated and opened the level ranking board. He was once again taken aback, for he saw that the third place was Si Yuqing. Not long ago, he learned through his subordinates that Si Yuqing was with Lin An. A dreadful premonition arose within Su Xian. Could it be that I won to even secure the second place? Oh heavens, why is it always me who suffers? In the second layer of the Wailing Cave, Lin An gazed at the 3 mythical treasure chests in his bag. How delightful. Having reached level 20, once I complete this dungeon, I can open the chests. Lin An exited the interface. Ahead, the Bone Swordsman boss lunged at him, swinging its bone sword as it teleported towards him. 16. A damage value appeared above Lin An's head as he turned and struck back with his sword. Critical hit. 1266. Following that, a few more strikes sent the Bone Swordsman boss shattering into a pile of bone fragments. Beneath the remnants, several items dropped. Ah, an unexpected delight. A smile appeared on Lin An's face. Looting the corpse. Ding. You have obtained 25 gold coins. Ding. You have acquired the skill book, Sword Thrust. Hearing this notification, Lin An's heart raced. With a thrust of his sword, it was evident that this skill book pertained to swordsmanship, particularly since the Bone Swordsman belonged to the sword class. His gaze fell upon the skill book in his hand, Sword Thrust. Quality, excellent. Restricted class, sword. Skill description, lock onto a target and teleport to execute an attack, dealing double the base damage. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 60 seconds. The realization that he had indeed acquired a sword class skill book filled Lin An with exhilaration. To stumble upon such a treasure was a delightful surprise. Although it was merely of excellent quality, it mattered not to Lin An, for his innate understanding of swordsmanship was extraordinary. After learning it, he could directly elevate the skill to mythical level. Given that it was a swordsmanship skill, Lin An proceeded to learn it without hesitation. Immediately, the success of skill acquisition was heralded by a radiant effect surrounding him. Notification 1. You have successfully learned the sword class skill Sword Thrust. Notification 2. Current skill level, 1. Notification 3. Due to your extraordinary understanding of swordsmanship, Sword Thrust has been upgraded to the mythical skill Divine Sword Assault. Notification 4. Divine Sword Assault skill level, 1. As the voice notifications concluded, Lin An scrutinized the skill he had just learned. Divine Sword Assault. Quality, mythical. Level, 101. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Attack range, 50 meters. Skill target. Lock onto any target within a 50-meter radius and teleport nearby to inflict 10-fold base damage, while dealing 0.5 times base damage to all targets in the path. Wow. Upon reading the skill description, Lin An could not help but exclaim in excitement. The ability to deal targeted kills alongside area damage was indeed a remarkable skill. Behind him, Si Yuqing, upon witnessing Lin An acquire a skill book, was instantly awash with envy. Observing Lin An learn the newly found skill heightened her jealousy, as she knew that, to date, even in the entirety of Town 0000, 99% of the populace had already transitioned to new classes. Yet, those who had learned a skill were undoubtedly less than 1%. Although numerous professional skills were available on the trading stone, few could afford them given their exorbitant prices. In contrast, Lin An had now learned 2 skills. And the first one, no less, was an immensely powerful area attack skill. The disparity among individuals was profoundly disheartening. Si Yuqing shook her head with a wry smile, reflecting on the single skill she had learned, which was acquired through a trade with Lin An amidst her envy and admiration. Si Yuqing followed Lin An into the teleportation array leading to the next level. Currently, she was merely 25,000 experience points away from reaching level 20. She fervently hoped that the monsters in the next layer would be sufficient for Lin An to assist her in leveling up to 20, thereby granting her the opportunity to become the second trialist to achieve that milestone and claim the treasure chest. The third layer of the Wailing Cave, a vast, desolate chamber, where shadows danced amidst the flickering flames. In the center of the chamber rested an enormous golden treasure chest, upon which sat a colossal humanoid boss. As Lin An appeared at the entrance, he cast a reconnaissance spell. Bone King. Level, 23. Attributes, Cataclysmic Creature. Class, Dark. Health, 6315. Damage, 1931. Defense, 2450. Skills, Endless Summon. Absolute Strike. Endless Summon. Opens a portal, summoning an elite minion every second. Absolute Strike, centered on itself, unleashes an absolute strike, causing an earthquake that deals quadruple base damage to all targets within a 10-meter radius and stuns them for 5 seconds. With 6315 health, Lin An pondered whether Divine Sword Assault could eliminate it in one blow. Observing the Bone King's health attributes, he murmured to himself. He then activated Divine Sword Assault, and under the call of swordsmanship power, Lin An's form transformed into a fleeting shadow. With his supreme divine sword in hand, he aimed to strike at the Bone King's head. 5,792. A colossal critical damage value erupted above the Bone King's head. Wow! Lin An nearly obliterated the Bone King. Si Yuqing exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. Inflicting such damage on a cataclysmic-level boss was a testament to Lin An's terrifying prowess, sending shivers down her spine. Wait. Lin An had just teleported before the boss. Was this the new skill he had just learned? Was this new skill truly that overpowered? Lin An surveyed the damage he had inflicted upon the Bone King and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Despite the tenfold base attack and critical hit, he had failed to dispatch the boss in a single strike. Just as he prepared to strike again, notification, Bone King's health is below 10%, triggering the red alert state. Notification, Bone King enters red alert state, increasing damage defense by 50%. The system notifications caught Lin An slightly off guard. The last time he had encountered a red alert boss, the blood-sucking bats had nearly vanquished him. Yet this time, he approached the situation with a different mindset. What of the red alert? I shall still effortlessly vanquish it. With his supreme divine sword, Lin An struck down once more. 386. The Bone King had merely 137 health remaining. Just one more strike would suffice to claim victory. However, as Lin An dealt damage to the Bone King, it unleashed the skill Absolute Strike. In the next instant, the ground within a 10-meter radius of the Bone King began to shatter. Under Absolute Strike, a damage value emerged above Lin An's head. 112. So this was the quadruple damage under the red alert state. Nothing more than that. In a stunned state, Lin An's gaze swept over the Bone King, a hint of disdain gleaming in his eyes. How dare you, a despicable ambusher, look down upon me? The Bone King roared in fury, unleashing endless summon once more. Instantly, a dark portal manifested before Lin An. Within the portal, eerie blue eyes flickered. Dark creatures began to emerge from the abyss, summoned by the Bone King. In an instant, a multitude of dark beings surged forth, relentlessly assaulting Lin An. 6, 8, 7, 6. Damage values continuously appeared above Lin An's head, although he had a fixed recovery of 50 health per second in his stunned state. Under the onslaught of nearly 20 dark creatures, he had already lost over 300 health. A sense of panic began to creep in. More dark creatures continued to pour forth from the portal, and the situation was becoming dire. If a dozen more appeared, he might not withstand the onslaught. Thus, the moment his stunned state was lifted, Lin An's first action was to swing his supreme divine sword towards the dark portal. Crack! The dark portal shattered, and Lin An finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, there were already 25 dark creatures in the arena. Lin An glanced at the cooldown timer for the skill Myriad Sword Strike, noting it still had over a minute remaining. Clearly, it was unrealistic to use that skill to wipe them all out in one go. Now, he was besieged by a horde of dark creatures. Even though he was recovering 50 health per second, he was still losing nearly 70 health with each passing moment. Therefore, the time remaining for Lin An to counterattack was dwindling. The silver lining was that Lin An's attacking damage had now surged to over 6,000. Even the elite dark creatures, with nearly 1,800 health, could be dispatched in 2 strikes. Thus, while the situation was precarious, it was not yet fatal. In the next moment, Lin An executed a masterful evasion, dodging the attacks of the dark creatures while launching his own counterattacks. With each dark creature that fell beneath his sword, the burden upon him lessened, as the number of dark creatures remaining in the hall dwindled to less than 10. The loss of health and the speed of recovery have reached a relatively balanced state. At this juncture, these monsters pose no further threat to Lin An. He steadies his mind. After a mere 20 seconds, all the summoned dark creatures lay vanquished beneath Lin An's sword. His gaze drifts towards the distant Bone King, who has been lurking at the periphery to ambush him. Now it is your turn. The proud Bone King, with the blue flames in its chest burning fiercer than ever, seethes with rage. Despicable human, I shall remember you. I will return. As Lin An's sword descends, the Bone King falls. Among the scattered bones, a key bursts forth. Lin An retrieves the key from the heap of corpses, remarking, a dignified Bone King, and yet it only drops a guaranteed item. What utter rubbish. Si Yuqing gazes at the golden key in Lin An's hand, her expression tinged with disappointment. The dungeon is over, yet she remains at level 19. Her experience stagnating at 1, 428, 019, 649. She looks at Lin An, picks up the key, and unlocks the golden treasure chest before her. As the chest opens, a dazzling light emanates from within. A sphere of golden talent rises from the chest. Heavens! Gold! Could it be a mythic level? Si Yuqing is overwhelmed with astonishment. Is Lin An truly this fortunate? She hurriedly casts a reconnaissance spell. Talent sphere. Pickup level, 10. Talent name, Mythic Bloodline. Talent level, Mythic. Talent description, increases all attributes by 100 times for 10 seconds. Can only be used once every 24 hours. Talent type, post-heavenly talent. Pickup probability, 6. Additional description, can choose to pick up fragments, guaranteed acquisition. Gasp. It is indeed a mythic talent sphere. See Yuching inhales sharply. To enhance all attributes 100-fold. How utterly monstrous. After discerning the attributes of this talent sphere through her reconnaissance, Lin An's heart races. If his damage were to increase 100-fold, that would amount to 150,000. 150,000 damage. Lin An's eyes sparkle at the thought. A single skill could unleash such devastating power. Yet for now, all of this remains merely a beautiful fantasy for him. The actual success of the pickup remains an unknown variable. Gazing at the 6 success probability, Lin An feels a pang of anxiety. Not long ago, he had successfully stripped equipment with a mere 2 probability. Now, he fears his luck may have run dry. But the thought of picking up fragments fills him with reluctance. Let us give it one more shot. May the heavens bless me. If I succeed today, I shall express my gratitude in the future. Lin An silently prays, preparing to attempt the pickup when Si Yuching interjects. Lin An, please wait a moment. Lin An turns to her. In the next instant, Si Yuching initiates a trade. A probability talisman appears in the trade window. Probability talisman. Rarity, rare. Description, when used. The probability of the next probability-related item increases to 3. Explanation. If the success probability is 10, the combined probability index is calculated as 110-3. Lin An's heart leaps. He gazes at Si Yuching in astonishment. How does she possess such a valuable item? It was obtained from the first rare treasure chest opened in Newbie Village number 00008. Si Yuching replies. Naturally, Lin An does not believe she would give it to him for free, so he inquires, what do you want in return? Level me up to 20. Si Yuching replies straightforwardly. The probability talisman, while precious, is well worth the trade if it allows Lin An to swiftly elevate her to level 20 and obtain the mythic treasure chest. Deal. Lin An agrees decisively, and the probability talisman is confirmed into his possession. The combined success probability index rises to 3, meaning Lin An's chances of successfully picking up the talent sphere now approaches 17. Bang. Lin An shatters the probability talisman. His gaze fixes on the talent sphere, which now displays a success probability of 16,941. Pickup. Chapter 57. Su Xian, who cannot find joy as her rank is continuously snatched away. Notification. Pickup successful. You have acquired the post-heavenly talent Mythic Bloodline. I did it. As the system notification resonates, Lin An is filled with exhilaration. The golden sphere before him vanishes, merging into his being. In the next moment, another announcement echoes. Announcement. Tester Lin An has successfully cleared the advanced treasure map dungeon and acquired the mythic post-heavenly talent. Wow. Lin An has cleared the advanced treasure map dungeon and obtained a mythic post-heavenly talent. I'm so envious. My eyes are turning green with envy. Amazing. My brethren. Oh my. If that is the case, does it mean Lin An possesses dual mythic talents? Although Lin An has not revealed the level of his innate talent, it is undoubtedly presumed to be dual mythic, beyond question. I am determined to cling to my brethren. No one can stop me. Haha, what dual mythic talents? Aren't they just pilfered from others? Stealing from others? Someone remarks from above, clarify yourself. I won't allow you to slander my idol. Hehe. Lin An only entered the advanced treasure map dungeon because he seized someone else's advanced treasure map. I don't believe it. You're talking nonsense. My brethren is definitely not that kind of person. Indeed, the great Lin An is absolutely not that kind of person. If you say he stole someone else's advanced treasure map, then do tell whose it was. My friend, Yan's. Your friend Yan? Is that so? I'm her classmate. I just saw her climb the rankings and privately asked. She said the advanced treasure map Lin An entered was hers. Aha, now it makes sense. I was wondering why Yan's level suddenly skyrocketed to 5th on the leaderboard. So it was because the great Lin An took her into the advanced treasure map dungeon. The case is cracked. Lin An took her into the dungeon, and she still wants to loot. How shameless. Haha, undoubtedly. You are all talking nonsense. My goddess is definitely not that kind of person. You are defaming her. Goddess? Haha. Turns out to be a mere sycophant. Haha. I fear your goddess is now lying in the arms of the great Lin An. The above comments were made in jest. But Lin An turned his attention to his personal attributes and the post-heavenly talent he had just acquired. Talent, Mythic Bloodline. Rarity, Mythic, Evolvable. Effect, increases all attributes by 100 times for 10 seconds. Can only be used once every 24 hours. Talent type, post-heavenly talent. What a delight. Gazing at the mythic post-heavenly talent he has just obtained, Lin An feels an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The crucial aspect is that this mythic bloodline can evolve and upgrade. This means that by merging more mythic bloodlines, he could elevate his post-heavenly talent to a unique level. Simply marvelous. As Lin An revels in his elation, the system notification chimes in his ear. Notification, you have successfully cleared the advanced treasure map dungeon. You will be teleported away in 3 seconds. As the countdown concludes, with a sudden pull of teleportation, The three are transported back to the entrance point. Lin An takes a deep breath and looks at Si Yuqing. Since she traded him the probability talisman, her intention must be to break into the second place on the level leaderboard and claim the ranking rewards. Si Yuqing is indeed quite resourceful. As an individual who values integrity, Lin An will certainly not let her down. She was determined to help her level up. And so she spoke. Let us go. I shall lead you to upgrade. All right. Thank you, Lin An. The excitement sparkled in Si Yuqing's eyes. As her words fell, and Yin beside her interjected, Lin An, might you take me along as well? Lin An was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yin, observing her expression of entitlement. He promptly declined. No? From the outset, Lin An harbored no fondness for Yin. Rather, an inexplicable aversion brewed within him. He then disbanded the team and extended another invitation to Si Yuqing to join him. And Yin stood frozen, watching the two retreat into the distance. Her complexion shifting from pale to flushed. She stomped her foot fiercely upon the grass. How could Lin An dismiss her? Having gained new insights about Lin An through the advanced treasure map dungeon, she recognized his unparalleled strength. A beauty such as herself deserved a powerhouse like Lin An. They were a match made in heaven. How could he possibly reject me? Additionally, both their names contained in, which she considered a fateful connection. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Never had anyone been so coldly decisive in turning her down. Lin An, you shall regret this. And Yin bit her lip and then opened her friend list, glancing at the admirers within. Since they had already surfaced and located her through the leaderboard, it was time to make use of these sycophants. Meanwhile, Lin An led Si Yuqing to a horde of level 20 monsters. Faced with a dense cluster of at least 50 creatures, Lin An unleashed a skill that sent forth a barrage of swords. 973. 973. The monsters toppled like a cascade of dominoes. The golden light of an upgrade flickered around Si Yuqing, who was merely a few thousand experience points shy of leveling up. The announcement reverberated throughout the trial grounds, reaching everyone's ears. Trial grounds announcement. Town 0000's Si Yuqing has become the second trialist to reach level 20. Receiving 1 mythical treasure chest and 1 legendary treasure chest as rewards. I placed second in the entire trial grounds. Si Yuqing was so overwhelmed with joy that she nearly leapt into the air. The rewards, a mythical and a legendary treasure chest, far exceeded her expectations. Thank you so much, Lin An. She trembled with excitement. Lin An waved his hand dismissively and replied, this is merely what you deserve. There's no need to thank me. After saying this, he left the team and hurried towards the pile of monster corpses below. For Lin An, regardless of whether monsters dropped loot or not, looting bodies was always a joyous occasion. After all, due to his unmatched prowess, there were few thrills left to be found. What a stroke of bad luck. Merely a handful of coins and a common chest. Lin An sighed, opening the common chest. Notification, you have opened a common chest and received 250 coins. Goodness. Even the system is mocking me. He grumbled, glancing at his coin balance. 9567. I suppose I am somewhat wealthy now. He then surveyed the various treasure chests in his inventory and murmured, my beloved chests, it is your turn. I hope to unveil mythical grade accessories and armor. It is high time for an upgrade. With that, he retracted his consciousness and prepared to return to town 0000, having spent nearly a day in the trial grounds. The continuous high-intensity grinding had left him somewhat fatigued. It was time to rest and indulge in the pleasure of opening treasure chests. He soared into the air on his sword, exchanged a brief greeting with Si Yuqing, and flew towards the town. As Lin An made his way back, Su Xian gazed forlornly at the blue sky. Why have I lost my second place again? Currently, he was a mere 2,000 experience points away from level 20. He poured all his inner frustration onto the monsters before him, shouting, third place. Surely, I can secure third place. 2 minutes later, Su Xian drew his bow and aimed at a monster. If I can take this one down, I will reach level 20. Third place should be within my grasp. However, it seemed that fate's wheel had little mercy for him. As the moment his arrow struck the monster, the trial grounds announcement rang out once more. Trial grounds announcement. Town 2000's Masco has become the third trialist to reach level 20, receiving 1 mythical treasure chest and 1 epic treasure chest. Why must third place be snatched away? Su Xian cursed in despair. Just a second more? Why just a second? Cursed eagle. As his arrow landed, the monster fell, and the level up notification chimed, followed by another announcement. Trial grounds announcement. Town 0000's Su Xian has become the 4th trialist to reach level 20, receiving 1 mythical treasure chest and 1 rare treasure chest. Looking at the 2 treasure chests automatically deposited into his backpack, what should have been a moment of joy left Su Xian feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 58. Mythical Grade Attributes, Absolute Critical Hit. Lin An soared back to the novice village. Amidst envious gazes, he landed at the western gate of the town. Lin An, you're so handsome. A lowly girl gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin An raised his chin. My handsomeness is widely known. Do you even need to mention it? As he walked into the town, numerous individuals greeted him, eager to curry favor. Many girls even attempted to touch him, only to retreat slightly after Lin An issued a warning. Goodness, my personal charm is overwhelming. but it can be quite bothersome. Lin An internally lamented. Lin An, do you have any unwanted equipment for sale? Could you sell me a piece? I do have some. I will be listing them at the trading stone shortly. You may keep an eye out. Lin An glanced at the plethora of useless equipment in his inventory. It was indeed time to offload them. All right. Thank you. Lin An, I've been wanting to contact you, but you declined my private message. Would you sell your mythical grade talent activation stone and complete talent light sphere? I'll buy them at a high price. Another person inquired. Lin An surveyed the throng of admirers surrounding him, cleared his throat, and proclaimed loudly, everyone, I do indeed have numerous items to process. You may head to the trading stone. I will join you in an hour. Really, Lin An, I always keep my word, so please disperse for now. I shall see you in an hour. Upon hearing this, the crowd reluctantly began to disperse. Lin An then made his way to the town's resting area, renting a room for 1 hour for 5 coins. Entering the room, he found a reclining chair and comfortably settled in. The mechanical system's notification chimed in his ears. Notification, you have entered a resting state, gaining 1 experience point every 5 seconds. Notification, you have reached the level cap for the second stage. Experience points cannot be gained. The system's prompt momentarily startled Lin An. Resting in the room has this effect. Lying back, Lin An felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him, a delightful comfort enveloping his entire being. With a long exhale, he retrieved all the treasure chests from his inventory, 1 fine, 1 rare, 1 epic, and 3 mythical treasure chests. A total of 6 chests, surely. They would yield the coveted items I yearn for. Lin An's gaze fell upon the fine treasure chest, intending to open it from the lowest grade to the highest. Focusing his intent, he activated the fine treasure chest. As it opened, a radiant glow emerged, revealing a piece of equipment in his hands. Ding! You have obtained an excellent grade equipment, Steel Dagger. Steel Dagger. Grade, excellent. Level, 20. Damage, 135 points. Attack range, 2 meters. Rubbish. Lin An scoffed. Regarding the exquisite treasures yielded from the chests, he had long anticipated their contents. The emergence of worthless items was entirely within his expectations. One could only say that Lin An was not disappointed. Stowing away the dagger he had obtained, Lin An's gaze shifted towards the rare treasure chest. He initiated its opening. Ding! You have acquired the Positioning Divine Stone. Positioning Divine Stone. Grade, none. Required level, 10. Item description, can bind a location in any public area, allowing for a maximum of 2 bindings, overlapping permitted. Item note, utilizing the Positioning Divine Stone allows for teleportation to the bound locations. What a splendid item. Once the locations are bound, venturing out will become significantly easier. Lin An marveled at the practicality of the Positioning Divine Stone for him. After securing the Positioning Divine Stone, he continued to open the treasure chest. Epic. Surely, this should yield something remarkable. Lin An's heart raced, and he focused his intent to open it. A burst of golden radiance illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by an exhilarating system notification echoing in Lin An's ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a mythical grade special attribute. Mythical grade. What extraordinary luck. Lin An leaped in excitement. While an epic treasure chest could yield mythical grade items, the probability was exceedingly low. Yet, he never imagined that he would encounter such a rare occurrence. Soon after, a system announcement rang throughout town 0000. Announcement. Trialist Lin An has opened an epic treasure chest, yielding a mythical grade special attribute with a critical success. Oh my goodness. Brother Lin An has triggered another announcement. How enviable. An epic treasure chest yielding a mythical grade special attribute. What unparalleled fortune. It was yet another day of envy for Lin An. Half of the day's announcements had been triggered by him. Absolutely astounding. Through the system announcement, Lin An learned that the special attribute was related to critical hits. He trembled with excitement. If the critical hit attribute were embedded in the Supreme Divine Sword, its power would undoubtedly escalate to a whole new level. He eagerly gazed at the special attribute he had just acquired. Attribute token. Grade, mythical. Restrictions, weapon. Description, increases critical hit rate by 100 and critical hit effect by 50. A 100 increase in critical hit rate and a 50 enhancement in critical hit effect. Lin An examined the description of the attribute token. This exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. The 50 increase in critical hit effect meant that the damage from his critical hits would be augmented by an additional 50. I am advancing further down the path of invincibility. Lin An drew forth the Supreme Divine Sword. This attribute token was undoubtedly worth it. The mythical grade special attribute would elevate his critical hit rate to a staggering 100. Thus, upon entering combat, his sword intent would directly translate into damage. With his current level at 20, combined with level enhancements, he would gain an additional 35 points of damage every 4 seconds, totaling an extra 525 damage over a minute. The embedding of this attribute was imperative for the Supreme Divine Sword. Lin An could hardly contain his eagerness. As he prepared to embed the recently obtained special attribute token into the Supreme Divine Sword, a prompt suddenly appeared, dashing his hopes. Notice, embedding a mythical grade attribute token into equipment requires 100,000 gold coins. Insufficient funds. Embedding failed. What the heck? Once again, I lack sufficient gold. Lin An cursed. Concurrently, his thirst for gold intensified. The inability to immediately embed the attribute token into the Supreme Divine Sword left him restless. After finishing with the treasure chests, he was determined to acquire the necessary funds. I'll sell everything I have. I must embed this attribute token. Slightly disheartened, Lin An stowed away his weapon and the attribute token, directing his gaze towards the last 3 mythical treasure chests. Now, the main event awaits. If an epic chest could yield mythical items, surely this will not disappoint. He grasped one of the mythical treasure chests and activated it with intent. Opening. Ding. Congratulations on opening the mythical treasure chest. You have received 50,000 gold coins. The system notification rendered Lin An momentarily speechless. Is this it? 50,000 gold coins. Lin An found himself in a state of bemusement. Although he was indeed in need of funds, receiving 50,000 gold coins hardly matched the value of a mythical treasure chest. Not long ago, he had overheard Si Yuqing mention that someone in town 0000 was offering 100,000 for a mythical treasure chest. Damn it. I said I was short on funds, and you give me gold? Does this doggone system have a listening device planted on me? He glanced at the remaining 2 chests, took a deep breath, and thought, thankfully, I still have 2 left. Come on, grant me a piece of mythical equipment. With intent, Lin An initiated the opening. Golden light radiated forth from the mythical treasure chest. Golden light. Excitement ignited in Lin An's eyes, for gold signified mythical grade. Chapter 59, Level 35, Legendary Dual Attribute Armor. Ding. Congratulations on opening the mythical treasure chest. You have received a mythical grade talent light sphere with no level restrictions. Mythical grade talent light sphere? No level restrictions. Damn it, I don't want this. I want equipment. When the system notification sounded, Lin An felt tears of frustration welling up. Simultaneously, another announcement echoed. Announcement. Trialist Lin An has opened a mythical grade treasure chest, yielding a mythical grade talent light sphere with no level restrictions. As this announcement resonated throughout the novice village of 0000, the entire village erupted in astonishment. A mythical grade talent light sphere? Am I hearing things? Did I hear that correctly? My goodness. Brother Lin An has once again drawn a mythical grade talent light sphere from a mythical chest. How I long to have it. I have nothing further to say. Just lamenting the drought and flood of fortune. I'm exhausted. I don't even know where to obtain a talent in the future. While the great Lin An has drawn a mythical grade talent light sphere, I wonder if Lin An is willing to sell it. I'd love to purchase it. Buy it. Haha, my friend, how much wealth do you possess? Right now, I'm nearly at 400 gold coins. 400 gold coins? You wish. Not long ago, I checked the trading stone, and there were people selling fragments of the mythical talent light sphere. Do you know how much they were? How much? A staggering 129,800 white gold coins. Gasp. That's exorbitant. Haha, what else would you expect? Therefore, a complete mythical grade talent light sphere would cost at least 2 million gold coins. 2 million? That's preposterous. Preposterous. Haha. And even if you had the gold, there's no guarantee anyone would sell it to you. Feeling somewhat weary, Lin An gazed at the talent light sphere he had obtained. Talent light sphere. Required level, 10. Talent name, no level restrictions. Talent level, mythical. Talent description, wearing equipment incurs no level restrictions. Talent type, future talent. To sell. However, it should fetch a handsome price. Lin An sighed, stowing away the talent light sphere. He then turned to the last mythical treasure chest, already feeling a sense of hopelessness. After all, acquiring desired items was exceedingly challenging. He opened the chest, and silver light flickered. Legendary grade items. Ding. Congratulations on opening the mythical treasure chest. You have obtained the legendary grade bloodthirsty armor. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin An was taken aback. He had thought there was no hope, yet something was still yielded. Although it was merely legendary grade, it was still acceptable. As Lin An contemplated this, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. The bloodthirsty armor you acquired has been influenced by your talent, triggering a divine enhancement. Now at level 35, the sudden announcement sent a jolt through Lin An. This is incredible. A divine enhancement can trigger such an effect. The unexpected joy exhilarated Lin An to the utmost. The system announcement echoed again. Announcement. Trialist Lin An has opened a mythical grade treasure chest, yielding the legendary grade bloodthirsty armor. Town 0000 was instantly filled with question marks. The impact Lin An brought had left everyone utterly exhausted. In the lounge, Lin An's gaze fell upon the bloodthirsty armor that had just emerged. Bloodthirsty armor. Quality, legendary. Level, 35. Defense, 1006 points. Special attribute 1. When damage is received, it absorbs damage equal to the wearer's level. Special attribute 2. When attacked, there is a 1% chance to trigger the bloodthirst effect, granting the wearer 100% lifesteal during the bloodthirst state. As he beheld the attributes of the bloodthirsty armor, Lin An's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Incredible. With this piece of equipment, my defensive attributes exceed 1,000. Haha. With this gear, I might just be the strongest tank in the entire trial realm. He equipped the bloodthirsty armor and glanced at his personal attributes. Name, Lin An. Age, 19. Level, 2015, 026330. Occupation, Supreme Sword Immortal, unique hidden class. Health, 1618. Attack, 1717. Defense, 1162. Skills, Reconnaissance, 10,000 Sword Strike, Divine Sword Assault. Heavenly Talent, Divine Amplification, Mythical. Future Talent, Mythical Bloodline, Mythical. Upgradable. Gold, 59567. Equipped Gear, Supreme Divine Sword, Mythical. Reforging, Mythical. Bloodthirsty Armor, Legendary. Occupational Passives, Sword Master, Sword Control, Sword Path, Sword Master. All sword-type professions deal 30% less damage to you. Sword Control, you can ride swords and fly through the air. Sword Path, exceptional comprehension of sword skills. Special Attributes. 1. When damage is received, it absorbs damage equal to the wearer's level. 2. When attacked, there is a 1% chance to trigger the Bloodthirst effect, granting the wearer 100% lifesteal during the Bloodthirst state. 3. Upon entering combat, the equipment holder can gain a sword intent every 4 seconds. 4. Before reaching 100% critical hit rate, each sword intent gained increases critical hit rate by 1%. 5. After reaching 100% critical hit rate, each sword intent gained converts to damage equal to the level value. 6. Restores a fixed 50 health points per second, only affected by the healing restriction state. 7. When damage is received, there is a 1% chance to be completely immune to that damage. 8. When using skill attacks, skill attack damage is at level 1. 10,000 Sword Strike. Quality, Mythical. Level, 101. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Skill description, deals a base damage of 150 to all targets within a range of 5,050. Divine Sword Assault. Quality, Mythical. Level, 101. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Attack range, 50 meters. Skill target, lock onto any target within a 50-meter range, teleport nearby, dealing 10 times the base damage to the target, while causing 5 times base damage to all targets along the way. Trial Town, 0000. Red Name Index, 524, damage taken doubled. Countdown, 11 hours and 21 minutes remaining, gazing at his attributes, all surpassing 1,000. Lin An couldn't help but break into a smile. Next, he would set out to acquire various items and props, aiming to amass 100,000 gold coins. Then embed the mythical attribute into the Supreme Divine Sword. Although Lin An was aware from system notifications that challenging the Celestial Tower could yield gold, the tower could only be challenged once per day. Thus, Lin An had to elevate his strength to its zenith, striving to reach the maximum attainable limit for that day. After all, ranking first in the Celestial Tower at the end of the day would grant an additional 5,000 gold coin reward. Chapter 60, Setting Up Shop. Earning a fortune in no time. After a brief tidying up, Lin An exited the lounge, eagerly heading towards the Trading Stone Square. Along the way, a system announcement echoed in his ears. Announcement, Trialist C. Yuching has opened a mythical treasure chest, obtaining the mythical equipment, Sky-Piercing Sword. Just as the announcement concluded, a notification pinged beside Lin An's ear. Beep, beep, beep. Lin An, do you need a weapon? C. Yuching inquired. No need. C. Yuching was indeed a commendable person, understanding the ebb and flow of social interaction. Furthermore, she immediately thought of him upon acquiring something valuable. Although her intentions might be ulterior, they were negligible in comparison. Oh, all right then. Lin An closed the chat window, and C. Yuching refrained from messaging him further. Shortly after, Lin An arrived at the Trading Stone Square. At that moment, the square was teeming with people. As Lin An's figure appeared, the crowd came alive. Look, the great Lin An has arrived. Wow, it hasn't even been an hour. And Lin An is still as handsome as ever. The square was a hive of activity. Clearly, news of Lin An's intent to sell items had spread throughout the 0000 town. Suddenly, hundreds gathered in the square, all hoping to purchase what they desired from Lin An. Even those without money or unable to buy anything were satisfied merely to behold Lin An's imposing presence. Lin An, could you help me level up? As Lin An stepped into the square, a girl with a high-pitched voice rushed over, calling out to him. That voice sent a chill down Lin An's spine, prompting him to warn, "You, do not speak to me. I have an allergy." His words immediately elicited laughter from the crowd, who shouted, "High-pitched monster, get lost." Following this, Lin An made his way towards the trading stone, and the crowd parted to create a path for him. Upon reaching the trading stone, he placed his palm against it, and a blue panel appeared before his eyes. Through this panel, Lin An could interactively list various items from his backpack. At the bottom of the blue panel, a note was inscribed. Note 1. A 5% transaction fee is charged by the system for trades made through the trading stone. Note 2. A 10 gold coin listing fee is charged for each item placed for sale. Upon reading this note, Lin An's expression faltered, inwardly cursing, "Damn those transaction fees. And a 10 gold coin listing fee as well. What the hell?" With that, he promptly closed the trading stone panel and surveyed the excited crowd. He then raised his voice and declared, "Everyone, to facilitate quicker purchases, I have decided to set up shop for sales. Is everyone all right with that? No objections. Lin An, do you have any weapons for gun-type professions? There's too much stuff. I haven't kept track. When I list them, you can all take a look. Too much stuff? Good heavens. Just how many good items does Lin An possess?" Amidst the cheers, Lin An began to price various pieces of equipment slightly below the trading stone's prices. Ding. You sold a curved longbow at your stall, earning 20 gold coins. Ding. You sold the blacklight armor at your stall, earning 50 gold coins. As items were listed for sale, Lin An was continuously greeted with notifications of successful sales. Soon, he managed to sell off more than half of his backpack's worth of equipment, netting him a total of 5,760 gold coins. The remaining equipment was all of rare quality or higher, priced steeply, starting at 1,000 gold coins, leaving most spectators in awe. Of course, Lin An had no intention of lowering prices further, as he was no philanthropist. Just as he prepared to take down and list a few high-value items, someone in the crowd suddenly called out, "Lin An, would you sell the remaining equipment as a bundle for 23,000 gold coins?" Lin An looked up at the man who spoke, noting his square face, and felt astonished. This man has such wealth. He glanced at the remaining equipment, which totaled around 24,000 gold coins. Accepting a bundled offer seemed reasonable, so he replied, "Sure." Without hesitation, he withdrew all his equipment and initiated a transaction with the man. In the trading window, Lin An cast a fleeting glance at the man's name. Name, Ho Guodong. Level, 17. The transaction was successful, and 23,000 gold coins were credited to his account. Glancing at his gold balance, 88,327. He was not far from reaching 100,000. Simultaneously, through this transaction, Lin An also realized that there were indeed many affluent individuals. Since there were plenty of wealthy players, an idea sparked in Lin An's mind. The next valuable items would be auctioned off in the 0000 town group chat. This was because what he intended to sell next was related to future talents. Currently, these materials were in high demand, and they were scarce on the trading stones, making pricing quite challenging. If he could reap a profit, why not seize the opportunity? A sly smile crept across Lin An's lips. Upon witnessing the mischievous grin on Lin An's face, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines, sensing impending trouble. Soon after, Lin An spoke up, "Ladies and gentlemen, I will be selling materials related to talents. I will post the items in the town group chat. The highest bidder wins." The first item, Epic Talent Activation Stone. As Lin An's words fell, he opened the town group chat and shared the item attributes within the group. 500 gold coins. 600 gold coins. As Lin An posted the epic item in the group chat, bids began to pour in immediately. In the blink of an eye, the price surged to 3,000. Some bewildered trialists, observing the flurry of bids, curiously inquired, "What is happening?" Lin An is selling items in the group chat. "Let us place our bids." Lin An is selling an epic talent activation stone, with a 32 chance of activating future talents. I'll bid 7,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. 13,000 gold coins. 20,000 gold coins. Watching the prices escalate in the chat, Lin An felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Gathering 100,000 gold coins seemed quite feasible. 33,000 gold coins. 50,000. Just as the bid reached 33,000, a female avatar flickered, pushing the price up to 50,000. When the price of 50,000 was announced, the group chat fell into a profound silence. No one dared to place another bid. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Lin An decisively declared, "Miss, I'm at the Trading Stone Square. Let us conduct the trade there." "All right, Lin An, I'll be there shortly, within 5 minutes." The woman responded promptly. Upon hearing her swift agreement, Lin An, who possessed nearly 90,000 gold coins, suddenly felt impoverished. He was equally perplexed about where these individuals amassed such wealth. Curious, Lin An decided to wait for the woman's arrival to inquire further. With the sale of the Epic Talent Stone, Lin An turned his gaze to the Mythical Talent Activation Stone, which guaranteed a 100 activation of future attributes. He was instantly filled with anticipation for its price. Soon after, he posted the Mythical Talent Activation Stone in the group chat, adding, starting price, 100,000. The group chat fell into silence, as at this stage, not many trialists possessed 100,000 gold coins. However, with the prospect of a 100 activation of future attributes and the potential for a mythical talent, most felt themselves teetering on the brink of insanity. 110,000. The chat remained quiet until a few seconds later when someone finally began to bid. Observing the situation in the group, Lin An felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Damn it, this could be a miscalculation. What if it sells for just 110,000? That would be a significant loss for me. However, just as Lin An began to worry, new bids surfaced. 130,000. At this moment, everyone in the 0000 town understood the unspoken rule. They refrained from flooding the chat. quietly awaiting the wealthy to battle for the bids. 150,000. The group chat fell silent once more. Lin An felt increasingly tense, as he suddenly realized that the price of 150,000 seemed somewhat inadequate. He even regretted putting this item up for sale. As he sighed internally, contemplating the likelihood of closing at this price, another high bid appeared in the chat. Chapter 61. Supreme Divine Sword, upgraded to 4 attributes, 500,000. Stunned by the figure, Lin An almost thought he had misread it. After several confirmations, he realized the bidder was indeed offering 500,000. Curiously, he glanced at the avatar of the bidder, only to find it was the same woman who had purchased his epic talent activation stone. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin An clicked on her avatar. Name: Yiqingwei. Level: 16. This woman is incredibly wealthy. Lin An couldn't help but marvel internally, hastily typing in the group chat, deal. This price seemed relatively reasonable to him. Lin An, I'll be there in about 3 minutes. Alright. Having successfully sold 2 high-end items, Lin An turned his attention to the last piece. A fine-grade talent activation stone. He posted it in the group chat. 500 gold coins. 800 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins. Compared to the high-end talent activation stones, the fine-grade stones attracted a more enthusiastic bidding atmosphere, even if the price increments were modest. The competition continued for 2 minutes, ultimately selling for 7,900 gold coins. After the trialists competed for it, Lin An completed the transaction. Just as the trade concluded, a beautiful woman arrived on the scene. It was Yiqingwei. The crowd parted to let her through as she approached Lin An to initiate the trade. Lin An placed the 2 activation stones in the trade window, and the other party offered 550,000 gold coins. The transaction was successful, and 550,000 gold coins filled Lin An's pockets. Lin An, may I add you as a friend? After the transaction, Yiqingwei asked Lin An naturally. He wouldn't refuse such a benefactor, especially since he planned to inquire about her source of wealth. Sure, Lin An replied. The next moment, he received a friend request from Yiqingwei. He accepted it. Thank you, Lin An. After the friend request was successfully added, Yiqingwei sent him a message. It's a fair trade. There is no need for thanks. By the way, may I ask you a question? Of course. Where did you get so much gold? Honestly, Lin An, when I was in the novice village, I found a mythical treasure chest that yielded 5 million gold coins. Upon reading Yiqingwei's response, Lin An fell into silence. Why did he only receive 50,000 from his mythical treasure chest, while others were rewarded with 5 million? Was the system biased against him? A wave of disappointment washed over Lin An. However, as his gaze fell upon his gold balance of 646,227, he found a sliver of solace. Seeing that his gold was sufficient, Lin An decided not to sell any more items. The next phase would be to sell his items on a national level to maximize his profits. Thus, surveying the eager crowd in the square, he announced in the group chat, everyone, this concludes today's trading. You may disperse. What? Is that it, Lin An? I haven't bought anything yet. Yes, Lin An, please sell a few more items. Lin An, you made over 500,000 gold coins. Could you give me a piece of equipment? Upon seeing this message, Lin An's expression darkened, and he replied with a single word, scram. He then exited the group chat, preferring not to see or hear anything further. His gaze swept over the crowd in the trading square as he addressed them. All right, everyone. Disperse. The crowd sighed in disappointment, feeling somewhat let down. However, since Lin An had spoken, they could only leave. As Lin An observed the crowd gradually disperse, he raised his head to gaze at the towering celestial tower in the square behind the town. It was time to ascend the tower. Yet, just as Lin An was about to head towards the celestial tower, he was suddenly stopped by a young man. Lin An frowned, looking at the young man, who seemed somewhat familiar. He then heard the young man stammering, Lin An, esteemed one. Might you be willing to sell me a talent reforged stone of exceptional quality or higher? Lin An furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the young man once more. In an instant, a realization struck him. He had encountered this youth in novice village number 00008 by the name of Song Hu. His talent was classified as rare, with a level enhancement of 2. Considering this, their fates seemed intertwined, and he replied, certainly, I possess exceptional, exquisite, and rare grade stones. Name your price. Would 5,000 gold coins suffice for the exquisite grade? Song Hu inquired cautiously. The price was not unreasonable, and Lin An promptly initiated the transaction. Upon the successful exchange, Song Hu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lin An, great one. Lin An nodded, patting Song Hu on the shoulder, encouraging him, keep it up. Such a gesture of encouragement from Lin An left Song Hu momentarily flabbergasted. I will certainly strive harder, Lin An, great one. Observers noted Lin An's support for Song Hu in the completion of their trade, glances directed at Song Hu filled with envy. It was evident that Lin An held Song Hu in high regard, suggesting a strong rapport between them, perhaps an opportunity to befriend this individual. Many wondered if this handsome youth had a girlfriend. If he did, perhaps they could forge a connection with Lin An through him. Having concluded the final transaction, Lin An made his way towards the towering celestial tower, while the crowd gazed upon him with reverence. Many recognized his intent and exclaimed in astonishment. It appears Lin An is preparing to ascend the Celestial Tower. Undoubtedly. Not long ago, I visited the tower and saw that the top rank was on the 9th floor. I wonder how far Lin An can climb. Lin An will undoubtedly surpass the 9th floor, reaching the 10th, and claim the top spot. This is beyond question. Haha. Shall we place bets? Let's predict how far Lin An will ascend. Count me in. Count me in as well, 100 gold coins for a bit of fun. Upon arriving at the base of the Celestial Tower, Lin An gazed upward. The colossal structure pierced the heavens, its height indeterminate. Taking a deep breath, he averted his gaze and retrieved a special inscription for absolute critical strike. Inlay. As his thoughts settled, a prompt echoed in his mind. Prompt. Are you certain you wish to consume 100,000 gold coins to inlay the special inscription of absolute critical strike onto the Supreme Divine Sword? A pang of discomfort surged through Lin and cursed this system. Why must it taunt me with the cost of 100,000 gold coins while simply inlaying? Confirm. Prompt. Your gold coins have decreased by 100,000. Current balance. 551,227. Prompt. Inlay successful. The Supreme Divine Sword's special inscriptions have expanded to 4. Lin An scrutinized the Supreme Divine Sword in his grasp. Supreme Divine Sword quality. Mythical level. Adaptive to match level. 35. Damage. 1. 562 points attack range. 3 meters class restriction. Supreme Sword Immortal special inscription 1. Upon entering combat, the wielder can gain 1 sword intent every 4 seconds. Upgradable. Special inscription 2. Until the wielder's critical hit rate reaches 100, each sword intent gained increases critical hit rate by 1. Special inscription 3. Once the wielder's critical hit rate reaches 100, each sword intent gained converts into damage equal to level value. Special inscription 4. Critical hit rate increased by 100, critical effects enhanced by 50. In that moment, Lin An felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The gloom brought by spending 100,000 gold coins was instantly lifted. Chapter 62. Entering the Celestial Tower, madly accumulating sword intent now. With the Supreme Divine Sword inherently possessing a 100 critical strike, entering combat would lead to a significant qualitative enhancement. His gaze returned to the Celestial Tower before him. Upon entering, he would theoretically remain in a constant state of battle. I wonder how many levels I can conquer. Lin An mused. A smile gracing his lips as he placed his hand upon the teleportation stone of the tower. A blue system panel materialized before him, displaying a series of prompt texts one by one. Prompt. Trialists of level 15 or above may enter the Celestial Tower. Prompt. No deaths will occur within the Celestial Tower. If health drops below 1, a forced teleportation will ensue. Prompt. Completing the Celestial Tower trials grants fixed gold coin rewards based on performance. Prompt. Completing the Celestial Tower trials also offers a minuscule chance to acquire special inscriptions. Prompt. Every 24 hours. The top 100 trialists will receive fixed gold coin rewards based on their rankings. Prompt. Only solo challenges are permitted. Prompt. Each level may only be challenged once. Subsequent challenges for failed levels will commence the following day. Below the prompts, the current rankings within the Celestial Tower were displayed, indicating the names of regions and the corresponding floors. Presently, the ranking showed 100 participants, all stuck on the 9th floor. After perusing the relevant information, Lin An commanded his thoughts. Teleport. Enter the Celestial Tower. In an instant, a beam of light enveloped him. Approximately 2 seconds later, he found himself on the 1st floor of the Celestial Tower. The 1st floor was a modestly sized wooden room. In the center stood a formidable challenge wooden figure. As Lin An materialized in the room, the wooden figure was immediately activated. Lin An cast a reconnaissance spell upon it. Challenge wooden figure level, 15 type, elite monster class, warrior health, 989 damage, 378 defense, 351 skill, heavy strike. Heavy strike, inflicts 5 times base damage and reduces target's defense by 10. Just a level 15 monster? Upon seeing the activated wooden figure charge at him, Lin An swiftly entered combat mode and struck with his sword. A simple yet powerful strike landed atop the wooden figure's head. 680. The terrifying critical strike damage struck the challenge wooden figure, instantly defeating it. With the wooden figure's defeat, a delightful system prompt resonated in Lin An's ears. Prompt. Congratulations. You have cleared the 1st floor of the Celestial Tower, rated Mythical. Prompt. You received the highest rating and earned a clearing reward of 1,000 gold coins. Prompt. You will be teleported to the next level in 1 second. The teleportation effect shimmered. In the next moment, Lin An was transported to the 2nd floor of the Celestial Tower. Before him stood 2 activated challenge wooden figures, both at level 16. Goodness, the difficulty has increased significantly. It was no wonder that all participants on the leaderboard had only managed to reach the 9th floor. Although 2 level 16 elite monsters posed little threat to Lin An, the upward trend in difficulty was quite formidable. Not only had the level increased, but the number of opponents had as well. As the challenge wooden figures advanced to attack him, Lin An swung his sword. Critical hit. 115. Another challenge wooden figure's attack landed on Lin An 0. With a swift counter, the second challenge wooden figure was also vanquished. The perfect completion prompt chimed in his ears, awarding Lin An 500 gold coins. A second later, he was teleported to the third floor of the Celestial Tower. As anticipated, this level featured 3 challenge wooden figures, all at level 17. Lin An continued to surge ahead. And in just 4 minutes, he reached the highest level attainable by all trialists, the 9th floor. In the expansive wooden chamber, 9 challenge wooden figures, each at level 23, were activated. As these figures surged toward him, Lin An raised the Supreme Divine Sword and struck down. Critical hit damage. 672. The level 23 Elite Challenge wooden figure, with nearly 700 health points, was obliterated in an instant. Simultaneously, the other wooden figures launched their attacks upon Lin An. A cacophony of prompts resounded in his ears. Tip: the challenge wooden man inflicts a minor injury upon you, triggering the damage absorption trait, resulting in 0 damage taken. Tip: the challenge wooden man inflicts a minor injury upon you, triggering the damage absorption trait, resulting in 0 damage taken. Damage absorption: is the damage truly 0? Lin An murmured softly to himself. If that is the case, as long as the damage inflicted by the challenge wooden man does not exceed 35 points, he can achieve a mythic rating for each level he passes. With a swift stroke of his sword, approximately 40 seconds later, all the challenge wooden men on the 9th level lay slain beneath Lin An's blade. He glanced at his damage statistics, which had now reached 17, 172, 188. A thought flickered through Lin An's mind. Could he endure the monsters in the next stage and elevate his damage to over 10,000? The teleportation light flickered, and in the next instant, Lin An found himself on the 10th level. The configuration of monsters on the 10th level included 9 level 24 elite monsters and 1 level 24 boss. The difficulty had significantly escalated. No wonder everyone could only reach the 9th level. It was because the bosses appeared on the 10th level. Lin An's gaze fell upon the challenge wooden man boss charging towards him. With a sweeping strike, he dealt 217 damage. A critical hit that resulted in an instant kill. Roughly 40 seconds later, including the boss, Lin An had vanquished all 9 challenge wooden men. He left 1 challenge wooden man alive and began to stack his sword intent. Watching the accumulation of 35 points of damage every 4 seconds brought immense joy to Lin An. If this continued, he wondered if it were possible to breach the Tower of Heaven. Of course, that was not his immediate concern. Right now, to maximize the benefits of this clearance, he solely wished to stack his sword intent. Thus, he endured the attacks of the challenge wooden man, and after 12 minutes, under the stacking of sword intent, Lin An's damage reached 205. It was time to assault the next level. Lin An felt exhilarated as he unleashed his sword. A critical hit. 795. The challenge wooden man fell. Tip: congratulations, you have cleared the 10th level of the Tower of Heaven, achieving a mythic rating. Tip: you have attained the highest rating and received a clearance reward of 6,000 gold coins. Tip: you will be teleported to the 11th level in 1 second. What a thrill. Listening to the notification sound by his ear, Lin An was elated to the utmost. In the preceding levels, each layer cleared had increased his gold by 500. To his surprise, after the 10th level, the perfect clearance gold began to increase by 1,000. As Lin An appeared on the 11th level, the announcement of the trial ground resounded once more in his ears. Trial ground announcement. Lin An of town number 0000 has cleared the 10th level of the Tower of Heaven, triggering an additional reward, and has received an epic grade equipment attribute removal scroll. As the announcement echoed, the reward automatically fell into Lin An's backpack. He gazed at the reward within his backpack. Equipment attribute removal scroll. Grade, epic. Description, an 8 chance to specifically remove special attributes from equipment. Previously, he had obtained a fine grade with a 2 chance, and an epic grade with an 8 chance. With each increase in quality, the success rate of removal doubles. Thus, it could be inferred that the mythic grade would be 32. Lin An contemplated. The equipment attribute removal scroll was a valuable asset for him. The 3 attributes on the fire ring were immensely powerful. If he were to replace this piece of equipment, he would undoubtedly need to find a way to extract those 3 special attributes. Regaining his focus, he directed his gaze towards the challenge wooden men of the 11th level. 10 level 25 elite monsters and 1 level 25 boss awaited him. The sword light flashed. 415. The level 25 elite challenge wooden man crumbled under the immense critical damage. Chapter 63. Tower of Heaven Prophets. Gold 253, 500. A minute later, after clearing all the monsters, the reward notification chimed. 7,000 gold coins. It seemed his predictions were accurate. He teleported into the 12th level. The battle continued. Approximately 10 more minutes passed, and Lin An had reached the 17th level. At this point, under the enhancement of sword intent, his damage had climbed to 15,595. The elite challenge wooden men on the 17th level boasted nearly 2,800 health points. With Lin An's current damage, he could achieve instant kills. Thus, he employed the same tactic once more, leaving one minor monster alive to continue stacking his sword intent. 20 minutes later, under the accumulation of sword intent, his damage reached 195. He swung his sword. 4 for 192. A critical hit that obliterated a level 31 elite challenge wooden man. He received a 13,000 gold reward and advanced to the next level. Upon entering the 20th level, his sword intent had elevated his damage to 30,000. The difficulty of the challenge skyrocketed once again. In addition to 19 level 34 elite challenge wooden men, the boss had evolved into a Calamity grade monster. Lin An struck with his sword. A critical hit. 152. Just enough to eliminate the level 34 elite monster with 3,045 health points. Simultaneously, the remaining 19 challenge wooden men unleashed their attacks upon Lin An. The damage inflicted by the ordinary monsters was entirely absorbed as the Calamity grade boss struck. A number indicating the absorbed damage appeared above Lin An's head. 67. Damn, this is getting a bit overwhelming. Lin An muttered in exasperation. He feared that it would become increasingly difficult to achieve a perfect clearance. He cast a reconnaissance spell upon the Calamity grade challenge wooden man. Challenge wooden man. Level 34. Attributes: Calamity monster. Class: warrior. Health: 11, 368. Damage: 4,011. Defense: 3, 889. Skills: Strike, Empower. Strike hits the target, causing 3 times the base damage and reducing the target's defense by 20. Empower: in an empowered state, it inflicts 100 points of tearing damage upon the target. The attributes are truly monstrous. Lin An took a deep breath, knowing that to ensure a full health mythic rating clearance, he must first eliminate the boss and then utilize the special attributes to restore his health, guaranteeing full health during the clearance. Thus, he swung his Supreme Divine Sword towards the challenge wooden man boss. 775. A critical hit erupted above the challenge wooden man boss. Under the challenge wooden man's high defense, Lin An's damage plummeted below 4 digits. However, as time passed, with the enhancement of sword intent, Lin An would grow increasingly powerful. Hence, he was in no rush. The challenge wooden man boss, under the influence of damage absorption and special attributes, resulted in a differential damage of 17 points with each of his attacks. This was well within his tolerance. A minute later, Lin An finally defeated the challenge wooden man boss. During the encounter, due to the boss's empowered attack, his health had dropped below 1,000. Yet, this was inconsequential, because subsequently, while defeating the remaining 18 elite challenge monsters, his health would naturally return to full. When Lin An struck down the last elite monster, he had lingered on the 20th level for 30 minutes. In those 30 minutes, he had stacked his sword intent to 450 layers. Lin An's total damage reached 46,718. Feeling it was sufficient, he unleashed his sword to eliminate the final monster. The system notification rang out. Tip: congratulations, you have cleared the 20th level of the Tower of Heaven, achieving a mythic rating. Tip: you have attained the highest rating and received a clearance reward of 16,500 gold coins. Tip: you will be teleported to the 21st level in 1 second. The melodious notification of acquiring gold coins brought a smile to Lin An's face. The gold had increased again. The subsequent clearances would begin to increase by 500 gold coins. What a delight! Just as Lin An was enveloped in extreme comfort, the announcement of the trial ground resounded. Trial ground announcement. Lin An of town number 0000 has cleared the 20th level of the Tower of Heaven, triggering an additional reward, and has received a legendary grade equipment attribute removal scroll. Equipment item: Extractor of Attributes. Rarity: Legendary. Description: a 16% probability of specifically extracting special attributes from equipment. As expected, the success rate has indeed doubled. Lin An gazed at the extractor of attributes in his backpack, murmuring softly. In an instant, a shimmering teleportation effect enveloped him, transporting him to the next level. The monsters of the 21st level were of level 35, matching Lin An's augmented level. The presence of these level 35 monsters already instilled a sense of pressure in Lin An. Upon entering the 21st level, he resolved to alter his approach to clearing it. As he materialized, he set his sights on the level's Calamity class boss. Without hesitation, he unleashed the skill Divine Sword Assault, locking onto the boss. At this moment, his base damage stood at 46,000. Utilizing Divine Sword Assault, with a 10-fold damage amplification, he could reach 460,000. The elite monsters he brushed past could also sustain a base damage value of 230,000. As the skill activated, Lin An's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. He teleported before the Calamity boss, delivering a decisive strike with the Supreme Divine Sword. The damage inflicted, augmented by special attributes, dealt damage equivalent to a level 36. Critical hit: 11,787. The level 35 Calamity boss, with health points at 11,376, was instantly vanquished. As he teleported through a dozen elite monsters, damage values simultaneously erupted above his head. 23,940. 23,940. All 12 elite monsters were swiftly dispatched. 8 elite monsters remained, charging toward Lin An. Under the absorption of special attribute damage, they were utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon him. He methodically dealt with them until only one remained. While awaiting the cooldown of his divine sword skill, he continued to accumulate sword intent. This time, Lin An lingered on this level for an hour. His base damage, under the accumulation of sword intent, surged to 79,000,940. He eliminated the monster, acquiring 18,000 gold, and proceeded to the next level. Employing the same tactic, he directly initiated divine sword assault against the boss. 17,210. The boss fell in an instant, simultaneously dealing significant damage to a number of elite monsters. After 10 minutes of accumulating sword intent, he ascended to the 23rd level. Continuing his streak of instant eliminations, Lin An maintained the pattern, accumulating sword intent for 10 minutes at each level, ultimately reaching the 26th level. At this juncture, his base damage had escalated to nearly 110,000. He teleported towards the Calamity boss of the 26th level with divine sword assault. Critical damage, 11,380. This level housed a Calamity boss with over 13,000 health points. Lin An was unable to dispatch it instantly. The Calamity boss landed a powerful strike above Lin An's head. 862. The terrifying damage value flared above him, causing his health to plummet by half. Concurrently, the remaining 10 elite monsters, not yet eliminated, unleashed their attacks upon him. 55. In the blink of an eye, Lin An's health fell below 300. Recognizing the unfavorable start, Lin An understood that he could not achieve a mythical level clearance. Thus, he ceased his resistance. As the Calamity boss's attack, alongside that of numerous elite monsters, descended once more, Lin An's health dwindled to a mere point. A notification sounded. Notification: you have failed to challenge the 26th level of the Celestial Tower. Notification: you will be teleported away from the Celestial Tower in 1 second. The teleportation effect flickered, and as the scene before him shifted, Lin An found himself outside the Celestial Tower. He sighed, regretting his inability to conquer the 26th level. He had believed that if he activated his Mythical Bloodline and unleashed a torrent of swords, he could instantly eliminate all monsters on the 26th level. However, he had intended to reserve this ultimate tactic for the 27th level, not anticipating a miscalculation that prevented him from dispatching the Calamity boss on the 26th level. When he prepared to utilize it again, he realized he could not achieve a mythical level clearance, and thus had to abandon the effort. Shaking his head, Lin An retrieved a location stone from his backpack, binding a location at the entrance of the Celestial Tower. Tomorrow, before re-entering the Celestial Tower, he must accumulate his sword intent in the wilderness. All sword intent dissipates 30 seconds after leaving combat, and only through the location stone could he swiftly reach the entrance of the Celestial Tower. Regaining his focus, Lin An glanced at his gold balance. 804,727. During this venture into the Celestial Tower, he had amassed 253,500 gold. Quite gratifying indeed. Chapter 64. Eliminate them all. Meanwhile, as Lin An appeared before the plaza of the Celestial Tower, the crowd's gaze towards him brimmed with fervor. The great Lin An was incredible, having cleared up to the 25th level of the Celestial Tower, leaving the second place trailing at the 16th level. If the rules held true, the monsters of the 25th level should be level 39, without a doubt. Indeed, the 25th level featured level 39 monsters, totaling 25. Wow. The great Lin An is so formidable. Oh my. I wish I could cling to the great Lin An's leg. Since Lin An could clear the 25th level, it seemed the second phase would be a breeze for me, which is delightful. The Calamity boss guarding the second phase is only level 26. We can certainly breeze through it. Amidst the crowd's flattery, Lin An smiled slightly, relishing the moment. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, a notification sound echoed. Lin An opened the chat window. The message was from Si Yuqing. Lin An, have you exited the Celestial Tower? I have. Lin An seriously suspected that Si Yuqing had timed her message to coincide with his exit from the Celestial Tower. As soon as he left, she messaged him. What could it be about? He promptly inquired. What is it? There is someone named Su Xian who wants to find you. He mentioned he has something to discuss. Lin An furrowed his brow, having a vague recollection but unable to place it. Who is Su Xian? He asked the third on the town's leaderboard. Lin An opened the leaderboard and looked at Su Xian's avatar. Finally, he remembered. This fellow had apparently triggered a town announcement, hence the familiarity. He then asked, what does he want with me? It seems to be related to the bounty for hunting Qinggong. Hunting Qinggong. Lin An stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. After several hours of leveling up and traversing the Celestial Tower, he had nearly forgotten about this matter. However, since there was news, it meant Qinggong's demise was imminent. He then sent a message to Si Yuqing saying, have Su Xian contact me. Lin An, he says you've blocked strangers and he can't reach you. Lin An opened the strangers list and replied, have him contact me now. Alright. Soon, another notification sound rang out. Lin An opened the chat window, and an unfamiliar message from Su Xian appeared. Hello, Lin An. Greetings. I've heard you have news about Qinggong. Indeed, Lin An. I've located him in a northern local village. Northern? Local village? Yes, Qin Gong is reportedly engaged in a series of hidden quests, and I'm keeping a close watch on him. Does Lin An wish to come and personally eliminate him, or shall I assist you? Lin An pondered for a moment before responding. Send me the coordinates anytime. I'll come and take care of him myself. Sure. My current coordinates are Star Rock Village 923-645-5647. Lin An opened the map, but couldn't find the so-called Star Rock Village. The map coordinates were shrouded in fog. A local village would likely require entry into the map to trigger the fog, he mused. He hastily made his way towards the northern exit of the town. Upon arriving, he drew the Supreme Divine Sword and mounted it, selecting his direction before swiftly departing on his sword. The wind howled past Lin An's ears. The location reported by Su Xian was approximately 40 miles in a straight line from the 0000 town, as per the map. With Lin Feng's current sword flying speed, he could reach his destination in approximately 30 minutes. A little over 10 minutes later, a towering mountain, soaring several thousand meters high and stretching to the horizon, came into view. Lin An's gaze swept over the peaks as he prepared to ascend into the sky. Below, 100 meters down in a dense forest, several figures suddenly burst forth. Behind these figures trailed a dozen more, swiftly converging on the initial assailants, creating an encirclement. Clearly, the latter group aimed to ambush those who had first emerged from the thicket. Lin An averted his gaze, disinterested in meddling. However, just as he was about to ascend, a series of notification pings echoed in his ears. Upon opening the chat window, he found a message from Yi Qingwei. Lin An, help me. Upon reading this, Lin An's expression froze. The individuals being besieged below were Yi Qingwei? If that were indeed the case, then rescuing her would be a matter of convenience, and perhaps he could collect a protection fee in the process. Lowering his form, Lin An zoomed in with his gaze, confirming that the besieged were indeed Yi Qingwei and her companions. At the same time, his descent from the sky attracted the attention of all those below. As he touched the ground, the tension in the air escalated. Lin An, the Great One. Master Lin An. The crowd nervously greeted him. Lin An nodded slightly, his voice calm as he inquired, what seems to be the trouble here? Not long ago, our team encountered a boss in the forest. After much effort, we managed to defeat it, but this group intends to steal our loot. One of the besieged, a youth, interjected eagerly. You're lying. I spotted the boss first, and you all rushed in to snatch it. If I hadn't called for help, you would have likely killed me by now. One of the encircling individuals protested loudly. Yes, Master Lin An, don't listen to their fabrications. We were the ones who discovered the boss first. A trembling girl, around 18 or 19, added. You not only want to take our boss loot, but also covet the talent activation stone that Sister Qingwei purchased from you. At this revelation, Lin An's expression shifted. The two parties were embroiled in a fierce argument, but Lin An rubbed his forehead, uninterested in who was right or wrong. In fact, had he not activated his mythical level talent, and knowing that Yi Qingwei possessed a mythical level talent activation stone, he might have been tempted to seize it himself. It was only natural for greed to arise in such situations. However, this could not apply to Lin An himself, unless the opposing party sought death. Enough. Lin An's sudden bellow cut through the clamor, bringing an immediate silence. The crowd, unsure of Lin An's stance, felt a chill run down their spines at his outburst. Lin An's gaze swept over everyone, ultimately settling on Yi Qingwei's face. His final decision awaited her input, for Lin An would never act as a free laborer. Yi Qingwei, feeling Lin An's penetrating gaze, trembled slightly and declared, Master Lin An, save me. 100,000 gold coins. At her affirmation, a radiant smile broke across Lin An's face. He then inquired, how do you wish for me to save you? Understanding the implications of his words, the astute Yi Qingwei recognized that their transaction had been established. Her eyes glinted with a chilling resolve, her beautiful visage now shadowed by a coldness. Scanning the group that sought to eliminate them, she finally focused on two individuals. Enunciating each word with precision, kill him, and him. The two singled out by Yi Qingwei paled in an instant, terror seeping into their very bones. Thanks to the videos circulating through the channel of Town 0000, Lin An's reputation had spread far and wide, his formidable power etched into the minds of all. If Lin An sought their deaths, they would have no chance of survival. Yi Qingwei's choice to target these two stemmed not only from the dispute over the boss, but also because they were the leaders of the group, the strongest among them. Furthermore, they had previously subjected her to grievous insults, suggesting that if she spent a night with him, he might consider sparing her. Naturally, she did not intend to spare the rest of them. She simply wished to deal with these two personally. Lin An's gaze remained unfazed as it fell upon the two Yi Qingwei had pointed out. The two men, now acutely aware of their impending doom, exchanged frantic glances. One of them stammered, Master Lin An, this is all a misunderstanding. We will leave right now. Please spare us. Don't believe them, Master Lin An. They are nothing but despicable scoundrels. They are allies of Zhou Shang, whom you dealt with before, and they have colluded together for quite some time. I heard they were acquainted even before we were transported to this trial area. You're lying. I don't even know who Zhou Shang is. The other man interjected, desperation flooding his voice. The outrage from Yi Qingwei's team stirred an unusual intensity in the accused, clearly striking a nerve. Lin An furrowed his brow. If this were indeed the case, then these individuals truly deserved their fate. While Lin An was indifferent to their actions, as long as they did not impede him, the connection to Zhou Shang made this personal for him. Lin An would never leave hidden dangers unaddressed. Moreover, Yi Qingwei was willing to offer 100,000 gold coins for their lives. Thus, eliminating these two would serve a dual purpose for Lin and stepping forward slowly. An aura of impending death enveloped the two men, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Master Lin An, I truly do not know Zhou Shang. I have no connection to him. This was our mistake. We shouldn't have tried to take the boss from Miss Yi. We promise never to do so again. Please spare us. Yet, Lin An's response was swift and decisive, his sword descending with lethal intent. A critical hit. For 1,170. The man fell instantly, dispatched without a chance for reprieve. Lin An's sudden and ruthless action sent a tremor through the other man, as the shadow of death loomed over him. Knowing Lin An had struck, he realized there was no hope for survival. Malice flickered in his eyes as he threatened, Lin An, my older brother possesses a mythical level innate talent. If you dare to kill me, he will not let you go. Older brother? Innate mythical level talent? Lin An's brow furrowed. This group was evidently part of a significant organization. However, he paid no heed to the threat. Raising his sword once more, he prepared for the final blow. Lin An, you cannot kill me, no? A shriek escaped as the man met his end with over 4,000 in critical damage, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Though the two slain were the leaders of their group, none dared to intervene as Lin An executed them. Paralyzed by fear, they stood frozen, the dread of death coiling around them like a suffocating vine. After dispatching the two, Lin An turned his gaze to Yi Qingwei, who promptly initiated the transaction. 100,000 gold coins appeared in the trade window. What a delightful sensation. Lin An observed his gold balance rise to 930,227. With the 100,000 spent on embedding word entries now regained, Lin An mused that it was akin to having benefited for free. The only regret was that the red name index had been reset once again. With less than 11 hours remaining until its expiration, it had now been reset to 24 hours. However, this was not a significant issue. If he were to locate Chen Gong shortly, killing him would have reset the index anyway. It merely advanced the timeline by a few hours. Thanks to your assistance. Lin An, I can manage from here. Yi Qingwei remarked to Lin An very well. Lin An replied, casting his gaze over the remaining individuals. He then ascended into the air on his sword, soaring towards the peaks of the mountains. As Lin An journeyed towards Xingyan Village, in the beginner village of 00073, within the Black Highlands level 10 monster zone, a robust middle-aged man wielding a staff unleashed a fireball that struck a nearby level 10 monster. 3,735. The level 10 creature was dispatched instantly. The middle-aged man regarded the fallen beast, inhaled deeply, and then spoke, after more than a day. My damage has finally accumulated to 50,000. I wonder how Zhou Shang and his companions are faring in town 0000 with their territorial expansion. Never mind that for now. I shall slay 50,000 more monsters to boost my damage to 100,000, and then I can return to town 0000 tomorrow. Once my base damage accumulates, I will enter town 0000 and reach level 20. At the same level, with over 100,000 damage. Lin An, I hope you can withstand it. Everything you possess shall become mine. You are but a laborer. A confident smile appeared on the man's face as he cast another fireball. 3,735. This middle-aged man was none other than Lin An's nemesis, known as the big brother among the populace of town 0000, possessing a mythic level talent. His talent's characteristic was that each time he killed a monster, his base damage increased by 1. He had yet to leave the beginner village of 00073, biding his time to slay monsters and stack his passive talent. Meanwhile, after a brief interlude, Lin An finally arrived at Xingyan Village 10 minutes later. He descended at the village entrance and opened the chat window. Where are you now? Lin An messaged Su Xian. Lin An, my coordinates are 927-465-2464. Su Xian replied. Alright. I will come immediately. Closing the chat window, Lin An opened his map. Su Xian's reported location was not far from where he currently stood. He could reach it within 2 minutes. Following the map's guidance, Lin An soon appeared at the mouth of a ravine. Standing at the entrance was Su Xian, who hurriedly approached Lin An and said, Lin An, Chen Gong has entered this ravine. However, there is a barrier here that seems to require a special quest item for entry. Is that so? Lin An lifted his gaze to the deep, ethereal blue of the ravine, unable to discern the situation within due to the barrier's obstruction. How long has Chen Gong been inside? About 10 minutes, Su Xian replied. Lin An fell into a brief contemplation. This Chen Gong had ambushed him twice. He must be eliminated. Taking a deep breath, his expression turned solemn. In that case, let's wait here for Chen Gong to reveal himself, and we will strike him down in one decisive blow. Lin An then initiated a trade with Su Xian, placing a rare level talent reforged stone in the trade window. This is your reward. However, Su Xian canceled the trade and said, Lin An, it is my honor to assist you. I do not require this reward. Do not? Lin An inquired. Indeed, if possible. I would prefer if Lin An could grant me a friend position. A friend position was a no-cost transaction for Lin An. The rare talent reforged stone was currently valued at around 10,000. Saving that sum was certainly not something Lin An would refuse. He promptly sent a friend request to Su Xian. Thank you, Lin An. Su Xian expressed gratefully as the friend request was accepted. Lin An's gaze swept over Su Xian. Despite being a dual talent powerhouse of legend and myth, this man displayed an unexpected lack of backbone. People these days are easily spineless. While Su Xian understood in his heart that his strength in Town 0000 would undoubtedly rank among the top 3, he also realized that in Lin An's presence, he seemed insignificant. Being on good terms with Lin An, even if it meant lowering himself somewhat, was of no consequence to him. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. When it is time to be a hero, one should indeed act as such. As Lin An withdrew his gaze, he heard Su Xian speak again. Lin An, you are a sword class, correct? Yes. An hour ago, my younger brother received a skill book for sword classes. I wonder if you might be interested. A skill book for sword classes? Indeed, I will forward the information about the skill book to you. Soon, a notification chimed. And Lin An opened the chat window. Multiple sword / Rarity, rare. Class restriction, sword class. Skill description, launch 3 consecutive attacks on a single target, each dealing 12 times the base damage, with a 10% chance to tear the target. Tier effect. Each layer of tier effect increases the target's damage taken by 5%, lasting 15 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Quite an impressive single target attack skill, Lin An noted, his eyes gleaming. If this skill undergoes a miraculous evolution through sword path comprehension, it would undoubtedly reach a terrifying level. Very good skill. How much for it? Although Lin An was eager to acquire the skill, he maintained a facade of indifference, unwilling to appear as a gullible target to be exploited. If Lin An desires it, I can gift it to you. Su Xian's offer was entirely unexpected. Given Lin An's understanding of the market value, this skill book could easily fetch 30,000 gold coins. Now, Su Xian proposed to gift it to him, clearly seeking to curry favor. Though Lin An appreciated the gesture, as a person with moral principles, he was unwilling to accept something without offering anything in return. Should he accept it freely, he would find it difficult to refuse future requests for assistance from Su Xian. This transaction had to be reciprocal, regardless of its fairness. Much like how Su Xian declined his reward for the bounty in exchange for a friend position. Thus, Lin An replied, I do not accept rewards without merit. I am not one who enjoys taking from others without giving. Su Xian, initially hoping to gift the skill to Lin An in exchange for a significant favor, felt a twinge of disappointment. On the other hand, since Lin An wished to procure the skill through purchase, Su Xian resigned himself to making a minor concession, suggesting, then I will sell it to you for 15,000 gold coins. Deal. Lin An readily agreed, only to hear Su Xian add, the skill book is with my younger brother, who is currently in the town. We may only trade once we return to the town. That is acceptable. However, Lin An recalled his location in the town and, wishing to avoid prolonged delays, added, have your younger brother wait for me at the entrance of the Tower of Heaven. I will go there now to trade. Right now? Yes, right now. As they spoke, Lin An retrieved a positioning stone to establish his location. Okay. I will inform him immediately. Upon seeing Lin An using the positioning stone, Su Xian understood and promptly replied. Once Lin An completed the positioning, he heard Su Xian say, Lin An, I have already informed my subordinate, and he is on his way to the entrance of the Tower of Heaven, arriving in just a minute. All right. I shall head there now. With that, Lin An activated the positioning divine stone. The teleportation effect flickered around him. Moments later, Lin An materialized at Town 0000, right at the entrance of the Tower of Heaven. Simultaneously, a notification sounded. Notification, current positioning point is in cooldown time, 60 minutes. Lin An frowned slightly, glancing at the positioning divine stone in his hand. Damn, a 60-minute cooldown, how will I return? But the next moment, as he discerned the positioning markers on the divine stone, he exhaled in relief. There were 2 positioning points. Only the coordinates for the Tower of Heaven were on cooldown. At that moment, Lin An suddenly reappeared at the entrance of the Tower of Heaven, instantly stirring a commotion among the crowd. Yes, it's the great Lin An. Goodness, how did he suddenly appear here? Indeed, half an hour ago, wasn't Lin An just leaving the town? I saw it with my own eyes. The place where Lin An appeared seemed to ripple with teleportation energy. Could it be that the great Lin An possesses a positioning divine stone? Such a rare item. And he has one too. How enviable. Not long ago, I checked the trading stone and saw a positioning divine stone on sale for 200,000 coins. Wow. 200,000. Who can afford that? Haha, if you can't afford it, there are others who can. You don't know that some people open treasure chests and get coins. They're quite wealthy, just discreet. Such a rare positioning divine stone can only be worthy of the great Lin An. Obviously, amidst the envious murmurs, a young man rushed towards Lin An from a distance. The young man approached Lin An respectfully and exclaimed, Greetings, great Lin An. Hello, Lin An replied, surmising that this young man must be the subordinate mentioned by Su Xian. Shortly thereafter, the young man initiated a trade with Lin An. A sword skill book appeared in the trade window. Without hesitation, Lin An entered 15,000 coins. The trade was agreed upon and successfully completed. With the skill book in hand, Lin An did not rush to learn it. At that moment, he received another message from Su Xian. Great Lin An. Chen Gong has emerged from the canyon. Upon receiving this message, Lin An once again activated the teleportation power of the positioning divine stone. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin An's figure swiftly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was back at the previous canyon entrance. Looking up, the figure that appeared at the canyon entrance was none other than Chen Gong. Simultaneously, upon emerging from the canyon, he immediately spotted Su Xian nearby. And just as he prepared to make a quick escape, a figure suddenly materialized beside Su Xian. Upon seeing the figure that caught his eye, Chen Gong's body trembled violently. Lin An. Chapter 67, Settling Grudges. Killed Chen Gong to obtain quest items. Instantly, boundless fear surfaced in Chen Gong's eyes. At this moment, one thought consumed his mind: to flee. For he was acutely aware that he stood no chance against Lin An. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Gong gulped down a bottle of speed potion he had purchased from Xingyan village. He spent 5,000 coins on this potion, specifically to respond to emergencies such as this. As he consumed the potion, his body was enveloped in a blue luminescence, and his speed surged several-fold. He transformed into a blur, racing off into the distance. In just a second, he was already over 40 meters away. Damn! How did this guy become so fast all of a sudden? Lin An remarked, stepping onto his flying sword, also maximizing his speed. Thus, the two engaged in a chase across the boundless grasslands, maintaining a distance of 40 to 50 meters between them. Lin An, there is no absolute hatred between us that cannot be resolved. Is it truly necessary for you to hunt me down relentlessly? The effect of the speed potion would only last 2 minutes. In the current situation, Chen Gong understood better than anyone that the moment the effect wore off, his life would be forfeit. Seeing that the potion's effect had already diminished by more than half, Chen Gong shouted at Lin An, Lin Feng. We both hail from village 00008. We might have even been in the same city before being transported to this trial ground. What must I do for you to spare me? Chen Gong attempted to appeal to their shared history. Lin An's face revealed a trace of disdain. Do not attempt to play the emotional card with me. You should have considered the consequences of your actions when you engaged in those deeds. Chen Gong's heart sank to the depths. Who said he had not contemplated the consequences when he committed those actions? Initially, he had considered the possibility of failure. Believing himself to be an awakened epic tier trialist with the capability to retreat and protect himself, no matter how dire the situation. Yet, he never anticipated Lin An would be so formidable enough to create an insurmountable chasm between them. A wave of regret surged within Chen Gong once more. Why had he been so unwilling to accept defeat? Why had he come to town 0000? And once he arrived, why had he thought that gathering several high-ranking individuals could extinguish Lin An? Why had he not hidden away, concealed his identity, and developed in secrecy? He glanced at the hidden quest item in his backpack. If he could complete this task and obtain the rewards, along with the privileges acquired in Xingyan village, he would undoubtedly embark on an invincible path shortly thereafter. Yet now, all of this existed solely within his imagination. Chen Gong's heart wailed. Why did Lin An have to appear just as he was on the cusp of success? He could not accept such an affront. Lin An, although I have done those things, you are not unscathed either. Why must you pursue me relentlessly? Chen Gong's sudden logical outburst momentarily startled Lin An. Is this normal human logic? I harm you, yet you remain unharmed, so there's no need to hold me accountable? The countdown of the speed potion was now Chen Gong's countdown to death. He watched as the seconds ticked away, the oppressive fear of death nearly suffocating him. I cannot die. I must not fail to trigger the hidden quest. Chen Gong drew forth a long spear. The spear had an attack range of nearly 50 meters. Bang! Bang! Gunpowder exploded, sparks flying. 2 bullets soared towards Lin An swiftly dodged one, while the other struck his chest. 2. A damage value appeared above Lin An's head. A numbing despair rose within Chen Gong. Bolstered by his gun-wielding talent, his normal attack could deal 100 damage. Yet why? He was already quite powerful, yet he could only inflict a measly 2 points of inconsequential damage on Lin An. At this moment, the countdown of the speed potion had entered the 20-second mark. Tick-tock, tick-tock. With each tick of the countdown, it felt like a death knell, sending shivers down Chen Gong's spine. Lin An, in Jiangshang, I have a wealth of money, a great deal of money. Once I leave this trial ground, I will give it all to you. Will you spare me? Chen Gong pleaded pitifully, only to receive Lin An's resolute reply. No. What must I do for you to let me go? I wish for your demise. May you pay the price. Lin An, you shall not meet a good end. I curse your entire family to suffer the same fate. Despairing, Chen Gong unleashed a vehement tirade. Just as his curses fell silent, the effects of the swift potion dissipated. The sudden decline in speed made Chen Gong feel as though he were sinking into a quagmire. The shadow of death, like a treacherous mire, relentlessly dragged him toward the abyss. Run, run. Why can't I run anymore? Lin An descended before Chen Gong, blocking his path. His voice was cold and somber. Prepare yourself. Accept the punishment of death. The azure sword shadow swept through the void. The supreme divine sword struck down toward the top of Chun-Gong's head. In a state of terror and despair, Chun-Gong attempted to evade, only to discover that Lin An's attack was skill-locked. There was no escape. In the blink of an eye, Lin An was upon him. 967. On the brink of death, Chun-Gong saw a critical damage notification burst forth above him. Boom. His lifeless body fell straight to the ground. Gazing at Chun-Gong's fallen form, Lin An took a deep breath. The enmity was resolved. He then proceeded to search Chun-Gong's corpse. Regardless of whether this fellow had dropped anything, he must pluck the feathers from the passing goose. Ding. You have obtained a quest item, Eternal Snow Ginseng. Lin An looked at the quest item in his hand. Eternal Snow Ginseng. Type, quest item. Description, harvested from the frigid depths of the valley, it is an excellent medicinal ingredient. Note, deliver it to the village chief of Xingyan village for a handsome reward. Reward. Upon seeing these two words, Lin An's eyes sparkled with excitement. What could be more exhilarating than receiving a reward? Unexpectedly, by vanquishing Chun-Gong. He had also inherited his hidden quest. This could be considered compensation from Chun-Gong. Immediately, Lin An set his direction, taking the Eternal Snow Ginseng, and once again took flight toward Xingyan village. Minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of Xingyan village and landed to walk. He spotted a child playing and inquired, "Little one, where can I find your village chief?" "Oh, that house over there is the village chief's," the child pointed. Following the child's gesture, Lin An directed his gaze toward the house on the far left of Xingyan village. "Thank you, little one." Lin An gently patted the child's forehead and made his way to the house. Chapter 68. Quest Reward, Talent Divine Stone Knock. Knock, knock. Lin An rapped on the wooden door, and an elderly man sat within. The old man looked up at Lin An and, with a gravelly voice, inquired, "Young man, whom do you seek?" "I am looking for the village chief of Xingyan village." "Might you be he?" "Indeed, that is I." "What brings you here?" "Chief, I heard you were in search of Eternal Snow Ginseng, and I happen to have one, so I brought it to you." Upon hearing the mention of Eternal Snow Ginseng, the village chief's eyes suddenly sparkled with life. Lin An then retrieved the ginseng from his backpack and offered it to the chief. "Truly, this is Eternal Snow Ginseng. My daughter is saved." The village chief's gaze was fixated on the ginseng in Lin An's hands, his hands trembling as he accepted it. He then expressed his gratitude. "Young man, thank you. I have nothing to repay you with, but this stone is something I acquired during my travels years ago. If you do not mind, please accept it as my reward." A blood-red translucent stone appeared in the village chief's palm. Lin An's gaze fell upon the blood-red stone, casting a reconnaissance spell. Talent Divine Stone. Grade, none. Description, a divine stone formed from the essence of fallen gods' talents. Purpose, upon use, it can elevate talent grade attributes by 100%. The information relayed by the reconnaissance spell made Lin An's heart race, and his breath quicken. He never anticipated that the blood-red stone in the village chief's hand was, in fact, a Talent Divine Stone. The sudden delight was utterly unexpected. The Talent Divine Stone is an enhanced upgrade version of the Talent Recasting Stone. However, the Talent Divine Stone is far rarer and more precious than the Talent Recasting Stone, as it can directly upgrade existing talents with a 100% success rate. In stark contrast to the random reset probabilities of the Talent Recasting Stone. "Thank you, Chief. I certainly want refuse." Lin An excitedly accepted the stone. As he did so, an announcement echoed throughout the trial ground. Trial ground announcement. Town number 0000 has completed the ultimate hidden quest from the village chief of Xingyan village, receiving the ultimate reward, Talent Divine Stone. When this announcement resounded, the entire trial ground erupted in commotion. What in the world? What kind of luck does Lin An from town number 0000 possess? And what is this Talent Divine Stone? Are you not aware? It is essentially an enhanced version of the Talent Recasting Stone, guaranteeing a 100% upgrade to 1's talent. 100% upgrade? That is utterly outrageous. Indeed. It is incredibly absurd. How can one live under such circumstances? Everyone, what would happen if a top-tier mythical talent were to use it? Based on what I've gathered, it could elevate a mythical talent to an even more terrifying and unique talent. A unique talent? Is there such a thing? Of course. I know a big shot whose everyday talent is a unique mythical one, but he is very low-key. Hiss. Who is it? I said he is low-key. I cannot reveal. In newbie village number 00073, a middle-aged man who had just dispatched a monster lifted his head once more. The ultimate reward, Talent Divine Stone. Lin An, I hope you can safeguard it well. I eagerly anticipate our meeting. I truly wish to see your expression when you witness my damage output. The middle-aged man murmured to himself before diving back into the frenzy of swiftly dispatching monsters and stacking base damage. Meanwhile, as the system notification sounded, Lin An's heart also quickened slightly. He gazed at the Talent Divine Stone in his hand. With this artifact, his mythical bloodline talent could be upgraded and strengthened, potentially evolving into a unique talent. He never expected that Chun-Gong would trigger such an ultimate hidden quest, yet the final reward had fallen into his hands. Just as Lin An pondered this, another system notification chimed. Ding. You have completed the final step of the quest entrusted by the village chief of Xingyan Village. Increasing your favorability with Xingyan Village by 50 points. Favorability? What is that? As the system notification echoed, Lin An felt a twinge of suspicion. However, the information buried in Lin An's mind surfaced through the Trial Ground Basic Guidebook. Achieving a favorability of 50 with Xingyan Village grants a 40 discount on item purchases within the village. Is that so? I wonder what items Xingyan Village has for sale. A smile crept across Lin An's lips. After leaving the village chief's residence, he began to explore Xingyan Village. While perusing, he took out the talent Divine Stone he obtained from the village chief and attempted to upgrade his Mythical Bloodline talent. A notification popped up. Notification: upgrading Mythical Bloodline talent using talent Divine Stone requires 1 million gold coins. Notification: you do not have sufficient gold coins. Upgrade failed. What the hell? Lin An glanced at his gold coin balance, which was over 90,000, and let out a sigh. He had anticipated that upgrading talents would consume gold coins, but he never imagined it would require such an exorbitant amount. With no choice but to abandon the idea, he prepared to study the sword skills he had purchased cheaply from Su Xian when suddenly, a pharmacy came into view. Thus, he temporarily shelved his plans and stepped into the pharmacy. Good day, proprietor. What do you have for sale here? The pharmacy owner was a stunning woman, who, upon seeing Lin An, immediately became exceedingly enthusiastic. Oh, esteemed guest, here is our price list for various potions. Please take a look. Saying this, she handed Lin An a list of medicines. Lin An accepted it and glanced at the array of potions listed. Healing potion. Potion effect. Restores 100 health points. Utilization of cooling, 60 seconds. Sale price, 100 gold coins. Intermediate healing potion. Potion effect. Restores 20% of health upon use. Utilization cooldown, 60 seconds. Sale price, 300 gold coins. Swift potion. Potion effect. Increases movement speed tenfold for a duration of 2 minutes. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. Sale price, 5,000 gold coins. Upon reaching this point, Lin An was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Chun Gong's sudden acceleration was indeed due to the utilization of this potion. He continued to read. When Lin An discovered the resurrection potion, his body jolted with astonishment. Resurrection potion. Potion effect. Grants the ability to resurrect, lasting for 24 hours. With the effect clearing upon activation. Utilization cooldown, 24 hours. Sale price, 50,000 gold coins. To his surprise, such a thing existed. Lin An took a deep breath. However, the price of the resurrection potion made him hesitate. Yet, a thought flashed through his mind. If he were to transport these potions to town number 0000, they would undoubtedly become the most coveted items among all trialists, particularly the potions that temporarily boost levels and provide resurrection capabilities. Since he could purchase them at a discount in Xingyan Village, why not become a trader and sell them to the trialists in town number 0000? This way, he could gather enough gold for his talent Mythological Bloodline after leveling up. A smile crept across Lin An's face as he resolved to proceed with his plan. He then took out the positioning Divine Stone, covering another location point in Xingyan Village. Upon completion of the positioning, Lin An re-entered the apothecary and compiled a purchase list. He then addressed the shopkeeper. Madam, this is the list of potions I require. The woman accepted the list, and the total price of the potions amounted to over 400,000 coins. Esteemed customer, do you truly require this many potions? The woman was both astonished and delighted, unable to believe her eyes at such a lavish patron. Indeed, Lin An confirmed with conviction. My goodness, I have never encountered a customer as affluent as you. Due to the sheer quantity you desire, I may need some time to prepare. No problem. After a few minutes of waiting in the shop, the woman finally had all the potions ready for Lin An. The transaction commenced. Because Lin An enjoyed a 40 discount in Xingyan Village, the originally over 400,000 coins worth of potions was automatically reduced to 278,000. The transaction was successful. Lin An's previously ample inventory space was instantly filled with an array of potions. Gazing at the fully stocked inventory, Lin An could not suppress the grin forming at the corners of his mouth. This is all money. He then addressed the woman again. Madam, I may return in a few hours. Please prepare another set of the potions on this list for me. The shopkeeper was left in shock. Goodness, what a significant client. However, she promptly replied, our shop's stock is insufficient, but I can immediately source more from elsewhere. Rest assured, esteemed customer, I will have everything ready for your next visit. After departing the apothecary, Lin An checked the cooldown time of the positioning Divine Stone. There were still over 10 minutes remaining. Thus, he took out the sword skill book, Multiple Sword Slash, which he had purchased from Su Xian. Learning. Hint 1. You have successfully learned the sword skill, Multiple Sword Slash. Hint 2. Current skill level is 1. Hint 3. Influenced by the sword path. Your comprehension is extraordinary. The Multiple Sword Slash skill has upgraded to the Mythic level skill, 2 instruments Sword Shadow. Hint 4. 2 instruments Sword Shadow skill level is 1. As the voice prompt concluded, Lin An gazed at his newly acquired skill. 2 instruments Sword Shadow. Grade, Mythic. Level, 101. Attack range, 10 meters. Skill description, unleashes 3 consecutive attacks on a single target, each inflicting double the base damage, accompanied by shockwave and tearing effects. Shockwave effect causes the target to enter a stun state for the next 5 seconds. Tearing effect increases damage taken by the target by 50% for the next 20 seconds. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. Unexpectedly, this skill, upon upgrading to Mythic level, also granted a stunning shockwave effect, a 5-second stun. In a one-on-one scenario, who could withstand my assault at this stage? Lin An felt elated, subsequently regaining his focus and wandering around Xingyan village for a while. When the cooldown time of the positioning divine stone reached 0, he activated the teleportation, vanishing from sight and reappearing at the entrance of the Sky Tower in town number 0000. The challenge level of the Sky Tower was set at 15. By this point, over 30 hours had elapsed in the second phase, and most individuals had already surpassed level 15. At this moment, the crowd gathered at the Sky Tower had rendered the square nearly impassable. Damn it, so close, just a step away from clearing the second level. Lin An landed in the Sky Tower square and immediately heard someone lamenting with frustration. Haha, I've conquered the 4th level. Everyone, am I not impressive? While some lamented, others boasted. Merely the 4th level. Lin An has reached the 26th level. Currently, he stands 9 levels ahead of the second place. What are you bragging about? Lin An is the one who is truly formidable. Listening to the praises and admiration surrounding him, a smile spread across Lin An's face. However, to his surprise, he noticed that someone had already broken through to the 10th level, reaching the 17th level. It appeared that the trialist who reached the 17th level could be considered a formidable opponent. As for who it was, Lin An was not in the mood to investigate. With so many individuals challenging the Sky Tower, it was an opportune moment for him to sell potions. He thus opened the channel for town no. 0000 and announced in the group chat, at the entrance of the Sky Square, I am selling various enhancement potions at discounted prices. Chapter 69, a booming potion business. Over 1 million gold coins. The great Lin An makes an appearance. As soon as Lin An finished speaking, a smitten girl immediately chimed in. Potions? The esteemed Lin An is selling potions? What exactly are potions? Dude upstairs, have you consumed all the knowledge from the basic guide to the trial grounds? How can you not know about potions? Indeed, the secondary profession of alchemist enables the creation of various health-restoring potions. Heavens, has the great Lin An already become an alchemist? I've heard it costs a fortune to become an alchemist. Yes, to become a qualified alchemist apprentice is said to require over 1 million gold coins. What? It costs that much? Do you think money alone can make you an alchemist? It said you must also earn the recognition of an actual alchemist to even have a chance to enter this field. Gaining such recognition is no simple feat. Is that so? The great Lin An is truly remarkable, having already become an alchemist. Although the great Lin An has become an alchemist, he is probably still just a novice, and the potions he produces might not even recoup the investment. Indeed, I've learned about the alchemist's secondary profession. The potions produced at the start are generally quite ineffective. Dude upstairs, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense. Brother, while we admire and respect the great Lin An, we 1T blindly praise him. Blind praise? Just take a look at this. With that, a bottle of potion was sent to the group chat. Healing potion. Potion effect. Restores 100 health points upon use. Utilization cooldown, 60 seconds. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the potion I just purchased from the great Lin An's stall for 90 gold coins. It instantly restores 100 health points. How is that even possible? Heavens. 100 health points is equivalent to a quarter of my health restored in an instant. This could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. Now do you understand? This is still the most basic potion. The great Lin An even has resurrection potions available. What? He has resurrection potions too? In the grand expanse of the Sky Tower Square, I bear witness that the esteemed Lin An has set up a stall, offering resurrection potions for sale. However, these potions command a staggering price of 45,000 gold coins, a sum unattainable for the average individual. Alas, why did Lin An wait until now to make his purchase? Had he arrived sooner, I might have conquered the 3rd level of the Sky Tower by now. Goodness. Is it not the case that only advanced alchemists can concoct resurrection potions? Has Lin An already ascended to such a rank? Brothers, has the stock of potions been depleted? I beseech you for a single resurrection potion. Come quickly, for I just observed that Lin An's stall is nearly out of low-tier potions. In the square before the Sky Tower, I watch as gold coins flow into Lin An's coffers. A smile dances upon his lips, unable to be contained. With a purchase price of 60 and a selling price of 90, he has swiftly recouped over 100,000 coins in mere minutes. Damn it. Just when I had painstakingly gathered a few thousand coins in the Sky Tower, they have vanished once more. What a catastrophe. Although many lament the rapid expenditure of gold, they continue to push through the throngs, determined to acquire potions. After all, while gold is precious, possessing potions can mean the difference between life and death in critical moments. And that is undoubtedly worth it. Brothers, I have secured a temporary level 3 potion. I'm ready to soar. Tomorrow, I shall certainly conquer the 5th level of the Sky Tower. How I envy those who manage to procure one. After more than half an hour, Lin An's stall has sold out of over 100 potions, including the most expensive resurrection potion. He glances at his gold balance. 1,044, 127. At last, he has surpassed the million mark. What a relief. He then gazes at the enthusiastic crowd surrounding him and exclaims, "Ladies and gentlemen, all potions have been sold out. You may disperse." "Oh no, already sold out? Woe is me. I have yet to make a purchase. I seek to buy a healing potion for 100 gold coins. Anyone willing to sell? I am looking to acquire attack-enhancing potions, willing to pay a 10 premium. Please message me privately." Ah, why was I unable to buy anything? Lin An, do you have more potions? I implore you, sell me another. Our team has discovered a minor boss in the wilderness, and I wish to buy a potion for my survival. Indeed, Lin An, do you have any left? Faced with the fervent crowd, Lin An speaks once more. Those wishing to purchase may return in half an hour. I shall restock. Is that true? Lin An, you must not deceive me. I shall await your return. If you trick me, beware, I might just sneak into your bed. Lin An casts a glance at the girl who shouted, a tank of modest stature, sending a shiver down his spine. He pushes his way through the crowd and swiftly disappears from sight. Once in a secluded area, he retrieves the positioning stone and activates the teleportation. The light of the teleportation flickers, and in the next moment, he finds himself in front of the apothecary in Starstone Village. Just as he materializes, he is abruptly collided with by another figure. Watch where you're going. Lin An is about to scold when a voice of apology reaches his ears. Lord Lin An, I am so sorry. Please forgive me. Hearing the apology, Lin An's irritation dissipates, and he refrains from rebuking her. He gazes at the girl, who appears to be around 18 or 19, clad in red attire. While not conventionally beautiful, she possesses a certain charm. Next time, mind your step. Now be off. Of course, thank you, Lord Lin An. With that, the girl hurriedly departs. Observing her leave, Lin An enters the apothecary. The shopkeeper, seeing Lin An, the harbinger of fortune, abandons his other customers and rushes over with enthusiasm. Esteemed guest, please come in. Lin An nods and inquires, are my potions ready? Due to your substantial demand, I had to source from other villages. You may need to wait half an hour. However, I have prepared a resting room for you. Allow me to escort you there. Very well, Lin An agrees, entering the resting room under the envious gazes of others. Hey, there are whispers in the group chat that Lin An is also selling potions. His potions are identical to those sold here, and now he appears here again. Could it be that he is restocking? Impossible. I heard Lin An sells his potions for even less. Could he be buying here to sell them for charity? Regardless, our plans to resell at a markup are surely dashed. Indeed, why is it so difficult to earn gold in the trial grounds? Before I came here, I was a formidable financial manager. Who can argue with that? I thought discovering this apothecary would lead to profits, and now look where we are. Exactly. 2 hours ago, I suggested reselling, but you all insisted on hunting a boss. Now look, it was all for naught. Time waits for no one. What a misfortune to have over 10,000 gold coins worth of potions wasted. Indeed, it seems the shopkeeper won't offer refunds, so we must keep them as life-saving potions. Let us depart. If we continue to linger, the shopkeeper may become irate and drive us out of Starstone Village. Agreed. Let us wander about to see if we can trigger a quest. If not, I intend to return to farming the Sky Tower. So do I. I am now destitute and can only earn a few coins through the Sky Tower. With these words, the group dejectedly exits the apothecary. Chapter 70, Catastrophe Warning. Commencing in 1 hour in the apothecary's resting room, Lin An lounges, savoring fruits and sipping tea. Life of effortless earnings is truly delightful. The sweet fruit melts in his mouth, and Lin An reflects on this. Time passes swiftly. Glancing at the clock, he realizes it is nearly time. With thousands of gold coins pouring in by the minute, he understands that time equates to gold, and he cannot afford to dawdle. Just as he prepares to leave the resting room to inquire about the potion's arrival, a proclamation echoes throughout the novice village. Announcement. Due to the influence of world rules, a calamity will descend upon the trial grounds in 1 hour. Announcement. This calamity will affect all monsters in the second phase of the trial grounds, causing them to enter a frenzied state. Announcement. Frenzied monsters will launch 3 assaults on the towns. Announcement. All trial participants must safeguard their towns. Should the level of destruction exceed 50%, entry to the next phase will be impossible. As the announcement concludes, Lin An finds himself momentarily stunned. Having previously read the guide to the trial grounds, he was aware that calamities could occur. To his astonishment, they are encountering a major one right from the start. The town must be protected. If he cannot teleport to the next phase and reach the central city, he will perish alongside the collapse of the trial grounds in 30 days. Taking a deep breath, Lin An wonders what level the siege monsters will be and how formidable they will be. It appears he must prepare a resurrection potion. An hour is not a long time. To maximize his strength, Lin An has much to accomplish. Thus, he promptly leaves the apothecary's resting room. Upon finding the apothecary's owner, he is met with, "Esteemed guest, your potions are ready. I was just about to seek you out." Lin An nods, initiating a trade with the apothecary owner. His backpack fills once more with over 100 slots worth of potions. In a hurry, He exits the apothecary, just as he prepares to use the positioning stone to teleport back to town. Beep, beep, beep. The notification sound rings out. Lin An halts his teleportation and opens the chat window. The message is from Yiqingwei. Lord Lin An, I have heard that you possess potions that enhance health and damage defense, as well as resurrection potions. Could you supply me with 10 sets? I desire the finest. 10 sets. The finest. Lin An is taken aback. Yiqingwei is truly generous. Even with a 10 discount, these top-tier potions. A single set costs a staggering 135,000 gold coins, and for 10 sets, the total amounts to 1,350,000. Very well. I shall await your arrival in the town. Given the purchasing power of the trial participants in the town, Lin An refrained from acquiring an excessive amount of these premium potions and found himself compelled to return to the apothecary once more. Upon his return, the apothecary's proprietor greeted him warmly. Esteemed guest, is there anything else you require? How many potions of health, damage, defense, level, and resurrection do you have left? The finest quality, please. I would like to acquire potions worth 780,000. Lin An surveyed his gold balance before continuing. The finest? An additional 780,000? The apothecary owner gasped, her mouth forming an exaggerated shape. Such premium potions, priced at 150,000 each, are beyond the means of most individuals. Despite the discount she offered Lin An, there remained a substantial profit margin. Hearing Lin An express his intent to purchase an additional 780,000 worth was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, the finest, Lin An affirmed. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment while I check, the proprietor replied. Moments later, after counting the inventory, she informed Lin An, esteemed guest, regarding the potions you mentioned, if you wish for one of each type, we have 13 sets remaining. As a super customer of our establishment, I can offer you a discount and sell you 9 sets for the price of 780,000. Lin An was taken aback by the proprietor's remarkable customer service and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, madam. Please assist me in packing them into a bag. Certainly. Please hold on a moment, she replied. Shortly thereafter, the potions were packed into a temporary bag. The transaction concluded. Lin An hoisted the bag onto his shoulder and departed the apothecary. Activating the positioning stone, he was transported to the entrance square of the Tower of Heaven in the town. At that moment, the square was bustling with eager individuals, especially with the system announcement declaring that monsters would besiege the town in 1 hour. To ensure their survival, everyone had been waiting for some time, prepared to purchase potions. The great Lin An has returned. Upon his appearance, cheers erupted from the crowd as they swarmed towards him. Lin An, I wish to buy potions. Please sell me a health recovery potion. In response to the thronging crowd, Lin An set prices for all the potions in his backpack and listed them for sale. The sounds of successful transactions echoed in his ears. In just 10 minutes, over 100 potions were sold out. Ignoring the pleas of those who failed to secure a purchase, Lin An squeezed through the crowd and opened his message log to send a message to Yiqingwei. Where are you? Great Lin An, I am at the Tower of Heaven Square, but there are too many people. I cannot get in. Come to the west exit of the square. I shall wait for you here. All right. Approximately half a minute later, Yiqingwei appeared and greeted Lin An. Great Lin An. Lin An nodded and said, you wish for 10 sets, but I currently do not have that many in stock. I can only sell you 8 sets at 135,000 each. While Lin An had purchased 9 sets, he needed to retain 1 for his own use. That's acceptable, Yiqingwei replied, initiating a trade by entering 100,000 gold coins into the trade window. Seeing the amount Yiqingwei entered, Lin An couldn't help but marvel at her extravagance. She was generously offering him an extra 20,000. Since she was willing to do so, Lin An naturally accepted without hesitation. The trade was successful, and 100,000 gold coins were credited to him. Glancing at his gold balance, he noted it had risen to over 1,490,000. A profit of over 400,000 had been made. This led Lin An to reflect on the lucrative nature of the potion business. However, the thought of the gold he would soon need to spend cast a shadow over his mood, prompting a soft sigh. Just then, Yiqingwei spoke up, Great Lin An. The calamity will soon descend. I need to prepare, so I shall take my leave. Understood. Lin An nodded and made his way toward the trading stone. 2 minutes later, he arrived at the trading stone square, which was also teeming with people. Fortunately, the square boasted numerous trading stones, alleviating the crowding. Lin An scanned the square and approached a trading stone situated to the far left, where there were comparatively fewer individuals. As he neared the trading stone, someone recognized him and shouted excitedly, Everyone, please make way. The great Lin An has arrived. Let him trade first. At that proclamation, all eyes turned towards Lin An. They understood that with the impending monster siege, Lin An would undoubtedly be a pivotal force in the defense of Town 0000. Thus, they parted, creating a pathway for him to reach the trading stone. Lin An, unreserved, nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded toward the stone. Placing his hand upon the trading stone, a blue 3D trading interface materialized before him. Through the option search, Lin An entered the name of the skill book, Sword Network. Instantly, The trading panel rapidly condensed, revealing a total of 11 Sword Network skill books. As the Sword Network skill books were of ordinary grade, their prices ranged between 3,000 to 5,000. Lin An had yet to ascertain whether the Sword Network skill book could upgrade the divine skill 10,000 Swords Unite, although the latter was derived from upgrading the Sword Network skill to divine level. To clarify this potential, he decided to purchase one for experimentation, thus spending 3,000 gold coins on the cheapest one. Holding the Sword Network skill book in hand, Lin An silently prayed for success. If it were to succeed, the 10,000 Swords Unite area attack skill would become his absolute strength during the monster siege. Use. Ding. The system notification chimed. Chapter 71. The Day After Tomorrow. Talent upgrades to mythical unique talent. A blue panel emerged before Lin An's eyes. Notification. Do you wish to consume 100,000 gold coins to upgrade the skill 10,000 Swords Unite? Absolutely. Lin An felt a surge of excitement. Just consuming 100,000 gold coins? Though it pained him slightly, he did not hesitate to choose the upgrade. The skill upgrade's luminous effect flickered, and the notification sound echoed again. Notification. Upgrade successful. Your skill 10,000 Swords Unite has been upgraded to level 2. Eagerly, Lin An glanced at the attributes of the newly upgraded skill, filled with anticipation for the changes it would bring. 10,000 Swords Unite. Grade. Mythical. Level. 202. Cooldown. 300 seconds. Skill description. Deals 200 base damage to all targets within a 6,060 range. Impressive. Not only had the range increased, but the damage percentage had also risen by 50. A smile spread across Lin An's face, feeling that the expenditure of 100,000 gold coins was indeed worthwhile. Although the range had only increased by 10 meters, the damage area had expanded from 2,500 to 3,600, representing a qualitative enhancement in overall range. The area attack skill would prove most effective during the monster siege. With that in mind, I shall upgrade it once more, Lin An murmured to himself, then spent an additional 7,900 gold coins to purchase 2 more Sword Network skill books. He initiated the upgrade. This time, the system notification indicated a cost of 200,000 gold coins. Lin An, undeterred, chose to proceed with the upgrade. Upon upgrading again, the skill's range expanded by another 10 meters, and the damage increased by 50%. Lin An checked his gold balance, which stood at just over 180,000. 100,000 gold coins would be reserved for the talent upgrade the day after tomorrow. The remaining gold was insufficient for further skill upgrades, and there were not enough skill books available on the trading stone for additional upgrades. Thus, he abandoned the idea of upgrading the skill further and departed from the trading stone. Lin An spent several gold coins to rent a tranquil resting chamber. Within the sanctuary, he retrieved the talent Divine Gem. One could only speculate what wonders this artifact, having cost 1,000,000 gold coins, might bestow upon his latent talents. He fervently hoped it would not disappoint him, for the thought of such a loss was almost unbearable. Talent Divine Gem. Activate. Prompt. Will you consume 1,000,000 gold coins to utilize the Talent Divine Gem and enhance your latent talents? Taking a deep breath and pausing momentarily, Lin An chose to proceed with the activation. Utilizing the Talent Divine Gem, consuming 1,000,000 gold coins. Ding. You have successfully activated the Talent Divine Gem. Your latent talents have been enhanced. As Lin An's talents ascended, an awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded above the entire 0000 town. A magnificent celestial phenomenon enveloped the skies, casting a radiant glow. What on earth is happening? This terrifying celestial display, could it herald the onset of a monster siege? Wasn't there still over 20 minutes on the countdown? My goodness, can we withstand the onslaught of monsters? I fear the system intends for us all to perish in the second phase. Wait, look. It seems this phenomenon is emanating from the resting area within the town. What? From the resting area? Indeed, it appears to be originating from there. How could such a colossal and terrifying spectacle emerge from the town's game zone? Do you think this phenomenon was conjured by Lin An? As speculation rippled through the crowd, the celestial display shifted, and a resounding announcement echoed throughout the trial grounds. Trial grounds announcement. Lin An of 0000 town has activated the Talent Divine Gem, enhancing his latent talents. Heavens! It seems that this awe-inspiring phenomenon was indeed the result of Lin An's actions. How magnificent he is! Given this grand celestial display, Lin An's latent talent, already of mythic caliber, must have been elevated to an unimaginable level. I suspect it may have reached a level of unparalleled mythic superiority. Unparalleled mythic superiority. If that is the case, our 0000 town may yet be saved. Ha ha ha. How fortunate I am to be in 0000 town. Had I gone to another town, I might not have survived the monster siege. Undoubtedly, many will perish in the second phase. I reckon more than 50% of participants will fail. In contrast, the other trial participants from different regions displayed varied responses. In the beautiful nation's trial region, a participant named Shieta exclaimed, "It's him again, Lin An. He activated the Talent Divine Gem to enhance his latent abilities just before the monster siege. What audacity! This East Asian weakling has no right to wield such ultimate rewards. It's nothing short of wasteful. I hope your town survives the second phase. When we reach the third phase and connect regions, I want everyone to know that the beautiful nation reigns supreme. In the Pickled Cabbage Nation's trial region, participants proclaimed, Lin An belongs to us. He cannot possibly be a Huaxia person. Based on the number, Lin An may be in the Huaxia region. But he is undoubtedly one of us from the Pickled Cabbage Nation. It's time for you to acknowledge your roots. Lin An, we welcome you back. In the Cherry Blossom Nation's trial region, another participant raged, damn this Huaxia pig. When we reach the third phase and connect regions, we must eliminate this Huaxia scum. Once we connect with the beautiful nation in the third phase, the entire Huaxia region will become our hunting ground. No Huaxia pig shall escape the trial grounds. They all must perish here. In this world where games merge with reality, without pioneers from Huaxia, the great Cherry Blossom Empire shall obliterate all of Huaxia. Unaware of the external celestial phenomenon and the reactions of various factions, Lin An felt a sharp pain coursing through his body as the system notification confirmed the enhancement of his latent talents. The pain lasted but a few seconds before dissipating. Yet the tension it induced left him drenched in sweat. At that moment, all sensation of pain vanished. He inhaled deeply, gazing at his newly enhanced latent talent. Talent, Mythic Bloodline. Grade, Mythic, Unique. Effect, upon activation, all attributes are permanently increased by 100-fold. Talent type, Latent Talent. Unique. Upon seeing those two words, Lin An's heart raced. As he realized that the attribute enhancement had transitioned from a temporary boost to a permanent one, his breath quickened even further. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he imagined the extent of his newfound strength. He glanced at the time. There were still 23 minutes until the monster siege. With this time, he intended to venture into the wild to accumulate sword intent. Thus, he departed the town, heading toward the nearest southern exit. Just beyond that exit lay a level 11 monster zone. At that moment, due to the announcement of the monster siege, numerous trial participants had gathered at the town's exits, bracing themselves for the impending conflict. Under the gaze of countless puzzled onlookers, Lin An dashed into the monster zone, seeking out a creature to engage in battle, allowing it to strike him repeatedly. What is Lin An doing? I don't know, but he must have a purpose. Indeed, he must have a plan. Let us refrain from prying. As time ticked away, the tension escalated. When the countdown for the monster siege reached 30 seconds, everyone in 100 Town fell into a state of acute anxiety, gripped by the fear of the unknown assault. As the countdown reached 10 seconds, an announcement reverberated throughout the trial grounds. Trial grounds announcement. The monster siege will commence in 10 seconds. Countdown initiated. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Chapter 72. One man can stand against thousands. As the system's countdown concluded, an overwhelming horde of monsters materialized just 100 meters from the southern exit of 0000 Town. A dark mass emerged, with at least 10,000 creatures in sight. In the next moment, a seemingly endless wave of monsters, commanded by a Calamity creature at the rear, surged toward the town like a relentless tide. Oh heavens! How can we possibly withstand such a multitude of monsters? The trial grounds seemed designed to prevent our progression to the next phase, ensuring our demise in the second phase. Mommy, I'm scared. I want to go home. Faced with the overwhelming tide of monsters, some participants succumbed to fear and began to weep. Yet, others stepped forward to rally the crowd, shouting, brothers and sisters, we must rise. If we do not defend our town, annihilation awaits us. We might as well fight with all we have. There may still be a glimmer of hope. With that, the individual charged into the fray, confronting the multitude of monsters head-on. Meanwhile, the town's chat group erupted with cries for unity. Monsters are appearing at the southern and eastern exits. Everyone, gather at these 2 points to resist. Naturally, there were also voices lamenting in the chat. Oh no, there are too many monsters. I'm so afraid. What should we do? I don't want to die. I haven't even lived yet. Who can save us? Having spent over 20 minutes accumulating sword intent, Lin An's damage output reached 13,529. In the face of the encroaching monster siege, he activated his mythic latent talent, Mythic Bloodline. A dark crimson glow enveloped him, and under the 100-fold enhancement, his attributes surged to terrifying heights. Vitality, 161, 800. Damage, 1, 352, 950. Defense, 116, 200. Gazing at his staggering vitality and defense, along with damage exceeding 1,000,000, Lin An took a deep breath. He retrieved a level enhancement potion and consumed it directly. Level enhancement potion. Description, after usage. A temporary enhancement of 5 levels lasts for 5 minutes. Cooldown period, 24 hours. Subsequently, Lin An raised his gaze. The encroaching monsters had entered his attack range. This wave of siege monsters was uniformly at level 17, comprising both ordinary and elite creatures, interspersed with a boss monster. At the rear, commanding this wave of siege monsters, was a 21-level humanoid Calamity grade creature. Lin An brandished the Supreme Divine Sword and activated his skill. A myriad of swords surged forth, manifesting a colossal circular sword array high in the sky. The terrifying sword energy instantaneously rent the fabric of the void. Countless trial participants from Town 0000, poised to confront the siege monsters, were momentarily paralyzed upon sensing the overwhelming power radiating from the sword array. Trembling, they stood frozen in place. My goodness, how are we to combat this? The monsters unleashed such a terrifying ultimate move right from the onset. Is this the end for us? A profound sense of helplessness arose within many at that moment. Yet, just as despair began to envelop the crowd, a voice rang out. Brothers, this is Lin An's ultimate move. I have witnessed it before. What? Lin An's ultimate move? No way it's this terrifying. I thought it was the monsters unleashing it. Ha ha. It's actually Lin An's move. We are saved. At that moment, excitement surged through everyone. Meanwhile, an endless torrent of sword energy descended from above, engulfing the dense mass of monsters. 10, 680, 313. 10, 680, 313. 7, 136, 280. The horrifying critical damage figures erupted amidst the horde of monsters. In the blink of an eye, a circular vacuum with a diameter of 70 meters was carved out from the monster formation, stretching over hundreds of meters. With this strike, over a third of the 10,000 monsters were annihilated. This spectacle left all present gasping in astonishment. Lin An was simply terrifying, inflicting millions in damage and obliterating thousands of monsters in a single blow. My heavens, Lin An is extraordinarily powerful, almost unfathomably so. Indeed, this is astonishing. I always knew Lin An was formidable, but I never anticipated him to be this strong. Is Lin An even human? He has ascended to the realm of the divine. Ha ha ha, it's settled. With Lin An around, the siege of monsters is hardly a threat. Yes, Lin An is simply unstoppable. Just as everyone was enveloped in elation, they witnessed Lin An's figure flickering. He transformed into a phantom, dashing into the horde with incredible speed. Above a targeted level 19 boss monster, a staggering damage figure appeared. 39, 418, 623. Simultaneously, a multitude of monsters fell in his wake. In an instant, yet another 1,000 monsters succumbed to Lin An's onslaught. Lin An is simply extraordinary. Indeed, this is beyond imagination. In less than 10 seconds, over 4,000 monsters had already perished beneath Lin An's blade, as countless individuals stood in astonished disbelief. Someone shouted as they saw Lin An charging solo into the monster horde. All healing classes, keep an eye on Lin An's health. Received. Understood. In a flash, all healing classes rallied, unleashing a torrent of restorative skills upon Lin An. However, when Lin An was struck by the monsters, the damage figures that appeared above him were all zero. He did not require any healing skills to restore his health. Everyone was once again struck dumb with astonishment. My goodness, Lin An is almost excessively overpowered. Indeed, we initially thought his health might deplete in an instant. But it turns out these monsters are entirely incapable of breaching his defenses. Ha ha ha. With Lin An's prowess, it seems the siege of monsters is assuredly under control. However, I wonder what the situation at the East Gate is like now. I just checked the group chat, and it seems the East Gate is not faring well. While they are still holding, the next wave may prove challenging. On the battlefield, Lin An maneuvered through the horde, after unleashing 2 skills and eliminating over 4,000 monsters. His area attack skill entered its cooldown phase. At this point, he could only endure the monster's onslaught, delivering one ordinary strike after another to those besieging him. On the other side, Lin An opened the group chat. Through the messages, he learned of the dire situation at the East Gate. He did not wish for the East Gate's failure to result in a total collapse. Standing before the throngs, Lin An bellowed in the group. Leave 100 or so at the South Gate to deal with any stray monsters. Everyone else head to the East Gate for support. Upon seeing Lin An's message, the trial participants at the South Gate sprang into action, simultaneously marveling at Lin An's ability to withstand the onslaught of thousands. Subsequently, thousands gathered at the South Gate began their march toward the East Gate. Behind the siege monsters, a highly intelligent Calamity-grade boss observed as the thousands of trial participants stationed at the South Gate began to disperse. Its siege strategy swiftly adapted, commanding all monsters to break free from Lin An's aggro and circumvent him to launch an assault on the town's South Gate. Almost immediately, countless peculiar monsters escaped Lin An's aggro and began to bypass him towards the South Gate. The 100 or so level 20 trial participants stationed at the South Gate, witnessing this scene, were gripped by despair and terror. What is happening? These monsters were clearly drawn to Lin An. Why are they now bypassing him to attack us? Damn it. I said sending everyone to the East Gate was a flawed strategy. Now look, Lin An can't hold the monsters. Is he trying to let the South Gate fall? It's over. I warned you that just because someone is powerful does not mean they are also a capable commander. Yet you all refused to listen. Some began to hurl insults, their words lacking specificity but clearly directed at Lin An's command decisions made in the group chat. Chapter 73. The second wave of monsters descends. One skill annihilates nearly half as the monsters forcibly disengaged from battle. Lin An, positioned at the center of the battlefield, quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Currently, there were only about 100 trial participants guarding the South Gate. With such a multitude of monsters, Should they breach the defense, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the town. Lin An inwardly cursed, not believing that this scant number could withstand such an onslaught. He glanced at his skill cooldowns. The myriad swords had over 200 seconds remaining. The divine sword strike skill, however, was ready. Yet he could not turn back, for he was currently drawing the attention of thousands of siege monsters. If he were to retreat, it would likely draw these already aggroed monsters into the south gate, breaching the town's defenses. This is dire. In that moment, Lin An found himself at a loss for what to do. However, just as his anxiety peaked, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the Calamity boss leader stationed at the rear. There was a glimmer of disdain in the eyes of the Calamity boss leader, seemingly conveying, "You think you can withstand my siege army?" Feeling the weight of the boss leader's gaze, a flash of insight pierced Lin An's mind. This Calamity boss was directing the monsters to forcibly assault the town's south gate. Realizing this, Lin An was immediately struck with a solution. He would first eliminate the Calamity boss leader. Thus, Lin An, braving the relentless assault of countless monsters, charged toward the Calamity boss. The boss seemed to sense the impending danger Lin An posed, and began to retreat. However, Lin An, riding his sword, was even faster. As the cataclysmic boss entered the designated strike zone of Lin An's divine sword assault, Lin An unleashed his skill. A terrifying sense of crisis spread within the heart of the cataclysmic boss. "Protect me," the whole army retaliate. Lin An's execution of the divine sword assault reached an unparalleled speed. Before the boss could utter another word, it was slain by Lin An's sword in an instant. In its final moments, the cataclysmic boss gazed at the astronomical damage numbers appearing above its head, a single thought coursing through its mind. How is this possible? I am a cataclysm level, a tier above this myriad. How could he inflict such devastating damage upon me? As the cataclysmic boss fell, the hatred of all monsters converged into a singular focus. Nearly 1,000 creatures that had been charging towards the southern gate now turned to attack Lin An. Witnessing the attention he had drawn, Lin An finally exhaled in relief. The hundreds of defenders at the southern gate also breathed a sigh of relief. Some trial takers who had been preparing to flee now turned back. Lin An is too powerful. Amidst the throng, he has taken the head of the enemy general. Not long ago, I wonder who was speaking so sarcastically. I must admit, your old face changes remarkably fast. Indeed, if I am not mistaken. You were about to flee just now. Nonsense. How could I ever run away? Do not slander me. Hee, whether it's slander or not, you know in your heart. All right, now that the crisis is averted, let us all cease the bickering. With all monster hatred focused on Lin An, we cannot afford to be idle. Everyone, charge with me and eliminate the surrounding monsters to alleviate the pressure on Lin An. Charge! Charge! Countless voices erupted as they plunged into the battlefield. As time ticked away, when Lin An's skill cooled down once more, he unleashed it again. The remaining monsters at the southern gate dwindled to less than 10%, following Lin An's lead. Within mere minutes, the remaining siege monsters were completely eradicated. The first wave of monsters besieging the southern gate had caused no damage whatsoever. Soon after, the system announcement echoed in the ears of everyone in Town 0000. Announcement: in 10 seconds, the southern town will face the second wave of siege monsters. Upon hearing the announcement, over 7,000 trial takers engaged in fierce combat at the eastern gate were left astounded. Oh my, Lin An is extraordinarily powerful. The first wave of siege monsters at the southern gate was wiped out so quickly? He is incredible. While we here, numbering 7 or 8,000, have only managed to eliminate a third, Lin An single-handedly cleared the entire battlefield at the southern gate. With Lin An on our side, our town shall surely survive this calamity. Su Xian, upon hearing the system announcement, struck down a boss with less than 30% health, bolstered by his mythic talent. As one endowed with both legendary and mythic talents, his admiration for Lin An was profound. Though he knew he was formidable himself, in that moment, he made a decision to follow Lin An closely in the future. On the other side, as the countdown concluded, the second wave of siege monsters emerged. This wave consisted of level 19 monsters, with the commanding cataclysmic boss at level 23. Observing the emergence of the second wave, Lin An commanded the trial takers to retreat while he, having gained experience from defeating the first wave, launched a divine sword assault directly at the cataclysmic boss. The newly spawned cataclysmic boss was a black-robed knight mage. Its dark gaze fell upon Lin An as he charged toward it, a flicker of disdain crossing its features. Let the fireflies extinguish you. The dark magical energy surged forth from the black-robed knight mage, swallowing towards Lin An. However, as the dark magic approached, the previously contemptuous black-robed mage was overtaken by an expression of sheer terror. How can this be? I am 3 levels above this ant. Why is the damage inflicted upon him 0? Realizing the dire situation, the black-robed knight mage attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. Lin An's skill had locked onto him. In the next instant, filled with unwillingness, he was struck down by a single blow from the supreme divine sword. One skill eliminated the black-robed knight mage and simultaneously dispatched hundreds of siege monsters along the way, once again making Lin An the focal point of all monster hatred. With ample experience in exterminating foes, Lin An pulled together all the monsters into a cluster. With a single volley of his skill, over 10,000 monsters fell. Half of them obliterated. The experience gained from defeating the siege monsters was shared among all participating trial takers. Even though the numerous participants resulted in each individual receiving only a few points for each monster slain, Lin An's single assault on over 7,000 monsters caused the experience to surge dramatically. Oh my. My experience just skyrocketed by over 30,000. I leveled up twice in a row. Did Lin An just annihilate another horde of monsters? I jumped straight to level 20, though facing perilous circumstances. Participating in the resistance against the siege monsters indeed accelerated leveling up. Yes, at least half of our town's population has reached level 20 now. Indeed, with the leveling up, the threat posed by the siege monsters diminishes. Nonsense. The level of the cataclysmic siege monsters is directly related to our town's average level. As our levels rise, the monsters appearing in the second wave will grow stronger. Yes, we have not dispatched the first wave, and although this wave seems easier for us, the next could very well claim our lives. In my opinion, Lin An should wait for us to finish off this wave before synchronizing with the next wave's spawn. His actions only increase our difficulty in defending the town. I concur with the goddess Lin An's statement. You few sycophants, do you even hear yourselves? What we say is perfectly reasonable. Is there something wrong with our words? I am too lazy to argue with you bootlickers. We'll settle this after the siege event. Count me in. Count me in too. These fools clearly sought to sow discord. Even now, they spouted such nonsensical drivel. After the siege event concludes, they must be dealt with. It seems you lot are the true sycophants of Lin An. The crowd gritted their teeth. Yet now was not the time to be distracted by infighting. Confronting the siege monsters was of utmost priority. Chapter 74. Successful Defense of the Southern Gate. Damage at 0% in Town 0000. After Lin An dispatched the cataclysmic boss, the remaining thousands of monsters were entirely encircled by him. With every strike, he claimed the life of a siege monster. Amidst the throng of creatures like locusts and ants, Lin An appeared as a deity, delivering a decisive blow against the siege monsters. This display left the hundreds stationed in defense speechless. Lin An is already a god. Indeed, only a god could possess such earth-shattering power. As discussions swirled among the crowd, Lin An's skill of 1,000 swords simultaneously firing cooled down once more. Without delay, he unleashed another assault. The densely packed siege monsters on the battlefield fell in droves. The second wave of siege monsters was suddenly reduced to fewer than 1,000. Observing the multitude of creatures collapsing, Lin An couldn't help but exclaim, "This area of effect godly skill is truly marvelous." Just as Lin An marveled at his own prowess, the 100 guards stationed at the village entrance swiftly joined the fray. Within mere minutes, the second wave of monsters was eradicated. As the remnants of the second wave were cleared away, the system's notification echoed in the ears of every inhabitant of Town 0000. Announcement: in 10 seconds, the southern part of the town will face the final wave of monster siege attacks. Oh my! Under the leadership of the formidable Lin An, the southern gate successfully eliminated the second wave of siege monsters. Lin An is truly powerful. I can't help but adore such a fierce man. I am utterly enamored. Meanwhile, our side has barely dealt with half of the first wave of monsters. How does Lin An manage to accomplish this? As the bewildered inhabitants at the east gate processed this, the third wave of monsters emerged at the south gate. This time, although only around 10,000 monsters appeared, they were all elite creatures, each above level 22. At the rear loomed a Calamity-type boss, standing at a towering 10 meters, engulfed in flames, wielding a 10-meter-long blade. Lin An stood resolutely before the oncoming tide of siege monsters. The Calamity boss cast a disdainful gaze upon Lin An and bellowed, "Crush him, minions!" In an instant, thousands of monsters surged towards the southern gate of the town, causing the ground to tremble. Lin An stood alone 200 meters from the southern gate, a solitary bulwark against the advancing horde. Just as the onrushing siege monsters entered the range for a barrage of attacks, Lin An activated his skills without hesitation. Although all the siege monsters were elite creatures at level 22, under Lin An's 13th level suppression and the 100-fold amplification of his mythical talent, the difference between level 1 and 22 was negligible. As countless swords rained down, thousands of monsters fell in droves. Following this, Lin An soared forward, transforming into a sword immortal. He locked onto the Calamity boss and unleashed a swift assault. The azure sword light illuminated the heavens. Although the level potions had expired, Lin An's damage, augmented 100-fold, had surged to over 230,000 through the essence of his sword intent. With a single strike, the colossal Calamity boss, unable to mount any resistance, was instantly annihilated, crashing to the ground. Without the commanding presence of the boss, the throngs of monsters disbanded into chaos. 15 minutes later, under Lin An's leadership, the third wave of monsters was entirely vanquished. The town's announcement resonated once more. Announcement: the siege of monsters at the southern part of the town has failed. The defense at the southern gate has succeeded with 0 damage. My heavens! The third wave of monsters at the southern gate has been completely defeated. Lin An is simply incredible. It seems our town will undoubtedly advance to the next stage. Haha. Choosing town 0000 was the best decision of my life. Long live Lin An. I swear, I will only marry Lin An in this lifetime. With the defense at the southern gate successful, Lin An should be heading to the east gate shortly. It's certain that our town will be the first to successfully repel the monster siege. I wonder what rewards await us. Hehe, is it all due to Lin An's efforts? Aren't there still over 100 trial takers over there? Indeed, the success at the southern gate does not diminish the contributions of others, does it? A bunch of mindless sycophants. I wish I could eliminate them right now. Some gritted their teeth, but were restrained. At this moment, it would be unwise to act against them, as it could jeopardize unity. Fine, I'll endure these despicable people a little longer. With the third wave of monsters eradicated, nearly 8,000 trial takers participating in the defense at the southeast gate all leveled up to 20. With this elevation in level, the strength of the defenders at the east gate surged significantly, while the death toll plummeted. The remaining 2,000 timid trial takers, who harbored biases against Lin An, witnessed their fellow townsfolk, except for themselves, level up to 20. The nearly 2,000 who had hidden away were filled with regret, but the opportunity had passed. Joining the trial grounds now would yield no rewards for them. I had said we could sneak in and slip away if things went awry, but you refused to listen. Who could have anticipated Lin An would be this formidable? It was truly unexpected. Everyone, although we missed our chance to level up, do not panic. Once my brother arrives at town 0000, everything will be resolved. Yes, at that time, you all will be heroes. My brother will not neglect your contributions. You keep mentioning your brother, but it's been almost 2 days. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Indeed, are you deceiving us? You've led us to ruin. Brothers, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. If I am not lying, then why hasn't he your brother appeared? My brother possesses exceptional talent, advantageous for his development in the novice village, hence his delay. Exceptional, exceptional. Do explain what makes him so special. Brother, if you don't clarify soon, don't blame us for being ruthless. You've put us in a dire situation. We are lagging behind by 2 levels, and it will take at least a day to catch up. Yes, do you understand this gap? The third stage will open in just over 10 hours. Falling behind, even 1 step, means falling behind continuously. I refuse to be left behind. Brothers, calm down. I will now divulge my brother's talent to you. My brother also possesses a mythical level talent, but it is certainly among the top tier. His talent allows for divine damage accumulation. Upon slaying a monster, he gains a bit of base damage. My brother intends to accumulate damage to at least 200,000 in Novice Village 073 before entering Town 0000. Thus, rest assured, once my brother arrives, the entirety of Town 0000 will be our hunting ground. Everyone will at least obtain a set of rare equipment. As the youth elucidated this, the crowd was taken aback. The figure of 200,000 in damage was beyond their imagination, as none among them had yet dealt 1,000 in damage. Such base damage would be utterly terrifying. If 200,000 base damage is genuine, then what could Lin An possibly compare to? Is everything you said true? Absolutely true. Brothers, rest assured, before the third stage commences, my brother will undoubtedly arrive at Town 0000. Alright, we will trust you one more time. If when the third stage opens, the brother you spoke of has yet to arrive, do not blame us for being unkind. Chapter 75. This is my attitude, Lin An. After successfully defending the southern gate, Lin An, though thoroughly exhausted, made his way to the eastern gate. Although the distance between the 2 locations was not great, Lin An took approximately 2 minutes to arrive while soaring on his sword. Upon reaching the east gate, he found that a quarter of the first wave of siege monsters still remained. As the crowd beheld Lin An descending from the sky on his sword, they felt a mix of envy and exhilaration. Everyone, Lin An has arrived. They all looked up in anticipation. Lin An, soaring gracefully through the air, resembled a fallen sword immortal descending from the heavens. Lin An is so handsome. I adore him. With Lin An here, the upcoming battle will surely be much easier. Lin An's extraordinary and invincible demeanor truly inspired deep admiration. Almost immediately upon joining the battle, Lin An set his sights on the Calamity level boss leading the first wave of siege monsters. At that moment, the Calamity boss was being taunted and sustained by 20 shield-bearing warriors, absorbing damage, while several healers tirelessly restored their health. In the outer layer, over 20 long-range attackers relentlessly assaulted the boss leader. Numbers indicating damage continuously emerged above the boss's head. 3, 2, 4. Yet, at that moment, its health remained above 50%. You pesky ants have provoked my wrath, roared the boss of Calamity, which had been drawn around by agile players. Gripping a spear nearly 10 meters long, it swept horizontally from its chest, striking nearly 10 individuals with its area attack skill. Damage numbers appeared above their heads. 235, 252, 247. Although these figures seemed modest, for many poorly equipped tank classes, it represented half their health. Such extensive health loss could not be quickly compensated. Those who had sustained damage would perish if struck twice more. Amidst this dire situation, the commander shouted urgently from the rear, all those with health below half. Retreat from the boss's attack range. Reserve personnel, take their places. After half an hour of coordinated effort, everyone acted with precision. Upon the commander's orders, all participants sprang into action. Just then, Lin An stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Leave the boss of Calamity to me. Everyone fall back." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Recognizing Lin An's voice, they were hardly surprised, as his formidable prowess was already well established. Consequently, everyone began to withdraw. Lin An advanced swiftly, facing the boss of Calamity alone. What luck it is to witness Lin An confronting the Calamity boss single-handedly. Cheered many of his admirers from the back. Lin An is magnificent. He'll defeat the Calamity boss. They exclaimed, their admiration palpable. Not far away, Suxian, who had just dispatched a common monster, looked up at Lin An. Though he knew of Lin An's strength, he had yet to comprehend its full extent. Now, he was finally able to bear witness. On the other side, the highly intelligent Calamity boss cast its gaze upon Lin An, who barely reached its knee, and burst into laughter. "You ignorant and fearless ant wish to challenge me? How presumptuous! I shall send you on your way." As it spoke, Lin An swung the supreme divine sword toward the boss. In its eyes, a look of disdain flickered. It thrust its spear toward Lin An's head. In the next instant, both attacks collided. 56,754. The Calamity boss could not inflict any damage upon Lin An, even though Lin An had seemingly lost all sword intent. With 100-fold amplification resulting in a staggering 170,000 damage, a mere swing of his sword obliterated the level 21 Calamity boss. A critical hit exceeding 50,000 damage annihilated the boss instantly. "My goodness," gasped the onlooking challengers, stunned into silence. Lin An's damage output is terrifying. This is a level 21 Calamity boss. They finally understood why comparisons between individuals were futile. Over 50 players had tugged at the boss for nearly 10 minutes to deplete half its health, while Lin An dispatched it with a mere stroke. Is this even human? Good heavens. Even if he were cheating, it wouldn't be this absurd. As Lin An eliminated the Calamity boss leader, the battle became considerably easier. Within just 2 minutes, the first wave of siege monsters was entirely eradicated. Soon after, the system announced the arrival of the second wave of siege monsters, with all combatants now at level 20. The second wave emerging from the East Gate consisted solely of elite monsters, all above level 20. Gazing at the throng of 20-level elite monsters, everyone gasped in horror. Heavens! How are we to face all these elite-level monsters? With a mocking tone, one individual chimed in. Now you all understand the fear, don't you? It's too late. Let us all face destruction together. I warned you that asynchronous monster spawns would lead to doom, regardless of Lin An's prowess. Could he truly contend against thousands of elite monsters? I told you, unity is our path to victory. Another chimed in. Now look, even united, it's a dead end. They continued to blame Lin An for clearing the Southern Gate's siege monsters, causing everyone's levels to rise to 20. Now the monster difficulty has increased. If you're so capable, why don't you take them all down yourself? In despair, some began to directly accuse Lin An. Before them, a multitude of elites and numerous boss monsters stood ready, poised to attack the eastern gate of the town at the command of the Calamity boss. Standing at the forefront, Lin An heard the derisive shouts from behind and turned his gaze toward the youth who had spoken out against him. His penetrating gaze sent a chill through the young man, causing him to take a few steps back. Do you wish to court death? Lin An's voice turned icy, instilling fear in the youth's heart. Yet, unwilling to appear cowardly before his idol, the youth mustered the courage to retort, am I wrong? The current situation is all you're doing. You must take responsibility. Lin An chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down the spine of the youth. Nevertheless, the youth stubbornly held his ground. As Lin An began to advance toward him, the youth, sensing danger, shouted in panic, Lin An, what are you doing? Lin An offered no response, closing the distance between them. The youth turned to flee, only to find his escape blocked by others who had emerged. What do you want? Are you planning to commit murder in front of everyone? I've long found your group of sycophants intolerable. Your words have incessantly targeted Lin An, harboring ill intentions. What of it if he were to eliminate you? One retorted. If it weren't for Lin An, would we have held the Southern Gate? If he hadn't defended it alone, would our battle at the Eastern Gate have been so effortless? The youth finally sensed the murderous intent surrounding him. Once arrogant and domineering, he now trembled in fear. Lin An, I was wrong. Lin An shook his head. If one could remedy mistakes with mere apologies, then everyone would act without restraint. With a swift motion, a blue sword light cleaved through the air. 440,443. A terrifying damage number appeared above the youth's head. After dispatching the youth, Lin An surveyed the crowd. Many felt a chill run down their spines as Lin An's voice resonated through the air. This is my attitude, Lin An. Well done, Lin An. I've long found that scoundrel unbearable. One exclaimed. Indeed, even if you hadn't killed him, I would have dealt with him after the siege concluded. Satisfied with the acknowledgement from some, Lin An continued, everyone retreat. Allow me to slay the Calamity boss leader before rejoining the fray. Though Lin An's voice was not loud, it swiftly reached the ears of many. What? Lin An intends to slay the Calamity boss leader amidst a sea of monsters? Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. Is Lin An truly a god? He faces tens of thousands of monsters. Even if each monster took a drop of his health, how could he possibly withstand it? As commands were issued one after another, the crowd retreated like a receding tide. Lin An stepped forward, standing alone against an army of thousands. In Chapter 76, Ultimate Rewards, Lin An faced an overwhelming horde of encircling monsters, which surged towards him like dumplings in a pot. Behind him, the disaster boss, arrogant and disdainful, gazed upon the city defenders. He intended to shatter this town and harvest souls, hoping to earn the favor of the dark god. Confronted by the multitude of encircling monsters, Lin An surged forward with determined speed. His objective was clear, to eliminate the disaster boss with swift precision. As he neared encirclement by thousands of monsters, many onlookers averted their gaze, shielding their eyes in fear. They acknowledged Lin An's strength, yet a part of them remained incredulous that he could face such odds alone. Brother Lin An, you must survive. If you do, I will grant you any wish. Brother Lin An belongs to me. You have no right to claim him. You don't even count as his friend. What gives you the right to compete with me? Maybe not now, but I will be. Amidst the squabble over Lin An's affections, someone gasped in disbelief. Heavens! Lin An has defeated the disaster boss and simultaneously vanquished nearly 1,000 elite monsters. This is terrifying. Is this the power of area attacks? Lin An's area attack is utterly insane. Surely it must be legendary. Legendary? My friend, your vision is limited. This is undoubtedly mythical. Look. The damage inflicted by those elite monsters on Lin An is 0. No wonder Lin An can annihilate all encircling monsters at the south gate. He has reached such formidable heights. Ha ha ha. No one can claim that this was solely Lin An's doing now. Immediately, a resonant hum filled the sky. An orchestra of sword sounds reverberating around them. A sword formation, 70 meters in diameter, materialized from the void. This is another of Lin An's area attack skills. I saw it in a video before. Wow, the range is at least double what it was last time. It's terrifying. This must be a divine skill. How many divine skill books has he acquired? A divine skill book costs at least 1 million. 1 million? You're dreaming. I haven't seen anyone selling divine skill books on the trading stone. Forget divine. I haven't even seen a rare one. Buzzing. The sound of swords echoed through the firmament as countless sword energies descended. 5,000 to 6,000 elite-level monsters were obliterated in an instant. Witnessing the fallen elite monsters, everyone marveled anew at Lin An's might. While they could envision his strength from his solitary defense of the south gate, the shock of witnessing it firsthand exceeded their expectations. As thousands of elite monsters fell, under the commander's orders, everyone surged into the battlefield. With Lin An in their midst, the tide of battle turned decisively in their favor. In less than 10 minutes, every encircling elite monster was vanquished. As the last encircling monster fell, a mere 10 seconds later, the final wave of encircling monsters appeared. This time, the foes were even stronger, including 2 disaster-level boss monsters. Yet, with Lin An present, they posed little threat. 15 minutes later, the third wave of encircling monsters was also eradicated through collective effort. Thus, the defense of Town 0000 came to a close. The damage inflicted upon the town was less than 0. 99% of the populace erupted into cheers, extolling Lin An's virtues. Meanwhile, a system announcement echoed throughout the trial grounds, resonating in every ear. Trial grounds announcement. Town 0000 has successfully defended against the siege, with a damage rate of 0. 1. Trial grounds announcement. Town 0000's performance during the siege has been rated as mythical. All participating defenders will receive a mythical treasure chest as a reward. Trial grounds announcement. Lin An, the defender of Town 0000, has achieved a personal rating of mythical during the defense, earning an additional mythical treasure chest. Announcement. A total of 8,131 defenders participated in this siege. 737 defenders perished. As the system notification concluded, the inhabitants of Town 0000 were engulfed in jubilant astonishment. Heavens! I can't believe I've received a mythical treasure chest. I never dared to dream of this. A mythical treasure chest. I also received one. Lin An is magnificent. My acquisition of a mythical treasure chest is entirely due to him. I wonder what treasures lie within the mythical chest. I am filled with anticipation. Oh my goodness, this reward is incredibly generous. Mythical treasure chests. Haha. The bounty is substantial primarily because of Lin An's strength. Our ability to claim mythical treasure chests is a testament to his prowess. I concur, although the treasure is lavish. It is thanks to the town's defense sustaining only 0.1 damage. Indeed, I'm curious what the reward would be for a perfect defense. Ha ha ha, it's amusing. As it was a brother's oversight that allowed a single monster to slip through, striking the eastern gate. However, that brother has already fallen. May he rest in peace. In the original Paradise world, the game should not merge with reality. May he find peace. By the way, the system notification mentioned that only 8,100 participated in the defense. The nearly 2,000 cowards who fled must be regretting it now. Ha ha, undoubtedly. If it were me, I would be spitting blood. This is a mythical treasure chest after all. It seems our town is destined for greatness. In contrast to the jubilance of Town 0000's inhabitants, the trialists from other regions were left in a state of shock as the announcement rang out. How is it possible? Town 0000 has successfully withstood the monster siege. God, if only I could have another chance, I would choose to go to Town 0000. Oh Lord Jesus. Why can't I obtain citizenship in China? This is utterly unfair. The people of Town 0000 must have exploited a glitch. We hadn't even finished off the first wave of encircling monsters. What right does Town 0000 have to claim success? Those wretched Chinese pigs, how did they manage it? Heavens, they defended successfully, and each received a mythical treasure chest. How are we supposed to compete? It's over, we're doomed. Our town has been utterly obliterated. Woe is me, had I known, I would have remained in the novice village until the siege was over before teleporting here. A bunch of useless fools. You've all dragged me down. If you were stronger, would I have struggled so against the siege? This wave of Chinese has seen an overall enhancement in strength. It seems I must forge alliances with more allies to thwart them in the next phase. They must not be allowed to leave the trial grounds. The strongest in Blue Star will always be our Eagle Nation. While the people of Town 0000 reveled in their mythical treasure chests, nearly 2,000 who had hidden away wore expressions of utmost despair. Now we are not only behind in levels, but we also missed out on an average reward of a mythical treasure chest. Damn it, why did I listen to you all? This is your fault. Zhou, you must give us all an explanation for this. Brothers, don't panic. It's just a mythical treasure chest. Once my brother arrives, all the chests will be ours. At that time, everyone will have one. Zhou, it's easy for you to say that. You keep mentioning your brother, but where is he? Indeed, if this continues, we shall all meet our demise. I am unable to reach my elder brother across regions, but upon hearing this announcement, he will undoubtedly make every effort to arrive at Town 0000 ahead of time. Brothers, please exercise a bit more patience. We have come this far. So trust me just one more time. Very well. It seems this is our only course of action. I shall place my faith in you one last time. If your elder brother does not appear by this time tomorrow, do not blame us. I shall extend my trust for just one more day. Newbie Village 00073. 87,976. Zhou swiftly dispatched a level 5 monster before him and glanced at his base damage attributes. At last, it has exceeded 12,000. If only I possessed an area attack skill. Simultaneously, an announcement resounded throughout the trial grounds, echoing in his ears. Has Town 0000 successfully defended itself? Each participant has received a mythic treasure chest? Excellent. Once I enter Town 0000, all of this shall be mine. I shall become invincible, the sovereign of all. However, Lin An, who has consistently triggered personal announcements, should not be underestimated. I will accumulate several more hours of base damage before entering Town 0000. In life, one must always exercise caution. Chapter 77. Talent. Super luck. The rewards keep coming, having endured the siege battles at the south and east gates. Lin An felt utterly exhausted. Even raising his hand felt somewhat painful. He glanced at the 2 newly acquired mythic treasure chests in his backpack, finding a modicum of solace in his efforts. For the time being, he had no intention of opening these treasure chests. Instead, he prepared to advance to the next stage, intending to level up before unveiling their contents. As for the goal, it was once again to maximize rewards. With a sigh, he murmured to himself, now, it is time to rest. In the next moment, he activated the positioning stone, teleporting back to the celestial square within the town. Too fatigued to walk even a few steps, he immediately spent 100 gold coins to rent a lounge for 10 hours upon his return. Entering the lounge, Lin An deactivated the 100-fold amplification state. Although this state was permanent, maintaining it was considerably taxing on both physical and mental stamina. He then silenced all notifications. Finally, he reclined comfortably. Before drifting into slumber, he glanced at the countdown to the next stage, which indicated just over 18 hours remaining. By the time I awaken, the boss for the second stage should be about ready to respawn. Lin An murmured, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. Soon, he succumbed to the realm of dreams. Not long after Lin An fell asleep, another announcement echoed from Town 0000. Announcement. The trialist Li Caoyou has opened a mythic treasure chest and obtained the mythic weapon, the Overlord Spear. This news sent ripples of excitement through the trialist community in the chat. Wow, Li Caoyou's luck is astonishing. He has obtained the mythic weapon, the Overlord Spear. Li Caoyou, my friend, I am a gunner. Are you selling it? The price is negotiable. Damn it. I wish I could open one, but my luck has been abysmal. I fear I would only get junk. Brother, who isn't in the same boat? I opened a rare treasure chest in the newbie village and got an excellent grade soft armor. I was heartbroken. Li Caoyou, let us see your Overlord Spear. Yes, indeed. Li Caoyou, please share it with us. All right, since everyone is eager to see, I shall reveal it. Immediately, the attributes of the Overlord Spear appeared in the chat. Overlord Spear. Grade, Mythic. Level, 20. Damage, 959. Attack range, 5 meters. Class restriction, Gunner class. Special attribute 1. Damage output for Gunner class increased 5-fold. Special attribute 2. Each attack has a 2 chance to inflict a fatal effect, causing the target to lose 5 of their maximum health. Special Attribute 3. Attacks restores 70 of damage dealt as health. Special Attribute 4. Normal attacks have a 20 chance to deal a critical hit. Special Attribute 5. Increases the holder's base damage by an additional 30. Wow, this weapon is phenomenal. Indeed, high damage, full attributes. Li Qiao, you hit the jackpot. Damn, I want it so badly. I'm also a gunner. Li Qiao, how much do you want for that weapon? Everyone, I am a gunner myself. So I do not intend to sell the weapon, my apologies. However, but what? Upon hearing Li Qiao's words, all gunners eagerly inquired. But my innate talent is epic level super luck, increasing the probability of triggering events by 20. Therefore, I can assist you in opening mythic treasure chests. Of course, I will require some compensation. Wow, that's incredible. Li Qiao's talent combined with the probability on that spear significantly enhances his power. Li Qiao, how much do you charge for helping to open treasure chests? 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins? Isn't that a bit steep? Is that expensive? If I help you open an epic grade or above item, it will be a huge profit. That makes sense. Li Qiao, I don't have that much gold. Can I be your girlfriend instead? Sorry, that is not possible. Brother, where are you? I'll pay 1,000 gold coins. I'm at the left side of the trading stone square. If you need it, come find me directly. I promise to be fair. Okay, I'm on my way. Thus, for the next few hours, with Li Qiao charging to assist in opening mythic treasure chests, announcements from Town 0000 seemed incessant. Although Li Qiao did not always manage to open rare items that triggered announcements, under the influence of his super luck talent, his chances of obtaining good items remained nearly 20% higher than others. As the announcements continued to ring out, more people began to sell their possessions to seek Li Qiao's assistance in opening treasure chests. Those who could not raise the necessary funds ventured to the Celestial Tower to grind for coins. After several hours, Li Qiao amassed millions of coins and opened a plethora of chests. This is exhilarating. Li Qiao opened a complete mythic talent orb for me. Brothers, I am about to soar. 1,000 gold coins spent was worth every penny. Why did I only get a legendary grade accessory? This is so frustrating. While some rejoiced, others lamented, and some even resorted to curses. Li Qiao, I curse your entire family. Mythic treasure chest, and you gave me a refined grade weapon? How dare you charge me 1,000 gold coins? I feel the same. Li Qiao is a fraud. The good items he opens must be kept for himself. All I got was an excellent grade talent reforged stone. Damn it. Brothers, please refrain from hurling insults. Even mythic treasure chests do not guarantee good items. Moreover, any items of rare quality or above will trigger announcements. You think Li Qiao would keep it for himself? Exactly. If you open a chest and no announcement is made, it's likely junk. What is the point of hoarding it? I also concur. Despite differing opinions in the chat, the announcements that rang out every few seconds did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd, who flocked towards the Trading Stone Square. At that moment, the Trading Stone Square was teeming with a line of over 1,000 people waiting for Li Qiao to assist in opening mythic treasure chests. Announcement. The trialist Li Qiao has opened a mythic treasure chest and obtained a super treasure map. Announcement. The trialist Li Qiao has opened a mythic treasure chest and obtained a hidden class transfer scroll. Announcement. The trialist Li Qiao has opened a mythic treasure chest and obtained a legendary grade weapon, the Daybreak Bow. Announcement. The trialist Li Qiao has opened a mythic treasure chest and obtained the mythic weapon, the Barret. For several hours, the announcements showed no sign of ceasing. The announcement reverberated throughout the vicinity, declaring that Li Qiao had unlocked a mythical treasure chest, reaping bountiful rewards. In that moment, nearly 2,000 individuals who had abstained from the siege battle felt their eyes redden with jealousy as they listened to the incessant notifications echoing in their ears. Were it not for Zhou Song's promise, they would have been inclined to swarm around and tear this individual to shreds. Zhou Song, confronted by a sea of eyes filled with ravenous hatred, felt a shiver of trepidation run down his spine. Brother, where are you? If you don't arrive soon, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Please hurry. Zhou Song fervently prayed within himself. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the sound of a message notification pierced through the tension. Zhou Song opened the message interface and was thrilled to see it was from Zhou Hong. His brother had finally arrived. Chapter 78. Zhou Hong's class changed to the hidden profession of Paladin 1 minute prior, in Newbie Village 0073. Zhou Hong scrutinized his personal base damage attributes, which had finally accumulated to an impressive 278,000. The second stage was nearing its conclusion, and the time was ripe. He approached the teleportation array leading to the next phase and selected Town 0000. As the teleportation light flared to life, he found himself landing in the teleportation square of Town 0000. However, the incessant announcements ringing in his ears left him momentarily dazed and bewildered. Announcement. Trialist Li Qiao has unlocked a mythical treasure chest, receiving 3 million gold coins. Announcement. Trialist Li Qiao has unlocked a mythical treasure chest, obtaining the unique skill book, The Blessing of the Gods. Announcement. Trialist Li Qiao has unlocked a mythical treasure chest, acquiring an intermediate treasure map. What on earth is happening? Who is Li Kojio? How can he keep opening mythical treasure chests and receiving such extraordinary items? Zhou Hong was filled with perplexity, prompting him to open the chat window. His brow furrowed slightly as he noticed the grayed-out avatars of Zhou Sheng and several others. The avatars being grayed out indicated only two possibilities: death or being in a different area. 2 days prior, he had witnessed Zhou Sheng and the others teleport into town 0000. Thus, the only conclusion was that Zhou Sheng and the others had perished. Who dares to harm my people? Zhou Hong's expression darkened ominously. Fortunately, his younger brother Zhou Song's avatar remained lit. He promptly sent a message to Zhou Song. What is the situation in town 0000? Why are the announcements incessant? And what about Zhou Sheng and the others? On the other side, Zhou Song was filled with exhilaration upon receiving the message. Brother, you have finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I don't think I could have held on much longer. Zhou Song proceeded to recount the situation in the town to Zhou Hong. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong's expression turned extremely cold, and he uttered a disdainful remark. A bunch of useless fools. He then sent another message to Zhou Song, inquiring, where are you now? I am in a desolate little town to the north of the town. Coordinates 5344214454. I will first change my class, and then come to find you. All right, brother. Their dialogue concluded, and Zhou Song eagerly relayed the news to the gathered crowd. Everyone, my brother has arrived. Yes, here? Yes. My brother has reached the teleportation square and is about to change his class. Upon hearing this, many furrowed their brows. Change his class? Are you saying your brother is only level 10 right now? Level 10? Zhou Song, are you sure you're not pulling our leg? Ha ha ha. What can a level 10 do? Deliver groceries? As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, Zhou Song began to feel anxious and quickly interjected, everyone. Although my brother is only level 10, his base damage has undoubtedly surpassed 200,000. Once he successfully changes his class, leveling up will be as easy for him as breathing. As Zhou Song finished speaking, one of his companions hastily added, Dear brothers and sisters, you have all waited for so long. Why not wait just another hour or two? If by then you are still unsatisfied, we will allow you to take your grievances out on us. With the stakes set so high, and given that the crowd had initially gathered due to the enticing prospects Zhou Song and his companions had painted, they reluctantly agreed to wait an additional 2 hours. If you dare deceive me, I will ensure you find no rest in death. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong arrived at the class change temple, where he could choose from over a dozen professions. Regrettably, he lacked the hidden profession summoning scroll. Had he possessed it, his power post-class change would have surged several-fold. Nevertheless, given his current attack damage, he felt it was not lacking. Thus, he decided to opt for a defensive class, allowing for a balanced development of offense and defense. After careful consideration, Zhou Hong approached the summoning stone for the mage shield profession. He extended his right hand, pressing his palm against the towering stone, and silently recited an incantation. May our wills unite. In the next moment, the class summoning stone erupted in a brilliant golden light. Ding! The system notification chimed in Zhou Hong's ear. Notification: it has been detected that the trialist possesses formidable class change potential. You may change to the hidden profession of Paladin. Notification: do you confirm the class change to Paladin? Confirm to teleport to the hidden profession change scene. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhou Hong's heart raced. Wow! The class summoning stone has a minuscule chance of summoning a corresponding hidden profession. I can't believe I stumbled upon this. It seems I truly am the chosen one. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the offer. In the next instant, the teleportation light enveloped him. Zhou Hong's form began to fade. While dozens of trialists teleporting to town 0000 gazed at his gradually dimming figure with envy. Wow, that guy triggered a hidden profession. How incredibly fortunate. How I wish I could trigger a hidden profession as well. Dream on. Hidden professions aren't so easily triggered. Half an hour later, Zhou Hong successfully transitioned to the hidden class of Paladin. Although a system announcement was triggered, it was swiftly drowned out by an avalanche of reward notifications, failing to capture anyone's attention. This left Zhou Hong feeling somewhat disgruntled, prompting him to take a deep breath before examining his post-class change attributes. Name: Zhou Hong. Age: 27. Level: 10, 026330. Profession: Paladin. Hidden profession: Health: 1873. Attack: 278935. Defense: 28,658. Skills: Reconnaissance, Innate Talent. God level damage accumulation, Mythical, Future Talent, None Gold. 1862. Equipped items: Phantom Staff, Epic. Exquisite Ring, Rare. Light Armor, Rare. Passive Profession Skills: Favor, Divine Gift, Favor. Base damage is converted to defense at a rate of 10%. Divine Gift: health and defense growth are increased tenfold. Special Attribute 1. When dealing damage to monsters, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of acquiring the target's soul fragment. Special Attribute 2. When dealing damage to a target, there is a 20% chance of silencing them. Special Attribute 3. Additional 5 inventory slots. Special Attribute 4. Additional 38 points of defense. Trialist Town. 0000 gazing at his post-class change attributes, Zhou Hong couldn't help but smile. Even at level 10, his attributes were exceptionally formidable. Should he acquire a postnatal mythical talent, what could anyone possibly use to compare against him? At this moment, the sounds of Li Kaojiu charging fees to assist others in unlocking mythical treasure chests and obtaining various extraordinary items echoed ceaselessly. All of this would soon belong to him. The mythic gift of the day after tomorrow can be easily obtained. Zhou Hong strode out of the temple, his foremost concern being the elevation of his level. Upon reaching level 20, he would unleash his formidable prowess, transforming Town 0000 into his personal hunting ground, avenging his brother in the process. Chapter 79. Zhou Hong slaughters chickens to warn monkeys. Are there still those who dare defy? Zhou Hong walked towards the northern city gate of the town. As he exited, a rather ungracious level 10 monster charged directly at him. Zhou Hong raised his ghostly staff and unleashed a black magic sphere. 19,782. The ordinary level 10 monster was instantly obliterated. Nearby, several passing challengers were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Who is that guy? Do you know him? I don't recognize him. Did you just see him deal nearly 20,000 damage to that monster? I didn't notice that, but 20,000 damage? How is that even possible? Indeed, I find it hard to believe as well. I currently deal over 600 damage at level 20, and against a level 10 monster, I can only manage around 500. You must have seen it wrong. See it wrong? I saw it too. He truly dealt over 19,000 damage. Look, he just hit nearly 20,000 again. This time, the onlookers finally grasped the situation. Good heavens, who is this extraordinary being? I wouldn't be surprised if another powerhouse like Lin An has emerged. It's hard to say. Let us go. Individuals like him often have peculiar tempers. Staring at him might provoke him into attacking us. You make a valid point. Let us retreat. I heard Li Kaojiu will assist for another half hour. After which he'll take a break. Let us hurry. If we miss out, we might end up with something worthless. Having said that, they made their way back into the northern gate of the town. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong continued his path of destruction, following the coordinates provided by Zhou Song. About an hour later, he spotted in the distance a desolate town at the end of a vast green expanse. Surrounding the town were countless challengers engaged in combat to level up. Finally arrived. A radiant smile graced Zhou Hong's face. Suddenly, an aggressive level 18 wild wolf spotted Zhou Hong from a short distance away and lunged toward him with a roar. Zhou Hong's expression darkened as he shouted, "Vile beast." He then cast a dark magic sphere. The sphere struck the charging wolf, and a damage value materialized above its head. 6,291. The wild wolf was instantly vanquished. At that moment, a golden light of leveling up enveloped Zhou Hong as he ascended to level 16. He pressed onward towards the desolate village, and as he approached within 200 meters, the challengers within the village noticed him and immediately began to shout in the group chat. "Brothers, an unfamiliar face approaches. Let us seize him. Let us seize him." The atmosphere in the group chat was charged with resentment, and soon hundreds of people surged out of the village. Just as they prepared to attack Zhou Hong, Zhou Song recognized him and shouted urgently, "Brothers, that is my brother. He is here. Everyone calm down." "Your brother? Huh? Is he really your brother? I don't see anything special about him." Though the crowd's eyes were still hostile, they hesitated in their attack. As Zhou Hong stepped forward, Zhou Song rushed out from the throng, his voice a mix of joy and sorrow. "Brother, you finally made it. You're here at last." Zhou Hong regarded his disappointing brother with a stern expression and admonished, "For heaven's sake, can't you exhibit a semblance of masculinity? Just look at yourself." It's utterly embarrassing. In the face of Zhou Hong's rebuke, Zhou Song appeared flustered, resembling a chastened child standing beside him. At that moment, a group of Zhou Hong's loyal confidants from newbie village 00073 approached, one of whom spoke up. "Big brother, don't blame Zhou Song. We've been under tremendous pressure lately, facing life-threatening situations left and right, which is why he's acting this way." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the situation?" The group then recounted the events that had transpired over the past few hours. The more Zhou Hong listened, the darker his expression became. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the hundreds gathered before him, and he stepped forward, his voice icy as he directed his attention to the individual at the forefront. "Did you threaten my brother?" The man felt Zhou Hong's chilling gaze and trembled slightly. Yet, with hundreds of eyes upon him, he was reluctant to lose face. Thus, he replied, "If Zhou Song fails to fulfill his promises to us, then yes. I have threatened him, and I stand by my position. Everyone here will back me up." While his followers did not speak, they silently nodded in agreement. "Very well, very well." The gloom on Zhou Hong's face suddenly lifted, his demeanor relaxing as if a weight had been lifted. Yet, in the next instant, he lunged forward. Brandishing his ghostly staff, a dark sphere of light shot forth from the staff, aimed at the man who had just spoken. The man's expression tightened as he attempted to retreat and evade, but it was too late. The dark magic sphere struck him squarely on the head. 7,600. The 4-digit damage obliterated him instantly. Witnessing this scene, the hundreds behind him felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively taking a step back, their hearts racing with the realization, good heavens, Zhou Hong is truly terrifying. Yet, there were still dissenters. Zhou Hong's voice resonated through the now silent crowd. Is there anyone else who dares to defy? The crowd fell silent. Zhou Hong's gaze swept over them once more, and as his eyes met theirs, they all instinctively averted their gaze. The intimidation of his demonstration left Zhou Hong quite satisfied. He continued, as long as you remain loyal to me and unite as one, everything my brother promised you will come to fruition. Lin An is nothing but a trifling matter. If you heed my command, I shall lead you to create a grand legacy. As Zhou Hong's words echoed, someone in the crowd asked, during this calamity, as monsters besiege the city, everyone except us has received a mythic treasure chest. If we follow you, will we also receive a mythic treasure chest? Indeed, can we expect that? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Their greatest source of discontent was the absence of a mythic treasure chest. I, Zhou Hong, cannot guarantee a mythic treasure chest. But as long as you follow me, I assure you all will receive an item drawn from a mythic treasure chest. Is that true? I, Zhou Hong, have always been a man of my word. All right, if brother Zhou Hong can truly ensure that, I am willing to follow you. Me too. After witnessing Zhou Hong's might and hearing his promises, the crowd began to voice their intentions. A satisfied smile spread across Zhou Hong's face. He then turned to Zhou Song, who stood before him, and reproachfully asked, have you prepared everything I requested? Brother, everything is ready. Here are the double experience stones. A legendary weapon for level 15, and an epic level outfit and accessories for level 16. Zhou Song handed the items over from his backpack, while continuing. Additionally, there are 2 skill books for the magic shield, 1 epic and 1 rare. Zhou Hong accepted everything, and his expression of disappointment lessened considerably. He then instructed his loyal followers, relay the command. We commence the plunder in 1 hour. During this hour, I will strive to reach level 20. Understood, big brother. Immediately, Zhou Hong donned the newly acquired weaponry and proceeded to study 2 skill books. Upon completing his studies, he examined the effects of the epic skill book titled One Man Holds the Pass. Quality, epic. Skill description, forces a taunt on all targets within a 20 meter radius, disarming them for 3 seconds and inflicting 0.5 times base damage. Skill cooldown, 100 seconds. With this skill, coupled with the double experience stones, leveling up to level 20 within an hour should be a trivial matter, Zhou Hong mused confidently. Chapter 80. Lin An awakens, chaos in the town. How delightful. Lin An stretched and rose, glancing at the countdown for the second stage. 2:12:36. Goodness, I've slept for nearly 16 hours. Damn it. This has set me back. Curse it, the system has automatically deducted another 10 gold coins from me. Why couldn't it just wake me up and renew the fee? Even though I still have 180,000 coins, spending even a few of them against my will stings. Amidst his grumbling, several delayed system notifications echoed in Lin An's ears. Notification 1. You are ranked first on the level leaderboard. Rewards await collection. Notification 2. You are ranked first on the level leaderboard. Rewards await collection. Notification 3. You are ranked first on the Tower of Trials leaderboard. Rewards await collection. Without delay, Lin An opened the level leaderboard. 2 15-fold experience stones appeared before him. He promptly claimed them, and they automatically entered his inventory. Excellent. With these 2 experience stones, the next stage of leveling up is assured. After collecting the experience stones, he proceeded to open the Tower of Trials leaderboard, claiming the 5,000 gold coins for his first place ranking. With over 2 hours remaining, the countdown indicated that the boss would refresh in 2 hours. It was time to prepare. I wonder if defeating the second stage boss outright will yield another mythical treasure chest. If I were to obtain another invitation from the boss, that would be quite amusing. He chuckled. Subsequently, Lin An disabled all announcement and private chat notifications. However, the instant he lifted the various restrictions, beeping notifications flooded in. Beep, beep, beep. Lin An frowned. Cursing. Who the hell is it, incessantly sending me messages? Amidst his complaints, he opened the messages. 3 message panels materialized before him. His brow furrowed once more upon noticing that one of his friend's message windows had turned gray, and their avatar had vanished. What in the world? He then glanced at the other 2 message windows, labeled Si Yuqing and Su Xian. This meant that the gray one belonged to Yi Qingwei. She is dead. A thought pierced Lin An's mind as he looked at the last message Yi Qingwei had sent him, which remained intact. Lin An. A person named Zhou Hong has appeared in the town, killing and plundering resources everywhere, even threatening to settle accounts with you. Be careful, Lin An. That Zhou Hong has gathered over 2,000 people. In these past few hours, almost everyone outside the town has been robbed, and over 100 have been killed. Lin An, where are you? I'm surrounded by them. Lin An, save me. Lin An exhaled sharply, his gaze fixed on Yi Qingwei's final message. It seems she truly has met her demise. He then turned to the messages from Si Yuqing and Su Xian, which bore similar content to Yi Qingwei's. Zhou Hong? Lin An muttered. Who is this person? What grievance do we share? Suddenly, he has gathered over 2,000 people to wreak havoc and trouble me. Sigh. Never mind. I want to dwell on it. If this fellow seeks death, then I shall oblige him. Lin An was disinterested in pondering further. Yet the next moment, he opened the town's group chat. At this juncture, the town group chat was in utter disarray. What to do? Zhou Hong has now amassed over 3,000 people. What can we do? We can only hide within the town. I barely escaped from outside, and when I entered the town's safe zone, I had less than 10 health points remaining. Damn it. I curse Zhou Hong and his entire lineage. It's over, it's over. Now the entire town is surrounded by Zhou Hong's men. What shall we do? Everyone, I, Zhou Hong, am not an absolute tyrant. As long as you surrender your resources and join me, I can spare your lives. I, Zhou Hong, only kill those who have wronged me or are oblivious to the situation. Brother Hong is mighty. Brother Hong is imposing. Brother Hong, I've taken note of those who insult you. The legendary accessory I painstakingly obtained from the mythical treasure chest is not for you. Giving it to you would be akin to my own execution. Indeed, I shall never compromise. Me too. When Lin An returns, he will surely exact justice for us. Haha. Lin An, I fear that the Lin An you speak of might be hiding somewhere right now. Ha ha ha. Perhaps he is trembling in a corner. Brother Hong is invincible. Those with sense should surrender their resources. Indeed, by following Brother Hong, we unite and leave this trial ground, returning to the real world with ease. And bring out the so-called Lin An. Brother Hong will surely make him regret. You fickle turncoats, you shall all meet a miserable end. Not long ago, during the monster siege, it was Lin An, and now, haha, I am truly ashamed of you. I have long found Lin An displeasing. If it weren't for Brother Hong rescuing me, I would still be oppressed by that fool Lin An. Lin An observed the derogatory messages directed at him in the group. In truth, he was indifferent to what Zhou Hong and his followers were up to. However, since this individual had targeted him, he became an enemy. As for enemies, Lin An would show no mercy. After experiencing the troubles brought by Chao Su and Qin Gong, Lin An now felt that harboring enemies even for a night was distasteful. Lin An's expression darkened, with threads of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Yet, recalling the death crisis he faced in the dungeon, he forcibly calmed himself. This Zhou Hong, capable of gathering over 3,000 people through force, might indeed possess some skill. While others may not be a significant concern, it was imperative to ascertain Zhou Hong's strength before launching an offensive. Thus, he reopened the friend message panel, sending a message to both Su Xian and Si Yuqing. Do you know what talent and profession Zhou Hong possesses? Beep, beep, beep. Just seconds after sending the messages, replies chimed in. Lin An, I've heard that Zhou Hong has a dual divine level talent. His first talent is a divine level damage stacking ability. For every monster he kills, he gains a point of base damage. His second talent, he acquired by seizing a mythical level talent orb from others. I've heard various accounts of what it entails. As for his profession, some say the system announced it as a hidden class of a magic tank. This information, relayed by Si Yuqing, left Lin An in brief contemplation. Divine level damage stacking? Increasing damage with each kill. The trial ground has been open for less than 80 hours. Assuming the best case scenario, in 80 hours, if he averages one monster kill per second, he would have stacked his damage to around 280,000. Even with equipment bonuses, it might reach 300,000. 300,000. I can activate a 100-fold amplification with a level 15 suppression. Zhou Hong, you are but a mere insect. Perhaps in a year and a half, I might fear you, but for now, you remain insignificant. The hidden class of the magic tank. What a trivial matter. With Lin An's analysis, he felt that Zhou Hong was nothing more than that at present. Perhaps he appeared formidable in front of others, but before his current self, he remained an insignificant ant. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he decided to await news from Su Xian. Perhaps he could provide information about Zhou Hong's innate mythic talent. Yet, after several seconds, there was still no word from Su Xian. Had this fellow encountered some misfortune? Just as Lin An pondered this, the notification sound chimed again. Beep, beep, beep. Opening the chat window, he found a message from Su Xian. Chapter 81, 100-fold amplification, 570,000 vitality. Lin An, I just inquired. Zhou Hong possesses a divine level innate talent for damage amplification, increasing basic damage slightly with each monster killed. His later talent is a mythic level absolute domain, which seems to reduce damage taken by 90% within a 100-meter radius. As for his class, it is a hidden profession, the magic tank, upgraded from the magic shield system. Alright, thank you for your efforts. Lin An, are you going to take action? If so, take me along. Let us discuss it later. Lin An casually replied. Though Su Xian's strength was quite commendable, he still regarded him as a burdensome liability. A mythic level defensive talent, A 90% reduction in damage. What significance does that hold against explosive damage? Lin An murmured to himself, then turned his gaze to the two mythic treasure chests in his backpack. Since he had decided to strike, he might as well open the chests and elevate his power to its zenith. Thus, Lin An retrieved the two mythic treasure chests. Open the chest. As the first mythic treasure chest opened, a brilliant golden light erupted. Wow, the first one opened is mythic level. Lin An's heart raced, and the notification sound followed. Ding. Congratulations on opening the Mythic treasure chest. You have obtained an exclusive equipment quest book. Note, exclusive items will not trigger announcements. An exclusive equipment quest book? The mechanical female voice prompted Lin An to shudder with excitement. Exclusive equipment was the dream of every hidden class. He never expected his luck to be so fortuitous. To draw an exclusive equipment quest book from a Mythic treasure chest. Gazing at the golden-hued quest book in his backpack, Lin An couldn't help but smile. Exclusive equipment quest book. Great, Mythic. Usage restriction, Lin An item description. Using this will grant an exclusive equipment quest. Completing the quest will yield an exclusive Supreme Sword Immortal equipment. Profitable. Immensely profitable. Lin An was exhilarated beyond measure. His gaze then fell upon the other Mythic treasure chest. With no pressure now, he proceeded to open it. The chest opened, and once again, golden light dazzled before him. Goodness, another Mythic level item? Am I on a roll, or what? Ding. Congratulations on opening the Mythic treasure chest. You have obtained the Mythic level accessory, the Brilliant Ring. Gasp. Upon hearing this notification, Lin An inhaled sharply. A Mythic level accessory, the Brilliant Ring. If it levels up, that would be splendid. As Lin An's anxious excitement surged, the system announcement echoed. Announcement. Trialist Lin An has opened a Mythic treasure chest and obtained the Mythic level accessory, the Brilliant Ring. When the system notification resonated in everyone's ears, the previously quarreling crowd in the group chat was rendered speechless. Ha ha ha. Is this the Lin An you all speak of? Hiding away to open treasure chests. Afraid to show himself. But what if he is hiding? The second phase will open soon, and when Brother Hong leads us to slay the boss, he will walk right into our trap. You should just surrender. Once we control the teleportation array to the next phase, Brother Hong will not treat you so kindly. Yes. Brother Hong has stated that those who surrender now and offer up the resources obtained from their Mythic treasure chests will receive passage to the next phase. Otherwise, even if you don't come out, you will be blocked in the second phase. Never. Even if I die. I want to give you what I obtained from the Mythic treasure chest. Same here. I will always support Brother Lin An. He will bring us justice. I believe in Brother Lin An. He will definitely return to deal with you. Dream on if you think you can have what I got from my Mythic treasure chest. Let me show you. I'll make you envious. Moreover, I'm going to study it right now. With that, the girl sent the item she had opened in the group chat. Divine Protection. Quality, Mythic, Unique. Learning Restriction, Healer Class. Skill Description. Grants a permanent status to the target. Divine Protection. The status can trigger 10 times within 24 hours, reviving at full health upon death. Unique note. The only skill book in the universe. Wow, the only skill book in the universe? My sister is amazing. Permanent status of Divine Protection. Triggering 10 times within 20 hours, reviving at full health. Ha ha ha. Not only does it make them envious, but I'm envious too. This unique skill book is utterly overpowered. Ha ha ha. I want to share the Mythic level weapon I opened in the group, just to make them envious. I'll join in. It must be painful to be unable to obtain it. Soon, the announcement in the group chat flooded with various Mythic level items, dazzling all who beheld it. Zhou Hong observed the scrolling item information in the group chat, his eyes burning with jealousy, particularly at the unique skill book, Divine Protection. If this skill book were in his possession, he could hardly fathom the power it would bestow upon his family. He had to obtain that skill book at any cost. If that girl had already learned it, then she must be captured. This permanent status was a necessity for him. Zhou Hong commanded his subordinates. Understood, brother. By the way, how long until the boss respawns? The boss should respawn in the last 2-hour countdown. There's still a minute until the 2-hour mark. Zhou Hong nodded. These people appear tough now, but once we gain control of the teleportation array to the next phase, they will naturally soften. Brother's analysis is very insightful. This group is just stubborn until the bitter end. After our earlier pressure, over 100 people have privately messaged me, expressing their willingness to surrender and hand over the items obtained from their Mythic treasure chests. Very well, continue to apply pressure in the group chat to sway them. On the other side, Lin An, who had unveiled the Mythic Brilliant Ring, turned his attention to the ring that had fallen into his backpack. Brilliant Ring. Grade, Mythic. Level, 28. Vitality, 3394. Special Attribute 1. Immunity to all true damage. Special Attribute 2. 100% immunity to stun, immobilization, and slow effects. Special Attribute 3. Increases vitality by 50%. Special Attribute 4. When receiving fatal damage, there's a 1% chance to trigger the Divine State. The Divine State lasts 5 seconds, granting invincible defense. Wow. Upon seeing the attributes of the Brilliant Ring, Lin An exclaimed in exhilaration. While the ring did not max out its level, it still boasted an impressive 8-level enhancement. The 4 accompanying special attributes were exceedingly practical for Lin An. With these enhancements, he would face no fear in any form of one-on-one combat. Even if he were to fight against thousands alone. Lin An took a deep breath. Ever since arriving at the second phase and everyone had transitioned classes, unlocking their second talents, he had harbored a lingering concern, being overwhelmed by group attacks, continuously controlled, and ultimately falling victim to true damage. Now, with this ring, he felt a newfound confidence. His inner anxieties finally dissipated, replacing the resplendent ring. Lin An gazed upon the remarkable enhancement of his personal attributes. Name, Lin An. Age, 19. Level, 2015, 026330. Occupation, Supreme Sword Immortal, unique hidden profession. Vitality, 5712. Attack, 1717. Defense, 1162. Skills, Reconnaissance Technique. Myriad swords can currently strike. Divine Sword Assault. Dual Instrument Sword Shadow. Heavenly Talent. God Level Amplification. Mythical. Unique. Post-Heavenly Talent. Mythical Bloodline. Mythical. Unique. Gold. 185012. Equipped Gear. Supreme Divine Sword. Mythical. Resplendent Ring. Mythical. Bloodthirsty Armor. Legendary. Professional Passives. Sword Master. Sword Control. Sword Path. Special Attributes 1. When receiving damage. Absorb damage equal to the wearer's level. Special Attributes 2. When attacked, there is a 1% chance to trigger a Bloodthirst effect in a Bloodthirst state. The holder's attacks restore 100% of damage dealt. Special Attributes 3. Upon entering combat, the equipment holder can gain 1 sword intent every 4 seconds. Special Attributes 4. Before the equipment holder's critical hit rate reaches 100%, each sword intent gained can increase critical hit rate by 1%. Special Attributes 5. After the equipment holder's critical hit rate reaches 100%, each sword intent gained can be converted into damage equal to the level value. Special Attribute 6. Critical hit rate increased by 100%. Critical hit effects enhanced by 50%. Special Attribute 7. Immune to all true damage. Special Attributes 8. 100% immunity to stun, immobilization, and slow effects. Special Attributes 9. Vitality increased by 50%. Special Attributes 10. Upon receiving fatal damage. There is a 1% chance to trigger a Divine Protection state. Divine Protection lasts for 5 seconds, rendering defense invulnerable. Myriad swords can currently strike. Grade, Mythical. Divine Sword Assault. Dual Instrument Sword Shadow. Trial Town, 0000. His vitality surged to over 5,700, a 100-fold amplification, resulting in 570,000. What do you lowly beings have to contend with me? Lin An murmured as he scrutinized his personal attributes. Now, it is time to strike. Chapter 82. The Blessing of the Deity, a Permanent State. As Lin An's voice faded, the system notification resounded in his ears. Trial Land Announcement. Warning. All trialists. The next phase of the trial land will commence in 2 hours. Trial Land Announcement. In the next phase, regions will be the unit of measure. Upon meeting conditions, major regions can teleport and interact. Trial Land Announcement. Bosses guarding each town are about to descend. All trialists, please prepare. As the system's announcement concluded, a level 30 guardian boss materialized on the outskirts of the town. Lin An opened the map. With a conspicuous guardian boss marker appearing on the plains outside the west exit of town 0000. With the guardian boss's emergence, Lin An faced 2 choices: to eliminate the guardian boss first or to address the imminent crisis. Defeating the guardian boss would undoubtedly yield a mythical treasure chest as a reward. However, should he choose to vanquish the boss first, Zhou Hong would surely intervene to obstruct him. Since it is so, Lin An whispered, his gaze sharpening, if he wishes to target me, then I shall present a dilemma: capture the thief by seizing the leader. Immediately, Lin An opened the town's group chat public channel and spoke nonchalantly. Zhou Hong, do you dare to face me in battle? As Lin An's words echoed in the group chat, town 0000 erupted once more. The great Lin An has appeared. Brother Lin An has finally returned. Zhou Hong, the great Lin An has issued a challenge. Do you dare to fight? Ha ha ha, now you're all mute, too afraid to speak. Great Lin An, we follow you. Lead us to annihilate them. Yes, great Lin An, just give the order, and we shall charge forth with you. With Lin An's proclamation in the group chat, those besieged within the town suddenly found a pillar of strength. They became filled with fervor and unity. Should Lin An take action against Zhou Hong, they would possess the power to engage in battle. Outside the town, Zhou Hong's expression darkened. Lin An has finally chosen to reveal himself. Brother, Lin An has challenged you to a duel. Will you accept his challenge? Zhou Hong glanced at his companions. He had no choice but to accept Lin An's challenge. To refuse would shake the morale of his followers. Moreover, his ultimate goal was Lin An. Having received a challenge from Lin An, he had no justification to decline. With his dual mythical talents, hidden profession, and 3 mythical grade pieces of equipment, he saw no reason to fear him. A confident smile emerged on Zhou Hong's face as he opened the group chat channel and declared with a sense of grandeur, I await you at the south exit of the town. Lin An remained fixated on the group chat, eagerly awaiting Zhou Hong's response. Upon receiving Zhou Hong's reply, he closed the chat and exited the resting area, reappearing in the town square. In the town square, due to Zhou Hong's encirclement, all individuals congregated within the town's safe zone. The square was bustling with activity. The moment Lin An appeared, he was instantly recognized. As the crowd spotted Lin An, they erupted in excitement, cheering and shouting. Brother Lin An, you finally returned. Xiao Hui has missed you dearly. The great Lin An has emerged. What qualifications does that trash Zhou Hong have to taunt? Zhou Hong, your demise is nigh. Amidst the crowd's jubilant shouts, Lin An's demeanor remained calm, his expression composed. He set his sights on the direction of the south exit and began to walk forward. The throng parted like a receding tide, creating a clear path for Lin An. All gazes were filled with reverence, as if they were beholding their hero. Yet, Lin An himself did not share this perception. His resolve to fight stemmed from Zhou Hong's view of him as an adversary. The most effective way to resolve an enemy was to eliminate them. The distance to the south exit of the town was not far. Just as Lin An was nearing, a petite girl suddenly grasped his arm. Brother Lin An, let me enhance your status. The girl, a diminutive trialist, held a dark red staff in her hand, her large, glistening eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Lin An. Enhance my status? Lin An frowned. Given his current strength, defeating Zhou Hong should pose little challenge. He had no need for any enhancements. Just as he prepared to decline, the girl waved her staff, and a resplendent golden radiance erupted. Above, the heavens displayed a wondrous phenomenon as colors intertwined. Lin An's expression tightened, a surge of intense curiosity swelling within him. What in the world is the status? To invoke such a celestial spectacle? In the next moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Lin An's ears. Notice, Trialist and Myauron has cast a spell on you. You have gained the status of divine protection. As the notification faded, golden ribbons of light enveloped Lin An, transforming into warm currents that infused his being. Divine protection. The very name sent a tremor through Lin An's heart. Associated with deities, and with such a grand celestial phenomenon accompanying the enhancement, could this status be something extraordinary? Lin An's gaze fell upon the description of the status granted by Myauron. Status, divine protection. Duration, permanent, cannot be removed. Status description, 24-hour cooldown reset, within 24 hours. You can resurrect at full health up to 10 times. Gasp. After reading the description of divine protection, even Lin An was taken aback, inhaling sharply. This status was extraordinarily overpowered. It was permanent. With 10 opportunities for full health resurrection every 24 hours, how could one possibly die with such a boon? I, Lin An, find it exceedingly difficult to embrace the notion of demise. Lin An, in a state of exhilaration, lifted his gaze towards Myauron. He felt compelled to express his gratitude to this young maiden. Thank you for your state, Miss An. And Myauron's face flushed a deep pink, her heart racing as she shyly buried her head against her chest. No need to thank me, Brother Lin An. Everyone gives their first time to you. You must take responsibility. After all, this state can only be released once every 72 hours. My first time. Responsibility? In a moment of panic, Lin An swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, attempting to escape. Brother Lin An, don't run away. Whoa, you must take responsibility for my first time. You cannot escape from my grasp. When Myauron raised her head once more, Lin An had already vanished. Yet, she felt no sense of loss. For Lin An had referred to her as Miss An, indicating his acknowledgement of her. Lin An arrived at the southern gate of the town and looked out into the distance. 200 meters away from the southern gate, nearly 1,000 people had formed a semicircular blockade, completely obstructing the exit. At this moment, a young man wielding a staff stood before the crowd. Lin An raised his gaze slightly and stepped out of the southern gate. In an instant, all eyes were fixated upon him. Do you recognize me? Zhou Hong inquired with a hint of disdain as he regarded Lin An emerging from the gate. Cut the nonsense. Let us settle this quickly. Since you wish to meet an early demise, I shall oblige. Without further ado, Lin An activated his divine Mythic Bloodline. Boom. The Mythic Bloodline was unleashed. The shackles within Lin An's body shattered, and his attributes surged. Vitality, 571, 200. Attack, 171, 700. Defense, 116, 200. Chapter 83. Zhou Hong was merely a triviality in the next moment. The Supreme Divine Sword emanated a radiant glow as Lin An surged forward. As Zhou Hong observed Lin An charging towards him, a flicker of contempt crossed his eyes, his demeanor exuding arrogance. It is time for everyone to witness who truly stands as the foremost in Town 0000. He then glanced at his own base attributes. Vitality, 9, 178. Damage, 284, 160. Defense, 30, 795. In that moment, Zhou Hong was filled with anticipation when Lin An's attack landed upon him. What kind of shock would it evoke if he discovered he could not breach his defenses? At this juncture, the distance between the two had dwindled to less than 50 meters. Zhou Hong had fully entered the attack range of Lin An's skill, Godly Ambush. The azure light of the Supreme Divine Sword enveloped Lin An, intensifying in brilliance. The skill, Godly Ambush, was activated. Lin An's figure faded into a wisp of shadow in the void. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Zhou Hong. The azure sword intent cleaved through the air, descending upon Zhou Hong's head. In the face of Lin An's onslaught, Zhou Hong made no effort to evade, for he aimed to create a spectacle. Buzz. The sound of the sword echoed as a critical damage value materialized above Zhou Hong's head. 2, 774. Upon witnessing this damage figure, Lin An furrowed his brow in surprise. The sword ambush, with its tenfold damage, should equate to 1,700,000. Zhou Hong, indeed, possessed some resilience. However, it was merely a semblance of strength. Zhou Hong, upon seeing the damage value appear above him, was struck with disbelief. How could this be possible? With over 30,000 in defense and the damage reduction from his mythic-grade equipment attributes, under his domain, the damage he received was reduced by 90%. How could Lin An inflict over 2,700 points of vitality damage upon him? If not for the domain's damage reduction, would he have been instantly slain? Zhou Hong glanced at his remaining vitality of over 6,000. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He seemed to have underestimated the situation. If Lin An unleashed a few more such attacks, he might genuinely face demise. In a state of panic, Zhou Hong hastily retreated while simultaneously employing his group taunt skill. One man against all, to control Lin An. The disarmament effect of the group taunt skill triggered, forcing Lin An's sword to retract as he attempted to strike Zhou Hong. Simultaneously, an effect notification chimed in Lin An's ear. Notification 1. You have been affected by the one man against all skill. Your attack target is forcibly locked to Zhou Hong for 10 seconds. Notification 2. You have been disarmed for 3 seconds and cannot attack the target. Notification 3. One man against all skill damage dealt to you, 0 points. 0. A colossal 0 appeared above Lin An's head. How could this be? Zhou Hong exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the 0 damage he inflicted upon Lin An. For in Zhou Hong's perspective, even if one man against all could only trigger 0. 5 times the base damage, it should still yield a damage output exceeding 14,000. It was utterly inconceivable that it was 0. Zhou Hong could not accept it. Though one man against all was a taunting control defense skill, under his substantial base damage, even a level 20 elite monster would be swiftly defeated. It must be a system bug. It absolutely must be. As Zhou Hong retreated, he swung his soul-devouring staff at Lin An, who was currently in a state of disarmament. Lin An's gaze fell upon Zhou Hong, filled with disdain and contempt, as if to say, what a mere child. Fury coursed through Zhou Hong, his temples throbbing. Just as the magical sphere unleashed by the soul-devouring staff was about to strike Lin An, he deftly evaded it. Lin An, do you dare to take my hit? Seeing his attack evaded, Zhou Hong ground his teeth in frustration. As a hidden class tank, he lacked any formidable offensive skills. If his ordinary attacks were dodged by Lin An, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to inflict a fatal blow. Take your hit? Why not? Lin An stepped forward, having already gauged Zhou Hong's taunting attack. He felt assured that this fellow's damage could not penetrate his defenses. Zhou Hong swung his soul-devouring staff once more, aiming at Lin An. As the magical sphere launched from the tip of the staff, a mechanical female voice chimed in Zhou Hong's ear. Notification. This attack has triggered the soul-devouring effect, hitting the target and inflicting true damage, slaying 30% of the target's vitality. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhou Hong's heart skipped a beat. The 1% probability weapon attribute effect, True Slay, had actually been triggered. Heaven must be on my side. I truly am a person destined for greatness. However, when this damage fell upon Lin An, Zhou Hong felt as though he had been struck by lightning. For as the 0 damage appeared above Lin An, a text prompt also emerged. Immunity. Zhou Hong panicked, utterly flustered. For now, it seemed he realized that even with his dual divine grade unique talent, there existed a terrifying chasm between him and Lin An. Were it not for his class change to the hidden tank, gaining the innate damage reduction mythic talent, he would have been easily slain by Lin An. The godly damage stacking that he had once prided himself on paled in comparison before Lin An. Zhou Hong no longer possessed an ounce of courage to continue the duel with Lin An. If this persisted, he would surely meet his end. As Zhou Hong prepared to flee, a glimmer of contempt sparkled in Lin An's eyes as he sneered. Escape? Do you think you can? In an instant, Lin An soared into the air, his speed exponentially increasing. In a flash, the disarmament duration had ended. Lin An once again raised the Supreme Divine Sword, striking down upon Zhou Hong's head. The critical damage registered at 278. Observing the damage dealt with his ordinary attack upon Zhou Hong, Lin An could not help but concede that this fellow indeed possessed remarkable resilience, with considerable vitality. To prevent unforeseen complications, lest this fellow escape, Lin An promptly unleashed the skill, 2 instruments Sword Shadow. The Supreme Divine Sword trembled, locking onto Zhou Hong. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 strikes fell. 554, 554, 554. The disorienting effects of the shockwave rendered Zhou Hong utterly immobilized. In that moment, sheer terror gripped him to the core. His vitality plummeted to a mere 4,400. The 5 seconds of dizziness induced by the shockwave felt like an interminable river of time flowing through Zhou Hong. What instilled a deeper sense of dread within him was the fact that Lin An's strike carried an added effect of tearing. For the next 20 seconds, the damage he would endure would escalate by 50%. A dark shadow enveloped him, and Zhou Hong felt as if he were succumbing to the call of death. Lin An, I was wrong, spare me. Spare you? Heh, I prefer your initial, defiant self. With a single stroke, damage once again erupted above Zhou Hong's head. 416. He was inching ever closer to death, his entire body trembling in fear. Within the southern gate of the town, the crowd of challengers gathered at the exit witnessed this spectacle and erupted in excitement. Ha 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 Zhou Hong. Before the great Lin An, he is nothing but an ant. Lin An is invincible, Zhou Hong is finished. Lin An is amazing, I admire him. Zhou Hong thought himself invincible. But he is merely on the path to his own demise. Outside the southern gate, those challengers who had blocked the exit were disheartened upon realizing that Zhou Hong was unable to inflict any damage on Lin An. They had believed that Zhou Hong, with his nearly 300,000 base damage, would surely dispatch Lin An in a heartbeat. Killing Lin An would turn town 0000 into their hunting ground. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the reality that Zhou Hong's substantial damage could not breach Lin An's defenses. In stark contrast, Lin An could deal thousands of damage with a single skill. If Zhou Hong fell, so too would they face their fate's judgment. Lin An would show them no mercy. The thought sent many into a pallor of dread. Once Zhou Hong was eliminated, they would be next in line. I cannot die. The throng that Zhou Hong had once gathered through force was now driven by fear and greed rather than loyalty. As the tides turned, many began to flee. Time was of the essence. Only 2 seconds remained. Zhou Hong glanced at his dwindling health, now below 1,000. If Lin An struck him twice more, he would meet his end. No, I cannot die. I have fought too hard to reach this point. Zhou Hong's heart brimmed with unwillingness. Yet he found himself powerless against the imminent death. Lin An, spare me. I will give you anything you desire, all the mythical items I have seized. At these words, Lin An hesitated, his supreme sword momentarily pausing in midair. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Zhou Hong hastily continued, 1,000,000 gold coins, a super treasure map, a mythical weapon. The blade of heaven, all yours. I am tempted, but I desire your life even more. The supreme sword descended once more. 416. Zhou Hong's health plummeted to 304. Chapter 84. The Golden Compass, Temple of the Gods Buzz. The sound of the sword echoed again as the supreme sword fell. But in that fleeting instant, the controlling effects on Zhou Hong dissipated. In the face of overwhelming terror, he unleashed an unprecedented surge of strength. The moment the control vanished, he leaped forward, evading Lin An's attack. Simultaneously, he consumed 3 potions in quick succession, a mid-level healing potion that restored 20% of his health, a swift potion that enhanced his speed tenfold, and a resurrection potion that revived him with 10% of his maximum health. Everyone, attack Lin An. We must overwhelm him with sheer numbers, he shouted to his assembled subordinates. Yet when he raised his gaze, he found that those who had once rallied around him were fleeing faster than he could comprehend. A bunch of useless cowards. Zhou Hong cursed in despair. From the southern gate behind him, raucous laughter echoed. Pitiful Zhou Hong. Those fools cannot even breach your defenses. How could they harm the great Lin An? The looming threat of death instilled a profound psychological pressure within Zhou Hong. Although he had consumed a swift potion, he understood that even if he fled, Lin An would hunt him down. His only path to survival lay in escaping to the town's safe zone. However, he was still a daunting 200 meters away from safety, and turning back would lead him directly to Lin An. You killed my brothers Zhou Sheng and Zhao Rong along with more than 30 others. It is only just that I seek retribution against you. Now you wish to slay me as well. Can you truly justify this? In the throes of extreme desperation, Zhou Hong began to ramble. I am sorry, but my conscience is clear. Lin An, filled with resolve, consumed a swift potion, his speed reaching its zenith. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Zhou Hong. Buzz. The sword's resonance echoed once more. 416. These potions came from my own hands. Did you truly believe you could escape? With the enhancement of the potion, Lin An soared through the air, his speed rivaling that of lightning. Zhou Hong appeared as a stumbling child before him. The supreme sword descended relentlessly, each strike draining Zhou Hong's health by 416. After 5 seconds, Zhou Hong's vitality reached 0, collapsing beneath Lin An's blade. Yet, as he fell, the effects of the resurrection potion activated, bringing him back to his feet. Just another death. Lin An wielded his supreme sword with unyielding ferocity. Zhou Hong's pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. As he faced the imminent reality of his demise, an overwhelming sense of regret flooded Zhou Hong's heart. Yet, he did not lament challenging Lin An. Rather, he regretted not spending a little more time in the novice village to increase his base damage to 1,000,000. I cannot accept this. Lin An, I will haunt you even in death. Then go ahead and become a ghost. Buzz. The supreme sword descended once more. 416. The once invincible Zhou Hong met his fate. In that moment, he was less than 20 meters from the safety of the southern gate. With just one more second, bolstered by the swift potion, he could have survived. As Zhou Hong fell, for items erupted from his lifeless body. Lin An approached the corpse to collect his spoils. Ding. You have obtained 613, 540 gold coins. Ding. You have obtained a super treasure map. Ding. You have obtained a golden compass. Ding. You have obtained a mythical complete talent orb, amplifying divine damage. The mechanical voice chimed in Lin An's ear, while announcements reverberated throughout town 0000. Announcement. Challenger Lin An has slain Challenger Zhou Hong, fortuitously acquiring the super treasure map dropped by Zhou Hong. Announcement. Challenger Lin An has slain Challenger Zhou Hong, fortuitously acquiring the golden compass dropped by Zhou Hong. Announcement. Challenger Lin An has slain Challenger Zhou Hong, fortuitously acquiring the complete talent orb, amplifying divine damage. Dropped by Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong is dead. Zhou Hong has been vanquished by the great Lin An. Ha ha. I told you Zhou Hong was too arrogant. Daring to challenge Lin An, he was bound to meet his end. The great Lin An remains as formidable as ever. Lin An, my beloved. Everyone. Those who block our path are attempting to flee. Do not let them escape. Kill them. Count me in. This moment of vindication has finally arrived. Kill. 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 We are all Chinese, all challengers. Must you pursue such ruthless extermination? Indeed, we acknowledge our wrongs. Had it not been for Lin An slaying that trash Zhou Hong, would we have recognized our errors? Whoever stands in my way shall be slain. Yes, you must all perish. Brothers, they too are compelled by Zhou Hong's martial threats. Since they acknowledge their mistakes, should we not spare them? What do you mean? Spare them? The saint of chaos in turbulent times, eliminate her. At this moment, the trial takers, long constrained within the safety of the town, sounded the horn of counterattack. With Zhou Hong's demise, the disparity among them vanished, and their numbers were greater. An inevitable slaughter unfurled within town 0000. Over 600,000 gold coins, a super treasure map, a golden compass, and a complete talent light group with divine level damage stacking awaited. Slaying Zhou Hong. This wave of looting proved exceedingly bounteous for Lin An. Who would have thought Zhou Hong would drop a celestial talent with divine level damage stacking? What a windfall. Yet, the nature of this golden compass remains unknown. It must be something remarkable to trigger a system announcement. Lin An's consciousness delved into his backpack, fixating on the golden compass. Golden compass. Description, upon use. It guides the user to the Temple of the Gods. The Temple of the Gods, associated with divinity. Lin An's heart quaked with excitement. This is undoubtedly a treasure of great worth. However, anything pertaining to the divine is bound to be fraught with peril. Given Lin An's current strength, its use is unwise. After a moment's hesitation, he stowed the golden compass away. Now that Zhou Hong is dead, it's time to eliminate the trouble. Next, he must vanquish the guardian boss of town 0000 and set up the teleportation array leading to the next stage. Thus, Lin An mounted his flying sword once more, speeding like lightning toward the boss's spawn point. With the aid of a swiftness potion, he arrived at the guardian boss's location in less than 30 seconds. The 30-level Calamity humanoid guardian boss towered 10 meters high, wielding a 20-meter-long spear, crackling with electrical arcs. Lin An cast a reconnaissance spell toward the guardian boss. Guardian boss. Level 30. Type, Calamity creature. Profession, spear user. Health, 9497. Damage, 3181. Defense, 3024. Skills, Thunder, Overlord Chain Gun, True Damage Immunity. Thunder, summoning the power of thunder around itself. It inflicts 50,000 points of thunder damage to all targets within a 30-meter radius, paralyzing them for 3 seconds. Overlord Chain Gun, unleashing a series of 30 consecutive strikes. The first hit deals 10% of base damage, with each subsequent hit increasing damage by 20%. True Damage Immunity, immune to true damage exceeding 1% of total health. Having scrutinized the Guardian boss, Lin An's assessment was quite formidable. Yet, this Guardian boss is unfortunate to encounter him and cannot escape the fate of being swiftly dispatched. Just as Lin An prepared to unleash his skill, Divine Sword Assault, the system's announcement echoed throughout the Trial Realm. Trial Realm announcement. Through the concerted efforts of the trial takers in Town 2056, the Guardian Giant has been successfully defeated, making Town 2056 the first to unlock the next stage of the Novice Village. Trial Realm announcement. Town 2056 has completed the first kill of the Guardian Giant, granting all participants an epic treasure chest. Damn it. Delayed by Zhou Hong, they let those from the beautiful country seize the first kill. Lin An cursed under his breath and activated Divine Sword Assault, charging toward the Guardian boss. Chapter 85. Once more receiving the Guardian boss invitation. Sword aimed at the little days. Azure sword energy enveloped Lin An, who coalesced a myriad of sword auras, transforming into a blue shadow. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the Calamity boss. The Azure long rainbow, sword energy descended. Tenfold damage, sword intent struck the Calamity boss. Critical hit, 94,222. With less than 10,000 health remaining, the Calamity boss was instantly obliterated. Boom. The colossal form of the Guardian Calamity boss collapsed with a resounding crash. Simultaneously, the announcement rang out. Trial Realm announcement. Through the concerted efforts of the trial takers in Town 0000, the Guardian Giant has been successfully defeated, making Town 0000 the second to unlock the next stage of the Novice Village. Trial Realm announcement. Town 0000 has completed the second kill of the Guardian Giant, granting all participants a rare treasure chest. Trial Realm announcement. Town 0000 inflicted over 80% damage to the Guardian boss, achieving 100%, and receiving an additional mythic treasure chest reward. My heavens. Lin An has annihilated the 30-level Calamity boss, blinding my eyes. Lin An is truly terrifying. Being able to dispatch a 30-level Calamity boss effortlessly. Lin An's brother slaying the 30-level Calamity boss. What is so surprising about that? What a thrill. Another rare treasure chest reward. Damn, if it weren't for that trash Zhou Hong, our town would have undoubtedly been the first to kill the Guardian Calamity boss. Indeed, it was Zhou Hong's foolishness that cost us the epic treasure chest. Around him, many were visibly displeased, murmuring as they witnessed Lin An's decisive strike against the Guardian Calamity boss. As the Calamity boss fell, Lin An bent down to loot the corpse. Ding. You have obtained the teleportation array map for Town 0000. Ding. You have received the Guardian boss invitation. Yet another Guardian boss invitation. Lin An smiled. This time, he would certainly annihilate the little days. However, before utilizing the Guardian boss invitation, Lin An intended to first set up the teleportation array for Town 0000. He then strode into the town. Just as Lin An was about to enter, a series of notification sounds echoed in his ears. Who is messaging me? Lin An murmured softly, opening the message window. The sender was Su Xian. Lin An, I have a suggestion. A suggestion? Lin An inquired, puzzled. Yes, if you're willing. I hope you could activate the teleportation array to the next stage outside the town. This way, we can control the teleportation array and eliminate all remnants of Zhou Hong's subordinates. Lin An paused, taken aback by Su Xian's cunning nature. Yet, he found it quite appealing. After killing Zhou Hong, Lin An grappled with how to deal with the remnants of Zhou Hong's followers, as their presence was a ticking time bomb. Although this bomb posed no direct threat to him, it was bothersome. With Su Xian's suggestion, the solution became perfect. In that case, I shall activate the teleportation array to the next stage at the western exit of the town. Alright, by the way, Lin An, several hundred people have responded to my call. I will lead them to guard the activated teleportation array. You can rest assured. We will not allow any of Zhou Hong's people to enter the next phase. If you have other matters, feel free to attend to them. Satisfied with Su Xian's plan, Lin An offered high praise. Go ahead and execute it. Closing the chat window, Lin An activated the teleportation array to the next stage 200 meters outside the western exit of Town 0000. After activating it, he retrieved the Guardian boss invitation. A slight smile graced his lips as his gaze fell upon the invitation in his hand. Guardian boss invitation. Description: your combat prowess has earned the favor and recognition of the Guardian boss. Upon use, you may establish contact with the town's Guardian boss, who can invite you to join the battle during the defense of other towns. Other, 02, usable twice. Reward: successfully assisting in the defense will yield a mythic treasure chest. Holy moly, this invitation can actually be used twice. Dear little ones, fortune has smiled upon you. The formidable Baba has arrived. As the words echoed, Lin An made his choice. The Guardian boss notifications incessantly flashed before his eyes, yet he disregarded them all. It was only upon discovering an invitation from the Cherry Blossom district that he paused. You are invited to assist in the battle against the Guardian Giant of Town 3250 in the Cherry Blossom district. Will you accept? Accept. A smile graced Lin An's face. You have agreed to the invitation from the Guardian Giant of Town 3250 in the Cherry Blossom district. You are about to be teleported to Town 3250 in the Cherry Blossom district. Assistance time, 20 minutes. Delightful. This time the assistance duration has been extended, allowing for a more exhilarating experience. As the system notification concluded, a radiant blue pillar of light abruptly descended from above, enveloping Lin An within its embrace. The force of the teleportation tugged at him, distorting the scene before his eyes. In the next moment, it felt as though he had plunged into an extraordinary world. When the imagery before Lin An regained clarity, a cold, mechanical female voice resonated in his ears. You have arrived at Town 3250 in the Cherry Blossom district. Assistance countdown initiated, 1959. Subsequently, an announcement reverberated throughout the trial grounds, reaching the ears of all. Trial grounds announcement. Lin An from Town 0000 has accepted the invitation from the Guardian Giant of Town 3250 in the Cherry Blossom district to assist in the battle. Let us await the outcome. As this voice rang out, the group chat announcement channel of various towns came alive. Town 0000 is likely part of the Huaxiao region. Ha ha ha. It appears that the Huaxiao region has taken on the little ones. Although Lin An is situated in the Huaxiao region, he must be one of our pickled cabbage compatriots. Otherwise, he could not harbor such disdain for the little ones. Indeed, I concur, he must be one of us. Determined to vanquish the little ones. Perhaps this time, the little one's challenge is destined for failure. Alas, Town 0000 has already cleared the second phase. Why are we still stuck in the first phase? Are we and Nan still ensnared in the first phase? What must we do to defeat the first phase Guardian boss? Is fate conspiring against us? Is it Lin An again? What prowess does this Lin An possess? My heavens! How did he acquire the invitation for the Guardian boss? A damage threshold of 80% or more inflicted on the Guardian boss grants a chance to drop the invitation. 80%? Goodness, that is exceedingly difficult. It is surely a feat requiring at least dual divine level talent. Yet, even dual divine level talent may not guarantee success. If such a feat is beyond reach, what kind of talent does Lin An possess? Within Town 0000, the admiration for Lin An is palpable. He is off once more to slay the little ones. How enviable. The little ones are surely doomed this time. Absolutely doomed. Lin An's power has seen a significant enhancement post-class change. Imagine, with a single skill, Lin An could send the little ones tumbling en masse. The imagery is too splendid to fathom, yet it ignites my fervor. Does Lin An's rise in strength imply that others remain stagnant? Lin An is destined to perish. How is it that there are still those pesky outsiders? Zhou Hong's subordinates are all nefarious. And Su Xian has rallied over 1,000 people. None shall escape. These individuals are a menace. Their demise is the best outcome.